election results. That was her first response. She was 100% on Biden. I'll never forget it. But the point about the cult is it's the cult of Maharani or the cult of Osho. It's one of those types of cults. Her, bless them, they're beautiful people. But you have to be aware of what you could call the Transcendental Meditation cult, the TM cult. These are people who are radical, essentially sovereign citizens who are subversives. And I will say, maybe in a good way, not necessarily in a bad way, maybe in a good way. But because Tulsi did out all the trans cultists at the NSA, she outed like over 100 of them. They had this like mind control thing where they were going on these power walk. You can Google this, look it up. Anyways, I'm just saying she's a beautiful woman. I like her. To me, she's transparent, as transparent can be. She's been on that Joe Rogan podcast. She's, a colonel now, or probably a lieutenant colonel in the army. So she has a destiny, and there's a reason why she's not talking shit about the president, because then she would be a hypocrite if she runs for president.
Yeah, that might be. I didn't even think about it like that. So my late husband's one of his young Marines. A long time, but he got out of the Marine Corps. Then he crossed over to the Army Reserves, and she was his commanding officer, which was pretty cool. Like, it was pretty cool. He went to one of her official things, but he was on her like main team when she was his commanding officer, and he said she's so good to go, so squared away, so good to go. And I was like, oh wow, I didn't know all that about her, but I agree with you. She's very transparent. Yes, she did run as a Dem once. Go ahead, sorry.
No, as I say, she ran as a Dem. She was doing really great in the debate, but the problem was they all were talking about the free stuff that they were going to give out, the healthcare and everything else, and she stopped on the stage and literally said, how do you guys plan to pay for this? And then she started drilling them, and of course they kept trying to cut her off, and then the next thing you know, the debate was over. The next day they were asking her to step down. And I was like, this is funny because we should be, and I have to laugh when people mock the Republicans for having a debate, having to vote 13 times per speaker. Well, that's called what adults do. We want to make sure that everything is right before you just go in on it. The other side says, well, we don't care if it's right or wrong. We're all going to unite, and we're going to just get behind one thing. So everybody's a monolith. Everybody's got to do one thing. We follow the leader. No dissension. She said to hell with that. John Fetterman saying to hell with that. There was another one that came out afterwards and said, hey, there might not have been an imminent threat here, but there is a Democrat that said was an imminent threat to Israel. That doesn't mean I support us going in, but there was a threat. There's people that dissent. Go ahead.
I'll be honest, I can't figure out who Trump's trying to lob, whether it's Rubio or Tulsi. It's one of the two.
I could see Tulsi as a VP candidate. I don't think she'd be ready for president. And Rubio is getting a lot of love right now. Just because first of all, the way he always seems respectful, calm, very well spoken, very intelligent. I think he's going to end up being the front runner myself. Tulsi might run, but I think she'd make it, VP. There's some good names that are, I still like David Ramaswamy too. But where he turned is when he got into combative stuff. But everybody on the stage was attacking him because they feared the young guy, the young billionaire who's built his war chest up himself. So
and there's J.D. Vance. He's in there somehow.
Well, I got a theory about that too, Joe B. So to Ice's point about Marco, Marco, I think definitely is more of a statesman in the administration right now, the way he's handled himself. And, he has the pedigree now, being a senator for a number of different terms and also being pretty much the best Secretary of State we've seen in a long, long time. And I mean long in terms of maybe 3 or 4 decades. But I do think, and don't be surprised by this, I think JD should take over Turning Point and really kind of rebuild the conservative landscape nationally for the next maybe 4 to 8 years. If Rubio can win with a high quality VP and get Turning Point back to where Charlie was taking it, because I can't see Turning Point lasting much longer. This is not a shot at her. She's no Charlie, and I think conservatives will be it will be more advantageous for the conservative landscape for JD to take over Turning Point and really kind of take it to the next level, as only he would be able to do.
How do you take it? How do you take it to the next level?
Vance may go VP with Rubio. That's what I hear.
Wow, that would be a legacy. And then he could POTUS.
I heard Rubio and JD Vance will run together.
That would be a big winning ticket.
But I don't think JD would take a back seat to Rubio for another 8 years.
You got to look at he's looking at it as a career. There's no term limits. And Peter Thiel is in the White House when JD Vance is in the White House. This whole thing is everybody's got their billionaire backers, and that's really who you're talking about. That's the truth. I'm not saying that it's, malicious or subversive, but when you read about JD Vance, honestly, a lot of this shit is performative. The only thing I remember, after all these years of JD Vance, is him yelling at Voldemort in the White House. And I still applaud that, right? But that's the only thing I remember about the guy.
So who do you think, honestly, I think Rubio's a great candidate. I think Tulsi could be. I think, JD Vance might be pretty damn. I mean, when I look, there's some people, they're not, I don't think they're far right, crazy people, right? I mean, Tulsi ran as a Democrat, so she's clearly not a far right person. But who on the left do you think is actually a reasonable candidate that could really be somebody that was the best candidate, I guess? Because right now, I don't think Gavin Newsom is. I don't think California would even vote for him. California got a little closer.
I think Raheem Obama's old
Westmoreland
chief of staff. He was the mayor of Chicago.
You think he's
Chicago hates him. Tell him about Chicago.
Yeah, if he was in Chicago, he's
background, and he would be kind of brought in as the Obama 2.0, the clean black guy, all that bullshit like that. But he has a military background. I think Westmoreland could be because he's kind of lurking. As far as like in the news media, they love him in Maryland. I do think he will pull some of the Rhino vote. So to me, that's who. If it's not Newsom, I think West will be the person, because then they'll try to shore up their quote unquote black vote, and also he may have an Hispanic VP running mate to try to shore up more Hispanic votes, which is what they've been from the Hispanic vote. And in terms of, I think if he gets even 13%. It's going to be a blowout for Republicans if they get 13%. He got like 24%. So I think that's where you may see kind of like a dark horse candidate come to the front really quick, because Gavin's going to run out of gas and got too much baggage in California. Just too much.
Yeah, but he has his hair, If he was going thin up top, I would say he doesn't have a chance, but his hair is strong. If the hair is strong on top, the man's got willpower. And AOC, if she's the candidate, I would be more hypnotized by AOC than Gavin Newsom's hair. But to me, I like a big booty Latina.
Remember when that one guy was talking to her about being a big booty Latina? She got all offended. He was walking up the Capitol steps or whatever. I was dying. But Trump would have to get it. He started doing stuff with Gavin, because I don't know if you've seen it, but they make him look like it was a Beavis and Butthead, whichever one is the dark-haired one. And it does look like him. I was dying, but
Do you
see
know?
what they do?
Do you know what? Actually fucking brilliant for this, but they made, what's his face, Vance the fraud czar, right? So Vance is going to run, right? Duh. And then what's going to happen is Vance is going to use this whole time to kind of like collect all nuggets, showing Newsom in such a bad light that he's going to be crushed when it comes to debates. There's going to be so much bad press on him, and all Vance has to turn around and say and do is like, well, I did this. If you want to eliminate this, then I'm your president. Not Newsom. He allowed all this. Like, I think it was a genius idea to make him that knowing, and Kamala's from California too, so I think it was a good idea.
Well, look at all the politicians that are, just raking it in. You get it on everybody, on both sides, really. But I mean, he would have a whole from a hell of a position to go and investigate all of this.
I think you have to look at the pre-existing gravity of, the roster of people who have attempted or people who are tangentially, on that path. And it's obvious, well, first of all, Rahm Emanuel, former Chicago governor, has been creating content nonstop. He's crying on camera, doing these roundtables. That's funded by Citadel, Ken Griffin in Miami now, who moved out of Chicago. So they're already cultivating and candidates for these next, upcoming campaigns, and it's all content. And so, anyways, people say that there's no political solution to the debt crisis. I challenge that is the only solution, because it will take political leaders to essentially discharge the debt via law. And so until you elect candidates who are actually willing to use the law to discharge the onerous debt on many mega cities like New York or Chicago or any city that has a ton of debt, or the federal government itself, they will have to use the laws to discharge the debt to the detriment of the banks. But to me, that's the only way to essentially save them from hyperinflation or odorous taxation and odorous hyperinflation. So we have to have smart politicians who are lawyers who work in debt bankruptcy law hold America, because we won't have a constitutional convention. No state is going to have a constitutional convention because of politics and the lawyers and the judges who prevent it. So we, the people, as voters, have to be smart and know that we need real patriots who are going to help alleviate the debt crisis.
Okay, on that note, I think we need a draw. You ready to shut the room down?
I am.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, friends. Thanks for joining in and participating. Great feedback, and I'm going to close the room then. Good night.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. The dogs are terrible. Go Buckeyes.
Go Buck.
Okay.
The Bucks are terrible. Go
Buckeyes! Uncommitted to a particular view.
Okay. Well, how could I be more committed to a certain view when I told you that I don't have a view?
Prejudice against Christians because you think they're hallucinating isn't the answer of how you arrive at I don't know. You arrive at I don't know by looking at the evidence and saying, oh, well, I don't know because of this evidence, right? But you're not telling me what that evidence is.
What? No, see, I don't need evidence. I don't need evidence to prove a negative.
Hey, thank you. Forfeit. You're done. You're cut like fucking corn now.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. If you want to tell people that there is a God,
I don't need evidence for God.
If you want to tell people,
thank you. I don't need evidence for God. Just like you don't need evidence for God. Okay.
So you can talk over me all you want. If you want to tell people that there is a God, then you need some kind of evidence to back that up. If I want to tell people that there is no God, I don't need evidence for that. All I need is the lack of evidence, right? And there is plenty of lack of evidence. There's plenty.
That's like the argument from nothing, right? So it's, I mean,
No, it's
once
not.
again,
No, it's not. It's not. You're
prejudice.
you are defending an assertion. You are defending an assertion, and you think that me no. You think that me saying no means an argument from, like, I mean, that's fucking bullshit. You are positing an assertion. I don't have to posit evidence to defend against your positive assertion. I don't have to do that. Okay?
Does
that make sense?
Running around with its head cut off.
Sorry? You believe that God exists. You think that other people should believe that God exists. You are positing an assertion. I don't accept your assertion. I don't have to provide grounds for why that assertion is not correct. I just have to provide grounds for why people have believed in what they believed in ever before you brought your assertion in the first place. Like it's just so fucking stupid. Like you and people like yourself, people of your ilk, you are the worst kind of people. You're the worst kind of fucking people.
It's because
Andrew awake.
do you think that all people who infer that God exists are the worst people, or just certain people who infer that?
The ones who force their belief.
I see. Without proper evidence, right? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, there is no proper evidence. Anyone that forces their beliefs on others at all.
Okay. What in your mind? What would be evidence for God, if any, if there isn't?
So what happened to Andrew?
Cut left and gave Andrew mods. I don't know if Andrew's awake.
I don't think he is.
I'm here.
Oh, Andrew, how about we have some fair mods added in case you disappear?
Yeah, sure. Euro, I mean, sound like a fair candidate, Bob.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
In all
No, I just think
fairness,
the general
it just
is
seems
good
like the scope of the conversation earlier was based on like homosexuality. I was actually enjoying like the conversation and the dialogue Andrew was having, and it seemed like a certain person was offended by that. They, I think they don't believe in the Bible, and it's reasonable to think that, because it doesn't allow for particular lifestyles. And I think that, if this doesn't allow for somebody's lifestyle, they'll say, well, I don't have a reason to believe that because this is the way I am. And then the other issue, like, upon like figuring out here, like, well, how do you know the Bible? How do you exegete or like understand the knowledge within it? What kind of hermeneutics you're going to use? So, the dude's not even like willing to sit here and listen to me on the basis of like, well, when you get into like the fringes and mixed like cottons or linen and all this other nonsense, it's like, well, I'm a person from another nation. I'm a Gentile. These laws aren't specifically for me. So it's like, it's not the understanding issue. It's not the evolutionary issue because like, I'm not hallucinating. I think evolution has good evidence backed by it, and I do believe it. And that's a mechanism I think that God uses to bring forth life in the universe. But just to kind of get back to the original baseline, it was pertaining to sexuality, and I'm sorry if it offends you, and I'm apologizing to you in all kindness here, right? Could be a little humble just to engage in it, but I think why you don't believe in God is because it doesn't allow for like a homosexual lifestyle. Now, if that pisses you off or like it makes you mad, like I'm not attacking you as a person by saying that. I'm just kind of trying to motivate the conversation where it leads, because it seems like that is more the case why you probably reject Christianity. Because I know that you're gay, and there's nothing wrong with being gay, but let's be clear here: it's the action that's condemned, not the person. So, like, we can make the conversation like differently and have the discussion, or like you can hear and be mad and hide behind ambiguity. You know, that's great. You can be ambiguous about your beliefs, about the evidence that you use to arrive at your conclusions and all that. But, you know, don't sit there and say, well, my argument is I don't need evidence for my argument, therefore my argument true, because you're not going to like that when Christians do that. So don't special plead.
Andrew, should I take part of this position?
That's a part of the reason I asked what I asked. Like, what would be your evidence for God, if any? Oh, that's great.
Kristen, you did a good job on the fine tuning the other day, buddy.
Oh yeah, thank you, Matt. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's well done. Hey, Sean, are you a Muslim, my friend? I know. Alaikum salam and salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Well, Kate, no, I did not kick Casey. Probably maybe he got drunk and passed out. I don't know.
He left in mid-sentence. It's kind of weird.
He wasn't talking. He left after Regal gave submission. And then,
I misunderstood. I thought he was talking.
Oh, where'd Sean go? Wow, darn it.
Well, I wanted to, because Casey was challenging whether there were verses in the New Testament, and I think there are verses in the New Testament.
There are.
There's Matthew 19:4-6. It's pretty clear. I mean, Jesus is talking about humans, male and female, that a man should leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that is a pretty strong precedent.
No, but he was saying it wasn't there, but it is there.
And Jesus never talked about homosexuality. He didn't explicitly mention homosexuality, but by mentioning,
But he definitely talked about male and female. He definitely talked about going to. It's in Mark as well, Mark 10:6-9.
I agree.
There, God is joined together. Let no one separate.
Yeah, that's like about divorce. But yeah, they
no, but the point is, he's talking in his wife in that sentence.
Well, yeah, it should be, because the two become one flesh. But you know, somebody might say, "Why can't a gay person become one gay person?" Like,
I'm just saying what Jesus said. Jesus talked about a man joining his wife.
He said that it wasn't like this in the beginning, that a man should join it. That was in the context of divorce, and they might try to argue, as they do, that he's just saying, "Hey, look, when God joins two people together, you don't separate it, because in the beginning he joined two people and they became one flesh. You don't separate it." But he's not making a prescription that male and female are the only two. I think that it is, but they try to argue that it's not. But here's what I was just going to say real quick. Christian, you haven't met Brother Euro here. Euro is a very strange individual because he won't tell you what his commitments are. So you can't really tell if he's a Christian or well, he's not a Christian. He's definitely not a Christian. But you can't tell if he believes in God or not. So he doesn't really tell you. But here's the thing. He doesn't think that the fine-tuning argument is a very good argument. And I'm thinking maybe we could get him to at least affirm that God exists, or that the fine-tuning argument is a good argument and it should make somebody at least think that God exists. Or at least raise their credence in God existing. I would love to hear Euro's comment on your presentation on fine-tuning, because I think you understand it very well.
Yeah, well, before I do that, Euro, well, first of all, Euro, are you there? Because I haven't heard you speak yet.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, spectacular. Well, first, why don't it's a solid argument, or at least something that is, a good supplement for God?
Well, primarily because we don't know the probability distribution, and if you don't know the probability distribution, there's no way to say that this is likely or unlikely or how unlikely it is.
And by probability distribution, are you mentioning the probability of the life permitting constants?
Yeah, the constants in terms of what values they are, what values they could be, etc. Like nobody knows those ranges or how they're interrelated. So it's not based on anything.
Okay. I'm going to say this generally, and there is actually a couple of numbers that we do have, which I'll present to you in a second. The goal of the fine-tuning argument is not to prove that God exists. I don't know why people think that it's not the goal of the fine-tuning argument. The fine-tuning argument is to say that is made by a creator, by an interventionist, right? It's not to say that it's God, but it's to say that there's a possibility of God. That's the point of it. So first, the first number I have is I think it's the generalized number that physicists have came up with for the cosmological constant of coming by chance, and it's
Demented.
1 in 10 to the 10th power to the 50th power. So way too many zeros behind that one. I don't even know how to say that in words, but it's a very, very minuscule amount. So that's the number that we have for the cosmological constant, and I'm hopefully going to go into my notes right now and find the other ones. But what would be your response to that one? That one is like a generalization, a generalized estimate by a group of physicists. I'll try to pull up the names of them right now. But what is your thought on that number in terms of the chance of it by chance? Just generally speaking. If you have any, of course.
Are you there, Euro?
Yeah,
It's a plethora thing.
It's a shit load of stuff. I already got it in my cabinet, and it's just all in one.
But it ain't Miss Dash. It ain't Miss Dash.
You're right, because I put all the seasons out there, the crushed mustard, the rosemary.
100 times.
Yeah,
People literally see us or as sympathizers for the U.S. government. Like, we're nice.
Yeah, but pockets. I hate to say it, but you're being used by these people.
I'm being
When you think that, yes, because you're nice.
I don't care. No, I don't care. I don't give a damn.
Philly.
Me though? No, is that what we do? Okay, thank you. Alright, yeah. I want y'all to get y'all shit together and let's play some stuff this weekend. Let's do that. Y'all just go to the store, get your seeds. Lowe's has 2 for I forgot how much. But I think you get like 5 bags for $10, so whatever that is. Right, somebody do the math for me because I ain't thinking, even though I know my math and I already got it in my head. Thank you. Okay, $2 bag. But y'all can go get y'all soil and let's plant some stuff. And you can make your own seasonings for real. Like we gotta count Mrs. Bags, baby. Go do your own shit.
And isn't like onion powder and stuff, like if you just dehydrate raw onion and put it in your blender, that's onion powder right there. Same kind of garlic powder.
Correct. Yes,
it's pretty simple.
And it's fresher. It's more real. And it's yours. And you can just crush it.
And it's not
to the morons that's gonna fall for this shit. Why he is an IRGC supporter, because if you clear off, America is bombing the country, the people are coming out and cheering and saying, thank you, America. Have you ever seen anything like this in fucking history? Are you guys all fucking retarded?
He's 100% right. He's 100% right.
Who's disagreeing with you?
He is right.
No, he's saying you're allowing the platform of fucking IRGC.
Literally, get rid of him. Remove him from the room. He's only fucking laughing at us.
It's crazy. You're letting him talk. Don't let the crazy guy talk.
Remove him from the room if you don't want him here.
Hold on, guys. That's 500 IRGC supporters.
People are so worried. Remove him.
He can listen to other educated people. He has a right to listen.
The right to listen to terrorists?
Doesn't matter.
The niggas do is alright, but when the Arabs do it, listen, when niggas do it,
There's a lot
of self-hating Americans in this room right now, too.
But then, and I said the same shit, and you guys just came out here and put on we can't do that. I just said people see our government as terrorists, and you guys are like, no, it's not the same. This is IRGC. Then remove him. He shouldn't be.
The best thing to do is to drop them down.
Iranians never had slavery for 200 years. Remove him.
Force them to listen.
Okay, can someone else speak?
He doesn't understand what we're saying.
You're right.
Anyway.
You're right, John.
Okay, this is unnecessary. Like, can someone new speak? This is when we're.
Yeah, go ahead. That's 500.
Okay, so basically, I just like 30 seconds uninterrupted. I promise I won't take a second. So, essentially, okay, yes, whether it was 5,000 or 500 or 45,000 people that were killed in Iran, that's really their business. Okay, that's not our business. Our business as Americans is to look out for America's interests, which include Israel's interests, right? Which means protecting Israel, protecting Israeli lives, and standing with Israel, right? And that's really, as Americans, that should be our focus. But when we're saying like, oh, they killed so many of their own people, these are just lame excuses, okay? This war is about a lot of things. It's about resources, it's about money, it's about geopolitical supremacy. It has nothing to do with those protesters. That's their whatever Iran.
Yes, but we don't know the culture. We don't know the culture of times.
Let him speak, please.
Let that guy talk who has his name is Russian rocket business.
Guys, he asked not to be interrupted. Can you just let us? 500. He's not done.
Abby, please pass the mic to Jarbat after that.
Nobody has gone to Iran and personally counted the bodies and verified how many people have been killed, right? So this is all speculation, and it's really like diverting from the true point here, which is the U.S. should be standing with Israel. Israel has a serious, legitimate security concern about Iran, and as Americans, I think we should be loyal to our country and our country's foreign policy. The core pillar of our foreign policy is keeping it safe. Right? And
Incorrect. I'm sorry.
He's LARPing, guys. Last time I saw him at 500, he was going on a rant about how the fucking IDF is a bunch of scumbags.
No, he's LARPing.
He was pro-Gaza last time.
I will actually be
500 is LARP. He's a fucking faggot. He supports the Gazans.
Okay, hold on. I support the innocent Palestinians.
Hold on, pockets. So the reason why the 30,000 or how many protesters are relevant to this is it showed an indication that the timing was right for the U.S. to act, because there could have been enough rage on the ground to actually spur regime change. So that's why there's a relevancy to the amount of protesters killed. And second, the stronger that we make our coalitions, the weaker our dependency is on Israel in the region. This has absolutely nothing to do with Israel. This is all about U.S. interests. It just happens to align with what Israel is doing in the region as well. But this is all about U.S.'s interests. And the stronger we can make our allies with the Arab countries, the Gulf states, the UAE. What's that?
Sure, you're spot on, because it's the UAE, it's Saudi. Look at how it's 14 countries or 12 countries that they shot at. How many, Sure?
It's like 13.
People about Lebanon or Jordan.
It wasn't really the countries, though. It was wherever they had the bases. The U.S.
They don't matter. They don't matter. The civilians were getting killed. It don't matter.
I don't know. I mean,
we launched weapons to Azerbaijan. We don't have anything there.
Yeah, so we don't have anything there. Hey, they shot at the hotels.
Literally.
I just stayed in a hotel 2 weeks before they shot at it in Dubai. Okay, that's not a military base. It's a 6-star hotel. It's ridiculous. These are civilian locations they're shooting at. This is civilian terminals and airports. There's nothing to do with military bases.
Hold
on 1 second. Moderators, did one of you kick or block Michael?
you do.
Of course you.
Moderators.
Yeah.
Not me.
But we need, but let's get that.
Hold on. Can you just get this? Did somebody kick or block Michael? I just want to know.
Which Michael?
Rich had one.
Hey.
Yeah,
The Michael that was here talking. Okay,
I'm like the empty. I'm not a bitch.
you guys are so disrespectful. You see that I'm trying to moderate a room.
We don't know who you're talking about.
Well, obviously, you are not a part of this conversation.
Say his full name.
Rich, shut the fuck up.
Michaels.
This is between the mods, you guys. Shut up. Go ahead, Eva.
This is my house. I'll talk.
Michael B. He had he was the guy.
Go to reporter one second.
Oh, the gay guy.
He had the open jacket and the
Yes, his username is One Young God. If you go to report a recent speaker, he is one of the recent speakers. You can find out who it is. It is One Young God.
I claim that Shlomi was his that guy.
That guy.
I don't think he claimed that he asked for evidence and then
He claimed it.
Yeah, he said that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Did you kick him out?
No.
Did you kick him or block him?
No, I don't know.
Who kicked him or blocked him?
Well, Bima, if he was kicked, doesn't matter if he's blocked because once he can anyways enter into the room. So if he's been
Well, all I'm asking is.
Yeah, we're all gonna do like
Because if he wasn't kicked, because this is what he said. He said that he went out to restart the app, but then when he came back, he can't get in the room. So I
tell him that. Okay, tell him. I can help you.
Somebody blocked him.
I can help you how to get. Okay, I can help you how to get back in if he's not kicked out.
To the top.
Okay.
Put his profile. I don't have a
Put his profile. Sit and.
So is any mod going to take responsibility or accountability for saying that?
Oh my God!
I don't have a
Don't let Rich back up.
Thank you.
He was trying to explain how to get the guy back in. That's
Right, and we can ask him after we figure this out. Because if somebody just has a block, to unblock him. Who blocked him or kicked him out? That's what I want to know.
Well, have him try now.
Pockets, why is everybody talking? Why is anybody mods talking?
I think Magic. Keep going, Bima.
Does anybody know which mod blocked or kicked him?
You might be like
Okay, so what I'm gonna do,
Put him in the room.
who is going to admit one of you blocked or kicked him? So can someone just say who blocked or kicked him?
Just submit it. We're not gonna do anything to you. Just submit it. Go for it.
I'm not going to, bro.
I don't have this guy blocked or kicked.
Do not.
I just didn't like what he said. I don't have him blocked or kicked.
Do not.
Beat a page on the top to see who he is.
Tell him to come in now because Rich made a goo and Rich may have blocked it. So
Rich is not a moderator, does it?
No, yes. If you're on the stage, you can they can't get in. Trust me.
People invited me back.
No, I can't see it.
No, we would have to block moderator and have him block in order for him to not be able to come on a stage. Beamon, can you send him the link? Send him the link for the room.
Oh, there he is. He's here. Look at God. Look at the one God.
Oh, look, somebody kicked him.
All right, excellent, thank you.
Okay, so Jarpod essentially made
they changed the regime free.
Thank you. So
you're gonna keep your nonsense comments to yourself, right?
And just to be clear, someone did have him blocked. They didn't admit it because I did give him the link. It's saying that the link from this room back in the room.
Literally.
Okay, so Jarpod
Whatever.
Michael's talking.
Jarbod made the exact same point as me. He just articulated the point much better. But yes, America's interests in the Middle East are Israel's interests. They completely overlap, right? Whether they go,
that's 500. That's 500. Of course they overlap because when the Israeli flag gets burned in the fucking government of Iran, in their parliament, you know what flag is getting burned right next to it? That's 500.
America! Oh my God!
buddy.
Rafi, and guess which one they always yell death to first?
Oh yeah, America. That's 500. Let's play a game. Who's big Satan? Who's small Satan? Let's go. Let's play a game. Let's see how smart you are. Come on, you know what?
I think America's big Satan.
The pocket. Stop it. This is
wrong. My bad.
like it when he does his own in his pockets. I like it when he looks over. Come on, my bad, y'all. It's okay. It's okay.
Hey,
Continue spilling your nonsense. No, there's a lot of guys. Again, we have an educated moron on the stage here. If you guys like what he's saying,
We will build a dome.
he's gonna guide you to the proper conspiracies and
We
everything.
will build a dome.
Guys, follow him. Great fucking guy. 500. This is a person to listen, admire.
No, he's a
X500, did you know Columbus was looking for the extra world?
He's a Hamas supporter.
Are you sure? Please don't have anyone rag on Columbus pockets. I got
It was a very
And I protect that statue in South Philly.
He wasn't looking for the people that know me are making random attacks.
It's really important that no one takes that statue in South Philly. Like
People are making random attacks.
Did you make it be you?
Your pockets, your second class word.
Hey, hold on. Pockets, I hope you win a Grammy, but please, if you go up on that stage, please do not say Free Palestine. Please.
I never said Free Palestine. What the fuck are you talking about?
I feel like you're going
she
to
would
say
say Go Birds though. I guarantee you she'd say Go Birds.
Free Palestine.
Okay, so the fact,
are y'all okay?
the fact of the matter is that the only common interest that the Gulf countries in the U.S. share is maintaining the petrodollar, right? That's the only overlapping interest that the Gulf countries.
Really. They've tried to create an economic zone for tourism.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not the petrodollar.
No, but that doesn't matter to the U.S.
But they would, yeah, you're right. But no, it actually does because it'll stabilize the region. But if they don't really care what currency they exchange.
The U.S. doesn't need this as long as Israel is
stable. We don't need it at all.
We don't need the region to be stable. We don't care if the region is stable.
No, we need the region to be stable.
It's 500. Are you Indian?
Shut up, Thanksgiving.
No, he's an Arab Muslim pretending to be a Jew, pretending to support Israel.
I'm not Arab.
He's a woke alley fucking faggot. I've been in rooms with him and with Amir.
Serious?
That's 500. I've been in rooms with fucking Amir, talking about fuck the Jews,
I have a question for Jar.
genocide in Gaza.
I have a question for Jar. Jar, do you think that we're close? Do you think that now it might be closer for KSA, for Saudi to look at the Accords differently as a result of this? Some of the alliances. Yeah. Do you feel? I feel like the alliances have started to come together as a result of this from the Gulf region.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely.
I'm joking.
It feels that way, right, Jar? I mean, it feels like that they're working together, and these alliances.
See, the problem is Iran thought that they could like create an economic harm that would turn against the U.S. and then it backfired on them like insanely. So like their strategy was they couldn't escalate with the U.S., so they tried to create an economic harm that would cause the other Arab states to kind of rally against the U.S. to try to end it early, and it didn't work. It backfired. So, that right there is just enough to solidify. And the other, this crown just wants us Saudi Arabia wants us to invade Iran for them, and we're going to do it, but he wants us to. He's pressuring the president to do it.
Yeah, that's for the most part. I agree with that.
Jar, I was in Saudi 2 weeks before everything just happened. And I was in Saudi and Bahrain and the Emirates, and actually was at an event at the U.S. Embassy. Thank God, but 2 weeks they waited before everything started exploding at the embassy. But we listened to foreign minister of KSA at the time. And it was really interesting because it kind of leads into what you were saying. He said that they see the Muslim Brotherhood and Iran as an enemy. It was very clear to say he sees them as an enemy, but they were not calling for regime change. They were saying, I think they had fears that what would change might be worse for them in a strange way, as bad as the regime is. And he said it about 4 times in his speech, that he sees them as an enemy, but they're not advocating the change. I would think now the KSA has taken a different position on this, and it's a much because now that they've been hit, they've been attacked.
Yeah,
I feel like they've taken a more aggressive position on it.
They're going to take a more aggressive role in the Strait. So like at the end of the day, Iran's not going to control, either perceived or act control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's all going to be UAE, Qatar, and Saudi. It's going to be those three countries. But the funny thing about this is it's the old Shia-Sunni rivalry. Like, believe it or not, it's still there. It's the Shia sect that they're worried about in Iran. It's not the Persian people. The overall like the majority of the people in the country are not Shia.
Where are you getting this information from that the Gulf states are going to control the Strait of Hormuz? Like, how are you
going to be Iran? It's not going to be
Iran, and most likely it'll be the Gulf.
No, but how do you come to that conclusion? Like, are they going to magically just change the geography and the topography? Like, are they going to alter it?
Remember last time I was there?
Have you been over there, S500? Have you been there? I don't. S500. Have you been to the UAE or to
I was
Saudi?
literally there.
So
when
how
the war
far
started.
is the UAE from Iran?
It's literally on the opposing sides of the strait.
How far is it?
Probably, I don't know exactly, but I would think maybe
Take a guess.
30 miles.
31 miles at its widest point.
Yeah. So what do you have to change in the topography?
So here's the other
UAE
thing,
have to be 20 miles, not 30 miles? I mean, what point?
So that's like, this is common sense, right? Are you gonna grab?
Let me finish.
Are you gonna grab like Iran's side of the strait?
Hold on. No, they don't have to grab our side of the strait. So the problem is when the British left the region in 1970 or 79, whenever that was, the islands in the region became contested pretty quickly, just because they were the only one with an actual military sizable force, and then they consolidated that power during the first Iran-Iraq War. So way back, not the Gulf War, but the Iran-Iraq War. And ever since then, they militarized them. Iraq bombed the shit out of Karg Island for like weeks, and then they militarized that as well. So like, Karg Island is really kind of a separate animal, but the islands in the Strait, they've been contested by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Iran. Iran just occupied them for the last 40 years. Countries lay claim to those, and those are what is them control of the strait. That's where they want these from. That's where they launch their mining ships to be able to mine the strait. It all comes from. It doesn't come from the Iran Gulf side. That's a giant cliff. They don't have any bases there. They don't have much there. It's all on the cliff side. Everything else, their Coast Guard bases are down on the islands in the strait itself. Those islands are not going to remain in Iran control after this conflict.
Jar, I have to correct you on one thing. The Brits, they never left. When you said that they left.
Well, they turned the region, yeah, right. They didn't leave, but they did, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So look, I 100% support Israel, but I'm not convinced that what you're saying is true.
Fucking Hollywood faggot.
Yeah, I mean, like, the trolling isn't working. Like, it's just stab at a conversation. Trolling is just really disingenuous. And very transparent. So yeah, like it's I find it. Yeah. So anyway, Jar, going back to this because it's just understanding how the control would happen as
don't listen to this.
You're a lying sack of shit. You were in the chat telling me to go up on stage and debate fucking Amir. And then as soon as I went up on stage,
now we get into Jar. Can you go on saying?
If you have a pink ticket, you're not allowed to talk until you cash that in.
Jar, could you cash in your pink ticket? Jar, go to the top where it says political playhouse and just join.
Yeah, join the house, just like you did.
Little blonde Lebanese terrorist.
But going back to what you were saying, Jar, because it's really interesting, how hard do you think that it will be with respect to the other islands that are there? I mean, what's on those islands?
Well, Karg Island, it's not really in the strait. It's farther north. We're not
farther north.
That's going to remain in Iran's control. It pretty much has to. I really wish. I don't think we're going to use the Marines to go in and take the islands. We might, but don't get me wrong. You know, don't play chicken with Trump because he's the kind of president that pulls the steering wheel off and throws it out the window and kind of shows you that he's not playing chicken. But so he could take any of those islands. The Marines could take those islands pretty easily. Now holding them longer periods, like the length of time that we can hold them is probably only 30 days before we come up against our own laws in the U.S. Plus, MEUs are only designed to operate for 30 days without resupply or sustainment. So, but part of that plan would be transitioning control over to UAE or Saudi. Iran would get Karg Island back no matter what, but that would go back toward the people and whatever regime change happens in the country. But the islands itself, the ones, the 6 or 7 that are actually in the strait, those we could, I mean, the Iranians could go and occupy those pretty quickly. The problem is they come under direct fire from Iran. Like they're much closer within range of their drones and missile attacks, but it's not something that we can't overcome. I think that the biggest concern is like where the U.S. stops. We pull out, and then there's going to become we call it like a lawnmower effect to go in and occasionally do maintenance. I think the other countries in the region are going to take that up, and that's what Trump is trying to build with both the NATO alliances and UAE and the other countries, the Arab alliance in that region. Is that they're the ones that are going to take over that maintenance program to prevent foothold in that region again.
Really interesting. Thank you.
So keep in mind that, like,
Just read everything in the chat. Go ahead.
I've been listening to him.
Yeah, they don't have, so the UAE was the one that was allowing them to have access to SWIFT and making like currency transactions, and they shut that off. So at some point, like they were supposed to get paid on like March 31st or 21st. Their military never got paid. So like wars tend to end when people get hungry, alone, and without pay, right? Like that's when wars end. And that the soldiers and everyone in the regular military aren't being paid. They're not able to make transactions. All the transactions that Iran's been able to collect through the duties that they've been trying to charge through those islands. Like you literally watch the cargo ships. They go up into the littoral region, like those little islands that are up in the northern side of the strait that are pretty close to Iran, pay the tolls and leave. And there's only been like 3 or 4 confirmed tolls that are paid it, but they've been transacting in the yuan. Well, you're not going to be paying the Iranian military in Chinese currency. So like they're going to really struggle to start paying their people, and at some point it's just going to end.
Yeah, look, I just beg to differ. Vietnam, remember? How did that work out?
Yeah, this is very Vietnam.
Why?
It's completely different than Vietnam.
It's more like World War II.
Vietnam was being funded by the Chinese Communist Party, the Russians, and everyone else outside, like flooding resources in. Iran doesn't have any resources coming in. They have arms coming in that are being smuggled across the land, like through Turkmenistan and other, like through the Chinese land routes. But that's all that's coming in is just minuscule arms. We know that. We could start attacking those. Yeah, they're sending in drones and
minuscule arms. Like you said, like bombing Cambodia during the Vietnam War and all that, right?
Yeah, it's nothing like the Vietnam War.
It's completely
nothing like Afghanistan 1.0, nothing like Iraq.
Yeah, we learned a lot from the GWT.
What have you learned?
Global War on Terror. We don't fight wars the same. So like we've shown through Venezuela that we don't need to. We can go directly to the capital and take out the leadership. We did that in Iran. We did that in Venezuela. We don't fight the wars. We learned a lot from.
Any destination in the world, you can set a missile off.
Well, it's not even a missile. Yeah. I mean, we just come in the middle of the night and grab you if we wanted.
Yeah, well, that's not. What does that mean?
We also have
tomahawks.
We also have a history of taking islands. We also have a history.
Let's have a real conversation, can
we? We just literally demonstrated it. We kidnapped the world leader and we decapitated the Iranian leadership in the first 24 hours of this conflict.
And we kidnapped him in a Nike Tech.
No, Jarbot, for a few seconds, 113 simultaneous strikes. Fucking amazing.
Anyways, Cuba's next.
Oh yeah, Cuba's next. Their power's been turned off for like a month now, so it's been pretty bad.
The real problem, and then I'll go back to listening, but the real problem that we have with Persia is they're more than willing to allow the U.S. to do the heavy lifting, and I don't know if the Persian people have like the chutzpah, I don't know what the right word is, but like the will that they actually do. Like when we did our Revolutionary War in the U.S., I mean it was years and thousands of lives lost, right? Like they lost their 30,000 protesters, and I don't know if like the Persian people are really up for that, but they seem to be with some of the emergence of some of the stuff we've seen on the ground. The unique difference about this war is like basically it's the first time this has ever been seen, and we've ever been able to utilize this. Iranian Persian people are able to like personalized drone strikes against Basij, which is like their militia. It's the Yeah, and then the Artesh is their regular army. The Siege and the IRGC are the other three branches, or basically like three branches. They're able to call in real-time airstrikes on their own using Israeli and U.S. Communication apps to drop bombs on these hard points and checkpoints and take them out. So like all the people that were used to killing the people that were killing protesters, last summer, they set up a checkpoint, they write it in, drop a bomb on it, and they're gone.
George, don't you think that also Mossad, basically Israel will start getting weaponry to the resistance there? And they're already getting some of it, but I think that'll ramp up. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they get it done. Oh, Joe, just real quick. I just want to say, I think you got to remove the radical Islam from Iran.
So this is something that I talked about. I come in from Spaces, so I don't do Clubhouse very often. Steven knows me from Spaces. But when Trump says that we've seen a change in the regime, we really have. And what happened was when they nominated whatever the guy's name is, the Ayatollah's son, it showed a marked change from the Ayatollah's son, Mustafa. Yeah, it showed a marked change in the direction that the country was going to go. Because he was kind of, I don't want to say he's a moderate, but he's definitely not the clergy. And what you're seeing was a consolidation to security state, for good or for worse, right? And I predicted that this was going to happen like 3 weeks ago. So the security apparatus, the IRGC, is taking more and more direct control, and the clergy is becoming an old school remnant of what it was. It's just a facade. It would be like what it was under the Ayatollah. So that we've already seen that dynamic shift start to occur, and now that they've been basically negotiating with the Speaker of the Parliament, I can't remember his name. He's more of a what they call a moderate hardliner. I don't know. It's kind of like an oxymoron, but he's more of a political entity. And he's run for president several times and just hasn't gotten the support to do it. But I think we've definitely. So what I'm trying to say is that Islamic clergy, the radical Islam, they've been put on the back burner. The security apparatus has taken a step up to consolidate more of their power and control over the country, and it's a good thing and a bad thing because it isolates the clergy, but it puts potential for the IRGC to have a more oppression of the population, stuff like that. But we'll see how it works out. It's
not going to work out. It's not going to work out the way you think it is going to work out. What's going to happen is, after this, Taiwan is probably next, and Ukraine's going to get its ass kicked.
Oh my God!
Yeah. You fucked up. You don't believe your own propaganda.
This was a huge like they did in Hong Kong, and it's not going to fucking happen.
There's lots of problems in China. I spent some time in China the last couple of years ago, and China's a very different animal now. It's just I don't want to switch the topics, but I guess we can. So Xi Jinping, when he fired all but one of the military commanders and consolidated direct control of the military. And what he did was he put out a propaganda to the remaining generals and said, you need to issue a statement of a proclamation affirming his actions. And no one responded to it. So none of the generals really, he tried to coalesce power. None of the generals seemed supportive of it. They didn't really walk. They'd be headed. Well, they gotta be careful, right? Because he can, yeah. So he, and then, with all the technology failures that they had with the technology they exported to Iran was a near peer adversary to the U.S. And we just basically walked in, and they were relying on a lot of Russian and China. We did the same thing in Iraq. Yeah,
can I interject? There's been 40 years of sanctions on Iran. They don't even have an air. They have nothing.
Right. Yeah, they're not near peer.
They have the generation fighters. No.
Dude, they don't have nothing, bro.
America hasn't fought a peer rival. America hasn't fought a peer rival since World War II.
There is no peer rival to America. There's none. We're ahead.
There is none. We haven't fought one since World War II.
Iran is using legacy systems, legacy equipment. They don't have fifth generation fighters. That's total propaganda.
They have no air force. They have no satellites. They have nothing. If they had anything,
well, they have nothing.
You think they'd get their ass kicked so badly? Come on.
We totally had it.
They never got it. They never got it.
Even China doesn't have nothing much on the United States. You guys are just fooled by their rapid development, but that doesn't mean anything. They can't put it all together. They don't have much of a navy. They couldn't do things. If they ran out of Air Force fighter jets, they wouldn't have nothing to get across the ocean with. They got like one aircraft carrier. That's not going to do anything to get them across the Taiwan to do damage.
Yeah, they're building better weapons. They have
nuclear weapons, they can level.
Yeah,
they can level the U.S.
Dude, don't say that. They can absolutely not level the. Let me tell you something. The way the U.S.
They
talks
can level
about
the U.S.
No, they
The
can't.
U.S. is very
They
easy to
cannot.
knock off.
No, it's not.
Listening to us right now. Absolutely, you can knock the U.S. off in 30 minutes. You can turn the U.S.
No, you can't. You
can turn the lights off in America in 30
Let me
minutes.
tickle your fancy real quick, since you want to say shut the lights off, right? Since we're the first ones that actually put the nuclear bomb into use, right? I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna remind you this. Our videos that we show about the power of our nukes are still like 50 years old, brother. Like, you have no idea how much advancement the United States has made with nuclear technology, and even as far as deterring nuclear technology. Russia tried to get something off the ground during the war in Ukraine. It was actually, they didn't know there was nuclear tipped on it. Guess what we did? We shut it down from space, dude. Shit exploded right out of the freaking launch out of the ground. It blew up right on the launch pad. So you have no idea. We could stop it before it even goes, dude. We're on a different level of technology.
Well, that's really good to know. It's good to hear that.
Yo, Jar, I got a question.
Guys, hold on just a second.
I was gonna ask Jar a question.
So the one thing that
So you're just saying that we blew up Russian. Wait. Let me just.
Did I just hear that he's saying we blew up Russian nuclear weapons?
We just said you just declared.
Did I just hear that? Did we just both hear that?
No.
I think we both heard the same thing.
I think we heard because I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, they couldn't.
If you want to explain nuclear, like, you don't think that would be noticed in the
I forget what the name of the missile is. I think it was like a Satan 2 or something like that. It was coming out of the
If
ground.
you're gonna attack, you can't forget nothing.
Right. So,
You gotta eat it.
yes, I'm ready to eat it.
I think you would be get charged for releasing that information. Right? That would be classified.
Bro, listen, you gotta be able to see the big picture here. Russia.
Can we kick these LARPing faggots who are working together to derail the conversation and have their own little side conversation because they're working together?
So how come they haven't opened up the Strait of Hormuz?
Michael B.
Why are you asking
are
people to come
buddies,
in?
and they're in here
What
pretending
faggots
like
do
they're
I need to
arguing with
kick?
each other.
Who?
And actually,
Who?
they're buddies.
Yo, shut the
What
fuck up,
faggots?
faggot.
No.
I'm
It's
sick and I don't feel good, and
Mike,
I.
Use your LGBTQ voice, dude. Shut up.
And they're both in here pretending like they're arguing.
You sound like you sit on dicks for a living. Shut the fuck up.
For the next 3 hours so nobody else can have a conversation.
Yeah, well, guess what?
An actual productive conversations.
Okay, sir.
Who did that?
Michael B., you're a faggot.
I did.
Yes, sir.
Did you do? No, that's fine.
So hold on. So one thing that everybody seems to forget about is we're talking about nuclear weapons. We've got them all over the world. We've got our Ohio class subs. They can carry 27. Now legally they're only supposed to carry 22. If all hell breaks loose, do you think we're only loading 22? But they put 22. Hold on. They put 22 of them on there. Inside of each one of the missiles are 8 nuclear warheads. One of those is 40 times stronger than the one dropped in Hiroshima. So that'll tell you just one Ohio class sub what it can do. I mean, the level of power that the U.S. has, and that's just what we know. Let's be real. Do you think we really know the best and the most powerful we have? Absolutely not. Then everybody wants to go, why didn't you open up the Strait of Hormuz? Well, I don't know if you guys have understood a little bit about the way it works, but they have things called mines, right? And they're not just mines that float in the water. They have mines that sit on the bottom. And
Yeah, they haven't mined it yet.
Yeah, and so they have ones that they put in a long time.
They haven't mined it yet. No, they haven't mined it yet.
They've had some. We have.
And we're making money on the oil, so it's cool. The reason it benefits us, even if it stays closed, is because we are the largest exporter for oil, right? So we make money as long as it's closed.
So you're the Iranian guy that Leo's talking about. Leo's over there trying to suck me.
All right, so Jar, I have a question, Jar. Have you heard about the Chandu J20? How when they siphoned off and stole all the information from our servers, they didn't understand it. They didn't know that we had the molecular bonding process was good. And then they went and fucking built their Chandu J20 jets. And when they hit Mach 3, they started peeling apart.
Well, I don't know about the Mach 3 peeling apart thing, but
yeah, they did.
Shit missile. Yeah, man. Whoever's trying to say that China, even Russia, I'm sorry, you guys give too much credit to Russia. They're not standing on nothing when it comes to our military. That's it. Oh no.
This dude, he got out of jail and he was showing me all his guns. He had some crazy ass guns. He said the HCF hit him and shit like that. But he was telling me how easy it is to hack China. He said his friends used to always hack China and shit like that for fun, which was crazy. He was talking about the dark web. We was checking it for a minute.
Producer, we have an event here every year in my city where we have conventions all the time, and there's a hackers convention. And you'd be amazed at the stuff they can hack.
in China.
Abby, there's a gentleman, and your bot, Dan and Sheila, know him as Tom the Carnivore.
I mean, Guccifer did get caught, though.
Fuck you.
The other question is what cyber warfare happening also at the same time between the countries.
I can't talk about it. It's happening right now. To be honest with you, things have not been going according to plan.
Well, North Korea's been acting up a little bit. We had the hack against Stryker. They attributed that to Iran, but well, I mean, it was a Iranian-backed, proxy, whatever, supposedly claimed credit for it. But yeah, I mean, don't underestimate the cyber side of things. The people are smart. So like the cyber is a real threat. But
They shut Amazon down for a couple days.
Yeah.
No, that's to me actually it's a major threat and it's a real fear. I mean, I particularly had experience of someone, a corporate person, that made a comment about Iran several years ago, and within a day they hacked into the company's system and just caused havoc. I mean, it was a big company, and literally was like 24 hours after the comment was made about bombing them. So yeah, they're swifter than people, and that's years ago. What the capabilities are, it's very concerning.
Yeah, I went on Amazon and I was trying to look at something and it was down, and I called my dad. Oh, Iran's fucking with us. And then I looked online and it said that they were hacking us.
It was jack shit. Like, they haven't done jack shit, to be honest with you. Think about it. It's been going on for 5 weeks. Nothing's happened. You thought they'd take down the banking system. Nothing happened. Power grid. Nothing. So I think,
They hacked into Cash Patel's email. They got
Jordan, did you hear about the radio transmission from Western Europe in Farsi?
What's that?
Did you hear about the radio transmission at the same time as Iran?
Conflict?
Yeah, right out in Western. It was somewhere in like Italy or Germany or something like that, and the guy was transmitting. Yeah.
I don't know if they ever figured out what it was. It was encoded.
Yeah, it was a coded message, but he was just saying alert, 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 and then he sent out the code. And then he tried to do like
explain this, Rich. Start from the beginning, because I don't know.
Yeah, so there was a guy in Central and Western Europe that was transmitting in Farsi, and he was saying alert, 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 and then he was transmitting codes, and then they tried to like figure out where he was and stuff, and then he did I can't remember what they call it, it's a frog something, but it's like in essence like it keeps it where you can't like. But he kept transmitting and stuff, so they couldn't listen to what he was transmitting. But you'd have to have like the cipher key to like know what he's saying.
Yeah, it was broadcast on the old like Radio Free Europe.
Yeah, like
whatever. Yeah, and so like it's just free broadcast. So hidden signal.
Yeah, he was skipping on ham radio.
Trying to people thought it was trying to mobilize like sleeper cells, but whatever, yeah.
There ain't no sleeper cell. Ain't nobody gonna go do no shit for Iran anywhere, bro. You see what the fuck happens.
There are sleeper cells.
Well, it's not that
I know, Abby. I know they literally are, but I'm saying it like realistically. I don't think we should worry about them.
Let me just say something. Before Trump was in office, during the Biden administration.
So if you worry about something long enough, it's gonna come true.
Well, I know. Before Trump was in office, during the Biden administration, when Director Wray was running the FBI.
We didn't manifest this.
Before Trump was in office, when Director Wray was running the FBI, he testified in front of Congress about the heightened concern of the sleeper cells and the cells, and also testified about how many came in through the borders during the Biden administration that were on the watch list and were of great concern, and that they didn't even have the full numbers of how many. They knew at that time it was several hundred that were directly on the watch list, but they felt there could be thousands that have come in that they couldn't have track down. So that was before Trump was in office. That's before a lot of the chaos was happening in the Middle East. And now it's just amplified exponentially. So yes, I mean, you can listen to the entire reports, but I'm taking the political element out of this and saying that before even Trump, this was a major issue.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's two types. So there's the cells, which are like funded by foreign nationals, whatever. Those are actually relatively easy for the NSA, FBI, CIA to track down. They probably have tabs on a lot of those that have already tried to infiltrate the U.S. It's the lone wolves that have zero visibility they have to really worry about. Like the one that shot up Austin, they'll just randomly walk into a place and cause havoc or chaos. Those are the ones you really have to worry about because there's no one to track them until they become active.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I'm involved in security, and most of our issues are lone wolves, and our threats to life that we track, and generally the threats are coming. First of all, if someone's going to blow something up, they usually don't send you an email in advance telling they're going to do it. And we get a lot of emails. But generally, when they're investigated, it's a lone wolf.
I mean, there's no imminent threat.
People in my spam folder trying to for money, talking about porno and a bunch of other weird shit that I'm not part of.
Yeah, nobody cares about your manifest destination.
I'm not going to be scared.
It's fucking weirdo, bro.
What he's talking. Anyway,
If you just wish it in, it'll happen.
We had in 6 days 8,000 incident reports. I mean, it's insane, but a lot of them track back to someone sitting in the parents' basement kind of situation. You're correct. Majority of them are lone wolf.
Yeah, it's the Tyler Robinsons of the world.
Yes.
Right? Like the guys that are radicalized. Either they've come in and they've walked across the southern border, radicalized and come in that way, or they're radicalized here. Either way, it's those are the ones you really have to worry about. Like it's just sad, but like that's the threat that we're dealing with.
Hey Jar, I got a question for you. Personal question. You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable.
Sure.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Or did you grow up in like New York or somewhere up north?
No, I was raised Catholic, dude.
Oh, well, you said chutzpah earlier.
Yeah.
You really have a lot of knowledge on this. Thank you, Steve.
Almost like he's an intel guy.
He's a very intelligent individual. To be candid, not to insult the hosts because they're lovely and several of them are OGs. Wow, I love you guys. But the X spaces, of course I do. The X spaces have infinitely better conversations than Clubhouse. And I only infinitely.
You have to let you on stage, Steven.
Or that's true.
Yeah, they're assholes. You come into that space and you immediately get kicked in 2 seconds. You're like, what did I?
Saying the app is better. To be honest with you, the Clubhouse
500
app
people in the room.
The Clubhouse app is
The spaces
infinitely
on X
better
are
than
all
that.
echo chambers.
Yeah.
They're terrible echo chambers.
The only problem is there's a spy in the listeners.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20% refund on this year's property tax bills. Credits going out by December.
I know there's a spy. I know there's a spy. Someone's listening to us, getting info.
Tonight, I'm ordering.
If you guys want to meet a legitimate...
You actually have, I can tell you this, I can tell you that law enforcement is monitoring most social media now, and don't be shocked by that. I mean, that's not something hidden. They talk about it. They're absolutely monitoring spaces and algorithms, and there is AI that can track and it picks up words and it picks up algorithms, and there's no question, and chat rooms are on the radar.
Yeah,
That's not.
You're listening. Thanks. If you wanted to know, we actually
That's not
have
just foreign chat rooms, that's also domestic as well, right?
Absolutely.
So ironically, it started with the Pentagon trying to monitor the social media. That's just started.
I was actually we have a former Central Intelligence agent talking with Chicago hard worker. Home is his account right now. Come off mic, John.
Shout out to that, bro.
Yeah, Langley, baby.
I'll always be your
I like Fort Meade better, John.
John Kiriakou.
You got that with top.
No, the guy home next to Jar.
Yeah, this is John. This is John Kiriakou. I'm the former CIA agent you know so much about. This is John Kiriakou. I wrote the CIA manual on how to catch Hillary Clinton, but they never caught her. The biggest bandit of America, Hillary Clinton.
He does have brain damage.
I am the R word. I was told that I couldn't say the R word, so now I have to say the R word.
Russia.
By the way, Pockets, I think your AI music career is really going to take off. I'm super excited.
John, I have a question. Who's this handsome young man in my PTR?
Wait, let me look. Oh my God, look at that handsome officer. That U.S. Army officer with that U.S. Marine Corps General Grinolds. General Grinolds.
John, I want to get your photo again. Hold on.
Hey John, can you run my ISRC please and see if you can find anything?
I think that this app confirms that ADHD is a real thing.
Run my.
Yeah, 100% ADHD and all kinds of shit. It's all.
Hey, I got one of
You
those.
said it wasn't real.
You just gotta stop eating French fries.
Santa Claus is also real.
You know what's also true? The Satan 2 did pop up for like 4 or 5 of them.
Dude, shut up. Dude, shut up for a second. Hey, Carlos, your music is actually pretty good sounding, but I feel like your personality.
You can do it anytime.
My personality's not for you. That's a beautiful thing.
It's just going to be more on conversations from now on.
It's actually because of her personality that I'll listen to her
It's
music.
going to be Michael B.
I literally hate 90.
No, and you think Pockets is a sexy lesbo, and you're dating a lesbian congresswoman. Hello?
Big black guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can keep pockets.
Pockets, no.
Honestly, the fact
Billions.
that all you guys think
She
about
hates
dick
black
and
guys.
my
She
vagina
loves
is gay
billions.
as
Yeah, you can keep pockets.
gay.
We love the brothers.
She likes Sicilians.
Chicken.
Pockets is super racist. She sticks only to her race.
Thank God.
As I said, this is the time, bro.
It's really Pocket's personality. It's her persona. It's her communication style that I find so attractive. Personally, I'm extremely turned on by Pocket's personality, by her music, by her personality, by how engaging she is, how beautiful she is.
I love it, bro.
She's also a campaign contributor when I ran for Congress. Thank you, Pockets.
You're welcome. I emailed Cash Patel things, said I'm sorry.
What's the
Cash, bro. I had no idea what he was doing, bro.
Bro got an X videos account.
Come on, John. God.
Yeah, that's a former veteran officer, Army. Like, what the fuck? So bad.
Yeah, I did.
And
No more birthrights.
People have better things to worry about.
I just heard that.
No more birthrights. What a win, y'all.
I don't think so. Listening to the questioning, based on listening to Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, I don't think they win it. And I think Roberts will reverse.
Joe was like, fuck this, I'm out here.
I didn't look at the polling market on it. I wonder what it's not.
People just start leaving, and it's a good thing.
Yeah. Everybody goes back. Native Americans stay here. The end.
That's a fact. Shout out to Germ Theory.
Rebueno, I shouldn't want to lie.
So, Abby, I'm curious, or I mean,
You can see what I'm saying? That's not even fucking English.
Quiet, guys.
That was English.
do you think the real reason is that that Trump is making these decisions?
So Melania Trump can become president.
So why is he pushing the birthright issue?
So then Melania Trump can become president.
Oh, it's because of the 1.5 million Chinese that flew to Saipan and had their fucking babies, and then flew right back to Beijing and Shanghai and Chengdu and all these different cities and shit. Just went back and are raising their little Chinese Communist Party fucking babies, and then they're all gonna flood our elections in the next fucking 10 years.
You're so profound.
There's 1.5 million fucking Chinese went to Saipan.
You guys are rolling rolling up some of that feminism in your blunts and smoking that shit too hard for real with that bullshit.
Well, then maybe they'll join the meth club and do great.
Okay. I wanted to speak with Abby because, like, a distraction and annoying me.
I already answered the question. Going to Saipan and birth in their baby.
Okay, so go ahead, Abby.
I don't know, it's interesting. I didn't hear all of it. I listened to some of the questioning, but my take, and I don't think they prevail on this. I don't see justices based on the kinds of, just the back and forth and the citation of the cases were not that strong. They were trying, the Solicitor General was trying to rely on the legislative intent back at the time. It was the Michigan legislator that wrote part of the 14th Amendment. I can blank it, something Howard, just relying on what I think was, he's a right lawyer, but I just don't think he had enough substance there. And when they asked him about Native Americans, he didn't seem prepared on that.
Yeah, they definitely liked her.
Interesting.
And I didn't think she was that good personally. Like, I actually think she was light on the citations, but why he's doing it is an interesting question. I mean, this has been something he's championed, and he doesn't like to lose. The fact that he went today was, I don't know. I didn't think that was a great move. I'm curious if he.
Well, I think that he went there. I think Melania sent him there because she wants to be president. Get rid of birthright citizenship.
They were trying to
She can
actually
be
talk
president.
about this.
I told you they're just here to derail the conversation.
What did you think about him going there today?
Yeah, it's 500. Oh, I didn't like it. It was very, very inappropriate.
Anne, what were you feeling?
No, I thought you were asking.
Oh, well, I'll be honest, I did not hear it.
What?
I did not hear it.
It was the liberal justices you would expect. I mean, Kajangi Brown's just some of the questionings were ridiculous, just really out there, made no sense. But she hasn't, to me, in quite some time in her when I've listened to her in oral arguments. But based on the Roberts, definitely Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, and also Comey Barrett. I think she also. I don't think she's necessarily going to side with it. That's just my take. Just listening to
Abby, you listen to the woman who didn't know what a woman is.
You listen to Trump speak, right? Like his oral arguments you hear.
I didn't hear Trump tonight because I was at the Passover Seder.
Reading these transcripts, and then I might as well be dyslexic. I might as well be reading gibberish. A lot of the big word salad. I mean,
from him tonight, you're saying? In his
yes, just for fun, being like, we were like, let's go read the transcript. So I did, got it, and couldn't even get past the third sentence without just being like, fuck it. This paragraph is shit.
Did you get the? But did you make it to the? We're winning big.
Yeah, we're winning big. And it's going on spectacularly going around the moon. Rough, dude. I just don't understand.
So what? Iran's winning?
Nope.
No.
We made it around the moon.
He literally said we're beating Iran. Iran is very.
It's like a lot of political bias.
No, they're just complaining because he's not a great orator, like fucking Obama, who blows smoke up here and starts wars in Syria.
I didn't like that. They're both retarded.
They continue to rock in Afghanistan.
Expect that the commander-in-chief speaks a little different than our 3-year-old kids. I'm winning big, Mom.
I mean, you're heavily biased, Bima, seeing
I think they both suck.
sexual proclivities and like.
Yeah, I think you're full of shit because I could definitely give Trump his flowers. Yeah, so you're racist. We all know that you're racist. Okay. And I don't fucking care. Well, I don't care. And yes, I do.
Let's go because all he thinks about is black dude. Nothing about it.
He's already DM'd me like 3 times. Stop it.
Bro, he really had. I don't
5 times.
know his skirt history, bro.
Wait. We're gonna really say that. Like I say one thing, right? If you're talking about, let me finish. If you're talking about strategic,
let me finish.
Yo, Sean, shut the fuck up.
They're just all here to derail, guys.
Yeah.
They're like a little collective faggot group.
all right. If you're talking about strategically, right, Iran is winning. If you're talking about tactically,
Strategically, Iran ain't winning nothing but the bike.
So now we have another LARPer in here.
They're winning how many people dead.
I can break it down now.
You lost all your generals, 60 generals.
Yeah, I can break it down.
Don't break it down. Don't even break it down. Do not break it down. Don't break that down. No, don't even waste your time.
Serendipity, can we kick all these fake LARPers and like have it?
Leo, shut the fuck up.
Invite real people up.
Kick you.
I'm like, you kick me. I have 100 pounds. I'm 100
have a
pounds.
conversation. Listen,
Irana, wait, did you say, could you tell us why they're winning? What are they winning?
Okay.
When I say 100,000, I literally mean 100,000.
Shut up, Rich.
Yeah, again, I'm not talking about
track our weapons,
right? If you look past if you look past a lot of the explosions and all the other stuff, you kind of notice is that the fact that they have the street on lockdown allows them to actually have.
they don't have this straight on lock, bro. It's just that there's multiple nations that have interest in sporting, which is why dude, we haven't bombed the strait because countries have interest in it. Are you kidding me? That's why. It has nothing to do with
the plan B anyway. They're going to create a go around on the
So it's locked down because everyone else wants it, right? That's why we're not bombing it.
No one's
bombing it, because then we're gonna have to rebuild it all for no reason. Like, there's no need to do that. We could just get the Iranians, change the regime, like,
I'm trolling for fun. They're
make a
just
control, make a contract.
the Army Rangers and
They're all working together like a bunch of little faggot RGC agents.
Oh my god, Leo wants everybody to be a yes man.
You guys need to be in like a fucking room where y'all are screaming and shooting each other.
Leo's a communist.
On like South Side of fucking Chicago, on O Block.
Dude, you're such a troll.
He's outside, nigga, on O Block.
Get this dude off the internet, bro. Get him.
That's what they said. In all the hood booger rooms.
Take it from Pocket. She got that old black gaga going.
No.
And you got that gaga after Dallas.
She likes Italians. Oh, that's Sicilians.
White race for
All you guys talk about is dick and faggots. All you guys talk about.
That's your boy Leo right there.
You guys haven't paused one thing in this room. Not one.
I'm gonna pause you right now. Hold on.
Michael, how often do you refer to your male friends as my mans?
Never.
Liar. Look at the hesitation.
What the fuck? You're retarded, bro. You
That's like
you sound like white trash, bro.
The gayest fucking thing that black men
white
say.
trash.
Like it's like fucking
white trash.
Gay admission.
What is that?
Like
White trash refers to like
Abby,
the opposite
it's a version of
Literally, we're from Kensington.
Yeah, from Kensington. Pockets, don't call you. Kensington's actually nice now. You see that how much nicer it is?
It was not.
I know then, but now, like, wait, have you seen how it's kind of cleaned up?
I mean, I hope so, but I was walking over dead bodies walking.
Were you talking K&A? Are you a K&A?
I was talking about by Lehigh, like.
Okay, by Lehigh.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Abby, did you know that Bima's from Philadelphia also?
Who's from Philly also?
Bima.
No way Bima is.
Bima, are you serious?
No, she's not.
Look at us, everybody.
She's from the
Bima, you're not really, are you?
The boss told me you this. Brandon did
You're not
this.
from Philly.
Ron did this.
Philly, like really bad. I'm in Allentown.
You don't understand. Pockets, like, we would know, like, immediately.
Literally,
It's just, we just know instantly.
I'm in Allentown.
Bima says she's
Are you Allentown?
Allentown.
Yeah. What's the big department store there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a grocery store.
I don't know. I go to the on the corner and they go
Yeah.
to another.
Who has the parade every Thanksgiving from Allentown?
The parade, everything. Oh, the Saquon Barkley joint, where Saquon Barkley, they give him his praise when he went to Penn State. I go to those.
Yeah, but what's the department store that has the parade every Thanksgiving from Allentown?
That's beyond me. I don't know.
But you said you're from there.
I mean, I
It's not
know.
that big either. It's really everyone.
You don't go outside much?
It's scary outside. I'm in Allentown.
And it's not that scary.
Allentown compared to Philly, huh?
Yeah, it's honestly a walk in the park.
No, not over here. Mm-mm.
You ever been to a crackhead? That was a scary.
Oh no, it's Baltimore, right?
Crackheads got trench coats.
Some shit.
I don't know, man. The East Coast got some fucked up cities. Y'all cities is just as fucked up as our cities in LA.
It's true.
I got some fucked up cities, man. LA is terrible, but your shit is terrible and small.
Good deal with a man that came up with seltzer
Everybody's moving
water.
out of LA to go to somewhere else. That's how bad it is.
LA is terrible. But the East Coast and the West Coast is all gonna move down south. We gonna fuck they shit up.
Please don't.
We will.
Can you not?
Well, to be honest, even if you don't vote blue, we fuck it up because of housing crisis. But I'm not voting blue in Texas. When I moved from LA to Houston, I am not.
How about everybody stop moving and just clean up your fucking city?
The problem is when you got motherfuckers that gerrymander and rig the fucking election every
Oh,
goddamn
damn. Sorry, I didn't.
When you got
I put
Gavin
the X.
Newsom
My.
in a landslide,
It's all
good. More land?
Gavin Newsom,
But wait,
what the fuck can you do?
you said you grew up in Allentown. Is that what you're saying? I'm just struggling with this. You tell me.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh, me is on your head.
Yeah, the guy Fangs who has New Jersey in his name.
So
I'm from New Jersey. I'm just in Allentown.
Oh, you're in Allentown because you would know what Hess's is. That's why I asked you. It's like pretty famous.
Abby's on your head, boy.
Like
I like
you
coming
just
to
can't. And you South Jersey or North Jersey?
Central.
Well, it's a big question because it's whether you're an Eagles or a Giants fan. Like how central?
Oh, I'm a Giants. Oh, yeah, no, I'm a Giants fan. Because I'm a PA, don't mean I ain't a Giants fan.
Yeah, see, that's your cut. That would be central to North Jersey, but not South Jersey.
Yeah, Central's like what?
Trenton and up. Trenton and up.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Man, all these rinky-dink ass cities.
Well, there is some rinky-dink. There's probably one of the scariest cities in the country is in South Jersey.
Oh,
yeah, in New Jersey.
Camden. That's pretty bad.
Patterson got taken over by the Arabs.
What happened when you got off?
I heard they got good calzones in South Jersey.
Wait, what makes South Jersey so bad though, Curtin?
You know what one of my favorite scenes in Sopranos is when that old grandmother is like talking to Tony Soprano and she's like, "Can you tell those nigger whores to turn their fucking music down?" Fucking nigger whores to turn their fucking music down.
You don't really hear much of South Jersey on the news and stuff.
No, it's like a mixed area, Atlantic City is South Jersey. Like, there's all kinds of parts of South Jersey, but there happens to be a city that's disgusting there.
In Jersey, if someone gets shot, you're not going to hear about it on the news. You're going to have to probably follow like an instinct to hear about it.
Okay, so like does that city have like a lot of shootings to the point that they don't?
Camden has a lot of shootings. Camden is now, like, they've tried to clean it up a little bit, but I wouldn't suggest hanging out in Camden.
You got Camden, you got Trenton, then you got Newark, then you got Jersey City, which is the Heights. Then you got Elizabeth, that is scary over there too. Then you got Irvington. Irvington is fucked.
Yeah. But didn't they clean up Jersey City a little bit? I thought they did.
Downtown.
Is it as bad as like Milwaukee or like Philly?
No, not even close.
Milwaukee.
Have you ever been to Newport or Bridgeport?
Connecticut, yeah.
Yeah. They used to have bulletproof fucking glass dominoes.
Do you know what's missing in this room? Beaver. Who clipped Beaver? There is a reward out for whoever let me know.
How much is the reward?
Beaver. I don't trust my sources.
No, I might have to self-collect.
I would need evidence.
I think he got yesterday. He came back in.
Yeah, he's got like 90 friends.
No, it was just a temp account. You can't use it. And his account got suspended, and I want to know.
Yeah. Some people on this app, Bima, maybe you know somebody, Bima. Maybe you're reporting, Bima. Bima, who have you reported in the past 7 days, Bima? Who have you gotten clipped from this account, Bima? You and She-Wolf. Who in the last 7 days did you get clipped, Bima? Rat?
No, I don't report anybody. I don't. No, I'll be honest. I reported one person one time, and even comfortable, and it was because they were doxing me, running around with a photo that I shared. Oh yeah. So that's the only time, and they put it as their PTR. That's the only time I've ever reported anybody. No, there is no amount of anything that anybody has ever said to me.
She screenshotted her photo and put it in the fucking little circle, and then she didn't realize you could click on the full photo, and it showed her entire face. She was
not that one, Rich. And you're the only one who would fucking have it and share it if you didn't know you're disgusting. You're disgusting.
I have everybody's photo.
This dude sounds like he should be on the registry.
There's only a few people. I'm just saying, there's only
Leo has the voice of a fucking pedophile.
There's only a few people on this
not
app
that
that has the ability to clip people.
I want to see that. I will literally pay you to keep him out of the room for 2 weeks, bro. I swear to God.
You keep me out of the room.
I can pay my
Swear to God, it's like a sitcom with the two of them.
All right, well, Bima, if you didn't report, well, then that leaves only one other person. And I think everybody knows who we're talking about, but I won't even mention that person's name because it's too dangerous to even think it or say it.
100,000 accounts. This is how you treat me, John.
I still want to know who clipped Beaver's account. I want to know who reported.
You gotta say how much you're offering, bro.
I don't trust you, Rich.
I'll tell you who clipped him.
You don't know. Can you give me evidence?
Contrary.
If you could give me evidence, I want evidence.
Well, I mean, the only way you really clip anybody is if you use like a couple hundred accounts and then you just like report, like mass report somebody.
So someone paid you to mass report them?
No, I'm asking how much you're offering.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to say that you did it.
Pepe got clipped 6 times. Just remember that.
So who asked you to do it?
And it stirred up. Hold on, Bima. Pepe got clipped 6 times, and it stirred up such a fucking huge controversy that him and JB battled for like 3 months until JB got kicked out of Healthy Debates.
And you were the one who was clipping him.
I even told him I clipped him.
Leo, you finally got what you were asking for.
Beautiful chocolate man is trying to talk. Yeah, Donovan. Donovan, talk.
You kept saying Leo. I think Leo DM'd him or something.
So I say, Leo, I'm on your point, man. I say, Leo, I'm on your point. Okay?
Oh, your voice don't match your picture.
He said he's going to drop it.
I thought that was Galaxy at first.
I was mid-drink, and oh my God, I just choked. Why?
I thought he was going to have a deep voice. He has a freaking Somali voice. I thought he was going to have like a black dude voice.
Hey, Rosie,
I'm correct.
Hey, Rich, by the way, since you doxed JB, there is a Backpage Victims Compensation Fund that any victims from sex trafficking and Backpage, they have just a very short amount of time, a little window where the federal government bursts you. So if you know JB's victims, be sure to get word to them so they can get that part of federal compensation fund. That it's called the Backpage FBI Compensation Fund. You can all look it up.
JB came in hanging out in the fucking chat. He was telling BB in the chat, he's like, BB, check your back channel. BB, check your back channel. If you just fucking kept ignoring him, he wouldn't make him a mod because he wanted to kick me so bad. I lost 50,000 people.
What? Oh, you mean the Healthy Debates room?
Yeah, he got kicked out. It's amazing. And then Roger.
Don't you you think Trump is fucked up with his war?
What'd you say, IRGC? I couldn't hear you.
I just said, I'm not IRGC is your mother. I just said, don't you think
Do you support IRGC or you?
Yo, Leo, let him talk, you fucking.
I'm asking if he supports Pahlavi or the IRGC.
Obviously, he supports Iran. Just let's hear.
I'm asking him a clarifying question. Are you a Pahlavi supporter?
Jesus Christ.
Commandant IR. Really?
Rose, you an IRGC supporter?
Of course I'm not.
Sound like a panderer.
IR. I want IR talk for 15 seconds, please.
Another minute.
He's working on his white SIM card.
So I don't know if anybody listened to Trump's speech tonight, because I know so many people are just busy with Passover, Rabboni Shalom. But he said that we have refrained from striking all your electrical facilities and all of your oil infrastructure. And we will literally put you in stage, black you out, and you will all die. If you believe Trump's communication, I'm just wondering, at what point do you think that these Islamic men who are running the military, because there's no women in the IRGC, right? It's all just men. Or do they have female officers flying their now defunct Air Force? Do they have female captains driving around their now defunct Navy? If they would have integrated women into their military, perhaps they wouldn't have had this regional conflict to begin with.
Period. Yeah, the Iranian women are more raped than the Iranian men.
Gay. You guys sound like a bunch of gazies. You know what these are? The radical Islamists do to their women. They don't even let them be educated past like 30. Like, this is.
Isn't that when they marry them in the third grade? Isn't that when they start getting married in the third grade?
He's sleeping for your next fucking driving shift.
John Kitover really did bother me. The quote was, "We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong." When I heard that, I cringed.
Honestly, again, does that sound like somebody who's winning and stuff? That sounds like a instrument. Oh, if you're winning oil, we're gonna hit their like civilians infrastructure and all that. That just sounds like you're losing and it's not working out.
Ow! That's a whole threat. That is a whole threat.
It's not working out.
Yo, can we just deport Emperor already? Deport him now. Deport him.
Yeah, Michael, you sound smart.
I mean, someone's winning in this war. Swift driver.
Yeah, that means.
They're panicking.
I sure Mike is messed up. Really, almost everybody Ayatollah's dead.
Yeah, Mike, please don't set off another fire alarm. I already have a migraine. Listen, our kill ratio is incredible. We've lost, unfortunately, a dozen men, but we've killed over 100,000 hardened IRGC militants. Those are pretty good numbers in war, outcomes, no?
That's insane.
No, he's losing, guys.
Like 10,000 to 1.
Kill ratio don't really mean much and stuff. If it did, then like America would.
They don't mean much and stuff.
If they did, America would have won Vietnam. Again, those are tactical wins.
Bro, you know what? A lot of people miss this point about American military strategy, and one of the main strengths that we have is if we kill a whole bunch of you, you're gonna do what you do, but half speed. You're gonna second guess every time you try to fuck with us. So when people want to do all this shit, like Iran been wanting to nuke something, they've been wanting to nuke Israel and do all this shit. They always wanted to, but guess what? They just can't. They hesitate sending missiles. They warned us like 3 months in advance that they're about to send a missile over the border. And
Michael, you're overlooking the fact that Iran didn't see the bipartisan support of the Democrat Party. And it's really the Democrat Party, in my opinion, which is waging this war that has killed 100,000 people in Iran. And we've lost a dozen and a half of injuries. Let's be honest here. The Democrat Party is a bloodthirsty regime change party with legacy politicians like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files. He's absolutely a pedophile. And we know Barack Hussein Obama is a CIA agent. We live in Truman world. And unfortunately, the CIA gets almost $100 billion a year of your debt to spend on your security. Who here is sick of clown world security? Hello?
Hello? Wild.
So, what do you all think of Trump's quote from his speech? He said, I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. And he said, they've been great and will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Are they, is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, are these our allies?
Yes, of course there are. Bahrain, by the way, is how you say it, but they're absolutely our allies.
We were also allies with China for
They're in Can I answer Bima, please? It's not Bahrain? Bahrain. We have bases. Because our no A after the H.
I just was there.
Bahrain.
Bahrain. We have bases there. We have bases in these countries, and they are allies of ours.
Yeah, we were also allies with China at one point in time too.
We're allies with Saudi. We're allies with the UAE. We're allies with Bahrain, if you want, however you want to say it.
Baha would indicate that there's.
Well, I was just there. They say it that way. I'm not Arabic, but
it's Bahrain.
It's pronounced
Bahrain. Say it.
Bahrain. Yeah, like Bahrain, but Bahrain.
No, Bahrain.
You know your gag reflex to
I
say
give
that.
up. I give up.
I'm just because I'm looking at it and
I miss Aunt
Judy. By the way, it's a beautiful country, and it's really an interesting place. Very multicultural there. So what was the other one? You had Saudi, Bahrain, UAE.
UAE, Kuwait.
Israel.
Yes. Yeah, in Israel. We have allies with all of them. We have bases in Kuwait. Obviously, we protected Kuwait in the past. We've Qatar. So what? And Israel, we don't have a base, but it's an ally. So
Israel is our base in the Middle East.
But we don't have a military base there.
Israel is our military.
They are our base.
I was about to say
we attack through them.
Yeah, that's what we do.
But we're doing it. I mean, we're partners with them in this war. But in terms of military bases, the other countries that you mentioned, we have actual military bases. Is that it on the countries he said?
Israel is our inland Diego Garcia.
Yeah, I love how Abby must have
Did he say any other country? Or was that it?
No, that was all of them.
Yeah, those are allies.
So can we talk about how we use Israel to try to control the Middle East?
No, we actually, I'm kind of over talking about Israel. It's Passover tonight. I'd like to talk about Pharaoh, and I'd like to ask you, do you find it interesting that he asked Jews to do the construction when we usually, sort of...
Let's talk about Barack Hussein Obama emptying the banks in Virginia of tens of billions of dollars.
Anyway, it's Passover. I'd like to not spend the night trashing Jews.
Abby, what do you think about Trump in his speech saying that Barack Hussein Obama raided the banks in Virginia, emptied them of every dollar they had? That means to me that maybe these banks don't have as much cash on hand as you might think they do.
Let's see, what was the quote? This was his quote about Obama. And then, very importantly, I'm sorry. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash. Green.
But he did. He put it on on airplanes. I mean, we do
Out
know
of
that.
banks from Virginia,
Yep.
DC,
He did.
and Maryland.
He did.
All the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear
What's
bomb.
inaccurate about that vehicle?
His
Are you just like the way it
Iran.
talks?
Listen, yes, I think it's hilarious. It's like green eggs and ham. I mean, the green. Sounds so
You
funny.
realize there's like a
That
method
is
behind
just
all this,
so
right, Bima?
funny.
When you like repeat things over and over and over again.
I don't
Almost like being
read
burned
a book
by
in the 5th grade they laughed at our president and with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear. Who did that? Whoever did that's gone. Who fucking did that?
Leo. Nope, I didn't do it.
That's disgusting.
I was clearing my senses.
Okay,
Well,
all right. Well, you got
like
it.
it.
Okay, well then stop.
I can't. I'm putting tobacco in my lip right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is that Tucker Carlson tobacco?
His Iran deal would have led to. Okay, so you just unmuted yourself, so you fucking liar. His Iran deal, I hate you. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons in Iran. They would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion. The opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They make mistakes, and I am correcting them. That was the Obama.
What is not true about the money part? Let's talk about that. What part of
You have the amount wrong. First off, it was many more billions than that.
get down with you? So let's talk about it. What part on the clearing out cash and putting on an airplane?
The way that Trump phrased it is what I'm laughing at. The way that he said it, that he emptied out the banks, that he totally cleaned them out.
Yeah, I was just laughing at the Obama gave them 1.7 billion in cash. Green cash. That's just
Emptied out the banks in Virginia, West Virginia.
So he's ingraining things into people's minds. The same way that whenever I say Hillary Clinton or I say Hillary, we all think crooked Hillary. The same reason we think low energy Jeb. Like we all know, like Bible high, then he lies. Like he just repeats these things over and over and over again until they're ingrained in your fucking mind.
neuro-linguistic programming. Is that right?
Maybe, but you know what? The one thing about the green thing, I kind of have to agree on this. Because he actually flew cash on planes. So if someone says he delivered all this money to Iran, most people don't think that you do it that way anymore. They think that you electronically send money. So when he said green cash, I think it's driving that point home that he actually took physical dollar bills or probably $100 bills.
Because you know what the general populace
So that's how I read it. That's how
you know
I
the general
receive it.
populace will be talking about tomorrow? Green cash.
Honestly, that's my reaction to that comment, is to try to make it clear that it was physical cash as opposed to an electronic way of transferring money.
Yeah, they could have cashed out.
They aren't waiting till tomorrow. They're already talking about it on shops. The main platforms. They're already talking about the green cash.
Ice, bro, you got a picture right, man, because when you were talking, I thought you were Ludwig. I'm not even joking. I was like, when the fuck did Ludwig get on stage? I'm like, oh shit, Ice. This mic's all muffled.
Ludwig would not be getting on stage because he wouldn't even be getting in the room.
He was very like dry and monotone when he was talking to. He's like, "Wow, you know, like
that ATZ guy was something too, wasn't he?"
I would definitely take Ludwig over Rich. Swap out
yeah,
any day.
yeah,
Never in 500,000 years.
Yeah, I'm on Serendipity's page here.
Oh, that's an easy spot for me.
Look, can I say something? I have two buddies right now that just arrived in the Middle East. They told me that they were.
I'm so glad you didn't say my man's.
Dude, shut up.
I think an interesting question is, what other tricks does Donald Trump have up his sleeve? Because in my opinion, this was kind of like...
You have to understand, John Kitover has brain damage.
Leo, you're about to join him.
I already knew you. Yeah, both of my friends are in the Middle East now. I don't really know too much about what's going on. I mean, I know a lot as far as what I see on the news, because I wake up and immediately I got either MSNBC or Fox. So I kind of like chip in to see what's going on, only because I'm worried about my friends. But that's why I'm mainly like on Trump's side, and that's why I'm going hard on it, because it's like, if we can stop this, if we can stop these extreme Muslims from, you know, weaponizing their religion almost to, you know, fuck with their own civilians, and almost use it as almost a reason to bomb other places, because mind you, their religion isn't a peaceful religion, it's a justice religion. So obviously they're gonna try to take over most parts of the world. They're even trying to do that with America now. That's how they fight back. So I feel like there needs to be a change not only over there but over here too.
Thanks. You just said you watch MSNBC and Fox. It's really interesting to hear someone. So how do you react? Like, you're hearing two opposite viewpoints. I mean, do you feel you ever get straight news from either? You know, just curious. Or do you feel conflicted listening to both?
Not really, because they'll either talk about something that they both either know is factual, or they'll just speak about something that Trump said, and then they'll talk about what he said, and then it'll be two different things. They'll be like, oh, well, we're fighting for Israel, and then the other side will be like, well, we're fighting because they have, you know, nuclear facilities, and we told them not to have it. So it's like, it's hard to know who's really on the side of who, because both sides have their ideologies or whatever facts they're getting.
Do you prefer one over the other, or do you feel pretty even on both networks?
It's hard to pick one, because I don't want to just listen to Fox, even though Fox mainly just stays on the side of truth. Or I like to listen to them a little bit more, only because they don't sugarcoat shit.
I think they do a really good job when they've got Harold Ford on there. It's good to listen to him. He's a very, very down.
Yeah, that guy's
probably. Yeah, that dude's like down there.
Great.
Yeah, and I actually think he'd be the best candidate they'd have.
What about Jesse Weber? I listen to Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber. I think I'm saying his name right.
Jesse Waters.
Jesse Waters.
Waters.
Yeah, I love that. Jesse says things just to trigger people. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I hear it.
That reminds me of that gay frog midget boy here named Pepe, who earlier today said, why are we fighting a war for the K words? That classy intellectual Dr. Pee-Pee.
Wait, John, do you not feel comfortable saying it because it's on your dad's side?
Wow.
I didn't even know there was a K word. Like, you motherfucking motherfuckers just told us.
Go fly a kite.
Oh, you're despicable. But it doesn't matter. It's just that now I understand what you're saying. It's just, you know what I mean?
For a chuckle.
You ever see that movie, The Kite Runners? You ever see that Afghani film, The Kite Runners?
Yeah.
It's a book. It was a book. The film came after the book.
It's a really good book, I thought.
What's that South Park hero, Human Kite?
It's a hard K.
I want to say Pepe said a lie on this app today. He said he was 5'11". There is no fucking way Pepe is 5'11".
John, I think Pepe walked your face in.
Is he a potential partner? Like, what do you care about how tall he is?
No, I'm just saying, if he thinks we're going to war for the K words, you know, and people here tolerate him and think he's just like a funny guy a creative, content creator. Well, I don't know. I mean, does anyone here think we're fighting for the K words?
Absolutely not. Don't let's just get back to reality. Professional conversation.
You mean professional 24/7 for 2 days a week? Because there's some of my best content, FYI.
I feel like we're using Israel to control the Middle East, if anything. That's it.
And there's a lot more to that than the opposite way of when they think, okay, so first Trump is uncontrolled, that's what he wants, but then he's like, oh, he's a puppet. He's a puppet for Putin. He's a puppet for everybody. And it's just like, it's almost comical to listen to them run their circles. The fact is you're right. I believe we found an ally that we could pump some money to build up, and then we use them as let's just say this: the F-15 first kill with an F-15 was Israeli. First kill in a dogfight with an F-35 was an Israeli pilot. They are damn good. They know what they're doing, and they're a hell of an ally to have. We get intel out of them like no other. I mean, you're damn straight that's what we're doing.
So wait, what you're saying is the Democrats and the CIA ran a psyop against the American public to make them think that Donald Trump was a KGB asset trying to subvert our democracy?
No, I think the Russians tried that one.
And then they prosecuted not one person for making the FBI spend how many thousands of hours and how many millions of dollars.
Yeah, but Robert Mueller died, and Donald Trump is happy about it, so we got a little social justice.
You guys forget Donald Trump is a businessman first, so it's like, he's gonna, just stop.
He's a business.
John, we have to be happy about Mueller because we didn't get Hillary.
I mean, obviously, he had Alzheimer's at the depositions, but, to say he's happy that Vietnam soldier, that hero of democracy, who lied to all of us in conjunction with Barack Hussein Obama, Clapper, Brennan, and other traitors who created fake content to make us think that our glorious orange president was a traitor.
Real good one that I really like is that they think that all of a sudden they're going through 3.5 million files that have been released already, but how many millions more probably are there? And they're going through there to get rid of Trump's name, but they forgot that the FBI, that leaked things, that took documents, that all these different things, they had it for 4 years, and you don't think like they would have copies or backups or anything else. It's like, this is where the lunacy comes in, is that they literally believe that Trump is there trying to hide something, when you have to ask yourself, they spent $1 billion in a campaign. They spent tens of millions in multiple different cases against him. They tried everything in their power, fabricating a whole Russia collusion thing, the Steele dossier. They did all of these things to bury Trump. But you had him 30, as Ben would say, millions of times raping women and these little girls. No. There's not one charge, and you cannot tell me that it wouldn't have been leaked. You cannot tell me that it wouldn't have been used against him and that there wouldn't have been a charge. They charged him for everything. They changed the way they went after him for those 34 counts. They used it in other cases. They did the same thing. It's one charge. They get a slap on the wrist, and they go home. They would have let that shit out as freaking day one.
Thanks. So if you don't like Islam, consider moving to a Muslim country, living there.
No, I got no business being over there.
Isn't that crazy? Imagine you don't like Muslims and you can't stand them, but then you move to a Muslim country. That'd be wild. Like, how crazy?
I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't like them. Some of them are pretty cool. I mean, the ones over here, they're pretty alright.
I'm just saying, like, imagine you can't stand them. Like, you think they're all.
That's like white ideology, bro. Like, you gotta stop that. Well, you can't help yourself.
No. I was talking about somebody specific.
Yeah, but that's still white ideology. Oh, I hate, I cannot diss that in the fucking third, blah, 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 blah.
No, it's Tuna who's on stage who hates Muslims, yet moved to the Emirates. Crazy.
So wait, is Tulsi Gabbard gonna resign? And are you gonna call Donald Trump a war pig like she called Hillary Clinton a war pig? And is John Brennan with his little tuxedo and his supposed Iran conspiracy to regime change, is he now totally reprieved There's no trial for him because he was vindicated because we actually did regime change Iran?
He asked if Tulsi Gabbard is gonna have a picnic fucking somebody from Iran, I forget.
John, can you run that past us again? It's getting late, John. Sun's going down. Sunset.
Sun's getting real low, big guy.
Oh yeah.
All I can say is I'm excited about the opportunities in Tehran and Esfahan and other major Iranian cities to provide electrolysis or electric hair removal service. If you're interested in investing in the greatest and newest startup in Iran to help remove billions of hair follicles from men and women who are in an earlier state of evolutionary development, we are happy to facilitate your investment. We anticipate a Grant Cardone 10x on electric hair removal in Iran. DM me for more details.
The Iranian women really need it. But think about it. They used to have red wine in Shiraz. Not anymore.
They also used to be. They were also Zoroastrian before they became like Muslim, radicalized.
Yeah, before the pedophile showed up.
There is a. Did you know there's a 13-year-old boy in Iran right now that got almost for I think it was like 30 years or something for blasphemy?
Are you aware that the Ayatollah utilized our hair follicle removal electric services? We removed over 1 billion hair follicles from the Ayatollah's back just in a 6-month period. Does anybody else think that the Ayatollah looked a little Jewish? To me, he looked Jewish. Like, he looked like a Ashkenazi Jew.
He does. He looks like one of the Hebrews that just be in the I don't know. He looks like one of those old guys with the hats, just the Jewish guys with the big old hats. I forgot.
He looked like my Uncle Morty or my cousin Danny Dubinstein.
Is this some random old dude at a bar mitzvah?
It's the Bach mitzvah.
Maybe they switched him out in France. He was like some Ashkenazi guy from France. He was a double they sent in there, and the whole thing was just one big theatrical production to just basically, create more debt.
Guys, do you know that the thing
You're welcome, serendipity.
The thing that they put on their head is almost 12 meters. 6 to 12 meters.
But what are they hiding in there?
Well, so the speaking guy,
dirty thoughts.
2 or 3 minutes, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna talk to you. I'm defending 100% IRGC. So if there is any topic, let's talk about it.
I'm not against you. I don't care.
Let's go. Let's talk about the IRGC. Let's go. Let's hear it right from the whole mouth.
Throw you as.
I know what they keep in those hats. They have a cheat sheet because every government administrator in Iran has to take a government-issued test on how to actually refine that sweet crude that they produce out of the ground into, saleable oil, gasoline, airplane fuel. They essentially are chemists. And they're Zoroastrians, but now their mafia and their gang has been decimated by the orange gang known as Magus Trumpists. And I would just want to say many of you here are unaware of Islamic history, but Donald Trump himself has personally, completely, and utterly turned Islam into a trans religion. He has changed it and transformed it, and Donald Trump is absolutely by far the greatest and the last prophet of Islam. He outdid Muhammad. It's a fact. And every Islam now can say peace and blessings be upon Donald Trumpist. Thank you very little.
That's crazy talk. Imagine that.
And you heard that he was going to rename it the Strait of Trump, and then they were also going to rename it Trumpistan, right?
Trumpistan. So where's the IRGC guy? What are you going to say? He said 3 to 5 minutes. We got to wait for him to come prove his point. I'm curious to see what he's going to say. Do they have a little freaking Diddy parties on there?
What is he doing?
What's important to remember, this is the last thing I'll say, is that when we are all gone and the next generation has disappeared and the generation after that has disappeared, and then a new generation of Americans, 4 generations away, they will look back at 2026 as the highest energy moment with such nostalgia, and they'll say, how was America so bold, so audacious, so intelligent? And how did they know how to deliver the knockout blow before they even knew it was coming? How did America envision such a strategic success? How did they know? Where did this divine wisdom come from that Donald Trump seems to draw from? These miracles Trump keeps pulling out of the ether. Who is and who was this great orange man?
Hey, home.
Your horses. Sorry, man. Yeah. Hold your horses,
Okay.
man. Hold your horses.
Speak. Okay. You should be cringing somewhere. You see, I was joking.
Not even. Did you even win the war yet? That's all I gotta ask. Have you won the war yet?
I was joking. I'm not supporting IRGC, but I just wanted to say that this war is going to the wrong direction. In my opinion, it's not.
Anybody's
You know what? I think this guy's a sleeper cell. He's a sleeper cell. He's one of the ones we gotta worry about.
Well, can you provide us with some evidence of why do you think that way, Ira?
Because of as he said, he cannot open the Strait of Hormuz. It's like
Exactly, brother.
No, let me explain why. Because it is only it is wide only for 30 or 40 kilometers, so it's not really wide. I mean, it's not a very big area. Okay, so you can control it easily. And in the south of Iran, I'm Iranian. In the south of Iran, actually, I haven't been there, but I know the geography of the area of the country. In the south of Iran, there are very hard rock mountains, so you can easily hide on these mountains. I mean, you can settle your ballistic or missile systems to have a control over the Strait of Hormuz. But the thing is, if Trump, I think, is following another plan with this war. I mean, it has nothing to do with Iran. It has nothing to do with Israel. It's a plan against NATO, because we all know Trump NATO only because of the expenditures that I also find it very unfair. Well, why USA should pay for the security of Europeans when they have lots of money and they can do it? They don't do it, so USA should pay it. But also the war, look, the goal of, I can say 80 or 70% of Iranian people is to have a regime change. Okay, so everybody wanted to. But the thing is how we have to implement this plan. I think right now the war is getting distracted into another direction that is the wrong direction, which is attacking civilians' infrastructures. And if they want to do it, if they want to attack people's, let's say, assets, because they are for the people. It has nothing to do with IRGC or the regime. It's for the people, for the local people. If Americans or if Israelis want to attack...
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's attacking civilian infrastructure?
Trump today gave the warning.
I mean, Iran's been attacking civilian... So we know Iran's been attacking civilian areas in all the countries that it's attacking. So when has the U.S. targeted? I'm sorry, but you made a statement, so I need you to clarify your statement. Where has the U.S. intentionally targeted civilian sites?
For the first day of war, they targeted.
Targeted?
Yeah, I don't want to
Remember, it wasn't the U.S. It wasn't Israel. Even if it was the U.S. Hold on. Even if it was, they asked a specific question. My words are important. When have they? Answer my question. Mute up. Whoever this dude is, stop talking sick. When have they targeted? I use the word targeted a civilian
site targeted.
Speaking your sweet mother language in English.
I could, do you want me to say the word target in Swahili? What language do you need the word target in? It's also a store that has really cheap stuff and good deals sometimes.
I've got gold, I've got silver, and
do you know that Target? Do you know that Target? Well, that word you know, right?
Young lady.
So answer my question. You're talking IRGC. When did the US target?
I have a question.
Target means an intentional action, correct?
So I have a question.
Does target mean it intentional?
Just answer her question.
Answer me. Does target mean the concept of target?
I want to
The concept
I'm really happy for him. Hope he's doing well. He's getting a lot of support from a lot of club owners that came in and helped us. School.
Wait, stop you now. You just said the US, I'm gonna stop you. I can totally stop you. You just said the US targeted a school. If in fact a US missile inadvertently and not by intention hit a school, it was not targeting a school. And for you to share that propaganda in a room with I don't know how many people are in the audience is a problem. It's a concerning problem.
Well, there's a semantical issue here. Hold on, just guys, because I see both. There's a semantic break that we could
the word intentionally target.
Right. Well, it was intentionally. We intentionally targeted that target.
Yes, you are
the
correct.
Problem is, hold on. The problem is that. Hold on, exactly. That it was an intentional target of a specific building that was believed to be an IRGC building. So IR is correct. We did intentionally target that building, but the idea is that obviously it was misidentified as a valid target.
Where did it say we actually targeted that specific building?
Well,
because can you put that in the chat?
Hold on. Well, I'll explain.
No, I understand what happened.
Investigations say that it was a Tomahawk cruise missile, right? A U.S. specifically, a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile.
Right. Did you hear that?
We know that the United States does not target civilian, right? So we can only assume that if it is, it's in favor of the United States to say that if it was indeed a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile, and that building was targeted, it was due to misinformation.
Yes.
We don't target civilian buildings.
Thank you. So let's clarify that we don't target civilian buildings, which is what this guy said.
What's the history of the states?
In Iranian rooms, we don't speak like this. We give time.
I just put the link in the comments for you guys to check it out. Yeah, I just put the link in the comments.
Welcome to Free Speech IRGC.
Yeah,
welcome to how it works in the US.
You're correct.
First of all, IRGC is your mother. I'm not IRGC. Second of all, I'm sure you have no idea what IRGC means because it has no Iranian name inside.
I never said it did. It's Islamic.
So
I thought the IRGC was Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's not it.
No, it's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
So it has nothing to do with Iran. Don't call me with that fucking name because I get upset.
Oh, so it just proves that it's a jihad. It's a jihad military.
It's not even jihad.
I don't want to know.
You're protecting your own homeland.
No. She said it's Islamic, not Iranian. Iran is the land. Islam is not the land. Islam is the religion.
So do we have an understanding that the United States does civilians? Can we have that understanding?
I apologize, young lady. You're right, but you're wrong.
I'm right, but I'm wrong. We don't intentionally.
Listen, hear me out. Who's the only fucking the place in the world that dropped a fucking atomic bomb on somebody?
Listen, you don't know nothing. You wouldn't know the city.
We ended a war. Did we ever get anything about why Truman made the decision?
What war? What war did you end?
World War II. Thank you very much.
And you only came in 2 or 3 years after that. If you know your history.
I know my history. We ended World War II. I need more children. talking about. So now,
Please close your
so
microphone,
continue what you were saying.
Please close your microphone for 5 minutes. Let me finish. And time to finish, to get the point, and then okay. So,
Went to the US.
where were I? I was just saying, okay, yeah, I was talking about.
Dude, you blame the US for bombing.
I was not putting it blame on the USA. I was talking about. It is a war. It's not a joke. It's not a video game, okay? So people die. More people die. It's not a joke. For now, don't listen to media, okay? Whatever you see on media are, I can say 100% wrong. News is on the side of Republicans.
I've got gold, I've got.
They try to defend Republicans. For example, New York Times is on the side of Democrats. They are trying to defend Democrats and saying just get the news from. Okay, I'm not thinking about the Iranian in the west of Iran. Actually, they were in Tehran, the capital. But they just created like tweeted because it's not dangerous. But she said 2 times a day we hear just vibration just comes through the windows. So they just let the city for 1 or 2 months and let's see what happens. But the thing is, this war cannot this way. Cannot move forward more. Why? Because if Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, the European economy will be totally fucked up. I'm sure about it because I'm living in Europe and I see that Europeans are just harming from this war. But also, it's not good for Trump or for Americans. Why? Because we don't want any boots on the ground. So you don't want it to, I'm sure. I mean, it's not the view of Americans, but the thing is, USA, or let's say the West, I'm not talking only about the USA, the West has a big army of people like me.
It's only the US, sorry, I apologize. It's not Canada, it's not Mexico.
Okay, so it's the US. Okay, because it's the central power. It's the first power in the West. So you're right. But USA has a very big army. I can say bigger than the American army, which is inside Tehran, which is inside Iran. And that is a local people. That is a people who can bring this regime down. Okay? But I'm not also saying stop war. I'm not saying that. You have to target the military bases. You have to make it allow. You have to bring all the power facilities down. But there is a very you hear me? The spirit of the Lord is upon me.
I just took a cough, brother. Trust me.
I didn't hear what you said, Mark.
That should be rated. I'm not for I have no idea why it's incorrect.
Just send it to those who are oppressed.
I'm in the UK and I don't have March, so I just go.
Okay, yeah, that's right. We know that some people inside Iran have one SIM card. Actually, it's not a fair name because in the USA, white and black is about people, so we don't want to use that name. Let's say governmental SIM cards. There are some agents from the government.
Oh my god, guys, stop detracting from the conversation. Go ahead.
I was finishing exactly.
You're like 3 minutes over your 5. Somebody tell me my white SIM card is in the chat. I'm done.
Okay, and then I was saying that, okay, if I think now it is time to bring people on the streets. I mean, if the war wants to move on like this, but more damages because I said facilities, people, with airstrikes, or let's say with how can I say, with just a special forces, something like this. But it's not easy. It's not easy. That is the plan. You know what I mean? That's the plan. That is what everybody is saying. But how you wanna do it? How you wanna do it? The thing is, if you also want to bring special forces in the street, okay, which I on the paper think is the best idea, but the thing is, you will get you will harm also people, civilians. So that's the point. If civilians see, okay, every day we are getting harm from USA, from Israel, from American forces, I'm 100% sure Rose also knows that Iranians have this, let's say, characteristic in the blood. If they see they are getting harm from a group of people or from a foreigner country, they will stay against it.
Dude, everybody has that blood. Everybody has that. I mean, the thing is, the U.S. is doing a pretty good job with their laser-guided precision munitions by hitting targets. You know, we hit specific targets. We're not just blowing up everything indiscriminately. We took out all the nukes, took out all the ballistic missile silo entrances that were developed.
I apologize, sir. You said that a year ago. We eliminated all their nuclear weapons. So why is it going to be a year later?
Because there's more. They keep making them.
That's a new one.
That's a good one.
I think it's obliterated.
Obliterated? You know what obliterated means?
Look at what you did to the
You
word.
didn't know what the word was.
That's what you did
You
to
said
the word.
obliterated.
Obliterated.
It's true.
Can you use that as a new title for a room?
Yeah, obliterate Iran.
He did say obliterated, but when you look back at the news, they say that was before the post-war assessment of, you know, what damage had been done or whatever. So he spoke before there was, you know, verification of that. But
Okay, so on day one of their attack, what did he say? They're done. Their military's done. Their how can I say? Surface. Their navy's done. Their surface.
Dave, I have a genuine question. Do you have a friend named Crystal?
No, brother. Listen. I'm
Nah, you on that Crystal.
and I got nothing.
So do you boo the Star Spangled Banner at hockey games?
Pardon me?
Do you boo the Star Spangled Banner at hockey games?
Not at all, because I respect you guys. You guys
know, Canada is just
Thank
the
you.
United States.
Thank you.
Hear me out. Most of the American hockey players are Canadian. So why would it be you? Listen, I never had a problem with you guys. I still don't. The only problem I have, X gon' give it to you. Fuck me, you can get it on your own. X gon' give it to you. Not open up the door, spread.
When you're the 51st state, probably gonna put in
I got such a good heart. Damn right, you're not doing it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
How's the Leafs doing this year?
They're fucking shit.
Yeah, good. Well, we'll teach you the Pledge of Allegiance. It's not that hard. You'll pick it up pretty quick.
It is very hard.
Nah, you'll learn it. We'll force you to.
Never, ever, my friend.
I actually wanted to say, Michael, I agree with you. We don't indiscriminately go in and just carpet bomb. We go in and we're very precise in our bombing, and this.
Yeah, you're very precise. That's why Iran's still fucking striking Israel, and they're still striking your American bases.
They shot drones and ballistic missiles.
So I'm curious about IR. I'm so sorry, IR. You said you spoke to your mom. I have a couple questions.
His name is your mom.
That they're beat on. I hope it's not too invasive. You don't have to answer, but my curiosity one, did your mother mention anything about people are referring to as the Crimson War, the Crimson Winter, right? How President Trump said tonight 45,000 people were murdered. Has she talked to you at all about that?
Well, many people right now are not following the news they cannot, let's say, follow the news and they used to because of the internet. As you know, now the internet is called national internet in Iran. They have internet, they have access to the internet. If your people say they have no internet, it's totally wrong. That's why I'm telling you. I mean, they are trying to exaggerate, but
So
I'm just answering. I'm just coming to your question. So they follow the news, okay? Follow the news. Maybe they heard actually what Trump said. Actually, I haven't heard the lecture or let's say the conference. But the thing is that I didn't actually, my mother didn't tell me anything about that. But the thing is, people are just doing their lives. Believe me, people are doing their life because you cannot stop your life. You need money. You need to eat. You need to move forward. So you cannot stay home like one. It is like home and say, okay, what Trump wants to do. Okay, what Netanyahu wants. Shit, they just do this.
Iran. I have a question about Iran. What percentage of the Iranian people would you say are against the IRGC?
IRGC?
What percentage of Iranian people do not like IRGC?
Less than 5%.
That do like?
Yes. Less than 5%.
So 95% do not like?
No, he misinterpreted the question. He meant
which percentage of people don't like, they hate IRGC?
We have right to left and gray. Gray means people who are in the middle.
I get that, Iran, but I'm specifically asking for clarification for I'm not trying to interview them. I'm actually trying to use it against BEMA. Because BEMA claimed that she didn't believe that high percentage of people are against it.
First of all, Richard, you're being dishonest, okay? And listen, hold on. I question. Hold on. Yes. How does anybody know? You don't know.
Why don't you ask the Iranian?
Hold on. Wait a second. There have been exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing. But guess what? As we're finding out, is that he hasn't even been able to give us a good answer. It doesn't even look like his mother, right? And it doesn't even look like his mom has even paid any much attention to it. If maybe she doesn't have the information or whatever. So if someone who's living in the country, okay, he just said it himself. Does she admit? Would she that the 45,000 estimated number is correct? I mean, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's interesting.
Listen, let me tell you one thing. Now they are in the west of Iran, okay? But as I said, I'm from Tehran, which is the capital. Now they are in the west of Iran. Iran is a very big white country. People in the west or people in the east, especially in the east, people have no idea about this war. There has been no attack on their cities. It's a very big country.
Oh my God, you're giving a wrong answer. Just.
Yeah, man. Answer.
Mashhad is in the east.
No, it was just a little exaggerated. But what I want, the situation. I'm comparing the situation. The situation in Mashhad is totally different from Tehran.
He's trying to give it. And you're trying to tell him he's wrong? What the fuck? He's trying to give his opinion.
Guys, everybody's off topic right now. We're in sick. Chill for a minute. Let's just get this answer out. So, Iran, are there more people that are pro or are there more people that are pro liberation?
I'm so sorry to answer your question this way. I'm not sure. So everybody knows the situation.
Rose, do you still support him?
Internet you mentioned.
Can you fuck up, please, so we can get like a straight answer out of this guy?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I just need to mention 2 or 3 things. So, first
No,
of
he
all,
didn't answer, young lady. Wait up. Let him finish his shit.
Sick, why don't you let the Iranian lady talk?
No, because you asked him.
He's from the country.
Yeah. Actually, give her the chance. Because he failed to answer. Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, Iran can't answer anything.
Yeah, because you guys don't want to listen to his opinion.
okay, so IR has mentioned about lefty and like gray people. I think at this point we shouldn't talk about lefty or gray people. We should talk about those people who are against the government and that's between 80 and 85% of the people. Right.
Rose, how do you know that? Can you explain it to Bima?
Yeah, I've been in a questionnaire from the parliament.
Bima doesn't believe the numbers are that high.
It's okay. She doesn't need to believe me. It's totally fine. Second of all, IR, you have mentioned that Iranians are available to internet. They still have land. There are so many people, they can access the internet, but they have to pay so much money. And most of my family, at least I know.
Don't interrupt her, dude. Just listen.
Okay, sorry.
I still have no access to my family. If they want to access to the internet, they need to spend lots of money for anti-filter to be able to just connect, do the connection. So this is the second thing.
Is this facts?
Just listen. They have North Korean internet.
It's a fact. I'm Iranian.
It's a fact. So listen, if it's a fact,
You should change his name to IRGC.
Let me look it up, and I'll hear your facts. You understand? Everyone has their own personal opinion, but if it's facts, it's facts.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I like the empirical.
I'll look it up right now.
And I don't think that we should ever condemn anybody for asking for facts. Okay, so don't mistake that for cruelty, because I think or offense. That's just us trying to verify. Okay, so it doesn't and to try to think, try to assume what other people are thinking. You know who you are. It's just ridiculous. Right, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So right, exactly. And and so my motivation to asking was because I think that, I mean, at least if we were to steelman the IRGC, right, their numbers were like in the 3,000s.
I understand, but you said
I don't believe. Right.
Is it like, yeah, but
I wasn't talking to you though. What I'm saying is, I was talking to IR. So we admit, like if the IRGC has admitted 3,000, right? That's them. And I would think that someone who lives in the region would at least be talking about 3,000 deaths, if that's the amount. Okay, I don't believe that it's 3,000. I think it's higher than that. But I am very curious to know why. Like you said, the size of the region. I don't know how big Iran is, but I know that it's not bigger than the United States. I don't think it's half as big as the United States. I don't know the connectivity of them, but I'm pretty sure that people in the East Coast know what's going on in the West Coast if one person dies. Okay, so let alone 3,000. Like that should have been a point of discussion.
It's like 35,000.
Well, 45,000. It depends on who you ask. 45,000 according to Trump, 3,000 IRGC, whoever else. Sometimes it's 100,000. I don't know. But the point is that a few thousand deaths, I think, would be the point of a conversation at some point. And that's very concerning. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, if that isn't somebody's conversation, like, why wouldn't that be a part of the? Like, do you know? I mean, like, why? Why did this happen? What was the cause of this? Like, there's so many questions.
Let me give you a very short brief about the Iranian demands or Iranian society. We have a very big diversity. We have people who are in LGBT communities. We have people who are extremist Muslims. We have people who are liberal Muslims, like the majority of people.
Iran, can I ask you, stop you for a second? Do you have an LGBT, this community, do you have like gay bars there?
No, of course no. It's
okay, so you're talking about in the diaspora. So you're talking about in the just I wanted to just be saying, I didn't interrupt you, but you're talking about in the diaspora of Iran, the Iranians living outside of Iran.
Diversity. There's not big diversity.
I asked him the question.
Within.
So you're not talking about within the country. Within the country, you don't have a gay community and gay bars.
Okay.
I fully will adding that to it, having my avatar.
Of course.
Like living life.
Which Muslim country they have a gay bar?
Maybe they know better. I don't know.
Well, so when you say
No,
you're the
I don't want to get too far. I'd like to hear his explanation.
No, I'm sorry, Bima, for asking him that, but that just stopped me when because
I
I've
am
never heard anyone say
TV.
that before.
I've never
about
heard
your
that
right. So that's why I asked.
TV.
Yeah, like right up to Rose. Rose. You hear me, Rose?
I do, yes.
Let me just give you a voice message I got right now from Tehran.
Yeah.
No, brother, listen, she just asked you a question. Is there any gay club in Iran?
برق رفت باورت میشه 1 ساعت برق نبود برق هم مرکز تهران دوره 1 ساعت پیش برق اومد از فکر کنم 9 و 10 رفت تا 11
I don't know what the fuck I just listened to. It sounded like another call for sleeper cells to wake up.
Exactly. What sounded about Rose speaking English here.
Rose, what was it?
Sorry, man.
Yeah, it was
No
about
disrespect.
electricity in Iran that has been just shut down.
Just for 1 hour, get
For
this.
an
That has
hour,
been
yeah. He just got a message, that's why he just tried fastly. Sorry.
Dude,
Well, we don't have any gay bar in Iran, but obviously they are gathering around in like I would say in their homes, you know, they party together. But obviously there are so many underground, yeah. But obviously there are
Actually, sometimes it's not really underground. There is a park in the heart of Tehran that is called Park Daneshu. Yeah, all of them are just such.
So is it more underground or more?
It's underground. I mean, I can say maybe it's kind of protected.
They get the underground railroad for Muslim gay people. They say
what the hell? it's not like Berlin or it's not like London or Manchester. They start kissing each other or just, on the street. It's not in our culture. It has nothing to do with the government. It's not in our culture. I don't want to say it's disgusting. I want to say it's nice. I don't judge it, okay? Because I'm not the person who judge it.
don't judge it, just let it happen.
I'm not judging it. I'm not judging it. I respect people. I love everybody.
Okay, and don't turn the conversation like this. Okay?
Rose, you're gay.
Yes, Rose is gay.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go back to what you were saying. I need to have a moment. So continue what you're saying. I'm sorry that I stopped you on that, but I never heard before. The first time. But go ahead.
No, there is no gay bar. That's a very funny question. I mean, we're talking about the war. You're asking about gay bars.
No, you were talking about the diversity within the country,
Yes,
and you said something that none of us have ever heard before. So that's why I had to stop you and ask you.
Rose knows that for the Iranians here, they can confirm what I say, or they can actually correct it better. But
It's okay, I'm not trying to be confronting you.
Diversity in Iran that is.
Abby, what we're missing is diverse to him means different than full time.
Oh my God, Austin.
Austin.
Which includes.
I'll send you back to Mexico.
No, it's okay. Keep going. All right, sorry.
It's really disrespectful. Just give me some fucking time. Let me finish, and then I will go for your questions if you have any questions, or if you want me to shut the fuck up. So I will close my microphone, please. But just clarify what we have to do. And it's about the people. It's about the friend who was asking if people like this percentage of people are supporting. This percentage of people are, let's say, hating the IRGC. We cannot say that, okay? But last year there was a questionnaire or something like a forum from people on the streets from the parliament. It was done by the parliament. And also the answer got published, I think, just some weeks after the process. And there's 80% of people
200 billion in pension debt. Chicago needs to file for bankruptcy and discharge the federal court. Vote John Kitover, impeach Tony Franklin, and vote out Brandon. Vote John.
You cannot say it. 80% are directly saying we are dissatisfied with the system. So I can for sure tell you all these people wanted to say we want regime change, okay, but they are, they were afraid or they were scared of the consequences. So that's why they said we are dissatisfied. But right now, the thing is, the economy is collapsing. Actually, it collapsed, it just already collapsed. And the industry, I'm an industry man. Actually, I work in Iran. I work in some European countries also. The industry is not working or is not actually going well as it should. So after also this war that USA and Israel that targeted some industrial, actually, let's say areas, there would be more unemployment rates, which makes people more dissatisfied. And that's why I'm telling you, this is the biggest army that USA has, which is the people. And these people are on the side of, I don't want to say on the side of USA, but they are not really, I mean, they don't really agree with the government. They want to change it. So, but if you want to continue targeting civilians, infrastructures, exactly like the voice message that I just shared it with you just some minutes ago. People automatically, after some days, after some time, they get fed up with the system, with the attack, with the war, because they see everything. I mean, they put the blame on the war. They say it's only because of the war. It's only because of the war, and you will get 100% vice versa consequences, or let's say the outcome that you are looking for. So it's a very controversial topic. It's a very sensitive, let's say, action that's both both sides of the war are doing. I really have no idea what will happen because it's, as I said, it's going to the wrong direction every day. Trust threatening people's, people's country. It's not talking about the governments. It's talking about he said, we will come to Iran and we have to destroy, not Trump, I mean, there was a Republican senator. He said that we have to come to Iran, we have to destroy everything like the people from Mongolia.
Talking about Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, Chengiz. I think it was Chengiz. He said that we will destroy everything. So, these words are shit. These words are, they are not the words that people are expected to hear. But I'm like you guys. Everybody, what I know for now, everybody is confused. And we really have no idea what will happen. Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you so much.
I feel smarter. Thank you for letting us hear that.
Oh my god, that was literally the pace of reaction time. That.
Well, you got a lot of things people here on Clubhouse, the confusion. But if you listen to Donald Trump tonight, he laid it all out for you, very plain and simple. He will send the whole country into a time machine, aka into the Middle Ages where they're already at. He already believes that these people are living in the 16th century. So the point is, surrender now and just join us. Assimilation will be preservation. Assimilation will be joy. Your experience, your joy, your destiny. Can we all not just collectively get through to all the people in Iran and say, listen, lay down your weapons, stop shooting rockets, open up more shawarma restaurants, open up more hair removal clinics, open up a new airline, join the rest of the world and stop resisting. Joy, fun, the time is now. Hello? Learn to say hello. Come on, IRGC. Come on, Iranians, Persians, say hello. Hello?
I vote that guy to be deported.
All right, can we hear from Reza wants to attack Iran? Go ahead.
I'm gonna take some time. And
I'm ready, go.
Responding to the You know, the guy he just talked about the Iranian economy collapsing. And I think this people like the president of the United States. Iranian economy is not collapsing. Everything is normal. Petrol is still open, not busy. Same price as it was before the war. Nothing happened. And people live like a normal life. But I'm going to talk. I'm not talking about.
Can I ask you a question?
People. One second.
No, let him finish, please.
One second.
Let him
You know that my fellow friends, you have to be careful of these people. They come and talk about bad about their own country. They betray. They betrayed their own country. Think about what they're gonna do to your country. You have to stay away from these people because they're selling on motherland. What they're gonna do to your land?
We already got the Democrats. Are you talking about the Democrats right now?
Let's hear him please.
You know the people
We got the Democrats. You're talking about the
common
Democrats?
Iranian. They are not Iranian. They just we have a common language. The people, the Iranian spoken people, they come and they try to betray Iran. What I'm saying is, you have to be careful of these people.
How do
Reza, just wait. Hold on.
Because
Please hold on. Go ahead. Finish. I have a question for you.
because the people they trade their own country, their own land. What they're gonna do to you guys? All I'm saying is this.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so your economy is not collapsing, right, Reza?
At the moment, no. At the moment, everything is normal.
What's the minimum wage by the law in Iran? How much is it?
You know, the minimum wage, you have to calculate the minimum spending
Hold on.
of the country.
Buddy, I need the number because I know it. Okay, what's the minimum wage in Iran?
Whatever. What you saying?
Okay, so
What you saying?
Talking like Arab
Hold on, guys.
$50. You say $40.
$100, man.
Reza, be quiet. The minimum wage in Iran is 12 million toman. In dollars, about $80 a day, right? A month. I'm sorry, $80 a month. So, which is almost about 400,000 toman, which is about $3 a day. Less $3, $2. So,
Words on the month, dude. No.
The cost of goods and services. For example, if you need laser hair removal service, that could be 10 cents to get 1,000 hairs taken off of an Iranian's back.
So basically, you get paid 400,000 a month, which is a day. What can you buy with your daily income in Iran as a minimum wage person? 3 bags of hot Cheetos. How much is a bag of hot Cheetos, buddy?
Okay. Can I respond to this guy? Can I respond to you?
How much is a hot Cheeto? My response is a number. How much?
$5. $5.
No, it's not $5.
$10.
It's not $10.
What you want to hear?
It's about $1. So how much
Okay,
did
dollar. Guys, this dollar
How much
is
did I say you can make? $3. What
50 cents.
What can you buy?
50 cents.
3 bags of hot Cheetos. 1
Nothing.
day of work.
Nothing. Let me tell you. Let me respond. Let
No,
me
you don't
respond.
get to talk. You're finished.
You know, whatever he says.
Who's next, guys? Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to.
You have no answer to it.
I'm the next.
He is lying. He is lying, guys. He's lying.
So I'm lying about how much of it.
I just googled it. He's very good.
Yes, you are.
I could get the time to
I just
talk.
want to respond because he insulted
Yes,
me.
you
He
are.
said that I'm Iranian.
Hold on.
I'm having those Cheetos.
If you are in Iranian, come to the channel.
See Cheetos? They're
Yeah,
right.
let's see if we can just come to UK and we can talk face to face. How's that?
Iranian
My family and to my friends, and I want to see if you see us, how you can talk about this.
This isn't a dating app, Rose. Wrong.
So Reza, so
You wish. Very rich.
So you
She's
said
talking
I'm
about. She's talking about her wish.
So you
It's
said
not
I'm
a
lying.
dating.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are 100% lying. The reason.
So you tell us
I'm
how
not
much is the
talking
minimum
to this.
You tell us what's the truth.
You tell me how much
Whatever it is, the minimum wage is. Listen.
What do you mean whatever it is? You can't say whatever it is.
I'm not responding to you guys. I'm not. By the way, I'm not responding to you guys. Whatever the minimum wage is,
how much is the
the dollar.
It's in the
$1
chat.
a day.
Put it in the chat. It's okay.
$1 a day. $1. You happy with the $1 a day?
No, you said I'm lying. So you have to prove that I'm lying.
What?
Well, hold on, you have to adjust that. It doesn't matter the amount. It's what can you do?
How much do you get in common as big people?
The ocean milk is usually a good.
Hold on. When you claim the economy is good, the economy is fucking amazing. We're fucking buying iMac with one over our work. You piece of shit fucking liar. Motherfucker, you're a fucking loser to work for 1 day for 8-9 hours. You cannot even buy a meal with the money. A pizza is 2 days of your work. 2 days. If you want to buy a pizza, you
know
work for 2 days.
Who said that?
Nobody needs.
Your guy's not living here.
You just
I said you. I'm living in Tehran.
Hey, Cinnamon is in Tehran. He's in town.
Yeah, I'm present in Tehran.
You
want to show me?
And then you get money, then you can buy some pizza for yourself.
Just no topics. No topics.
Thank you, Ocean.
It's an airport. Your guys not living in Iran. You're all of them is loser. Come to Tehran and then talk. I'm Persian. You're all of them loser. Okay. Come to Tehran and talk. You had everything.
Can you tell me, a teacher, how much he got paid by months?
What? Teacher, how much?
Yeah.
$100.
They only give a
Okay,
teacher like
right now is not our problem. Right now is not our problem. We had problem by economy. Anybody in Iran know that. But right now is not problem for us.
What's your problem?
Iranian out of them, Iran, not Iranian really. They are loser. They're following the Pahlavi. They're all of them loser. You cannot even come to. You cannot come. You cannot come out. You cannot come to
Okay, Sina.
You are
I have one question. You're right.
You are not my voice.
Imagine this guy.
If you are my voice, come to Tehran. I am in Tehran. You cannot come to Istanbul. You cannot come.
What did you do? Hold on, everybody. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Sina, guess what?
If you are Dubai, show your flag of the mystery. You cannot, man.
Sina, guess what? I had a steak for lunch, and I had lamb chops for dinner. What did you have for lunch and dinner? Eggs?
Of course we have. We have more than the American.
You had eggs?
We have more than the American.
Eggs for
Man,
breakfast?
We have collaboration for economy. Of course we have.
سینا میگه که سینا یه لحظه گوش کن، ترجمه کنم برات. میگه که من برای شام استیک داشتم. تو چی داشت؟ چی خوردی برای شام؟ تو خمار خوردی؟
شیر خورد.
Egg and rice, but it doesn't matter for us. Right now is not our problem.
What's your problem?
These guys from LA should be bringing for us meal? No, they cannot. They cannot come to Istanbul.
Sina, I have one question, one specific question for you. What did you do that you get the white SIM card so you can connect it to the...
I don't have white SIM card. I have VPN. I bought VPN.
I can see from your connection it's VPN or it's a white SIM card. You have a white SIM card, it's all...
I don't have it. Nobody doesn't have. Nobody. It's just... Nobody. Maybe some people in government have it.
I have a lot of people...
I have, maybe people for government have, but normal people don't have.
Okay, Sina, what's your Twitter? Can you share?
I don't have Twitter. I don't have
your X account?
He's got one friend. You can figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean,
they have white SIM cards.
so here's the thing. Whenever I hear bullshit and lies, I have to jump in the middle. So when I hear when the guy say economy's all good and this and that,
Economy is not good. Where is that economy good right now?
I'm not talking about you, you know.
Where?
I'm not talking about you.
Come to my city. Come to Tehran. I show you. Which city? And then I call you if you are Iranian or not.
If you
guys not Iranian. If you are Iranian, coming inside you are a loser.
You
are a loser.
Wait. If you honestly knew what part of Iran I'm from, you'd be fucking pissing your pants.
Okay, you want to bring out? You will bring out your flag out of you. You are in Iran. Which city you are?
Well, you're not gonna know the city that I'm in right now.
Yeah, if you want to support Iranian, you have to be in Iran. You cannot out Iran and say, I want to freedom Iran.
Fight the regime. Wait. I'll be in Iran to do what? Fight America or fight the regime?
Both. We are problem both. American and Iran regime. Both is bullshit. We are problem by American. Of course, everybody living in Middle East has problem.
Which nation?
Do you chant death to America? Do you chant that? Sina, do you chant that in the streets?
Let me ask you this question.
You think he does?
So let's say we see everyone as an enemy, right? Everyone is an enemy. You don't have any
because your guys, I know your guys is Trump, guys. You are evil. Of course you are evil.
Can you hold on and listen? Fuck US and fuck Iran regime, right? Okay, we got that straight. So which country we're gonna have a relationship with in order to like be friends and do trades and do this and that? Which country?
Any country. I don't have problem. Our people doesn't have problem by US don't have problem by American. We have problem by American as a politic. You cannot say I'm just anybody think like American problem. Imperialist. You have problem by imperialist.
American government, fine. I said, which country would you like to be an ally with, to be friends with? Which country?
Any country around us. We don't have problem by country.
Which one?
Any guys living in
Name one.
I didn't understand what you asked me exactly.
Name one country that you would choose as an Iranian to be an ally with.
میگه دوست داری با کدوم کشور دیل بکنید معامله کنید با کدوم کشور میخواید معامله
All countries.
قاعده چه کشوری دوست داری؟
آقا سینای کسخل کسمخ میگم با از آمریکا متنفری با چه کشوری دوست داری رابطه نزدیکی داشته باشی ایرانی؟
You tell him.
اروپا
یوروپ حلای خود آمریکا کیر آمریکاست چیکار میخوای بکنی؟
خب چه ربطی داره؟ What was it?
Okay,
You see what happened to they didn't give the access airport access to America aircraft. France, Estonia,
all European countries suck a dick. Yeah, you will see.
Are you done now, Sina?
Yeah, he's done. Next, go ahead, next.
I just want to say something before we start with anything else. Have you noticed that he was telling you are against us, come to Dubai, come to Turkey, which means that you're doing something there, right?
You cannot. I mean, you cannot support it.
No. You mean that
Dubai, in Istanbul, you cannot because you are scared. You are not in. You are scared. If you are in. Yeah, I love the Pahlavi. Oh, come to. We have 1 million Iranian.
40,000 people who died in the streets.
Wait, man. have 1 million Iranian in Istanbul, in Turkey, but they cannot support it.
And you are executing them in
We
Iran.
have 1 million Iranian in Turkey, but never you see Pahlavi flag in Turkey. Why? Because you are not in safe place. You say you just use it as inside the Iran. If you bribe, come inside Iran and then show your flag. If you bribe. Okay? Forget 2 months ago, the people they got the flag in the street. These people was bribed, but you're not. You cannot use it. These people for your ideology. Okay? If you are like that, come inside the Iran and then open your mouth. Use what?
Just bring your hand out of them.
Okay?
The internet is blacked out at the moment in
$100,000
Iran, so that's
2
why
weeks
the
ago.
Iranian outside are the voice of Iranians. Then shut up.
To the market dumps.
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry guys to interject. Hello to everybody on the stage. Why don't we resolve this problem really easy? Why don't we let Iranian people to have access to internet so Sina doesn't talk on behalf of 19 million Iranians? How about doing that? How about letting Iranians to talk for themselves?
1,200 ounces.
90 million Iranian, not like you are out of we don't need your opinion on that because they have mouths and they have Iranian doesn't think. Well, fine. Why don't we let them to talk for themselves instead of you as a mouthpiece of the regime? How can you find an Iranian think like you are out of the Iran?
I don't care. Why don't we let people make that decision on their own behalf instead of...
This man, he is the Iranian people, dude.
Iranian as well. That's the problem. Is that I'm an Iranian and my family members. I haven't spoken to my family for 5 weeks. Why are you cutting in 20th century the access of 19 million Iranian people to internet where they can't even talk to each other or talk to anybody overseas and they can't even express their opinions? Why is your regime doing that?
That is our problem. Yeah,
well, that's your problem. That's been your problem for 47 years.
Okay.
Shut the Iranian people from the rest of the...
You want to help us come inside Iran and then...
Well, I was in Iran in January. I was in Iran in January. I was in Iran in January.
What is the solution? What is the solution? What is the solution?
What is the solution?
No. Solution access internet is right now booming in Iran. Solution is booming in Iran.
What's internet got to do with bombing Iran? You know, Iranian people don't get notification for places in Israel or the internet. Did you know that? Why don't you build bunkers? Why don't you build shelters for Iranian people where there's not a single shelter in Iran, and you have cities and cities under mountains to launch rockets at the US? Why do you have that? Iranian people, not a single shelter was built in the last half a century by you guys who said death to America non-stop, day in, day out. You spend our money, our people's money, on Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestine, all that crap that you guys are trying to do. And you didn't build a single shelter for Iranian people. And when the war started, the war that you guys called for it, the war that you guys called for 47 years, when that war started, you guys cut the access to internet.
One at a time.
Can I ask one question from Ismail? I want to close it. Can I ask one question? I want to close it. I
don't shoot it, mate. Go for it.
Question?
Who are you? Wait, hold on. Did Rose finish? Rose, are you finished?
Where is Pulitzer's bar? Sina, where is it?
Hey, Beaver.
What
Beaver.
around, Mom?
There is a Pulitzer's bar or something like this. Pulitzer's bar. Where is it, Sina? Because in your profile you have a picture next to a bar, so it's not clear, but it seems like Pulitzer or something like this. Since you're in Iran, is there some bar like this in Iran so you can take a picture like this next to it?
It says
That's a
Pulitzer.
fake profile picture, mate.
Oh, you think it's AI?
Yeah, I think he.
I tell you this, guys, just as anybody who's not an Iranian, just bear with me for a second. Just think of it. 90 million Iranians don't have access to internet, and now, out of the blue, you got people that come out on Clubhouse and Twitter with like free access to internet, let's say from within Iran, and they're all parroting the government propaganda. Okay, I'm not talking about the US. I'm not talking about the war. Just think of this. See how ridiculous
Ismail,
that people in
Ismail,
Iran
you can
can't
follow my channel, you can
Move you down. Don't interrupt.
follow.
Go ahead, Ismail. Keep talking.
No, Ismail, you're not actually making a lot of sense right now because in the past
I am making a lot of sense. Guess
No,
what? The same government is spending all that money on missiles and rockets and proxy forces across the Middle East for 47 years.
Buddy. VPNs are working in the past 2 days. So some people have VPNs, right? And they're not related to government. They're buying VPNs, so they're working in the past couple of days. So I'm just letting you know if you don't know. So if you wanna.
Well, how about the last 4.5 weeks?
Well,
how about the last 4.5 weeks, the last 2 days? Did you know that for more than 60% of the days of this year, people in Iran had no access to internet?
Brother, I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian. I haven't talked to my family in like fucking 7
Yeah, same. I haven't spoken to my parents for 5 weeks now, and then out of a you got people who can talk about how wonderful is Iran.
In the past couple of days, VPNs are working, so not free VPNs.
So Ismail, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Ismail?
Yeah, go for it.
Why are you not in Iran?
I was actually in Iran in January. I live in Australia. I went there for January break, for the New Year break, and guess what? I got shot at in Tehran.
Are you married? Do you have children?
There were thousands of people.
Oh my God.
Hey?
How'd that happen? What happened?
The opposition figure to come out on the 8th and 9th of January, 8 o'clock at night. So we went out, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of people, unimaginable number of people in streets protesting, and you get to a point where you'll get shot at by machine guns, dude. Like no warning shots, nothing. Ta 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 ta. They started mowing people down. Okay, now you listen to me, and you're like, oh, this guy is propagandist, whatever. I'm an Iranian. من میتونم فارسی حرف بزنم. I'm an Iranian. I can speak Farsi. I was there in January. The sort of brutality. If you're a woman, just think of this. Those women get dragged down if you don't wear proper hijab. Don't look at those videos that they post on YouTube or whatever, because those videos are shot in certain areas, in particular sections of Tehran. Iran has 31 provinces. It's got more than 600 towns and cities. If you don't cover your hair as a woman, if you don't go out properly, considered modest by the government, drag you and they put you into detention. This is not some sort of a nice regime that's parroting, like, hey, let's support Palestinians and all that. That's all fake. Like the reality of Iran. Yeah.
Again, I'm telling you to be aware of these things. How they are like. He told me that if you are against us, come to Dubai or to Turkey, which means that they have this thing that they kidnap people from Turkey and Dubai, they took them to Iran and execute them. Have you noticed that? So which means that the level of brutality they got in the region, how they abuse the people in the region.
Yeah, one of their tactics, to be honest, I don't want to be pessimistic, but one of their tactics is to snatch people up by rolling them up. They roll people up. Okay, if you want to come to Turkey, and we've got this group, and we've got this movement, you can contribute to like all these forces that are working against the regime. Turkey, you got, they don't do it themselves. They pay gangs and certain groups to snatch you off the street. And guess what? Turkey's got border with Iran. They get them across the border and then they put them on trial. They actually execute. They have executed some of those before. They put them on trial. They show their confessions on TV channels. They do all crazy crap that you guys can't even imagine. This is one of the issues. They're so terrible that we, the West, we're so comfortable, we're so accustomed to our way of life, we can't even fathom the tactics and the sort of ways that they go around to suppress opposition.
So I also just wanted to add about the economy, the state of the union economy. Inflation, we're talking, is at like 40 something percent. Like CPI inflation, 56%. The reals, just for a perspective, in 2024, there was, I want to say, about 47,000 real to $1. Today, it's 1.65 million reals per dollar. Massive inflation. 70% food inflation. I mean, yeah, if you wouldn't consider this an economy collapsing or in very dire straits, I mean, I don't know, this isn't.
And Bima, this is not a lot of this is because of the war. It was like this before the war. It's not like.
So I noticed. So that's interesting that you say that, and I'll tell you, it's two parts.
Added a little bit to it, not too much.
Okay, I would say that's a fair statement. I would say if we were to look, if we were to be objective.
Ocean, it becomes better even. When the war started, it was 170. I think it's 178 something, the dollar.
No, I'm not talking about the dollar itself. I'm talking about, inflation.
Yeah, I'm just adding that when the war started, the real become even more powerful.
Ocean, can I interject for a second? I apologize. Guys, it's the same story again. The government spends more than what it makes. So the money that they got in the coffers is so much less than the money that they spend. And guess what? They spend it on they support 40,000 Hezbollah families and pay them in US dollars, $1,000 a month. And guess what's the average income of an Iranian? $100. So an average Iranian, and they spend all that money on these rockets. They fired so many rockets. The US and Israel have targeted so far over 20,000 military sites in Iran. 20,000. Like the country is filled with military sites under the mountains, on the streets, next to schools, everywhere. They spend all their money on that, and it's not for all for ideological purposes. A whole lot of it is for the purpose of making money. So you create a scheme, and every part of that scheme you make money. You smuggle this part from Russia through Caspian Sea to northern provinces in Iran. They get paid for that. Then someone else pick up the oil to sell it somewhere in Malaysia. They make money out of that. So the ideological side is just behind that. Pretty much like a mafia cult regime that's making so much money out of one of the richest countries in the world. Iran has the second largest gas reserves in the world, and probably the third or the fourth largest oil reserves in the world.
It's the fifth in general.
And I beg, because there hasn't been any explorations in Iran for 40 years. That's the thing. All the numbers from Iran are from 40 years ago. And I beg you to, sometime in the future, if you end up traveling to Iran, go and see how poor people live. They're so poor. In some provinces of Iran, they don't have slippers to put on. By slippers, I mean, I'm using the Australian slang, like shoes to put on to go out,
Like people are so poor in a country just like that. And the GDP per capita for Iran is the same as it was 50 years ago. The GDP per capita for this country. Just guess what? I know as an American, you guys want to know how all of this affects America. Pretty makes sense to me, but really, as an Iranian, I look at this and it aches my heart because Australia hasn't got even remotely as much resources as Iran's got. Australia is close to China. It's got a lot of geopolitical tensions happening here, but still people live a pretty decent life, you know? And then I look at Iran with all of that resources, all of those amazing people. Iran's got such a rich history. Just look at the people. Travel there, culturally nice, so hospitable, and they live such a miserable life.
Ismail, very much thinking. Can I ask a question? Can anybody narrate Savak to me? Savak, what's Savak?
Okay, this is my opinion. I studied history, so I can give you a quick rundown. But Savak means Sazman Aliyat Etelat Keshvar, so it's an acronym. It was an acronym was for Iranian intelligence service before the revolution. All right?
Okay.
So I'll give you one snippet of one interview that was conducted before the revolution with the king of Iran, which we call it Shah. Okay, this was before the revolution in 1978. Okay, so he sat down with the king of Iran and he said, in the newspapers there are reports that you've got 100,000 detainees in your prisons, okay, in your detention camps. And the Shah responded that our capacity, our entire prison system capacity in Iran is at 4,000. How can a country with 4,000 capacity cells for prisoners has 100,000 detainees? So I'm not saying Savak wasn't operating in Iran before the revolution. They were cruel at some point, but the reality is everything got so magnified in the Western media, just like it's been swept under the carpet right now. All of these massacres that's happening for I don't know benefits, but what they did was a misrepresentation. And see that guess what? All those people, most of them, okay, all would be an exaggeration, most of them are currently designated as terrorists. Most of those people, so Khamenei, who was the leader, Rafsanjani, who was the president, parliament, Mariam Rajavi, yeah. Some of these terrorists that are currently designated as terrorists by Europe and America, they were detained by the Shah, you know, in Iran before the revolution. And President Carter put so much pressure on the Shah of Iran to release them. And then when he released them just a year before the revolution in 1978, what happened was that these people started creating cells and networks, and they waged guerrilla warfare against the Shah, you know. And then the French sent Khomeini on a plane, a private plane, back to Iran, you know, with all the revolutionaries. So I'm not saying the whole thing about the revolution was orchestrated, but there were so many interests in the West and the East to make sure the Shah is gone and we've got a new regime in Iran. You know, their assumption was that they could deal with Khomeini, but what Khomeini did was that Khomeini just, you know, he turned the table against him. This is pretty much my understanding of it. But you are right to talk about Savak. But another interesting point is that Iran never had an intelligence agency before Savak was established. It was only established 15 years before the revolution. In Farsi, 1342. Okay, exactly 50 before the revolution, Iran had its first intelligence agency. So people weren't accustomed to have an intelligence agency in the and because of that, there was a lot of rumors. This guy's a spy. This guy's like he's he's a snatch, etc. All of those stories were circulating. But in reality, what Savak was doing is that he was only targeting people that were armed opposition. You know, we don't have serious armed opposition currently in Iran. But before the revolution, these people, because you had the Soviet Union, a lot of these people traveled to Soviet Union. They would get trained on how to fight. A lot of them would go to Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi was. A lot of them would go to Palestine, where you had Yasser Arafat, and they would learn guerrilla warfare. And they would come back to Iran to fight against the sitting Shah at the time, you know. This is my understanding of it, but sorry if I misrepresented it, or sorry if I explained it in a, I don't know, skewed way. Okay, it's my idea. So if I listen to you very well, then it means the Savak was so brutal that the citizens revolted against them. That is the conclusion of everything you just said. Because if the citizens actually had to revolt to be able to overtake them, then they were very, very evil. As you rightly said, they were brutal, and you can't say their brutalities can be excused. So how come the citizens woke up and then revolted against the people, brought in the Shia Islam or Shia leadership, who on, is it August 9th, through a referendum, voted to become an Islamic state. And then we say they are occupied and they are a regime. Meanwhile, those who you are calling for were themselves brutal per your own explanation. So what are we doing now? Are we taking out an evil man to bring in an evil man? And I'm calling for an evil man to replace an evil man. Okay, so there are two points here. Is that, are we talking about how this is going to affect the future of Iran? Because all of this is from 50 years ago, right? There have been books and books and books, volumes have been written about Iranian Revolution. Okay, so there is a lot of information there. You see how Soviet Union played played a significant role in arming and training leftist groups. Leftist groups were the strongest, the most supported, the most organized opposition against the Shah. Islamists had very minimal power, okay? But what happened was that because Iran at the time, 50 years ago, not currently most of Iranians, even me, I was born as a Muslim, I didn't even practice. If you go to Iran, most people don't. But at the time, a lot of Iranians were Muslims. So they created a government system that had a cleric at the top, all right? But what happened was that the clerics at the top, they actually subverted the process, okay? The first people that the clerics went after the revolution, guess what? They were the leftists, okay? You can go read about executions. They had like executions, mass executions in cells. The MEK, which is I admit, which is considered and designated as a terrorist organization. They believe 8,000 of their people, of the sympathizers were executed in prisons. Okay, so there is a lot of, for example, the Shah, he had got cancer before the revolution. The crown prince was very young. So the revolution in Iran was one of the most poignant events in the 20th century. You can't just say, okay, there was Savak and there was a revolution, okay? So there's so many factors that are playing there. Especially, for example, Carter never supported the Shah, okay? The ambassador to Iran, his name was Sullivan. Sullivan had very poor relationship with the Shah and the court. You know, there was also influences that the Shah was using. Shah was exerting influence globally. He started the idea of OPEC, countries that export oil. The idea stemmed from Shah's attempts. So what he did is that he founded OPEC. And what OPEC was that OPEC countries, they set prices for oil, which was not acceptable for a lot of Western countries. So there's a lot of factors there playing. Economy, from inside politics of Iran, you see the leftists playing roles, you see the crown prince being very young, maybe he was like 15 or 16 at the time when the revolution happened. There's so many things happening there. So you can't just like shrink it and say, okay, Sabak was brutal. And in terms of brutality, again, what Sabak was going after were armed opposition, properly armed and trained opposition, that most of them were following the revolution by the same Western now. And a lot of countries, not even Western ones, even Arab countries consider some of the fourth regional countries consider them terrorists, you know? So there's so many factors there at play. But what I suggest is that was 50 years ago. You know, we're talking about a regime at the moment that's not representing the Iranian people. Simple as that. There hasn't been a free election in that country for 50 years. It's just as simple as that. Why they can't have a referendum? Why they don't allow Iranian people to have access to internet? Why they not giving up under proxy? Like, who's threatening us? We're a country of 90 million. We can protect our country. We don't need proxies in Yemen. Like, what the heck are we doing in Yemen? What's Yemen got to do with Iran? You know, these are the questions that Iranian people ask themselves. You know, the guy gets up in the morning and he doesn't have anything to eat for breakfast, and his money is being funneled to some random group in Yemen so that they can fire rockets at Israel and close down the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, you know? So those are the serious questions that Iranian people are asking themselves, you know? And I beg you to study about the Gen Z and generation in Iran, including myself. I'm only 38, okay? A lot of people in Iran, they watch Western movies, they post videos on YouTube, they post videos on Instagram, they dress up like Western people, they're just so accustomed to the global world, and they just can't get the point that what's this Islamic regime that's ideologically driven from ideas from 1400 years ago, from 1400 years ago, is doing to their lives.
Thank you, Ismail.
Thinking Muhammad was a pedophile.
Thank you, Ismail. I think you said something which I'm very happy with. You said that was 50 years ago, so we should focus on the present. But when you were giving your submission, you made a very, very important statement. You said, as at the time, there were so much machinations and propaganda with respect to the news, the reality and the facts of the news, or the reality and the facts on the ground at the time. And for today, if nothing at all, himself said that they intended to tank the economy of Iran to bring hardship upon them so that they can wage a war against them. He said it on his own war. 2, let's move on to the BB files which were just released by Tucker Carlson with the intra-investigations within Israel concerning the crimes and corruption of Benjamin Netanyahu. It was said in there that Netanyahu was sponsoring Hezbollah and was sponsoring Hamas and the others to continue creating the mess and certain terrorist groups in the region. It has been factually made known. Let's go to issues of Marco Rubio, and a few. Pompeo, is it Mike Pompeo? When the protest started in Iran, they publicly came out through interviews and through their own Twitter walls, saying that they are with the people of Iran and they have armed them. There are Mossad and CIA agents amongst them. These are people who have publicly opened up and said that they are involved in all the violence in Iran during the protests. With all these facts on the ground, do you still say, or do you still stand by the fact that what is being said, or what has been said by the regime during this protests should be taken as factual, knowing that there were external powers involved in it, just as you said, that during the time of the Shah, the image painted of him had external factors in there. That should be considered before we actually make a conclusion. If we are to go by your logic, as you said, should we also go by the same logic in today to analyze what is being said of whatever is happening now?
Okay, so you asked 3 questions. Allow me to go one by one. But what I'm going to do is that I'm not going to give you my opinion or logic. I'm going to give you my lived experience. I'm an Iranian. I lived there till I was 18. I go back every year and I live there because my wife lives in Tajikistan, a country that's very close to Iran. So every time I go see her and her family, I go travel and see my parents as well in Iran. So what I'm giving you is first-hand. Okay, so first thing about Israel and about Netanyahu. I want to tell you something about Iran's history. Okay, Iran has been there as a country, as a political entity for 2,500 years, since the Achaemenid period and the Sassanid period and the and after the arrival of Islam, the Safavids, etc. So Iran is not Iraq, for example. No disrespect to the Iraqis, but the borders of Iran were not set in a Sykes-Picot agreement line after the World War I. Okay, Iran is not Jordan. Iran is not Emirates, who was formed how many years ago? 50 years ago, okay? Iran has been there for 2,500 years. And guess what? There are 2 nations in the Middle East that are not Arabs, okay? That are not Arabs, and they speak languages other than Arabic, and they are religiously different. We have a different calendar. We have a different language. We speak Indo-European language. So Persian is from the same family of languages as German, as English, as Swedish, as Nordic, as the same as Indian. Okay, so we don't understand Arabic. So if someone speaks Arabic in the street, I as an Iranian don't understand a word coming out of his mouth. Okay, so there are 2 countries in the East, minorities, Iran and Israel. Okay. In addition to that, so take that as granted. In addition to that, Iranians practice a particular Islam that 90% of Muslims in the world don't practice that. Iran is the only Shia country in the world. There are Shias in Iraq and Azerbaijan and Kuwait and Bahrain, etc. But Iran is the only Shia country, Shia Muslim country in the world. Okay, so even from a religious perspective, Iranians are minorities there. From a linguistic perspective, there are minorities there. From ethnic point of view, there are minorities there. So Iranians and Jews, including Cyrus's, what Cyrus did 2,500 years ago, and he freed the Jewish people from the reigns of Nebuchadnezzar, okay? So Iranians and Jews have a lot of close ties and a lot of close interests. I'm not saying we have to support everything that Israel does. I'm just saying that the cause for Palestine is not necessarily something that you see Iranian people in street, not what's shown on TV, care about, okay? We don't have Palestinian refugees in Iran. Okay, you have a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, etc. So when you talk to Iranians about Israel, in the hindsight, you might see, okay, this is a problem across the region, every country is not happy about Israel, etc. But that doesn't work with Iranians. Iranians see allies in Israel, okay? That doesn't mean they agree to everything Israel does, but they see certain shared interests with Israel. Okay, for example, right now with the regime, we have a dictator in Iran, we have a crazy regime. They see themselves sharing that interests with Israel to get rid of this regime. Okay, that doesn't mean we support everything that Israel does. But Iranians share a lot of more history with Israelis than they do with Saudi Arabians, that they do with Emiratis, that they do with Turkey. You see? The point that I'm trying to say is that Iran is not like any other country in that region. There are certain things about Iran. I'm not talking about Iranian exceptionalism. I'm saying that there are certain things about Iran that doesn't apply. That there's certain things in the Middle East that applies to every country but Iran. Okay, so Iranian new generation, 60% of university graduates in Iran are women. 60%. You have a government that's taking all the rights away from women, and these women see an opening in going to universities and study. So Iran has got more educated women than men. You see, you don't have that anywhere across the Middle East. Iranian women got right during the they had the right to go and vote and participate in elections before Switzerland. Okay, we're talking about a country just like this. So Iran is not like Saudi Arabia where women are not even allowed to drive. You know, Iranian women had right to vote 70 years ago. So this is the problem with Iran, is that people put on their glasses on and they're like, okay, the US has done this to Iraq or Syria, so okay, the same thing's going to happen in Iran. No, Iran is an intricate thing, like it's an intricate matter. I hope I've helped with that. And bear that in mind, what happens in Israeli political landscape, we don't look at that and we don't judge Israel based on face value. We judge Israel by what sort of interests we share with Israel. What do we like to do in the future? How Israelis can help us. We look at it that way. Most of Iranians do it that way, you know? Of course, you find crazy people in Iran that want to wipe Israel off the face of the planet, you know? But most of Iranians have shared this sort of sense or feeling. What was the other question you asked?
I think you've done a lot of you've touched on most of the questions, and your submission brings more questions, further questions again. So let me ask this very question: the history or the connection of Iran to Israel, which is even during the biblical period or historically, is very valid. But if nothing at all, one thing is certain. Issues of Israel today is not of the past. It is a current trending issue. So wouldn't that be inappropriate to have a current and be quoting a relationship you had with someone historically? Because someone is genociding a whole community, a whole
genocide, buddy.
Please allow me. Let me make that point.
Because you're jumping around. I'm correcting you when you lie.
How can a people be genocided? It has been declared as a genocide, and that is why Bin Netanyahu was even found guilty by the ICC.
Okay, so I agree.
I'm only quoting the facts from world acclaimed institutions and how they classify the events in Palestine. So when I say genocide, it's not my opinion. ICC has done that.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm going to give you an answer. Okay.
Let me
respond. Let me respond
to the points. No, you said something. You made your point. So let me go to my points. Now, the point you made was very beautiful, very beautifully made. That Iranians have nothing or have no problem with the Israelis because we go way back. That is why we want Israel to help us in the region. Frankly speaking, can you tell me an industry that Israel dominates in the world? Can you tell me any industry that Israel dominates in the world that you think Israel is bringing?
Yes,
Allow me.
Israel has the most successful.
When I was speaking, I didn't open the microphone. Please. When you were speaking, you open the microphone.
Well, you're asking multiple questions. You know, just ask me one by one, and I answer, and I give you the point of the Iranian.
No, you're not speaking for the Iranians. You're speaking.
Well, I'm an Iranian, so I speak for myself and the people that I know.
So let me make my point. The more you interject, the more you prolong my submission. Now, listening to you, you see how you actually jump in to defend Israel. It makes your stance very questionable. Because if anything at all, we have a pending issue of people being killed And then you're quoting history to defend.
Most people are animals.
Okay,
They're not people.
okay. So let me respond to your question because you're moving on with your questions and you're trying to draw it out certain narratives.
I'm here to make my point, Ismail. Let me. Even the point itself, I'm now coming to the questions. Allow me.
Well, you're not making one point. You're talking about different things. You know what I would like to do. Let me go on one by one, and you'll get the mic to talk about it all.
I'm building up to my question. So if you allow me, you get the question I want you to answer and respond to. Or you're intentionally trying to make me lose my train of thought. Now
I'm trying to get a question out of you.
Your argument of you being Indo-Europeans and as such you having no problem is just a flimsy excuse. Because if anything at all, one thing that is certain is that any reasonable human being won't see evil and turn their eyes towards evil. Even if you have a history with someone, you don't see evil and turn your eyes from evil.
Yeah, Muslims are evil. Yeah.
The thought that you can be or you have a history with Israel. Unfortunately, you said Indo-European. What you forgot to even say is that the Israelis you are finding over here are Jewish Zionists. They are not ethnic Jews. In fact, the Jews that came to Iran or that came into Persia, even Persia, are not the Jews you are seeing in Israel today. I don't think you know that history. The Jews that you are talking about existed during the period we're making reference to. I think we are used to that history.
Okay, questions over?
Allow me. The Jews you are saying today are East European Jews. They are remnants of the Khazari Empire, who were nomadic, Turkic origin, who existed, or the empire existed in the 8th, were established in the 8th and 9th century in Eastern Europe and collapsed around the 18th century. These guys are remnants of the empire of Eastern Europe and have nothing to do with ethnic Jewish nationality. For information, the Israel you see today exists under a declaration which is the Balfour 1916 or 1917 declaration through the legislation of Thomas Herzl or Theodor Herzl, a Polish Jew, actually proposed started a Zionist organization. Through that, they lobbied for a home, for a Jewish state for the Jews. And this Jewish state had to go through the Ugandan scheme. I don't think you know this history.
Dude, we studied this for 12 years. We studied this for 12 years when we went to school.
If you study,
we study. Every Iranian kid is bombarded with this stuff since we go to school. What do you think they teach us at school? The same stuff that you're saying.
If you knew the fact you made,
let's wrap up and I'll answer you your question. Okay,
Ismail, allow me.
Okay, you can hate Israel as much as you want. I don't care. I'm going to answer your questions.
No, I don't.
I'm going to answer your questions, dude. Wait, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Okay, you can talk about Jews as much as you want. I don't care. I want to answer your questions.
You make a factual blunder, and I'm trying to bring you back to the fact.
Oh, okay, let's talk about blunders. Israel here right here. Israel here right here.
That is all.
Okay, I'm moving on to the fourth question now. Okay.
I made a factual blunder, and I'm trying to establish the point before I ask you the question. If you don't want me to speak, then I can mute my microphone. That is all.
Well, I don't know how many questions you asked, but keep going.
Ismail, as I rightly said, the Israel that exists today has no connection to the ethnicity that Cyrus or Darius the Great actually assisted. There is no connection between them. Unfortunately, you don't know that history. Those of us who do are trying to bring clarity. And as I said, the Israel you see today only exists because of the Sykes-Picot Agreement that came into being in 1917 when the Ottoman Empire collapsed and Britain, France, witnessed by the Soviets and Hungary, sat down to apportion and cut up the Middle East like a cake amongst themselves. That is what you are seeing today.
Dude, we know all of this. You're just wasting your
giving you facts. If you are tired of the facts, that's
it's not hurt. They teach us this at school. Don't go back.
I don't care about your schooling. That even makes your schooling questionable. Because if your school didn't teach you this, so that you are this position.
Alright, so you're talking about propaganda.
That makes your schooling questionable.
I think that was enough of your propaganda. Let him answer. So let him answer. Okay, mate. Let me answer the question. Palestinians are Arabs, right? And they're Muslims, Sunni Muslims and Arabs. Do you agree with this? I'm sure you do.
And they are Jewish too amongst the Palestinians, right?
Okay, right. Yeah, let's say they're Jewish, they're Arabs, they're Muslims as well. Okay. Guess who's Arab? Saudi Arabia. Guess who's Arab? Emirates. Guess who's Arab? Jordan. Guess who's Arab? Syria. Guess who's Arab? Egypt. What the fuck this has got to do with Iranian people? Sorry for my language. What's this got to do with Iranians who are Persian and Shia Muslim? Most of them. Okay? Not a lot of them. What this has got, how is Iran further away from Palestine or Jordan? Is Iran further away from Palestine or Lebanon? Why is this the Iranian people's problem? Why is what happening in, let's say, why don't we care about what's happening in Sudan? Is there a genocide in Sudan? Is there a genocide of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar? Why this has got to do with Iranian people? I'm an Iranian. I've got nothing to share with a Palestinian. I don't even understand the guy's language. It's a genocide. We condemn it. You know, the figurehead of Iranian opposition, the King Reza Pahlavi, he said he is in support of a two-state solution. Iranians who are in opposition, they're in support of two-state solution. We don't support eradication of Israel off the face of the planet. This is the Islamic regime's move. They can pursue it. They can destroy themselves, okay? I don't care about that. That's not my problem. 90 countries in the world have supported two-state solution. Iranian opposition also, we Iranian people, we support two-state solution. A place for Palestinians, safe to live their lives, and a place for Israelis and the Jews safe to live their lives, okay? This is our stance. That's your first question. This has got nothing to do with us, okay? As much as it does to do with an American, it's got to do as much as it's got to do with an Argentinian or it's got to do with an Iranian. Okay, we're not Arabs, we don't speak Arabic, we don't share the same religion as the Palestinians, we're Shia Muslims, they're Sunni Muslims or Wahhabis, a lot of them are Wahhabis like Hamas, okay? So that's your first question. I don't see why an Iranian child is gonna go hungry to bed because the money is gonna be a rocket to be falling on Israel so that Israel is wiped off the planet. I don't see the reasoning in that, and a lot of Iranians don't. And they chant this in street. They say no to Palestine, okay? They say no to Palestine, no to Lebanon, yes to Iran. Because you give your money away to your neighbor if you got food to give your kids. If you don't have food, you don't give that money away to your neighbor, okay? Reasoning behind that. Now, your second propaganda point was that what industry is Israel good at it? Guess what? Israel is good at water management. Israel's got the best water management system and industry in the world, in the whole world. And guess what? Iran is suffering from shortage of water. Iran is suffering from drought. Okay?
Due to drought.
Due to drought caused due to sorry?
Look at that. Due to drought. Natural.
Okay, you can say, dude, you can hate Israel as much as you like.
You. Your submission is what I hate, not Israel.
Okay, you can hate Israel. Israel is not good at one thing. Okay,
you are the one I hate.
Okay, I didn't interrupt you.
Bring you to the personal.
5 question. Okay, I'm not making this personal. Okay, I'm talking about the point that you made. Sir,
jumping in the middle of his speech. If you are listening, at least respect us, you know.
Dude,
you said me. You didn't tell me.
You said.
At least respect us.
Second point was that Israel is not good at anything. I agree with a lot of things that Israel is good at. There are a lot of things that Turkey is good at. There are a lot of things that Saudi Arabia is good at. Any other country. Iranian people want to have relationship with every country in the world based on mutual interest.
We don't want to wipe countries off the planet. Just like you Americans don't. Just like any other country doesn't want that. 10 million Israelis. What do you want to do with 10 million Israelis? A lot of them second, third generation who were born there. You want to what? Destroy, wipe them off the planet? The same story with Palestinians. We don't want to destroy the Palestinians either. Why is it so difficult to understand? We just want to live a normal life as people in Iran. People in Iran want to get up, go to school, raise their kids, get married there, buy a house, and bloody die. They don't want bombs falling at their head because the regime wants to test supersonic missiles. We don't want that. We want to be a normal country. People that go in the street and die, they get shot at, including myself, my brother, and guess what? My brother's a doctor. He's a surgeon, and he still goes to the street protesting because he can't see a future for his kids because the regime wants to, I don't know, pay proxies in Bahrain and Yemen and I don't know, Lebanon and Palestine, and before that he was doing it with in Libya and in all these crazy places that I haven't even traveled to, that I can't even point on the map. Why do I have to? Why does my money got to go to these countries that I can't even talk to them? Okay, this is the thing. And the second thing, you said Israel is a fake country, etc. All right?
I never said Israel is a fake country. I said
you said it was created at Sykes-Picot.
That you know. Can I make I want to clarify.
No, wait. I want to ask you this question.
Clarification or just want to go where you want to go.
Okay. In what agreement was Pakistan made?
As I said, the statement I made was.
What year was Pakistan was made? Listen to me. Pakistan was made in 1948. For us Iranians who've been there for 2,500 years, all of this country around us that we look at, they're all countries that are young. Okay, for us,
exactly.
Israel,
so
Emirates was established 30 years after Israel. Guess what? Qatar was established 30 years after Israel. Guess what? Bahrain used to be part of Iran. There was a referendum 5 years before the revolution, 1974. People in Iran voted for Bahrain. People in Bahrain voted to be a country of their own. For us Iranians who've been there for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years, all of these countries are young. We're not going to hate one just because they're a young country. Okay? We're not going to hate Syria because it's a new country. We're not going to hate Pakistan because it was made in 1940. We're not going to hate, I don't know, Bahrain because it was made in 1970. Okay, that was the answer to your third question. Now you can talk about the Qatar people and the Europeans and where the Jews come from. Why do I care? Guess what? Where do you think the Pakistani people come from? Where do you put history? No, you can't. History. Listen to me. Don't teach me history. I'm a history teacher. Lahore population. Because you're getting good answers. I'm giving you good answers. Lahore's population.
Your facts are very
before partition. Listen. Don't interrupt me.
No. Your facts.
Don't interrupt me. I'm answering your question. Before partition of India, Lahore's population were 90% Hindu. Guess how many Hindus are in Lahore now? 2%. Okay? Now, do I care about that? No. As much as I don't care about how many Jews were in Tel Aviv or how many Arabs were in Tel Aviv. I care about 600 cities in Iran, their residents, their kids, whether they get education because of all of this Palestine and about Yemen and about all these places. People in Iran are dying in the streets. They're doing bin diving. People don't have anything to eat because they want to shoot rockets in Israel, because Arabs want to have their capital city in Jerusalem. Why do I give a hex about where is the capital city of Palestine or Israel when people don't have food to eat? You know, these are the answers you get if you go to Iran. You know, these are the true answers you
when you go to Iran, because we don't ascribe to this globalism, this all these leftist notions about freedom and liberty and happiness. Yeah, guess what? Who's paying for that? Who's paying the receipts? Who's paying the invoices for those rockets that are being sent to Israel? Iranian people. You know how many people the regime has shot rockets at? 14 countries. They've shot more rockets. They've shot rockets to Emirates, to UAE, to Dubai, than Israel. They've shot 800 rockets at Israel and 2,000 to Emirates. Okay?
Were you expecting them to sell flowers when they were shot at?
Okay.
Yeah, I expect them to sell flowers. I expect that there will be no war in Iran. I expect there will be.
Okay, hold on. As much as I appreciate the dialogue between the two of you, there's 100 people in this room, and I wanted to give an update. It shows that as of this morning, Iran has fired 4 missile salvos at Israel, including reports of cluster warheads. So that's just the update. Do you guys?
Which is a war crime.
What?
Shooting cluster warheads at civilian areas is a war crime.
It isn't a war crime. Israel did the same thing in Palestine.
Yeah, guess what? A pregnant woman dies in Israel.
Yes. Did you condemn it?
Yeah, they defend themselves. Who's defending? Hold on. First of all, you said Iran has fired. There is no relationship between Iran and the regime. Just the same as there was no relationship between the French people and the Vichy government that was appointed by Hitler. We see these people as occupiers, people that are stealing our money, that are waging war against other countries, that have been chanting death to America and death to Israel for 50 years. Since I was born, we were at school, they line us up and they say, you have to chant death to America. I hadn't even known where America was. Okay, you can pursue your propaganda. You can shove Iranian people under the bus because you want to destroy Israel, whatever. But these people in Iran do not represent the Iranian people. They massacred 40,000 Iranians in blood 2 months ago. And
it is a lie.
And you could
prove it.
I was there. I was shot at. How dare you call that a lie? There are videos after videos of thousands of videos of people getting shot.
You think the statements. You don't look like
someone
out of this
who really knows what you're saying. This is like Holocaust denial. It's unacceptable. You call I've lived the experience. I'm an Iranian and I'm lying to you.
Ismail, you are giving up Hasbara. You are giving up Hasbara doctrine.
And the two men that are speaking, where are you guys from? Like, what part of the Middle East? My family was originally from Lebanon. That's what I'm asking.
Does that mean everything we say should be taken hook, line, and sinker because we are from the Middle East? I just want to know what you want to prove with that question.
Oh, I was just curious. I was just saying because my family is from Lebanon, Beirut, and they migrated to America back in 1938. And I tried to look up what was going on during that time because my grandmother never spoke about it. To learn like the move for them, and I couldn't find anything, or maybe I missed something. I was just trying to get a better understanding. And I have another question. When people are pointing the fingers between Israel, USA, and Iran, how come nobody's pointing fingers at the Brits? Like, the Brits have the most blood on their hands, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
BRICS is just an economic alliance. So how did you get out of your hands?
They're the ones that
was.
They revamped the map in the regions, in the borders. Okay.
It's a lie. And do you know anything about the Sykes-Picot agreement? Have you ever known anything about that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What the Sykes-Picot agreement?
The Sykes-Picot agreement. Do you know anything about that?
Of course.
I don't think you do. Did you know where the violence in the Middle East is coming from? I don't think you do.
Okay.
One thing, I guess it's because America is being blamed because it inherited the UK British Empire
So that's why it's getting blamed for all the things. I think Israel is just an extension of that.
Yes. Exactly. It's an extension of that.
Yeah. So it's kind of, yeah, it's a bit sad because the Iranian guy, he like went out because I think he made some points that are like understandable. Although he like went overboard with his, I don't know, proud and nationalistic fever there. It went like deep into Nazi, like saying like, yeah, because Indo-European language, saying that's a Nazi argument actually, like the same thing with anti-Semitism. It's like Nazis tried to like conflate race and language. So they would say, okay, there are the Indo-European languages and there are like Semitic languages. That's why they called like anti-Judaism what was like before anti-Semitism the normal way to say that. They turned it into anti-Semitism, and that's why like anti-Semitism is being like right now the dominating way of saying this. But I like to the Iranian people actually because like I understand them. I come from Syria, similar experience actually, and now that the regime fell, I feel like we got swindled by the West really hard. Like we have an Al Qaeda terrorist right now, like leading the country, and all that he does is actually like murdering Alawites and Druze, and like putting hijab on women. Now he prevented like things from going on there, and Syria is now divided. So some places that are outside the jurisdiction of the country, where these terrorists can do whatever they want. They kidnap women in Kurdish regions and in our regions. They can do whatever they want there. They can just shoot anyone they want. And I think this is the way the West envisions Iran. And I don't know, I thought about it for a long time. Why do these regimes so repressive, and why do they have to go out and do a lot of things outside of their country? And I think because they're forced to. They can't choose to just like sit by and watch as their country being like overruled, and how they're being sanctioned, and the threat of sanction alone is very bad. Or you can turn
Why they are sanctioned?
What?
Why the regime is sanctioned?
Why the regime is sanctioned? Because they're pursuing their own independence. So they're trying to be independent.
Oh, really? You think that's why?
The thing is,
it had nothing with the American embassy, which they took hostage. They took over American embassy.
Well, if you think about it that way, okay, are you okay? Are you okay with that, Rahman? Because that's your argument, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying. You said because.
Do you think Libya should be sanctioned right now?
I'm not Libyan, and I don't know anything about Libya. I'm talking about my country.
Attacked the American embassy. Why do they put sanctions on Iran and not Libya?
I don't know. Maybe they changed the way they were doing. They changed their perspective. Like I don't know. Maybe because
there are slave markets right now. That's your Western ally that you want them to. There are slave markets right now in Libya.
Okay.
There are no sanctions on Libya. Why? Because they don't pose a threat to the American hegemony.
Okay. Do they say this to America or this to Israel?
What?
Or this to UK, Libya? Do they say the such things?
Okay. You think countries should be sanctioned because they say something?
Well, they are not just saying; they are doing it. They are making a missile and writing on it like this to Israel, this to America.
The missiles were only deployed once they were attacked. Like
Come on, let's be honest about this, okay? I know you hate the regime. I hate them too. You know, your regime killed so many Syrians. You know.
Well, you understand why we hate them, then at least.
What?
You understand?
Of course, I understand.
The only people who can understand this is Syrian because they did this kind of massive killing in Syria also.
Yeah, I understand this. You know, it sucks. You know, but there is one thing that I think about when I think about Iran. I watch also what Turkey is planning to do. They're planning to take your Azari region. Emirates, they are taking your Arab region. You wouldn't have any place to get water from. If the West wins this war, you know, that's how it would look like for Iran. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, that's the regime propaganda, we'll see.
No, that's not the regime propaganda. That's the problem. There are Turkish people that are openly talking about that.
Well, that's the regime propaganda.
No, I know some people.
You know who's
about that?
I am the people.
Listen, you know who mostly wanted to get separated from Iran? I mean, which region? Like they are trying for that, you know, they are trying so hard.
The Kurdish region, you mean?
The Kurdish region. And you know how many percent of the Kurdish they want that?
They don't. No, Kurdish. That's the thing about Iran. Kurdish people feel similar to Iranians. You have both of you have Nowruz. Both of you have very cultural. What's the name of it? Big cultural ties, which different than Arab region and Turkish region. Kurdish people feel similar to you guys, and they feel proud.
I got so many boogers.
Kurds that I met that are from Iran, they told me they feel as proud Persians, you know. And it's different for Iraq, but the Azari region, they want to get out.
Azari region, they don't want to get out.
The guys I met, they want.
My dad is from Azerbaijan.
No. Like, if you say something to Azeris, your life will be in danger, you know? No, really, I'm telling you the truth. Like, Azeri, they are so proud Iranian, okay? And, like, the least people who want to...
I just want to respond to some of the things that you mentioned. First of all, guy...
so, let me, I want to finish some topic.
Lucy said that his experience. So what is all this back and forth for?
No, wait. Ismail told you a lot of things, but I think you forget to mention something. You know why Iranians don't like Palestinians? Because before 1979 revolution, okay, Shah was giving money to Palestinians to feed, to eat, you know? And what they were doing, they were giving, with that money, they were giving weapons to the Iranian Islamic fighters, or they were training them for this guerrilla war or whatever it is. And they were sending the cars full of weapons to the Iran. So the Mujahideen, or like this Islamic people, fight against Shah. You know, this is one of the reasons the people don't like Palestinians.
It's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. There is a lot of facts of it. You can then search it.
It's not lie. It's
not a lie. You can go and search it.
It's not a lie. It's conclusion. It's a lie. No, I said his conclusion is a lie. He said that is why Iranians hate Palestine.
No, we don't do Palestine.
No, I didn't say hate. Wait. Don't put the word in my mouth. I use the word don't like. You wait.
He said it.
No. I say the word don't like. Why Iranians don't like Palestinians?
Lucy, am I lying?
We like Palestinian people.
Sorry, but
let me just one second.
If I said it, I'm sorry. I didn't meant it to say.
No, you just want to talk and you want to have your voice heard and no one else's.
But we don't like our money go there. It's right. We don't like Hamas. Hamas we don't like.
I know. In being that, I mean, you're not either one. How can you speak for those people? It's just very rude. Okay. There was somebody that I heard that maybe wanted to has a new voice in. It was cool.
Can we hear Bor actually, because he said he's from Azerbaijan. So
I'm not from Azerbaijan. I'm telling you that my parents are Azeri from Iran. So the claim you made that is not totally right. I just want to tell you that you don't compare your country with my country. First of all, we have a king. Probably when we have a king, if he comes back, then we can have a unity under his name. So that what happened during the Second World War when other countries invaded us. For example, I'm not calling the other countries allies or whatever. And after that, the separatists they came up. They separated Kurdistan. They separated Azerbaijan. But after 6 years, when our kings brought his power back, and then he just went and took this region back to Iran. So what are you claiming is going to happen again and again? As long as we have king, we could do the same thing to that region. But why didn't you do that? Because you didn't have king. Probably Iraqi, why they didn't do that because they killed their king in his home. So and the second thing that you mentioned, because Ismail left that, he mentioned about the root of the language is the root of the language is a fact. Our language is the root is European Indian. So this is fact. Doesn't mean anything. It means that he claimed that to just show the other people that we are speaking another type of language, not Arabic. And the thing is that, first of all, I just want to say that I am the person who is moving from Tehran and coming back. I'm surgeon. I'm working in Dubai and Tehran. Sometimes I'm moving to Tehran. Sometimes I'm in Dubai. Now I'm in Dubai and I can't go back there. And I'm just risking my life to tell you guys that the people of Iran thinking that they want to have their freedom, no matter what is happening in Israel. People in Iran, they don't care about Palestine and Israel. If they have some issue between them, they have to solve it on their own. We don't have money to pay to the proxies to attack Israel because of nothing. And then the thing that Husi mentioned about the Husi and the others mentioned Rahman, he is lying, but he is not lying actually. Chamran is one of the biggest guy in Iran who is just made the revolution, and after the revolution, he joined the Revolutionary Guard in the very first place. He was trained in Palestine at that time. So why you are defending something that you don't know, and you are accusing, you're lying of the history?
I did not accuse you.
No, I'm not talking who's this time. This one is not for you. This one is for that person. I don't know what is his name. He is saying that you're lying. No, Chamran, I'm giving you name. Go search for his name. Chamran, he just trained in Palestine and he came back to Iran. He fought with Shah. And when he overthrown the Shah, they took over. They built up IRGC to help back against the Palestine. That's what happened in the history. And don't bring me the history because the country in the region, most of them built up after 110 years ago. So if the oldest country in the region is 110 years ago. Like I'm not talking about Turkey itself. But so just to mention that there's so many things he accused us like we are doing like this, we are doing like that. But I am telling you the answer. I am moving back and forth in Iran. I know my country better. I know the situation there better than all of the other people who spoke here. Because I am gaining money. Now I have a clinic in Tehran. I cannot use it anymore because I'm talking here. And you're accusing me to not. I don't know what you're thinking. We don't think about Palestine. We don't think about Israel. We just want us as an Iranian to be free. Our country not going to be like the other country in the region because we have king. I promise you, you give me the chance to bring the king back to the position. I will promise you, you will see what is Iran was before and what it will become.
Just one to add someone sentenced to his what Mr. Poor said. The Chamran, he became the Minister of Defense in Iran after revolution.
Yeah, it's well known actually that many groups actually trade in Palestine, but like not only the IRGC, but also the PKK and other, and also I think some of the South African national movements, anti-apartheid movements. So I understand your grievance, but I don't think. I think also we're like different from political opinion. I think kings are bad. I'm anti-monarchist. I think I'm also German citizen, so I know when monarchists talk, actually, like the Nazis came out of monarchists in Germany because monarchy is not compatible with industrial societies. So that's why I think, to be honest, once like I'm sorry to tell you, I'm Druze, okay? I'm from Sueda. This is like the southern part of Syria that got attacked right now. No one in Sueda would have said they want to separate from Syria. Now everyone is saying they want to separate from Syria. These things could happen on a whim. Someone comes in, kills a lot of people, and everyone want to separate. And everyone want protection, especially if it's like on a genocidal level. So I think while your argument right now, and I believe that the people of Iran in general are very proud of their Iranian heritage and want to stay in that country, I think this could change entirely. I think right now, if Azerbaijan offers a lot of Azaris aid, you could become a citizen of Azerbaijan, and you'll get like most of the money. The people who are poor are going to take that offer. Are not going to stay in Iran, sadly.
Because you don't know the region, the place that they are talking about Azeri. Listen to me. The place that they are calling for Azeri, and they want to take it to Azerbaijan. Most of the Kurdish leader born there. You understand? Which is, it should be like 100 years of fighting in that region. There will be a massive bloodshed in them if they want to do that. We don't want that because if you see most of the Kurdish.
But like Azerbaijan is strong, dude. Like it can't take Iran right now.
Listen, I'm giving you the answer. You're talking about part of my country, which in some part of it, most of the Kurdish leader born there.
Yeah.
How could you attach that part to the Azerbaijan? This is not possible. There will be massive bloodshed there. There will be 1,000 years of fighting.
Excuse me, can I just have a second? Because I'm waiting. Everybody. Just a second. Sorry. Were you finished or? Okay. I just want to tell about some of you. Talked about monarchy back to Iran. It's only maybe 15 or 20% they want monarchy. The rest don't want monarchy. We know that we are proud of our history, which was monarchy. We are proud of it, but it will remain as our history. We don't want back because it wasn't democracy then at that time. We know it's possible to have a constitutional law in power, and this will help not only for Iran, the rest of the world will have joy of this democracy in Iran, and as well Middle East will have better future if a constitutional law come in power. Not any prince, not any dictator, because he just established a new dictator out of Iran. We Iranian don't want him. We feel a very fresh and dictator system outside Iran. He established actually. Right? We Iranian don't want him, we feel a dictator and kind of so fresh. I'm talking about Iranian. Some of you talked about monarchy back. We don't want monarchy back.
Can I respond? Can I respond? No.
We want only constitutional law, democracy. People like that for democracy.
Okay,
We don't want any person. We don't want any person, prince, dictator back. Okay, we don't need it.
So
Sorry.
when we have referendum, sorry, Paul. When we have referendum, then you can vote for it. But at the moment, we just want our
yeah, because someone told every Iranian, not every Iranian will come back. Only not 20%. Only 20%. Not every Iranian. He established a dictatorship outside Iran. We feel it. We feel it.
I want to respond to you because you accused me of something. I said
No, most don't want. Most want democracy. They have democracy, freedom, human life, freedom goes first.
People rising the flag of Shah.
Wow.
Yeah, because he just came and accused Iranian. He came with lies, sent people out to the street and killed people. He have to answer all of those who were killed. Sorry. All of those who were killed, he also have to answer for it because he came a specific time. Yes, a specific time. He said everybody come out of the street. Not only Khamenei killed people, he is also helped.
You are the propaganda.
Yeah, you should know people you don't
Where
know.
are you from?
Now we see what you're talking about. You are the propaganda at the moment. Okay?
No, I don't like the most. I don't like you. You just the first thing you say you want more law. I don't want more law. Everybody who against regime and dictator, they accuse you are mullah side. No, I'm not mullah side.
Something I want to answer you.
Where you are lefty?
I'm not mullah side. I'm not dictator side. Any dictator, any
Yes, you
person,
are
any person, we don't want. Most people, most
Can
Iranian
I clear the situation?
woman. No, I'm not finished. Be quiet. Be quiet. Every Iranian.
Rose, you can finish.
You
Wait,
No, I want to
sorry,
finish.
hold on. Okay, sorry. No, you can finish. You have 20 seconds, and then we'll go to Rose, and then we'll go to
Can you give me mic also?
We don't want any more dictators.
Nana, it's my turn. We heard you. Okay. So, you said most of Iranians, they don't want Pahlavi. First of all, you said he. Well, you should have mentioned his name at first place. Well, he has been asking people to go for protesting because people in Iran, the day before the actual protest, they have called his name. And because they have called his name, he has started to telling them, okay, now is the time for you to go out and protest. Don't answer me. Don't interrupt me. Now, who do you think you are to tell us that most of Iranians they don't want Allah also? And who do you think you are? That
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
No, who do you think you are to tell us after 45,000 people has been killed that most of people they don't want Pahlavi? They have called his name.
because we can't say, I don't dare. Nope, one at a time. So. Yes, it is true. I'm not finished. So Rose is going to land, and then Don, I'll let you have a quick response, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish it here. You're not the person that talk behind all the Iranians. All I'm saying is, who do you think you are? You come on this stage and say Reza Pahlavi is a dictator, okay?
Because I feel it.
The only thing we as an Iranian want is IRGC to finish them. We don't want them anymore. And America and Israel are helping us. Well, we're hoping that they're helping us, okay, to get out of this situation. Well, after they're gone, then there is a referendum. You can vote for it, and you can say whatever you want, okay? And that's it. Finish up. Thank you.
I do have respect.
Excuse me, let me answer. I do have respect to those people who want monarchy. I do have respect. Some people want, but I don't like the way he did. I actually was one of Iranian who believed him. I was thinking he can help us over this transition. But I see he can't. He can't do that. It's not only. It doesn't help if you're only the son of the Shah and you have good. Yeah, you have to have some ability, leadership ability. He doesn't have leadership ability. He just everything he tried, he couldn't. With all respect I have with all those people he wanted, they have to see transition time is the most important time to come to democracy. If we wish democracy for Iran, which is good for a whole world, not only for Iran, we have to be very careful. Not any person have right to claim they have want to have kingdom or anything because all power. Let me finish.
Okay,
All power.
with 30
all
more
power
seconds,
into
Nana,
one
or
person.
I'm gonna lose my patience. Good morning, Nana. 30 more seconds. Alex, 30 more seconds, Nana. And then straight down.
Yeah, let me finish. Yes, that's all. That's all. I think I told what I mean.
Please, can we respect ourselves and allow other people to actually air their views?
All right, go ahead, Alex. The mic is yours.
You know,
Why are you trying to jump?
I've never said such a thing, and as the Iranian, I think so many people here that they're talking about the situation, they're not a good representative of the Iranian nation. And, I think you guys have to calm down and just, the people that they are against me, the people that they are with Pahlavi, you guys should know that, he's only going to be there for now for the transformation phase. And the thing that most of the people, even in America, that they're Iranian, they're going to protest, and they're just there for the unity and chant King Reza Pahlavi. Most of the people that I see, they are not within the movement, but they're just there for the unity. So please, if you're talking in general public, be good representative of your people, Iranian people. The reality is these days, people they talk so much shit about Iran. You guys doing this and saying this stuff, it's adding to the fact that we don't have unity. And at the end of the day, there's going to be the referendum, and in that referendum, everyone can have their opinion, and no one can force anyone to have the opinion that they don't have. That's why we are actually trying to get rid of this oppressive regime.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. So good morning, everybody.
Just 1 second.
Nona, actually, I heard Anne, and she said you've gotten ample mic time, and when I got in the room, it seemed like there was only 2 voices. So let's take a moment.
I just came to this room. I just came. I didn't use
All
my
right,
30
and also
seconds.
you're interrupting me, which is a problem. And if you need a little vacation, vacation in the goo, I can make that happen. Let me reset the room. Serendipity created this room last night, listening to Trump's speech, an update on the Israel-U.S. Iran war and conflict. And we listened to him him speak. There is a poll in the Jumbotron as well as our instructions. And let me go over them super, super quick, and then maybe we can pass the mic and have some new voices. And looks like you pulled an all-nighter. Thanks so much to the mods who are dedicated to building the new political playhouse house. The rules are room creators curate content. Mods may interrupt you, you may not. Keep comments short and sweet. That seems like it might be a problem for some of us. Moderate yourself or we will. So, good morning. I would like to hear from some new voices, even though I just got here. Alex, why don't you make your comment and then we'll see maybe 3 more speakers, Nana, and then you can make another brief comment if that's okay.
I live in America, so I have been really Americanized by the years that I have lived here. But the thing is, I think most of the people say America is trying to help Israel, America is trying to liberate Iran. The truth is, America is just doing this for the reason and its own benefits. Which I'm totally up for it because I'm American myself too right now. But most of the people should understand the situation that they have in Iran and the situation or the conflict that we have right now between Iran and America. It's more of a bigger of add to much more problems in the next 10, 20 years, especially the Strait of Hormuz. That it's the place that's it makes so much money for Iranians and of course for the whole countries of then the 4 foreign nations. Right now, America is trying to actually have a make a balance in the whole region. So country or government of Iran doesn't have the power to actually rule and in Farsi we say Boldari, like be a lumpen of the Middle East and be like, okay, I own this place, so you guys can't do anything about it. And this is much more bigger problem than Iran and Israel or Iran and America. But America is only doing this for the sake of America. And people should definitely understand in the bigger picture, if America, Israel, and Iran they're allies, they could actually have much more benefit for each other rather than making each other to have long-term pain or long-term loss. And the reality is, if you're going to see the numbers of how much America spends yearly on worldwide um, like army deployment or VAR deployment, I mean Varsal deployment, it's more than I think 1.5 trillion or 2 trillion. But in only Middle East, it's more than 2 to 300 billion. And if America has kind of centralized power in Iran or around there, it would be much easier for America to spend less money and have less troops in Middle East. So, as an Iranian American, I would say, somehow the war started and everything got to this place. I was like, people in Iran, they might suffer, but in Farsi we say, wars they don't hand out candies. So wars, you should have casualties. So people should look at it in a way that what is the bigger goal? What is the bigger picture? And of course, as Iranian, I'm upset and sad for my people. But what can I do? The only thing that I can do is that I'm on this side of the nation. I cannot make decisions for them. But what I can tell or what I can see is hopefully one day Iranian people would be free from this oppressive regime. And at the end of the day, no one.
Palestine. Hello. Goodbye. Go ahead. 30 more seconds, Alex.
Yeah, so no one would love their country to get bombed from another country, but apparently this was the only thing that, would actually work against Iranian government. And trust me, I hope this goes in a way that not many people suffer a lot and there are not many casualties from either side. And hopefully one day Iran gets liberated and Reza Pahlavi comes for the transformation phase and we have actually a government that is chosen by the people.
Alex, what kind of government do you see will be successful? What kind of government do you hope to see in Iran? And do the Iranian people have the ability to maintain it?
Honestly, Iranian people, they are really cultured. So I would say it's really up to the moment that what's going to be chosen. But I believe since Iranian people are so cultured, the only thing that is going to work is kind of a democracy. So I wouldn't see that, like a kingdom or something like that would work. Not only I would say it's because, Iranian people, especially the younger age, they think that, you know, not not in a way that Reza Pahlavi is not a good person. He's just not. They want their country to be governed. So they kind of a democracy. And since they have never ever experienced that in the past 47 years, of course, kind of a democracy that would actually help them to have a future, help them to be free, and help them to be recognized as a human.
All right, thank you, Alex. So,
Monica,
can I just there's no cue. I kind of like popcorn. I do
okay,
think.
okay.
Nona, two more people, and then maybe you can take them briefly. Go ahead, Mist.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. I am very particular about listening to people, and that interests I always prioritize in every conversation. I always say this, even in our own respective smaller families, sometimes making decision, we all have people with diverse opinions. So it's always problematic for me. I know every reasonable person will understand this. When you have to make a statement and then say all of us, 90 million people, accept that statement to be true. Practically, naturally, it doesn't make sense because you can't have the whole country agreeing on one thing. It really happens. Even your own small family of 7, decision making sometimes is impossible. People have diverse opinions. So how come a whole country has one opinion? It doesn't make sense practically. There will definitely be people against and for. So I prefer that when we are having conversations, those for and against should all be allowed to air their voice so that those of us listening can judge and judge better. Now, with respect to Pahlavi, it's quite certain that Alex said that there might be the system needed by the Iranians might be democracy. But then, for the meantime, Pahlavi, after the war ends, Pahlavi should come in and hold the place until referendum is held. Forgetting that Pahlavi himself is a monarchist. So what is Pahlavi going to hold until referendum is held? For what reason is he going to hold? Because he himself is a monarchist.
You want me to
But then
answer
he should
you?
hold. But allow me to end, please. I didn't interrupt when you were speaking. But then we should allow him to hold the place so that until we can hold referendum and then move to democracy. Then why should he even be made to hold the place? He should stay somewhere. After everything, let the people themselves lead themselves with the institutions available. Or whatever way they can do it, so that they can choose whether Pahlavi should come in or not. Why should we bring him in and then have a referendum to either go monarchy or democracy, if that is what you are advocating for? To me, that was just a subtle appeal for support for Pahlavi, and actually conceal it in a non-differentiated position, which I know it is. That's what he did as a strategist man like myself. Let's go to the next point. I like what Nona said. Nona made a lot of good and beautiful points with respect to Pahlavi. I'm asking Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, I want to have, ever since the 167 school kids on the first day were born, I want an Iranian to show me where Pahlavi condemned that assault. I want to show. It has been proven, let's not forget, it has currently been proven that the Tomahawk missile came from the US and Israel, their coalition. I want to have someone here as an Iranian
I see a mod opening is this, so 30 more seconds, and then
Okay.
go straight to Ocean. Thank you.
And then we have someone over here. I don't see Alavi being a person with a good leadership skill. Even me outside analyzing him, he seems to be a stooge who can't think for himself. Because even YouTubers, Russian YouTubers were able to scam him or deceive him into having a video call with them, posing as German agents. And he wasn't able to even know that these guys are not genuine. From the German governorate or from the German government, this person with that less of situational awareness wants to lead the whole country of 90 million plus. And he doesn't qualify to be anything. They can choose someone else, not a dafty man like him. Sorry to say.
All right. Thanks so much. Hey, good morning, Ocean. Mike Shore.
Morning, Monica. How are you? Well, I just find it very fucking interesting and funny and sad at the same time how everyone from all over the world are telling Iranians what you should choose and what you shouldn't choose. First of all, buddy, it's none of your business what Alex or Nona as an Iranian what they want for their country. It's none of your business. Go pay attention to your country. You're not neither an American, you're not an Israeli, you're not a Iranian. So these countries and these people are in whatever it is. They have this problem together. Fixing it together is none of your business. If you were an American, then I could say, okay, fine. As an American, you're worried about your people, you're worried about your soldiers, you're worried about this and that. It's none of your business. If they want constitutional monarchy, they will get constitutional monarchy. If they want absolute monarchy, they will get absolute monarchy. If they want a republic, they will get a republic. I'm saying it one more time. It's none of your business. Yes, Monica.
Good morning. I had asked the stage, what kind of government do you think the Iranian people will go for and if they can maintain it? Would you like to answer?
Yeah, I cannot give you a solid answer, but they could go back to constitutional monarchy, which it was like every other nation that they have constitutional monarchy, like UK, like Spain, like all these countries. They have the same thing. Japan, or so there's a lot more countries. Or they go with the republic. We didn't have absolute monarchy, at least in the past hundreds of years like that. But yeah, I mean, they could go for constitutional monarchy, which there's going to be a prime minister and a parliament basically. So I can't really tell.
Do you have any concerns that they won't be able to maintain it?
No, I really don't. I honestly do not have any concern. Once they're free from this tyrannic regime, and I'm not a supporter of Reza Pahlavi. If he's good for the job, he's good for the job. He has a very good plan. I went through his plan. To be there for the transition, and I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. And if it doesn't work, guess what? They're gonna go with if people don't like it, they're gonna go with other options out there. But he's the only opposition, basically. He's the only option, as of right now, at least, for the people of Iran. There's no one else anything close to him. There's nobody. He's the only one. He's the rightful one. And yeah, that's it.
All right, so I guess there's some concerns because he was so close to the constitutional monarchy that they had in the past that they fear that he'll assume power.
Monica, do you want to know what some of these non-Iranians' problem is with Reza Pahlavi?
Yes.
I'll tell you what.
And then we'll hear from Nona because she's been very patient.
And if you pay attention, a lot of them are. If you pay attention, a lot of them are not even American. A lot of them are either Muslim
shit about Reza Pahlavi is because they hate Israel. Israel, before revolution, had an okay, good relationship with Iran. Reza Pahlavi also have a good relationship with Iran. So the only reason you hear like someone like this guy, I don't know what his name is, Isra, someone like this guy or other Muslims, they come talk shit about Reza Pahlavi is because they hate Israel. They don't want a country, non-Muslim country, which Iranians, vast majority of them rejected Islam, also a non-Arab country, a nation of 90 million, fifth country when it comes to natural resources, access to Caspian Sea, controlling of Strait of Hormuz. They don't want that nation to be an ally to Israel. They see it as a fucking danger to them. That's the only reason you hear these people talk shit about him. They have no idea who he is. They have no idea who his father was. Every Arab nation was afraid of his father because Iran was the strongest country in that region during that time. Every single one of them have the fear of a strong Iran. So they now, at that point, when a strong Iran comes back and is an ally to Israel, they fucking fear that shit with their entire being. That's why you hear them fucking, instead of going feeding their kids, they come here and club us, talk shit about us.
Okay. Good morning, Needlock. I can see you. I did promise Nona the mic. Nona, I really need you to be brief and succinct. I saw 3 other people go off mute, Ilya, Alex, and Needlock. I'd like to direct people to the poll. If we get 200 votes in this poll in the next 5 minutes, I'll take it down and I'll ask the room what kind of government do they see being successful in Iran. I'll take suggestions for the poll in the chat. Nona, please be brief. The mic is yours.
Is mine now? Thank you.
For a little while, not a long while.
I just want to say, we Iranian love Israel and America, but when it's about Reza Pahlavi, he was only that could split Iranian and so played so bad role because we was united when women life freedom movement was going on. We all was united Iranian, no conflict. But after he come, every Iranian now is we face a huge dictatorship. He doesn't represent freedom. He doesn't represent democracy because he is represent monarchy. He can't be our representative. We want Republican. We want constitutional law come in power, not any person, any dictator that we face his dictatorship. And everybody who say we don't want him, we get a label as we are united with regime. It's not right. We don't want regime. We don't want any person. We don't want king. And he, if you read the Monich book, it's about translation. Is about him. He says we are gonna have control over those persons around him. They wanna have control over transition, and we don't have chance to come up. It's gonna be exactly same Khomeini did last 47 years ago. He had translation over control over, and he gonna do the same. If he represent democracy, why don't feel democracy now, which we are outside Iran? We don't feel it. And everybody's afraid. So sorry, I'm not. So the only thing we want constitutional law, like exactly like America, constitutional law come in power. I don't think another country come to take over power and any kingdom. It doesn't support any kingdom, any absolute power, and it's just a lie, big lie. They want bring democracy and constitutional like England.
Look, bro, I know you're trying to get in, and I also know that Nona knows that she needs to wrap it up. But I did mention Ilya and Alex and Nidlach, who've been very patient.
Yeah, okay. I have been patient too. So that constitutional, not any person is over all system, but it's constitutional. He gonna bring is only, and he split Iranian in lots of conflict. It's not here only. He just can't lead. It's not about being son of the Shah. It doesn't help. You have to have knowledge. You have to have knowledge about politics. You have to. He doesn't have. He just.
All right. Thank you, Nona. Ilya, go ahead.
It's not right. You just.
You talk a lot. Ilya, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I was waiting for a long time because there was a guy here from Iran and he was speaking about the history of Iran and Israel, and then from the releasing Jewish people 2,500 years ago, which was a true history, he concluded that okay, then Israel is our friend, and he ignored the fact of Israel expansionism, that Israel have the plan of greater Israel, and they are planning to like eat the whole Middle East, including the western part of Iran, which is Hamadan, and that is the logic that following enemy of my enemy is necessarily my friend, which is very false statement, because the enemy of my enemy would be a bigger enemy as well. The fact that we see in the field that showing today they bomb Pasteur Institute, they bomb the medicine company, they bomb the hospitals and schools. So this does not act of a friend. And Israel, I don't even see that a friend of America. I don't think that in the long run they stay with America either. As soon as they get the power, they betray America as well. Because the resources that now they are spent by Americans are going to Israel, and Americans doesn't gain any benefit from this war. They just lose the money in this war. And I wanted to draw the Iranian, I am Iranian too, and I want to draw my Iranian countrymates that think about that. And also, I am one of the guys that's supporting what Nano say, that we don't see the democracy in Baghdadi's agenda. He released a booklet, and in that booklet he mentioned how he wants to do the transition. And as you can see, all the entities that he will establish, they are directly responsible to the person, Reza Pahlavi. And there is no way to other people get involved. And then it would be expanded to 3 years. And after 3 years, I don't think that even this type of people who are supporting him let him to go and give the power to someone else. So that is why we people, people like me, I won't say that everybody support Pahlavi or everybody is against Pahlavi. Some people want Pahlavi, some people doesn't want. But people like me think that the risk that he stay in power is too high, and I myself doesn't support him. And also the person who saying sorry for the death of other soldiers that attacked my country, but not sending my condolences to the school girl that who are dead in the first day of invasion. We didn't mention anything. So for me, it would not be representative of Iranian people. Thank you so much for giving me this.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, hold on, actually,
I've worked out for
Alex
20 sessions.
Nelock in the chat, and then Por if he's still here. If not, thank you, Alex. The mic is yours.
Yeah, Monica, I'm just gonna ask this guy a quick question. So you're saying Israel, with population of almost 10 million, wants a greater Israel, get Syria, get Jordan, get Iraq, and go a couple thousand miles inside of Iran and get the city of Hamadan? Like, is this seriously, like, this is the way you think?
That is the
For,
fact.
for 9-10 million people?
That is the fact. No, that's how he thinks.
Okay, David. I'm saying David Ocean. Give me
Ocean,
what
Ocean,
is
You
that?
guys are Alex, what the fuck is mine? Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so
I don't need that.
what the thing is, what you guys don't know about it is that this idea is from the Old Testament, from Torah, and it's not even feasible to do this in hundreds of years. And the benefit of this happening is nothing for Israel, because as Ocean said, like you have 10 million population, but you don't have enough people to populate this big area. It's not going to be beneficial for you. So why Israel would do that? Instead, the only thing that could happen is that Iran holds up as a country, and Israel will just be an ally. So don't you guys have to think it through. It's not even possible for Israel to multiply by hundreds of millions to just populate the whole Middle East. And at least if you go and add up the population from Iraq, I don't know, Syria, Iran, it's going to end up somewhere around 130, 140. And Israel itself, as Ocean said, it only has 10 million. So how on earth Israel is going to bring 140 million people to the Middle East just from regenerating and birth to other people from their nation? So that's not even possible. This guy's name, Pistra, says that. I totally get it, because it shows you how uneducated they are. But about let me ask you this question. I'm not pro Pahlavi, and if I have ever been there to the protest, it was only because of unity. It was between people. But my question from you is that when you say he's going to hold up to the power for 3 years, have you ever read his plan and what he has in mind through the booklet he has published online?
Thank you, Alex.
No, it's just that you gotta answer it.
Yeah. So to answer to the first question, I still think that the long-term plan of Israel is greater. Israel, many Jewish people are waiting for more soil to be occupied and immigrate to Israel. That is the plan, and even the son of Benjamin Netanyahu tweet about that. You can search it. And I think that now they openly speak about that. And if you also read the Talmudic Jewish beliefs, they have some sort of interaction between Jewish and Persians, that they say that we fail time. 2 times they help us, and the third time they want to destroy us, and we must destroy them before they do us.
So just to be frank, that's not from Talmud. That's from That's not even from Talmud. That's where you're wrong. When you're actually trying to educate yourself, you gotta read first what that book is for. And Talmud is just,
Can you read Hebrew, Alex?
what is it?
Can you read Hebrew?
So
Because I can.
Okay. Mashalom Khayliya. Because I'm Jewish, and you gotta answer me right away. Mashalom Khayliya.
You are a Jewish Israeli.
Okay, so see,
Then
I'm not Israeli. I'm Iranian. I can speak.
No.
Iranian.
Alex, you are Jewish Israeli.
No, I'm Persian Jewish.
No, you are Jewish Israeli.
How about we don't tell people who they are and what they believe? That's actually one of my pet peeves. Nilach, after Alex takes 10 seconds, Alex, to wrap it up, the mic is is yours, sir, and then we're heading over to POR, POR. Thank
So,
you.
just so you know, I wanted to show you guys that people, they make claims of who they are and they're not. And I just asked a simple question from Elia in Hebrew. And if he read Hebrew, he would have easily answered me. And you know, as a Persian Jewish, you know, I was born in Iran and I left Iran long time ago. But that doesn't mean that I don't have any heart for emotion. I'm talking, Elia. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Alex, your positioning tells everything. You don't need to be a soothsayer to know who you are. Ilya has made certain good points. I'm still.
Okay, thing is, it doesn't mean that if I'm Persian Jewish, I don't have that fucking.
To even try and tell him like who he is, what he is. I brought up what the Middle Eastern youth from, and you said, "Why are you asking me that?" Refused to even answer, even after I explained why I asked you that question. So, like, where are you from, sir?
And will that validate the history and the facts Alex is giving?
Hello?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that if I'm Persian Jewish, I don't have a heartful emotion for Iran and Iranian people. So that's where you're wrong, and you cannot have any damn goddamn opinion about Iranian people. Shut the fuck up, MSD. If there is a conversation between me and Ilya, you just gotta let me and Ilya finish it. You're not even Iranian to intervene.
All right. So I did promise Neela the mic, and I do try to keep my promises, ladies and gentlemen. If we can get through this informal cue quickly, we can go back to popcorn. Go ahead, Neela.
Okay, thank you very much. It's Canadian, by the way. But
Well,
I just wanted to first
I'll work on that.
all those on the stage a groot vandaag for wonderful Pesach that we're currently having at the moment. And those are going to be celebrating Easter in the next few days. Having some tea. So I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I'm not going to keep it long, I promise you, but I think democracy here is the key to our discussion. And you have to ask yourself a few questions. I think the first one you have to ask yourself is, number one, Israel wasn't a Jewish state. It was a Muslim country. Would we find ourselves in the situation we're in today? I would say categorically the answer is no. Okay? So what Ocean said earlier in respect to pinpointing the targeting of Israel to be the only Jewish state this planet has to offer, as well as the only democracy in the Middle East, then effectively we find ourselves in this problem. The second question I think you ask yourself is, if Iran was a democracy and not a theocratic theocracy, would we find ourselves in this position today? The answer to that, I would say, is categorically no, because the idea of spreading a caliphate, which is effectively what they've always wanted to do, and get rid of the state of Israel first, little Satan, which they call Israel, and then go after big Satan, with America, is what they've been pulling the plug on for how many decades? 4 5 decades. Death to Israel, death to America. They made very clear. So the fact of the matter is, no matter which way you look at it, the current regime and this theocratic doctrine idea is unfortunately a threat to Western democracy. And I truly believe that if we found ourselves where we are today, where we see Israel as being a democracy with checks and balances, they have elected governments, courts, position, minority representation, whatever you want to say. The real difference is that we haven't got monarchy versus democracy. We need an accountable leadership with a real ideological power in that region, and Iran needs to offer that. And I think it will get there quite soon, actually. I think it's all changing. I mean, when you see the mullahs today having to sit in pools, right, in the caves of swimming pools, to have their meetings, shows that they have lost all power. And in the next few weeks, we're going to see a complete change for sure. And I'll land my plane.
Poor has been very patient. The mic is yours.
And I keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. Let that. Keep dreaming.
I just want
see if you can hear better in the goo.
Yes. Just thank you, Monica. Just want to say some stuff like because they mentioned something about my country regarding Reza Pahlavi or whoever who wants to take over the country. From which Alex said, no, none of them have read this booklet very well, and every aspect of the thing going to happen in those years, like if he takes over the power, mentioned in detail. And also you can send him an email and you add something, and if it's logical, they would add it inside that booklet. The reason that I can say from the accent that Ilya has and Nona has which party they are coming from and who are they supporting. But I'm not going to enter to that because it's nonsense. Just the thing is that I'm telling you the country which is under tyranny for 47 years or 50 years, and there is no party. Like let's say in US we have Democrats, we have these other parties, like Republican. In Europe we have like Greens and Christian and lefties. In Iran there is no party. How do you want to build a constitution without having a transitional period? And for that transitional period, if you want someone to can count on it, like the way that said that you have to have someone for transition. You can count on him. You can see that there will be no mass murdering. There will be no execution. There will be no suffering of people. So you have to have someone reliable. The thing that Mr. Trump is already looking into, he is actually looking into someone he can negotiate with it, but which is not possible. That's the issue that Trump is already confronting now because he cannot find someone to really negotiate with it, and he wants to have a peace without bombing other places. He is warning Iranian, he is warning IRGC that okay, we have the air, we have everything we can bomb and come in, but just be wise and stay in the table and come negotiate. Or if you want, and then that's why I just want to divide it to this. Mr. Trump couldn't find someone accountable that have a conversation with. We want Pahlavi because he is the only one who can sit on a table and guarantee that there will be no mass murderer, there will be no execution. So that is the thing. That why don't you guys read that booklet? Read it and come here and just be against it. I'm not feeling.
I promise you, I never read anything about it.
We are against them. We have read and we.
Out of respect, it looks like you even haven't read the booklet yourself. Okay? I'm not trying to
read it,
be
but
against
okay.
you. I'm just trying to say, if you read that booklet truly, you talking about the mass murdering and all the things you said, it's not even mentioned. Okay? And the thing is, that booklet is more about the transition phase and how.
Because you are not listening. When Mr. Pahlavi chose someone who won the Peace Prize of Nobel, aside from him, and that lady, I don't know, you know the name, she mentioned that there will be no execution. Clearly, they published it in the newspaper. So
But it's not the booklet because you were just talking about the booklet.
His English is not very good, so don't do this.
Yeah, but it's the misinformation.
The entire problem is Islam. The
Yes.
entire problem
Yes, right.
is Muslims and Islam. So you get rid of Islam, you limit Islam in every corner, you push them, isolate them. Then the entire world gonna be a way fucking better place for everybody, for Christians, for Jews, for even Muslims.
Yes, you're right.
I just want
They build their own.
Iran, most Iranians are not Muslim. Most Iranians.
I mentioned something about there's one guy, there's one guy in the comments, his name is Mohammed. Can moderators please remove him?
Go ahead, Kili.
Sorry, somebody mentioned earlier about this idea of Greater Israel, the Greater Israel Project. I just want to talk about this piece of propaganda that's been going around over the last 3 years almost, in relation to the idea that Israel is an expansionist country. So here's the thing, yeah. Imagine you're a tiny country with a pretty robust population, but small, and yet all you want to do is effectively protect your own people. So here's the thing. Every single buffer zone that has been created on the borders of Israel, not one Israeli is living in that buffer zone. Those buffer zones have been created for one thing only, and that's protection. The reason why they've been created for protection is effectively that there needs to be a buffer so that missiles aren't lobbed into Israel from in every corner of every border fence that there is around Israel. So the idea of an expansionist program is completely out of the question. It is specifically there for protection.
But your ministers are saying that they're going to move there.
No, the ministers aren't saying anything about moving.
Come on, come on.
No, that's in your brain. You see TikTok videos, you watch social
media. Talking about going into Lebanon.
No, you didn't. You're a liar because he didn't say that at all. There's been nothing said about moving into those areas. Didn't
say that.
No, there are talks effectively about building villages and building communities within the parameters, within Israel's borders and within Israel's owned land. There's nothing about buildings and communities within buffer zones, because buffer zones are there for protection. And the reason why buffer zones are there is because if anybody moved into a buffer zone, they'd be the first target for any enemy on the front line. So I think we have to be very careful with what we say when we're talking about the idea of an expansion.
Can I add something to what you just said?
Yeah, there was some Israelis moving into the buffer zone of Syria.
So, the thing is, people that they are all in for IRGC and Iranian government, they have to understand the fact that if you see in some part
I'm not for the IRGC.
No, I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking to general public.
Okay.
People that they're in support of IRGC and they're supporting Palestine, and they're against Israel, they have to understand the fact that if IRGC wasn't there to help Hamas and other terrorist groups in the Middle East, as a Jewish person, I can assure you that Israel wouldn't have that much of maneuver over the places that had to actually enter. Do you agree with me? Neil?
Sorry. Alex. Listen, I know you're a Persian Jew, my friend, but this is one Jewish word you need to learn how to say properly. Kneidlach.
Israel wouldn't have. Do you agree on what I'm saying? Like, Israel wouldn't have that much of a maneuver on the places that actually got acquired by Israel when in the time of the war. If IRGC wasn't there to actually throw the war at some specific regions, Israel wouldn't have that maneuver to go and actually get into those places.
Well, you're wrong. Because
I disagree.
Muslims and Arabs are lunatic and barbaric anyway.
No. If the help wasn't there, because
even IRGC wasn't there, still, these Muslims, 1920 IRGC was not there, 1920 fucking 3, 1920 fucking 7, there was no IRGC.
I agree.
Forget IRGC for a second. If you look at the Lebanese border at the moment, you will see that there are Hezbollah town, effectively, that have been destroyed and blown up to smithereens. Villages.
No, they're not. Two Christian villages were bombed.
No, they were because they were taken over by Hezbollah and they were used as camps.
No, they killed 2 priests. What the hell, dude? You're not informed at all.
I am informed. And if you go and have a look in the reasons as to why they were attacked because it's the only reason why they get attacked.
Christian, it's worse.
There are plenty.
And if you kill a Muslim, it's okay.
No, it's not about killing Muslims. Absolutely not. It's about killing Islamic terrorists who decide that they want to take it in their own hands to point their missiles at Israel and fire at Israel. Nothing more than that. And if they stopped doing that, if they didn't do that, and they put down their weapons, they would.
Well, they didn't do that for the last 2 years, and you won't
It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
It's as simple as that. No, that's nonsense. Because I can tell you something now. If Israel wanted to, they could have carpet bombed half of Lebanon if they wanted to.
They're doing that right now. What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck? They're actually hitting those Hezbollah.
But they're bombing it right now. Like Israel is.
Yeah.
Hezbollah
is firing missiles daily.
No, I understand killing Israel.
We've had the biggest barrage of missiles come over from Lebanon that we've seen in the last few days. So don't give me that bullshit. The reason why they're being hit hard because these idiots are pulling out their RPGs and trying to fire rockets into Israel.
Can I just?
But can you just like one thing, one question? Do you agree that they're carpet bombing Lebanon or not? That's my question.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
You're not.
Okay.
Okay.
No, they're not.
Okay.
So
No, just get your point.
Hold on. It's not too bullshit. So you telling me for the past fucking 2 years after October 7th, Israel is carpet bombing fucking that, and only 70,000 people died in that small tiny ass area? I mean, fucking.
I don't think it's 70,000 people. To be honest, I think it's half.
Oh, it's probably 700 million people, right? It's not some real bullshit. But why do you? Hold on. Let me ask you this. Why do you think Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, none of these countries give a fuck about those people over there? Because even those
Because they're rich.
Because those Muslims know these Muslims are fucking barbaric and fucking stupid, and they're a bunch of terrorists. Because that's why they don't give a fuck about them. They don't want them in their countries. Your Muslim brothers don't want you in their countries. Do you understand that?
I was Kuwait.
Okay, sorry, Ocean, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Can I just something?
Hold
I'm
on.
not been waiting long. Sorry.
I don't care you're being long. I don't care you're being waiting long. So and how fucked up you have to be for your own people. Are Arab, you are Arab. They are Muslim, you are Muslim. They don't want nothing with you. Why? Because you're terrorists.
Ocean, can I be honest with you, Ocean? Can we just be clear on the language that we use? I think we have to be very clear and distinguish.
I'm using. You guys can use whatever.
No, I'm talking about Islamic terrorism. I'm talking about terrorism from the heart, which effectively comes from this demonic ideology and this regime, which is unfortunately attacking the West. We have to be careful with that. I don't think we can paint a brush over every single Muslim. I think it's unfair to do that. Let's just be careful with the language. That's all I'm saying.
Well, once again, I just said it has nothing to do with this regime. Before this regime came up 1979. 1979, Jews were killed by Arabs and Muslims. In 1921, 1923, 1933, I believe, 1947. There was no fucking Islamic Republic of Iran. Bro.
Yeah, but
Answer you. Let me answer you. I know what. And you don't let me.
Islam in general is not even a religion, it's a cult. Muslims are more pagans than pagans. Like, Muslims do the same thing the fucking pagans did before Islam. They do the tawaf 7 times around Kaaba, they kiss the blackest stone, pagans did all of this. It's a fucking cult. They want to kill everybody who's not Muslim.
But like every
everything. If you're not Muslim, you're gone.
I wasn't Muslim country.
Nazi all the time. What the hell are you talking about? I'm atheist.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Muslims, buddy. Are you Muslim?
Yeah, but I wasn't Muslim at the time, man. I'm
It's
from
just
Syria originally, so I don't
it's just
care.
not much
I'm
show
also Jewish,
here.
I don't care. Sorry. Yeah, no, talk. Sorry.
So let us go up then. You don't have respect for others.
Just go ahead, Nona. Just go ahead. This is not it.
Go ahead.
How unrespectful Nona is.
Yeah, she was. I don't know.
Okay, so
Man,
I'm just going to ask.
don't talk about Nona like that.
I'm just going to ask Ocean a question. So, do you believe that Israel and Palestine they were so close to a two-state solution around 2005?
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't think so.
I mean, part of that was RGC, yeah.
No, so the thing is, RGC has been funding Hamas since
100%, yeah.
and if RGC wasn't intervening just to push out the ideology of Shia and Iran Islamic ideology throughout Middle East, Palestine would have a separate state from Israel. At least Israel would have less burden, and less worry.
IRGC, look, IRGC, they're Muslims too. They influence them, right? I'm not ignoring that shit all day long. Yes, of course. But Muslims in general are the way they are, bro. They don't need no fucking influence.
Ocean, have you ever been to a Muslim country?
Oh, fuck yeah, I come from a fucking Muslim country.
Where?
I've been in UAE. I've been in Iraq. I've been in Turkey. So
Okay, which one was the worst?
Every single one. You know why? Because they're Muslims.
Do you hate Muslims? You just hate Muslims.
I don't hate Muslims. I have proof for it.
No, you just hate Muslims because every single one of them is bad.
How many
Hold on. I know I'm interrupting your conversation.
Oh, come on, Monica, not now.
Hold on. Okay, it's a program, sir. And check the admin list of Political Playhouse. We don't remove people from Political Playhouse. We don't. Unless
I didn't remove nobody, by the way.
I didn't say you did, Ocean. I'm letting the mods know this. I'm just saying I appreciate their assistance in running this room. We don't remove people who overcome, who compromise, who have opinions that we don't like. What we do is we monitor them, give them the move. And if someone is doing incredible justice, then we implement.
Thank you. So any Muslim terrorist group you have, which other group of people go to other countries and start raping people, start stealing people randomly for no fucking reason? Muslims. Oh, damn. Oh my God. This is all very funny, right? You don't see other people do these things. But Muslims, in Islam, it's perfectly okay to fucking rape a child. Because child marriages exist in Islam. Because that's what you follow. Your prophet was a pedophile. So in your book, in your ideology, if you're a Muslim, it's okay to do so. And you want
I think a Muslim actually agree with that, but that's your opinion.
But look, that's not my opinion.
I'm not Muslim. I just told you.
I'm not talking about you.
But you said you the whole time.
It's in entire Islam. The entire Islam is all about.
Dude, can I talk a bit?
I'm not
Can I talk a bit about my background? So
yes. You're not a Muslim. I apologize if I call you Muslim.
No. I'm okay with being called Muslim. I'm Druze. Okay, I'm from Syria, originally. Yeah, and you can bet your ass I hate terrorism. And for all that's worth, some of my family members would not have survived the massacre without Israel. But to be fair as well, if you want the region to flourish and to prosper, I think you need to be fair to Muslims. That they're not terrorists. That I would think also their ideology
that most Muslims are ideological. I think most Muslims just pray. That's it. You know, I don't think.
Yeah, but they also close their eyes to it too, though, right?
Everyone closes his eyes.
No. How many Muslim nations there is child marriage? You know, how many? Huh?
Yeah. How many states in here say,
They close their eyes.
Think about that as well, dude.
See which hypocrisy.
No, he doesn't.
See which hypocrisy. Brother, more than 60.
No, he doesn't.
Allow child marriage. What are you talking about?
13 years old. What the fuck?
In what nation?
It's not even more than 60 states. What is he talking about?
He just got it.
More than 16. 16. I said not 60.
Okay.
16.
Okay, I don't know why you're talking, but in what nations you can practice? Alright, but I'm gonna go down. You can freely practice your religion.
I think many nations I can. I'm not religious at all. I don't care.
You know, honestly, you agree with you know, I think
I shouldn't have that conversation with you. 19, do you wanna? Is there anything you want to say?
no, I think
I was gonna say something, but then I just looked, you know, and probably see what you saw.
there is something that I want to mention, Ocean. So, you know, as you said, there are only about 10 million Jews in Middle East.
I don't believe 19 plus my account.
Anybody that's willing to participate. I just look at, I don't look at certain countries, staple Muslim situation and stuff like that. I mean, we can look at majority Muslim countries like Indonesia. They don't have like the same conflicted where we like kind of stake it and stuff.
You think Morocco, for example? Do you like Morocco?
No.
Or Tunisia? So you hate just Arab countries?
I don't hate them. I just don't like them.
Okay, so you don't like you like Indonesia?
Yeah.
Okay. So Asian countries, East Asian countries, you don't like Arab countries.
Honestly, the problem is Arab Muslim nations in general, Islam is just against freedom and humanity. Is against everything.
It's trying to racialize the group, you know?
It's just they're just against them, bro. Like, how can you ignore it? Like, I'm not talking this out of ass. It's in their law. It's in their religion. Every way you want to look at it.
So that's
Wait, let's see. Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Do you deny the Arab country?
What hierarchy?
The Arab hierarchy, like Arabs are on top. What was this? Their situation is their way. They're better than all the Muslims because they're started Islam. That whole thing.
I think many people think that. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't think
yes.
So. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I also don't think that every white person is a white supremacist. I think many are. I don't think they think it is collective. I think they enjoy it while everyone does that. Every Israeli is a bad person. I don't think every Muslim is a bad person. I don't think any religion or nationality or race are bad persons.
So what makes something bad?
What?
What
I think on an individual level, you could like point to someone and tell him he's a bad person. You know, I think terrorism is bad. We could discuss that. I think occupation's bad. I think taking other people's land is bad. You know, yeah. Like I'm a German citizen. You know, I'm also very privileged. So I'm not sure. Like if I can like look down at these Arab countries because many of them are poor. You know, I'm not just gonna like say like you're bad while they're like on their knees. You know?
Wait, you think a lot of Arab countries are poor?
Yeah.
Like which ones? Give me three.
Like Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Egypt, Sudan, Libya, Tunis, Algeria and Morocco. I think all of them are poor except for the Gulf countries.
That's crazy. They're resource rich though, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Africa
they're
is
not
resource
even
rich
those
as well.
motherfucking resources. I mean, I don't think Syria is resource rich.
They got
Yeah,
some shit over there. You know, in Aleppo, they got like some lemons or some shit. I don't know. Look, I ain't look.
War. They were at war like for 12 or 14. Like I'm Syrian originally, you know, so I know this stuff. You know, Syria is like needs also like another 50 years to resolve their problem with each other. You know, so
I want to point out something, Jose. I'm not okay. I want to ask you because I'm trying to be fair in this conversation. This doesn't mean
No, don't be fair.
Of course, because we are just giving out our opinion.
I'm black. I don't,
It doesn't matter to the argument.
Yes, it does. Okay.
Right?
Go ahead.
Alexis, or ideology that I would say most of them or some of them they have. But the reason is because they're, of course, more than Jews or any other minorities that
there is over 1 billion Chinese to other countries and great kids.
Ocean. I was just talking about Muslims in Middle East. Okay? And I'm saying, of course, we see it more, and I'm not trying to, take their side. I'm saying, of course, in every religion, every race, every place, there are good and bad people. But also because there are too many Muslims in Middle East, we hear about it more. And I'm not saying that it justifies what's happening and what they do, but it's mixed people who mostly associate Muslim with terrorism, which in some degree I agree because my country it's totally in a different directions. They're mostly born Muslim, and
What's
they
your
don't call them country. Iran, they are born Muslim, but more than 50% of them they don't call themselves Muslim. So the way that Islam works, they are actually forced to be Muslim. They have to have hijab, but they are cultured and they're kind of
like Persian.
Yeah, they're Persian exactly. So
They speak Farsi, right? Farsi.
Yes, Farsi. Yeah, I do.
The women, they dress like ninjas.
Let's speak, guys.
When I was a kid, I was asking my parents, like, before we all left Iran, I was asking my parents, like, what are they? What's the purpose? And they were just saying that they're trying to be modest. But honestly, Iranian people, most of them, they are against this ideology, but they have to comply with it. But the other Muslim countries, it doesn't work like that because they're not really cultured and they don't really think more about it. And about that 300 million Muslim in Middle East, at least I would say 100 to 150 millions of them, they are just called Muslim. They are not, actually, keeping the traditions or doing any religion.
Yeah, I think they Islam when it's Eid, when it is.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's it. Like it's. Yeah, I think also in Europe, like there are more radical Muslims than there are radical Muslims in the.
I totally agree because I lived in England for 2 years in around 2011, and when I was there, London's really okay city, but I went back there for like 3 years ago, and I was seeing so many Muslims taking their private stuff in their home, bringing into the middle of the city and doing prayers and just I was telling my brother, like, see, if they kept a private thing, like, religious stuff and thing in their home, it would be fine. But when you bring it to the streets and you actually break people's peace, of course, it doesn't work like that. And actually, I'm on the same page with Josi about that. Like, there are more radical Muslims in European countries, but they don't do more like radical stuff in those countries because those countries have rules. But in Middle Eastern countries, there are not like any rules to actually control them, and there are people that they are having a leadership in how they can, orchestrate those radical activities and everything that we hear, like terrorist attacks, bombing, suicide bombing, and everything. But like look at as an example, Syria. Before this guy this Al Qaeda guy came, it used to be like a fucked up country. Not gonna lie, but they were kept in check. I remember going to Syria and like just drinking alcohol in front of a mosque. No one would bother. You can't do that in Europe. If you do that in Europe, many people will like start talking to you and start like harassing you. Why are you drinking mosque? We used to do a lot of stuff like in Syria, the army, Assad, bad guy. But for those cases, you kind of lived, you kind of lived your life. Yeah, but also I have to actually say that I'm also on the same page with Ocean about Muslims not with any object to leave the Middle East. Because if you just go look at it, it's like Saudi Arabia in 1965, around the Ali Cohen time, they were actually orchestrating attacks from Osama bin Laden's father to Israel, right, Ocean? But they stopped supporting the ideology of terrorism against Israel, nor or actually supporting Palestinians over the years because they saw that that ideology doesn't have any benefit for them. But over the years, the people of the region, they're still adopting to the ideology of supporting some kind of radical activity or some kind of terrorism against even the. I disagree on the thing about Israel. I think Israel they always have fight with other countries because they took land from others. You know. Regardless of what ideology is, if you have an ideology and you want to bring it to the Middle East, it better be the Palestinian question. Maybe not in Iran. I think Iranians are much farther away, but or the Maghreb countries, but the countries that are like in the region around Israel, if you want the population on your side, you better take the question of Palestinians seriously. Whether it is like a two-state solution, like some people would like neuter it, or
can you hear me, please? Are you Muslim?
Me?
But you are from Syria, right?
Yeah.
I am a Muslim and no one not allowed to speak. No, I'm not. You just speaking Muslim issues. I am a Muslim. I am a Muslim, but people.
This is not a Muslim.
Me too, I'm Muslim. Yeah, people are afraid to speak with me because they are.
Okay, give this guy a chance. Give this guy.
Okay, just spewing hate, and they just want to take this dude who is dead.
Who said you can talk?
Who is dead?
Dude. Okay, guys, maybe you should listen to minutes.
I actually.
Go ahead. Good. Continue.
In my shower.
Good. Continue.
Yeah, let me continue my thing, and then you can cut me or kick me. I don't give a shit, man. You are sitting spewing hatred, yeah. And this guy sent you Anna Dirzi, and what you are talking about is totally bullshit. But you are just trying to take him with your side and just spewing hate, about child marriage, so on. When I mentioned the 16 states, you are so quiet. You are here talking about who raped.
Because you're a liar.
Yeah, you're a lying diaper head, okay? You need to stop.
Yeah,
Dumb
but
fuck.
you know what?
Dumb fuck. Hold on, Alex.
Go look at Israel, what they are doing.
Dumb fuck. Child marriages doesn't exist in America.
Yeah. Right. How many rapists there are in Israel? Everyone is going there.
Hold on, Alex.
They are not prosecuting them.
Be quiet. So we passed your first lie. Now we're going for the second lie. Because you said there's 16 states in America that have child marriages like fucking Saudi Arabia or any other Muslim nation, which they let a 9-year-old and 10-year-old.
There are 16 states. From 2020 to
Name
2000.
one.
Listen. From
Name
2000.
one.
Let me speak.
Name one.
Let me speak.
Name one state first.
Let me speak.
Name one state.
Let me speak, man. Since 2000.
I'm letting you speak. Name one state.
Okay. Name one state. Texas.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
That was the funniest question.
Honestly, I don't let people fucking spread bullshit.
Everything was going to say Utah.
Here's the thing. I'm stating facts when I talk about Islam. It's in their book. I don't pull it out of my ass. It's in their culture. It's in their law. When you come out here and you say there's 16 states in America allow child marriages, you're pulling shit out of your ass.
Dude, I think you still should let him in.
No,
Because he was opposing.
Like
you could correct him on one
I don't think you can tell me what to do, what not to do, and I should, and I will not let someone spread fucking lies. Because I'm not spreading lies. I'm stating the obvious and facts.
You said once all Muslims.
There is a huge difference.
You said all Muslims or something like that and that.
I never said all Muslims.
Vast majority of Muslims. Can you give me, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a Somali guy, so I'll be honest. So be impartial, bro. Try to be impartial, and listen to every. You shouldn't just listen to one side and then the other side can do anything. Cannot speak. Think of this guy, and I will tell him. I will tell him to speak in a good way. And so, Pumpkin, bro, come up and please speak in a kind way, and so that we can have a nice conversation. We don't want argument here. We want
Ocean. Okay, wait. Ocean has a point here. It's a federal law, and federal law applies to all these states. Okay, and you cannot actually put it in a way that 16 states they have laws for this because it's a federal law. Do you know how many people get prosecuted just for watching child stuff? And you guys are saying that child stuff or child marriage is actually legal.
Listen, Alex. The last thing I can listen is from Western politicians. We know what happened recently. We know the Epstein files, guys. Don't come here and try to we are this and we are the most most moral people in the world.
You know who you said?
I think Epstein means.
I mean, the last thing I can listen from a lecture is the Western politicians because we have seen what happened in the Epstein files.
Fine, but why is it that in Europe?
Yeah, no, I know. Pepe, go ahead.
Why is it that in Europe, so when we have to hear about all of the fucking rapes that are happening in places like Sweden, we can look at who's doing the grooming gangs and most of the fucking raping in it is literally a bunch.
But in Sweden, it's mostly actually.
No, it's mostly fucking.
No, it's not mostly.
Yes, it is. And the UK is fucking Pakistani. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, there was this grooming scandal, but most of the rapes happens inside the family.
Oh
You mean Arabs fucking their daughters? Amazing.
When you talk about Epstein was a criminal, right? So there is a reason. Hold on. There is a reason the system corrects itself. The system in America, in the West, was designed to be able to correct itself. Unlike Islam, was designed to just kill and murder and abuse and fucking rape. That's why you still see in 2026 in Muslim countries, they marry a 9-year-old. They marry a fucking 10-year-old. Epstein was not a prophet like Muhammad, who was a rapist, or any other person who was involved in that shit going to get prosecuted. But your Muhammad and your Muslim fellow Muslims are not getting prosecuted in their nations, buddy. So first think before you talk. If you think before you talk, then you can have a solid argument. But if you want to just come up and get everything I'm saying is fact, brother.
No, it's not.
Like the whole thing about the guy. If you can prove one of the things that I said was a lie or it was bullshit, I'll do whatever you want.
Okay, you said Muhammad would be giving Epstein a high five after he came on Aisha's dress. I mean, this is
yeah.
I'm not talking about Muhammad and Aisha, to be honest. I'm talking about
First, you want to pay attention. You're going to pay attention to what you have to say, analyze it, then open your mind and go ahead and start talking. Now, Cons, go ahead and continue.
Okay. I listen to you. First of all, Ocean, I don't want to speak this way, because you have guys in your life, very respectful guys, right? I can't about this things about the marrying a child. I think this issue, like, there's a lot of people.
This topic about marrying children. I thought y'all was talking about.
Can I talk? Can I speak? I was listening all the time, so let me speak. So this thing, by the way, there's a lot of people. Guys, don't start it then like 1400 years ago. And it's not like the things is not recorded like nowadays. Back then, you just recorded through papers or stuff like that. A very old-fashioned way. You know that that happened through these generations. That there some people who rewrite the narrative in the Islamic, especially the life of Prophet. So this issue itself, there's a lot of people who say, no, he made Aisha age or 18. There's guys who said 9. And there's a lot of people back then who tried who actually tried to rewrite the hadith, which is called what kind of life of a prophet. So there's a lot of people who rewrite back then. So we cannot, like,
as a Muslim, you shouldn't have to explain your religion. Lorenzo, stop jumping. As a Muslim, which one do you believe? Bukhari or Sahih? Which one?
Yeah, that's Bukhari. There's a lot of there's Muslim.
No. Answer my question.
Because it's not here. We are not Muslim.
You're a Muslim, right?
I'm Muslim.
Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which one?
In the right ones, bro. Even in the Bukhari itself, there's a lot of that's not like
Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which are the top notch, or Shia, bro. Hold on, which are the top notch when it comes to Islam world, right? They both stated Aisha was 6 when she was married, and a 9-year-old Muhammad slept with her. So I don't know what do you want to get from that. So you want to use some of it for your own benefit and deny the rest of it. Bukhari and Sahih are.
Let me
say that their prophet is a pedophile.
Nowadays, countries, you rarely see
I'm Somali, okay? I've never seen like a guy who married another who married like 9 years or 10 years. So these things like we move on. You understand me? So we move on. Nowadays, even in Saudi now they stipulated in the constitution that they write in a law that a lady should be over 18 when she gets married. You know. So now we move on. So why you guys trying to take us back to things that we already move on? Like we are not seeing now in Muslim stuff like that. And when it comes to we know about the 1% or 0.1%. Okay. So this is the other one thing. The other thing is that Ocean, I'm really like surprised. Like you're trying to let us, and you have you put your profile. Your profile is Donald J. Trump, who is every single day talk shit about black people, talk shit about Somali people.
You never talk about people. You never talk shit about
Somali people. Why? Isn't that racist? Isn't that racist?
You talk about a group of Somalians who are fucking thieves and fucking criminals. Yes, so what?
No,
They are. So what?
No.
So what?
No, bro. Every single. Okay, how many thieves? How many white thieves in America that?
Somalians are way worse than white people. They're way worse than most people. I mean, shut up.
So can we just set the record straight?
Bro, you cannot generalize. You cannot generalize, bro. You cannot generalize. They have lawyers.
You don't give a fuck about whites. You don't give a fuck about himself. That's it. Trump only gives a fuck about himself in his objective. That's it. You don't give a fuck about blacks. You don't give a fuck about Asians. You don't give a fuck about fucking Irish. You don't give a fuck about none of us. He cares about his agenda and his agenda alone. That's it. So the fact that y'all are having this conversation about Trump and the profit of Muhammad being a pedophile is fucking crazy. Because there's no substance to this conversation that you guys are having.
What's it?
No, we're talking about, you know what we're talking about? We're talking about Islam is the entire problem. That's what we're talking about. And then they're like, how is Islam the problem? I'm like, every terrorist is a Muslim.
Every terrorist is a Muslim? That's a crazy statement, bro.
What do you mean?
Bro, that's a crazy statement.
How is it a crazy statement?
RAF was a
Because
Muslim.
that's not true.
Hold on.
KKK with Muslims.
How many terrorist groups are out there right now?
But that doesn't mean that every single Muslim is a...
I never said every single Muslim.
Yes, you said that. I said every terrorist is a Muslim.
Muslim is a terrorist, bro.
I never said every single Muslim is a terrorist. I said
Every terrorist is a Muslim.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Every terrorism, bro.
No, that's not true.
Go ahead right now, look.
What, dude? Most terrorists in Germany are Nazis. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, what do you mean? Nazis kill people right now? Nazis
Yeah.
kill a group of people.
Yeah.
The Nazis haven't been in existence since the 1940s.
Dude, neo-Nazis in Germany are very active. They cause 27 deaths in Germany every year.
Oh, 27 deaths.
Bro.
Yeah, how many do Muslims cause in Germany? What do you think? 32?
Yes.
Most effective.
I think you're posse and you're lying as fuck.
No, not Muslim. But that's okay. I don't care if you think I'm Muslim.
How many Muslim terrorist groups out
There
there?
are extremist Muslims.
How many terrorist groups? How many Muslim terrorist groups out there? Answer the
No,
question.
there's many.
Hundreds.
I don't know. And then
There's
there's
thousands.
neo-Nazis. And they talk about neo-Nazis.
Can I add one thing about this?
You guys are out of your motherfucking mind. You cannot rationally have a conversation. You know why?
Okay, right. I will give you 1 point. I will give you 1 point about this.
No, why?
Okay. Okay. Listen, guys. Listen.
Have a rational conversation with a Muslim.
I want to have a rational conversation. This is what I'm asking.
They don't
Oh, you're prejudiced. You just don't like Muslims.
Let me, Lawrence, let me just go ahead with this terrorist topic, okay?
We all know, if you read the history, you shouldn't even have this discussion, because he just showed that he doesn't like Muslims, period. Like, he fucking hates you.
Yeah, I think
He was born Muslim. Jesus Christ.
But the fact is that what he just said out of his mouth.
Okay, but to deny the terrorism is largely a Muslim fucking problem. It's crazy,
bro. Dude, in Europe, it's like, I don't know about Europe. I can say only about Germany. In Germany, the right-wing terrorism is the most prevalent.
They don't put up road barricades, okay, to stop neo-Nazis from doing car explosions or running over people. They don't have to. Like, this is bullshit.
Come on. Like,
Dude, this is
I got if you're from the region, come over to Germany. Let's have a walk in one of the villages, the Nazi villages here, and let's see how many you can survive.
Buddy, your argument is the most stupid argument that you could just bring up. Like, you couldn't just bring up anything more stupid than this. The fact that you defend Muslim terrorists is just out of this world. Like, how could you even, like, I miss AJX sometimes. I wish, honestly, AJX was to tell us how terrible and horrible you are. Like, what are you
Okay,
even
let me add this one about the terrorists, okay? So you guys, you all know, if you read the history, what happened to Soviet Union. During their last period of time, what happened is that there was two powers who were struggling to dominate the world, which is American and which is the other part is the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union, what happened is that during, I think during the 80s or 70s, they invaded a country called Afghanistan. So at that time, the Arab countries, there were no terrorists, no nothing. African countries, we couldn't suffer from any terrorist incident. What happened is that the CIA in your country came to Arab Gulf nations with the monarchies there. They gather, they have their meeting, and Egypt plus I think multiple countries which were predominant. Told them they recruit an average people just like me and anybody else there who's a Muslim, and making propaganda about the Soviet Union to let's fight the Soviet Union, and because they are invading Afghanistan, which is a Muslim country. So during that time, every mosque you can see the monarchies there, because the monarchy there, especially in the Gulf countries, it's owned, the media, everything is owned by the monarchy. So everything they tell them they do. So they mobilize, they make campaigns about fighting the Soviet, which is atheist, trying to invade a Muslim country, and then they get all the support. If you agree just to go there, they buy the ticket, they give you everything. And I know a lot of people who have been there, actually, to fight, just to help their brothers, Afghanistan people, to fight the Soviet Union. So who created these people? So during that time, they fought the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union, they got defeated in Afghanistan, and then they collapsed, and then they withdraw from a country, the Afghanistan country. So after that, when the Soviet Union collapsed, listen, let me just go ahead, I'll finish up. When the Soviet Union collapsed, at that time, what happened is that both the same people who were innocent, just like me and any other guy, what happened to them is that they told them, you cannot fight back, you are no longer, we don't need fighting, it's finished here, go back to your country. And those people said, no, we come here to fight. I mean, they were brainwashed, right? They were brainwashed, they were propaganda, they were campaigns to fight the infidels, to fight the atheists, to fight. So they were just any people like me, and innocent people.
You answered your own shit. They're not brainwashed. They're following their religion. Kill. Chapter 5.
One question, do you believe American brain ruled these people?
Bro, chapter 9, verse 5 of Quran. Surah Tawbah. Kill every non-believer. Everywhere, in every corner you can find. They're not brainwashed people. They're following their book.
In Bible, I could find some verses.
They're following their book.
about
now
this
people
scripture.
even in Bangladesh. Do you see any terrorist group under Bible name, under Christianity? Do you see like fucking ISIS, Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, fucking Taliban,
What happened during
Abu Kira Khan? Do you see anything under them?
I think you didn't see the history. You read about the Europe, what happened to them, the religion fighting. They were fighting sect by sect. You didn't read that?
Do you see any terrorist group under name of Christianity go and explode themselves in the middle of a fucking, I don't know, 100 people?
Ask a question, Ocean, so that we can understand each other. Do you believe America play a role in creating these people? Do you believe or not? One simple question.
Do I believe what?
Historically, do you believe the CIA has played a role to create these people who are the terrorists who have been to Afghanistan? Do you believe they have been, they play a role, the CIA? Do you believe that or not? So just, I want to ask you, I want to see how
to intentionally create a terrorist group.
You see, you're trying to be specific, huh?
No. Is that your question?
My question is that, my question is that.
Terrorist group to murder child?
No, my question is that. No, listen. My question is that. Listen, my question is that. Does America play any role in creating Al Qaeda? That's my question. One simple question.
If you have 3 child and I pay you money and I tell you kill your kids, you kill your kids?
Bro, I'm giving you. You see, when you are in a young age, Listen, Ocean. We don't want to personalize this thing, okay?
If we don't want to personalize. Kill my kid, should I kill my kid?
You shouldn't kill. Listen, bro. You cannot tell me. You cannot brainwash young people, right?
You blame the entire ideology of Islam on other nations paying some brainwashed people to do certain.
You cannot tell me. You cannot brainwash young people, right? You cannot tell me.
It's in your every Muslim nation that you cannot change your religion. If you convert to Islam,
you can interrupt it and then make people believe that it's right to be a violent, right? Yes or no?
No, you're wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that you can anything in Bible or any religion, you can find some verses that you can misinterpret and then you preach young people who's very teenager people, you preach them and then you convince them to do something which is not right. Yes or no? That happens every single day. You can always tell people. So my point is my point is that America and the Gulf kings, they are puppets to US. Everybody knows that, guys.
Okay, Bumpy, I ask you a question. Do you know any Jewish group under name of Judaism, under name of Christianity, any Christian group, that they go and start killing people? Do you know any?
Go read about the far-left Israeli groups in Israel who are always do bad things to Muslims. They took their lands, they took their.
So you're talking about them?
Yeah, and then they are religious guys. Just Google, just like far-left Israel. Just Google about it.
Hold on, which was always attacked by Muslims and Arabs from fucking 100 years ago and thousands of years ago. Always Arabs and Muslims.
Do you know Netanyahu? He didn't want in Palestine. Do you know that?
It started killing Jews. So you're talking about a nation.
This is all we are talking about just issue. No, we are talking about just issue. You know Netanyahu? He didn't want even in Palestine. All the politicians who ruled Palestine, they didn't rule. They didn't born in Palestine. Mostly they born in Poland. They born in Western Eastern European country. They come there. They took the Palestinian land. They took them. Nobody can come to your home. Listen. Listen. Imagine you are African, right? American. Okay, me I'm Somali. Okay. Imagine if I'm in my home and then there's a white guy who come to my country, invade my country, and then they took my land, and then what?
Was never a country.
Yeah, why was when Somalia? Like you guys had your little civil war. Basically a country that was lawless. You started. I don't want to. Bags. Like you guys were not. You weren't even. Like the reason you guys were such shithole, shitty Muslims was not because of any intervention.
Comfy. Palestine was never a country, comfy. After Ottoman Empire, right? After Ottoman Empire, when British Empire won the war, right? In 1947, the United Nations voted to split it in two parts, Jewish part and Arab part. What did Arabs do? 7 Arab nations and start fucking attacking Israel.
Well, after the Israelis actually massacred a lot of civilians there.
So we're gonna go back to history.
Listen, okay, answer this one.
Dude, but I don't know, like this discussion is about Iran. I don't know why we're bringing Israel and the whole Muslim shit inside the...
Okay, you cannot find, you cannot get one politician who ruled Palestine, Netanyahu, exactly, of them who born in Palestine. None of them, most of them, they born in Eastern Europe. They come there, they took their land, every single day they do settlements, they took people's land.
That land belonged to them.
Okay,
there's no in your holy book, Bani Israel doesn't say Bani Israel.
Dude,
does it Bani Israel?
No one cares about the holy.
Sorry, none of these politicians who claim this, none of them born in Palestine. None of them.
When it's all right, nobody cares about it.
I don't care about history. Like religious books are not history books. No one cares. They're not.
What I'm saying is
can I invent a religion where I can get the U.S.?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that.
Can I invent a religion where I get the U.S.? It's a rich country. I would like it to have it. I think it was promised to me.
Yeah, imagine if there's some phrases in the Holy Book that says the black people. No.
Let me see what Sword says. Sword.
I say he can try if he want to and see how it works out for him. Hey, I want to ask. You can try. If I accept the league, everybody else will.
But I like you for that.
Nah, because this kind of leads into my question. So you said you're Somali. What are your thoughts on what's going on up there in Minnesota?
You're talking about what happened in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me just tell you. You see, every people or every race, you could find bad people and good people, right? So there is a bad people went there, and there is minority people who did the bad thing with money. Yes, I'm 100%. I'm an honest guy, but you cannot come here and tell me you all guys are bad people. What about the nurses? What about the ladies who wake up every single day that they work at supermarkets, they work at petrol stations just to feed their children? What about those innocent people who are working hard, who are studying at the universities? You cannot talk shit about all these people. How many white people stole money in the American history? How many scandals? A lot. But nobody mentioned where they originally come from.
Can someone tell me what does the Minnesota think?
Nobody blamed somebody from Irish originally and stole money from America government. Nobody blamed their country.
That kind of works against your point, though, because when I look at, what's going on here in America, you have different nations that are running their operation, but the one thing that unifies them is their religion, which is Islam. So,
so let me ask you this: do you think any Somali is like a religious guy? No, you can find some guy. I mean, do you believe that all Somalis are so religious people? Like, do you believe all Somalis they pray 5 times a day? No, you can find some of them.
I don't know much about Somalis.
The point is that you believe that Somalis they all pray, they all they all go to mosque, they all listen from sheikh. You believe that that's the problem. There's just people who just.
We don't, bro. We don't.
You didn't hear the question? You didn't hear the question? He said that. He said that.
You're upset. Hold on, because you're upset because Trump said, what about your country? Trump said about so you can go back to your country, Somalia, and whatever trash country. Well, he was not lying. He was stating the obvious. It's a fucked up poor country. He didn't say every Somalian. He didn't say every Somalian is a piece of shit bastard motherfucker. He said the country is a fucked up country, and he's not lying. He's speaking facts.
Hey, Ocean. Hey, Ocean, are you there? I don't trust following.
Good morning, Obesky. Good morning, y'all. Go ahead, come. That's where you're mistaken. I'm not saying every Somalian is a fucked up person. I'm not saying every Muslim is a fucked up person. There are Muslims, they're not even Muslims. On paper, they're Muslims.
My point is that every community has bad people and good people. So there were some people who were trying to generalize it. I'm not saying you now don't get out of the mark, don't open the mic. I'm saying some people, they were trying to generalize, like they were saying all Somalis is blah, 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 blah. Why in America you can find Somalis who are studying lawyer for 8 years, who are nurses helping people.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what happened in Minnesota.
You know, some people they stole money from government, and now there were some people who are trying to say all Somalis are bad people.
Hey, dude, I think stealing from the American government is okay. They don't know how to handle their finances, you know. So if you take their money, just good for you.
You know, and by the way, it's okay for you. Let me give you this. No, listen. I'm African, okay? You guys, I don't know if you have been to a country called Congo. You guys would surprise. Let me just clarify this one. If you go to Congo, you could find all the European nations and all the citizens, not all the citizens, a lot of the citizens in Congo, what they are doing there. You can find Americans, you can find Canadians, you can find Australians, Norwegians, what they are doing in Congo.
Which Congo are you from?
Have you ever asked yourself this question? They are stealing the money, they are stealing their resources, they are stealing their minerals. They are stealing the rare minerals.
They're not stealing.
All these corporates. No, listen. All these corporates, American corporates or Western corporates, blah blah blah. They come there, they send their agents there, and then they're stealing minerals from Congo people.
Are there any German companies that are doing that?
You could find. I mean the citizens. You could find any citizens. From the West, you could find them in there, in Congo. Romanians, you could find Finnish people, you could find Norwegians, you could find them there. I'm not sure about Germans, but I know they
okay, if there are no Germans, then fuck them, but if there are Germans, it's complicated, okay?
I mean, you cannot observe a citizen all the time, right? You don't know about your citizens if you are in a government. So what I'm saying is that they come there to Congo, they create problems instead of making that country come together, helping them to have a peace. No, they are creating problems so that these companies and corporations, Western corporations, come to there and steal these poor people and resources. You couldn't believe it if you just. I hope you guys just go there and open documentary about Congo. This country.
Sorry, I'm not going to Congo. Not anytime soon.
But it's a storage country when it comes to resources, you know. So that's why they are there. You can find a small storage and be rich, you know. Huh?
Is it the Republic of Congo or the Republic?
Yeah, Republic of Congo.
Okay.
Just watch a documentary about that country. So these guys, they are bringing weapons, they are bringing arms, they encourage the fight between people to fight each other. You see, and then the corporations, they send their agents to that country, they steal the resources, they steal the stones, they steal
They're not stealing
minerals
them, they're taking them.
from that country. Guys, you could find a stone in that stone, like, it's no, listen, you can find one stone that's an electronic stone, which you can charge your phone on. That you could find things that you could have never heard about.
Goddamn, Michael. There's no electric. Okay,
You come to our country, listen. You come to Africa and they steal money and they steal blah 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 and they steal all the
They're taking
and
it. If you're not able to defend it, if you're not able to trade with it, then it's being taken, not stolen. It wasn't owned in the first place. If it's underutilized and countries come in and rightfully swap arms and munitions and ammunition in exchange for free reign to exploit resources.
You think it's good?
That's a good question.
I get really bored of this this notion that colonization is just always creating victims. No. A lot of these countries, they are happy to receive weapons in exchange for open seas and the resources. The whole Belt and Road Initiative. I don't hear you turning around and saying there are lots of Chinese going through Kenya and building roads out to the diamond mines. No, it's just this hired, played out, anti-colonial narrative, and it's boring. The truth is,
I know there is Chinese people here. I'm not
so the truth is, if the leaders of these shithole countries actually organised and worked out how to exploit their own resources, then they wouldn't invite people from overseas to do it for them and to enrich themselves at the cost of the state.
Because of their people as well.
Basically, now you are saying that their governments are calling, are buying weapons and ammunition from Western governments, so that in exchange of having resources. That's your point.
No, my point is that you are correct when you say that they're being stolen.
Well, why not? What do you call it when you bring your, let me say, a small factory? Let me
I can explain it even better. What God's trying to do right now in the United States to get reparations for stealing Africa, it's like, nah, you participated, you sold people, and now you're trying to come back 500 years later and say you stole people? No, you sold it. So does Ghana have a legal standing, or at least a moral standing, to come back and say that America stole people when they worked out a deal, and the deal was we're gonna buy these people?
You're like pro-slavery?
I'm being historically accurate in the line of the scenario.
So you want, you think it's okay to...
Was that a pretty good example, Hussey?
What?
Was that a good example to go with Brother Tuna's analogy?
I think Tuna's analogy was better, to be honest, because your analogy is like buying and selling people, and Tuna's analogy is more like...
What do you think the government is doing? The government is willing to sell out the dirt that's underneath the people to get guns and rule over them. What's the difference?
No, I think it's different when you as a country buy people and like put them into slavery and into shackles.
If there's a buyer, there's a seller.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be the buyer, I think.
No, it's not about what you should. It's about historically what happened.
Yeah.
Somebody sold something, and then tried to come back years later, realizing that, or now realizing that maybe we didn't do a bad thing, but you're trying to hold the other party accountable. That's stupid.
So,
let me understand you. So you are saying that example, this Western, they come to Africa, they stole their diamonds, they stole their things. So now you think there's no problem to go their country and steal from their, is that your point?
No, what the brother Tuna is saying, that Tuna, you can probably articulate it yourself. You did it, so you might have to redo it again.
rather than arguing into hypotheticals. So Joseph Kabila, all right, he was in power what from early 2000s to just before COVID. See, I'm hearing crickets.
Can you answer the question?
Which question? Yeah.
Could I answer the question?
What's the question?
Was Joseph Kabila the leader of DRC from the early 2000s until just before COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so was he enriching himself with companies like the twerking cash payment from Gert?
You know, let me be honest. All these shit leaders in that country, I don't consider them even a leader. I don't consider them even a minister, a part of leader. So they are fucking corrupt guys. I'm not.
Point was there was a deal. There is a deal.
Yeah. So I'm going to just describe for those people that don't know. The UN under Kofi Annan actually investigated the $20 million in suitcase cash that was taken out that was used to buy weapons and fund the war effort in exchange for mining concessions. Right? The UN had to investigate the DRC and that deal, but they were investigating trying to prosecute Dan Gertler. Okay? So my point is that these concessions that are made in exchange for personally enriching the leadership, that's not stealing, that's poor management. So
What is called? What is called? What is called? What do you mean?
You're arguing. Yeah. But this is the thing. When you say that copper and cobalt and coltan and gold and stones are stolen, they're not. You're just not involved in those deals because there is no structure of government that actually relates to representing the people. So what needs to happen is more organisation, rather than just sitting down and saying, "Oh, the West stole from us." They didn't.
No, I'm not blaming. No. Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not saying that all my problems is from the West, but I'm saying they could have been playing a better role than this. You get the point? Saying they could have
So
built
you're
the
saying
institutions,
that
the government
let me
institutions,
get this right. You're saying that in the exploitation of mining rights, it was on the West to account for the corruption with, inside the people that they were dealing with. It fell to the West to have better principles than the country that they were dealing with for the benefit of the country they were dealing with.
No. My point is that what you are doing in your home, you should be doing out of your home. Once again, you can't have any politician in your country who steal from the people and build houses and luxuries villas around the world and enjoy. Is like no, he would be persecuted, right? So what I'm saying is that instead of the West then enabling the institutions, the institutions bodies, what they did is that they did no accountability, they did no responsibility, there was no moral responsibility even. You get the point?
Yeah,
You understand?
What I'm saying is that moral responsibility when somebody turns around and says, "You can have these resources if you just benefit me personally, fuck the country, fuck the people that live in it, fuck the people who will be enslaved and thrown into cobalt mines." They don't care for their countrymen. And you're saying that other countries need to care more than the leaders of the countries that are being exploited? I think that's your position is.
Okay, listen. Okay. No. Let me give this point. No. One question. Why then you guys? No. Listen. When you went to Iraq country, and when you invited that country, you simply were saying we're gonna implement rule of law, we're gonna implement the democracy, we're gonna implement all these things, blah blah blah. Arab, right? And on the other hand, you come to Africa and no, you are not doing what you are saying, right? You just come there, you exploit, you deal with some politicians who are so greedy, and then you say, no, it's okay, it's on them. I know we have some part of responsibility. Even you guys, you have some part of responsibility. No, you have no responsibility. And then why you are guys invading other countries around the world and saying we're going to implement the rule of law, we're going to implement the human rights, we're going to implement the anti-corruption. Why are you saying that?
So, I guess the question is, maybe we can go this route. You admitted that your people have some responsibility. I guess the question is, what part of the responsibility are you putting on the people who are doing the deal, who are not representing your people? What responsibility would you put on them?
Because you mean the African leaders, right, who are doing this shit, right?
No. You already accepted responsibility for those people. But like, let's say, for example, the party that's coming in trying to extract the resources from the African soil. You're saying that they're responsible for something. We're just trying to figure out what exactly are they responsible for.
Like, you mean the foreign party, right? That's somewhere in our country, right?
Yeah, whatever it is.
All right. Those guys, okay, let me tell you. So those party government, are they corporations? So anyway, they must have some responsibilities, right? Like example, you cannot go about part of any corporation and not having the rules and regulations and principles, right? Every corporation have responsibility, regulations, rules, right? So these rules, implement some of them when you go to Africa. Simple.
Well, the regulations are based on the country, though.
With DRC, okay. So when Henry Morgan Stanley navigated the Congo for King Leopold II, did he have a responsibility to change the commission that he'd been given in order to be fair to the locals, or was he working for King Leopold II?
My point, I think, is clear. These guys, they are not even representing the people. That's my point. They come by either by force or they come by coup or stuff like that. So they are not representing the people, or they come by rigged vote, you know. So they are not the real people representatives. That's my point.
Okay.
Yes.
I can see where you're going with this. Basically, any accountability for internal diplomacy and internal management and governance, that has to fall to some external parentage that have better standards of living and better quality of life, that then you're expecting us to then adopt your country. But when you have a look at, even Belgian Congo, going from, the early 1900s up until independence in 1960, that was cast off, wasn't it? So you had unity to have a Belgian country come in and provide the infrastructure and the governance that you're talking about, but it was rejected. It was rejected by the people because you wanted black leaders that were going to represent black people. Now you have black leaders that aren't representing black people. What's your solution?
Yeah, I agree. There was some point, like example in Zimbabwe and these countries. I know there was like Richard. I know there were yeah, I know there were guys who were ruling that country in a good way. I know that historically, and they were white people. I agree. But like my point is that why we don't cooperate, like government by government, so that we can help each other to maintain the rule of law, the anti-corruption bodies, to enable them.
Your question in good faith. Why don't we cooperate? I think you're missing the point that we are cooperating. There is an exchange taking place between the people who are administrating the country by force, by coup, by oppression, however they're doing it. They are in fact doing deals. The people are just not involved in those deals. And it doesn't fall to the country who is to the despots and make the terms of that deal less profitable for them. it falls to the country that contains the people who are being pushed down into, into dirt mines to go and pull natural resources out of the floor, to turn around and revolt and to say, actually, no, we want to be represented, we want a piece of this pie too, not for those people to turn around and say, the people who did this deal are the people responsible for our lack of administration.
Tuna, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I think I like your actually I like your way of talking about it, because I think that way as well. I think that way that it falls into the people that are under these conditions to rise up. Hoxie, your mic is somewhere where it is very loud. It's very hard to speak right now.
Well, allow me to
Yeah, but
really easily.
and would you apply your point also to Iran, that it is the responsibility of the Iranian people to rise up and remove the regime?
I live in Dubai, so those sorts of political views I don't really hold. I certainly don't voice. It's a basket case situation. At the moment, I'll say that much. I'll say that it's untenable as it is, and I would like everyone to stop getting hurt. When it comes to the point that Conf is making, is dancing around the most expensive word in politics, which is should. Should is always something that is held up as a leftist ideal, that just because this thing is claimed that this would make life better, I now demand that the rest of the world change in order to accommodate my want. It doesn't look at being able to negotiate and make practicable compromises and deals between peoples so that everybody gets a pie. When you just turn around and declare should as your political stance, you're demanding other people do the work for you, and I'm saying that if you change, you've got to be it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. To be honest, I think also I think it's more like a liberal worldview where everyone needs like to be, and sometimes it's just better to live under its spotting ship than die. Or yeah.
I really need to learn to read Arabic, so just made a coffee with yogurt.
I'll say this too. Is it, that's a tricky one to me. Is it the responsibility? Yeah. The cost of that responsibility, it, has to be discussed. And the board is very slanted toward an obvious winner, if these types of outbreaks are happening. So sometimes it's good to have friends or compadres in high places for powerful people, because in a sense the Iranians are dealing with a sunlight problem. So if they got somebody, to come and deal with clouds because they are the sun, meaning, from a hierarchy position, then, there's a huge benefit to having that. Now, when most people look at Trump and his initiative to go over, to Iran, and, most people speak about it solely from a business perspective. I don't really see Trump like that. Is there a business to be done? Yeah. But when I look at, from my own lens, and, what kind of got me, all of the experiences in my life that got me to this point, I don't see Trump as the only reason why I'm doing this is to execute and get a job done. To me, I think he actually cares about people, and I think he cares about the Iranian people. And I don't think he's the type of person that can sit around and just watch mass execution happen like that. So he will find a way, which is what business people do, to include something that satisfies the masses to get
soft spot for me. And you know, they don't really like to see injustices, especially like this. You know, 40,000 people in a few days. You know, that took me back to when I used to play football. And you look at the stadium and you see 40, 50,000 people. That's like literally the image that came in my head. And I was like, wait, 40,000 people got down in 2 days. That's crazy. You know, so ultimately I'll say this: is it ultimately, you know, the Iranian responsibility? Yeah, you can say that. But when the table is slanted, you know, from a machinery and artillery perspective, and fuck, like, you know.
Yeah, he's gonna turn like Targ Island into Epstein Island, if you ask me. There's so much artillery, they could just rock that thing.
Yeah, man, shit. Well, what would you say, you know, if somebody's, you know, a master chess player is playing chess with a novice? You know, is it ultimately the person's responsibility to win? Well, yeah, you can say that, but shit, look at
He's a mastermind. Yeah, it's like outsmarting. It's like an old man and a young child. It's like a Trump and a kid type mastermind shit. He'd be so much smarter than the Iranians and anyone that tries to play 40 chess with him.
So also we can't ignore the business decision of war itself, because it'd be naive to do. If we have a look at the largest arms companies by revenue, Lockheed Martin, 65 billion a year. RTX, also American, 43 billion a year. Northrop, just shy of 40 billion. Then comes in the British with BAE Systems, then General Dynamics, then Boeing. But what we're not looking at is that with 200 billion that just got given lucky to go and manufacture killbots. Never pronounce the name of it. It looks like a word, Anduril. But Anduril, the autonomous company that Lucky just got given 200 billion by the DoD. That's larger than the top. Hold on, no, let me make sure that I'm right on this. Yeah, no, that's larger than the top 6 arms companies in the world combined. So that shit has to be tested in the field somewhere. Right. They're not going to get tested. Right. They're not going to get to test it in the Ukraine. So, I mean, let's be honest. The orders will start piling in if Parmalucky was to go and, just deploy autonomous weapons that wipe out an entire country. Every country's going to want them. That's business. The Kennedy assassination came after the Cuban Missile Crisis and the idea that they were going to end the Cold War, but that has a meaningful effect on, the real trickle down the economics of America, because when the only thing that actually maintains a state's ability to say that it is an authority is how much it spends on defense.
It's 43% of the global, basically 42 to 43%.
Of the global what, so I was trying to say.
Global military spending.
Yes, no, not global military. Well, like if you look at the economy, 42 to 43% is this.
Yeah, through both direct and indirect beneficiaries of that spend.
Yeah, but if you look at the companies that you mentioned, it's about 43% of global holdings. So
I would say American, not global, because when it comes to Britain and the Europeans, then that seems a bit high, but I'll take you on your word, not having any facts to dispute it.
yeah, I was just talking about the global market. It's about 42 to 43%. But some of these businesses also have consumer goods, not junk.
So until we actually recognize and start having that conversation, then these wars will continue. There will always be a war there because it doesn't matter how much the government takes in revenue, and this goes for every country. It's not just America, though America being the biggest dog. America tends to take most of the criticism for the same stuff that every other English-speaking or Western country does in exactly the same way, or if not, in cases worse. America gets continuously criticized for its incarceration. I'm sorry, I was speaking, but let your interruption.
Thanks, man. I just wanted to let you guys know that Israel is absolutely corrupt, and Australia will not be part of it.
Okay. Go back to your minute. Yeah. Bye-bye.
So, Mike,
we look at, sorry, Monica, you go. America gets criticized for its treatment of black and brown people in the justice system, but one only has to look to New Zealand. Māori and Pacifica people make up 16% of the entire New Zealand population, yet they represent over 60% of incarcerated. And when it comes to sentencing outcomes, if you're the wrong shade of brown, anything that's not white, you tend to get twice the sentence that a white person does. But America takes the flag for that trend in justice.
I think it's because like the US justice system is just so severe. You know, they have death penalty, like compared to other Western countries, so which makes things a bit
I think it's also
harsher.
you can see quite clearly that viewed from slavery, especially in the South, you're incarcerated individuals. Line is very weird.
See, I would push back on that because when it comes to detention and human rights, just using the New Zealand America comparison,
There is no
only
comparison. You're talking about a very tiny country with
well, you can interrupt and
economy
say that
is
the point that I was making they could be bothered to hear is irrelevant, but how do you know that until you've heard the point?
You're making a comparison that's irrelevant.
Fuck you too. Fuck you too.
And that's why cousins shouldn't marry. Yeah.
I think
Jesus, there's too many clowns and not enough circuses, eh? Like, what is it for people just running in and showing their ass?
You're drawing a comparison that doesn't really, like, if you were to draw a comparison between New Zealand and the United States, you're, like, fundamentally already starting on a poor foundation.
But we're not drawing a comparison.
You did. You were trying to look at the justice system, and you were drawing a comparison.
Yeah, I can reiterate my point that if you'd have heard what I had to say, then maybe you'd have understood it. But that's okay. You do you.
Where are you from?
I live in Dubai.
Are you from Dubai?
What do you mean? Am I Emirati? No. I'm white.
Sorry?
White.
White. So where are you from? Like which country? What country? Are you from the US?
No, I have a British and Portuguese passport. I want to go back to the UK, and I've spent most of my life in New Zealand, off and on.
So you prefer, like, you think that the US would be much better than New Zealand?
So I looked at the US for my family, and I decided against it. And when it comes to where we're going to raise our children, we're going to raise them in Dubai principally as our main home, and travel out to Europe and Africa on weekend trips to try to broaden their mind and their perception of the world.
What do they call people from New Zealand?
New Zealanders.
Kiwi, yeah.
It certainly isn't.
That Iran wanted on Dubai after the US missile bomb.
So we've intercepted a phenomenal amount of ordinances that have been thrown our way. The UAE recognises the expats who are here, but they've also condemned the UAE as acts of terrorism. Since the war started, the ministry has tallied 2,038 drones, 19 cruise missiles, and 457 ballistic missiles. Sometimes debris has got through, but what I will say for my country is the large tower block that caught debris in the face from a falling intercepted drone. It hit about 4 apartments, caused a fire. But those apartments were fixed within a week. The royal family in Dubai sent their son to apologise for the disruption. Luckily, no one was in at the time. They paid out compensation to the people who owned those apartments for the sentimental belongings that can't be replaced, and they replaced everything in the apartment with like for new.
What is travel like? I have colleagues that were actually stuck in Dubai.
I mean, program travel, the airspace is open. It's a reduced service, and a lot of the European carriers are holding back until later to restore a full service. I mean, bearing in mind speed at one of our airports, that did 95 million passengers last year.
Do you think the views are overblown about Dubai not being safe anymore?
My personal view is, yeah. Unfortunately, with expats and certainly British expats, there's a lot of whinging people that carry British passports, and they love to have a moan. They feel it makes them important. I would say that the people who ran back to the UK thinking, "Oh my God, I have to escape this," they have an insufficient ability to calculate and to quantify actual risk compared to the doom scrolling that they're used to doing. I think it's funny that those people have fled the safest, cleanest country in the world to return to a country that has the highest rate of knife crime.
You're the cleanest country in the world?
Yeah.
I've been there, and the air quality is pretty damn compared to the US.
I mean, I go on the fact that it was voted the cleanest city in the world 6 times in a row compared to an anecdotal, but I'm sorry that the air quality wasn't to your liking.
It's not just not to my liking. The fact is they've literally created laws to basically replace the fact that the air quality is horrible.
The desert's hot. Go figure.
It's not about being hot. I went there in winter a couple of times. You're not going to go hiking there.
So you'd say you're not coming back?
I will go if I need to go, but it's not my destination.
Good. Glad that we got that sorted.
What do you think about Germany? I don't know if the UK did that as well. Germany chartered a flight from Saudi Arabia for the Emirati, for the expats from Germany.
A slight correction that they didn't go from they didn't go from Saudi. They actually went across the border out to I think they went into Oman. Yeah, sorry, those ones. No, that's a simple mistake to make. But the Riyadh airport wasn't the right way to go while Qatar and Bahrain were being inundated with ordinances from. My thoughts on
British equivalent to the Germans getting that done. The British were charged the equivalent of about 760 US for a repatriation flight. They travelled out to Oman only to have the British, in particularly British style, not actually managed to come up with a plane to Muscat, and they were all sat there stranded in Muscat rather than being stranded in Dubai. Trust the Foreign Commonwealth Office to a repatriation plane with replacement bus service.
Yeah, like also like it was a discussion actually in German media about like that the expats had to pay to come back.
Well,
yeah,
I've had my scrapes with the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office in the past. You have to understand the sorts of people that they employ. The people that the Foreign Commonwealth Office employ are usually the sorts of people that weren't that, but are quite that come from quite wealthy families. There's a lot of people that come out of Cirencester College.
I know. Fuck you.
No, thank you. I don't know where you've been.
That sounded like a Twitter.
Practice your English more.
That did sound like a 12-year-old. They got one move.
Good morning. So, good time for a reset. And I've enjoyed your insight in Dubai. I hope you remain safe and well as well as you. This is Political Playhouse. Home away from home. I hope we cut that. We saw a dearth in civil discourse of diversity of thought on the app. So we came up with Political Playhouse. We hope to have all kinds of people speaking on here, from the most hated and vile, perceived vile and hated on the app, to newcomers.
I haven't seen them in the room yet, but I'm guessing it'll turn up.
Right. Like a moth to a flame. So I'd like to draw people's attention to it. Can I please do a quick reset now that Serendipity has rejoined us? Anne has done Herculean work through the night. Serendipity has taken the other mods forward and everything.
Excuse me. Your girl was up till 4.
Oh my. So you've done Herculean work through the night too? Quite surprising when I, my well-rested self, rejoined the 341 people in here.
Your girl don't feel good this morning.
Well, the room will end when you wish it to end, but there is a poll. I stopped the whole poll at over 200 votes, documented it in divided we all television. You have simple rules here that we will be enforced. We do ask the moderators not to remove anyone. Serendipity probably handle that, but absolutely mute and move them down. And anything else you want to share, Serendipity, while we continue with the
No.
All right. This room started yesterday evening with briefest speech ever heard from Trump. One of the most brief. We load into see how he said. And now the question is, what type of government would you think would be most ideal for Iran? And I supposed to know that. Assuming you had some other thoughts you want to share.
No, I was just gasbagging. I bored everyone with the sounds of my voice.
Actually, I disagree. I was glad to hear that you and your family were safe in the bombing of Dubai. I heard how your government, or your new government, handled the bombing from Iran, but I had asked you, was Dubai and the UAE surprised that they were on Iran's radar for bombing?
I mean, I can't speak for the federal royal families, but suppose, just to give my own opinion. It's not just a surprising move from Iran, because they always wanted to have some survival mechanism, and their survival mechanism was always just what's the word that best describes it? Asymmetric warfare. Their only hope was to destabilize the region, to attack their neighbors with the missiles and weapons that could reach their neighbors but couldn't reach the Americans, hoping that the neighbors would turn around and say that that was enough, it was cutting into their money now, and that they would expel the American bases. That attempt to create that situation has failed. So that's
Can I ask a question from Tuna? My name is Hossein.
Assalamu alaikum, Hussein.
So, good, how are you? I'm Iranian. I used to live in Iran almost like for 18 years now. And I go to Iran every year that I can. And my question, I have a couple of questions. So, first of all, I just want to know if Dubai and other Arab countries are surprised about the level of attack that Iran did. Like, do they expect something like that? And my second question, if you can answer, with the level of business that these Arab countries they do with this administration, even billions of dollars. Even this, what's going on right now, like why US? To me, I think US support. Happy that US do whatever they can to support them, or at some point they put like they say, okay, this is 70% Iran mistake and 30% US, whatever that they attack Iran. Are they happy with it? Like they're all just mad at Iran, or some of them are mad at US?
I would say no, I'm not qualified to, in good faith, answer your question. I can't speak for other people. That would be against my watch. And yeah, it would be unfair and untrue to try to imagine what is in the thoughts of other people. I can't answer that.
Okay, what about the first question?
What's the general thing?
What about the first question? Did they expect this type of attack? Like they really Iran gonna get crazy like that? That they attack everywhere like that, or they were not expecting? Do you know that?
I would say that the level of emissions, and I read out the stats earlier for the UAE. I'm not sure what it's like in other Gulf states, but we've intercepted almost everything. Now, in the early days, there were some ordinances that got through. They hit the embassy. They hit the American naval base. I think there was a fire at AWS. But to have repelled over 2,000 drones, you can't say that's not being prepared.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was a surprise, no. And I think that Iran was. My thought is that if Iran truly believed that they had that sway and that power, and that their neighbors weren't prepared, especially with the sectarian differences between Shia and Sunni.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, this is not a neighborhood that doesn't know its neighbors.
Yeah. To me, I think Iran burned the bridge, and I think that relationship is not gonna fix never, like never ever. I mean, Iran did something that they shouldn't do, and they're gonna go down to they're gonna get destroyed. I mean, I get that. And one more question: do you know why Iran attacked UAE more than other Arab countries? Asking again, if anyone knows that. Like why UAE is so targeted compared to Qatar or Bahrain or Saudi Arabia?
If I was to take a guess, it would be the military bases of the Americans, and because their weapons don't reach that far.
I see.
That's, you know, if you're throwing stones, that's something that you're likely to hit. But that's yes. Jose, you a question politely?
Sure.
The threat was made last night, and the indication from Trump that he's going to essentially go after the country's energy infrastructure, which that puts an incredible pressure on the people of Iran. You know, once those desalination plants stop running, that's putting the life of civilians at risk. From your experience with Iranians and being Iranian yourself, do you think that out of these three options, which one is the more likely? The Iranians will concentrate power around the Ayatollah, or B, will concentrate power away from the Ayatollah, or three, just try to flee the situation in time?
So, as of today, Iranian people, even people who live inside the country that I'm talking to them, they are for this war. Should we start this war or not? I don't know. To me, I think yes, because we didn't have any other option. And they are asking the US and Israel to finish it. So don't make it like a loose end. Don't like live today. But with the attack to the infrastructure, I think that's a certain different level. And a lot of people, even inside and outside, they are against attacking infrastructure. They are questioning, go after the people, go after these bad people, go and kill them. Why you want to destroy the power plant or petrochemical or whatever? But yeah, so you can't do that. But I think, back to your question, I don't think they're gonna go over the Ayatollah. Those are so bad that Iranian people still they prefer war over these people. I know people inside are dying, but there are some of them they said my son is dying. I'm okay as long as this regime goes. The thing I'm worried about, if you notice, there was so far no refugee, whatever people leaving the country. Like Turkey was expecting the day first of this war, like 10 million Iranians left the country. That never happened. And one of the warnings that now we can send the Iranian people then to the Turkey and European countries, guys, if you don't want to get engaged in this war, if this regime stays, I don't think they're gonna stay. If this regime stays, then your option 3 gonna happen. Millions of Iranians gonna leave the country, and where they gonna go? They're gonna go to Turkey, they're gonna go to UK, they're gonna go to Germany, like what happened in Syria. If they didn't leave the country until today, because they still have a hope that US and Israel gonna finish. But if that thing is not gonna happen, they're never gonna go around Ayatollah. Never ever. These guys, like I said, they're so bad. They killed 40,000 people in a month ago, in 2 nights. But if they don't finish it and they try to like make it loose end, that's gonna be a disaster. And one thing I need to say, not say, even me, I underestimate this regime. They thought they're gonna go and bomb and kill Ayatollah in a day first, and they're gonna finish it in 4 days. The same mistake that Putin did against Ukraine. He thought they're gonna go to Kiev in 2 days. They underestimated. They thought they're gonna finish it in 4 days. But I can tell you that it's gonna take 4 months. It's not gonna take 4 years. If they continue bombing, this regime gonna go in 4 months. But that's the underestimate they did. Unfortunately, the administration is not transparent about what's going on, and they're always coming and saying everything is great, and I killed the first row of the leader, and I killed the second. No, it's not. I just want to let you know that's not correct. It's still people on top in the first level of leadership that they're alive. They need to kill those people. If they don't kill those people, this regime doesn't go anywhere. But they come to the media and say, oh, I killed this guy. No, there's still some bad people in that government that they're alive and they need to be killed. So I hope I answer your question. So it's going to be option 3. If this regime stays, people are going to leave the country. Millions of Iranians are going to leave the country.
Well, I'm praying for your family and your friends who are in country. I really hope that they avoid getting hurt.
Yeah, so far they're okay. Thank God and thanks for the prayer. So far they're okay. as you know, the internet is shut down, like nothing. But they can call. We cannot call them, but they can call with the landline. So that's possible. But I don't know. One day they should open the internet and then we will figure out what happened in the last 40 whatever days that we didn't know. We get some movies, but it's not enough. We need to see exactly what's going on inside the country.
Yeah.
Saying like, go ahead.
No, I was just going to reiterate. I really hope that your friends and family stay safe.
Thank you, thank you.
Saying I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the bombing of the existing energy plants.
Yeah, power plant infrastructure, petrochemical. Yeah.
To me, that without being there, to me that says that there's some type of dependency that the regime has on the energy plant or power plant. Would you happen to know what that is?
Desalination plants. It's a desert. Without those desalination plants making fresh drinking water, people die of thirst.
Yeah, but I think the thing I'm most worried about is the power plants because if they destroy those, it's gonna be like Iran. The country gonna go dark for a while. For a while, it's not gonna happen overnight. You cannot fix it overnight. And yes, desalination plant is also important. Like I just checked, like the city that my city is Mashhad is in the east side, which didn't get bombed a lot. But I'm hearing that now people have water shortage. Last couple of days it started, like people that have water issue. But then again, I hope they don't go that far because they said Niga make Iran great about the Stone Ages, like totally different scenario. Like they supposed to make Iran great. Not
Hear what that man just called you, Sword?
No, what happened?
Start over again.
My point is they started with the Niga that they make Iran great again, and now they're talking about the Stone Ages. You see, that's different talking.
Israel great again, Leo. Are you trying to
Yeah.
start a race war, you moron?
Make Iran great again, not make Israel great again.
You're great. Yeah.
His pronunciation was spot on.
Oh, is that Rich?
Of
Oh,
course it is.
congratulations, Rich.
Good morning, Rich.
What else?
No,
Did you hear what he said?
no.
I was like, damn. I heard the crack on that one.
All sparring pride, I do hope that Richard's wife's family are safe after the earthquake. No, I look forward to that quite often, but yeah, that was a big one today.
I didn't hear about the earthquake.
Oh yeah, big one. I'll drop a link.
That
7.4.
is a significant earthquake.
Where was that?
Did you drop a link in the chat? What location was that?
Here we go. Dropping a link now. So yeah, 7.4 off Indonesia's coast. So right in the middle of Indonesia, meaning that all islands would be on high alert.
Thanks, Tina, for letting us know about that.
Yeah, it was also really high. It's like 35 kilometers. Which.
My nigga, where'd you
allow me to take this one if I may. So, hi. And it's going to take, look, I'm selling bath toasters, and if you could just help out the planet, don't for the one I sell you. If you do that, I will pay the electricity company. I'll pay them a tip. Honestly, there's so many people.
I just want to say that lady wasn't me, but I fucking added her. I thought you had left. No, I was like, this lady's awesome. I'm mad at her. Can you tell the difference between what she said and what Hussein said? Nah, it's pretty much the same thing. I was like, holy shit, Mika. What up, my nigga? I was like, damn, this Iranians are trying to learn like American words and shit. Oh, Hussein, just so you're like inside the joke. Mika sounds
or mute them, like
I didn't.
with right now.
I didn't say
Yeah, try
yeah,
not
when you said
to
nigga, it sounded like nigga.
Try not
No,
to.
Mika.
Yeah, it sounds like nigga.
Sorry.
Like nigga. Like swords, you know? Like blank American.
Let me ask you, Sword. Hold on, gentlemen. Let me ask you, Sword. So is Hussein saying mega makes Iran great again more or less offensive than Leo saying other words?
Hussein. I heard Hussein say, what it, Mika.
Yeah,
So.
my bad.
Yeah, my nigga. My nigga.
Sorry, my bad.
Hold on, I'm gonna do my Denzel. Nah, you don't have to apologize, Hussein. I heard what you said.
It was spoken with a hard R around.
Not a hard around. Sword, if Vicky comes in, did you make him a moderator? I'm gonna go have coffee with
Sure.
Yeah.
You're going to enjoy your coffee more than I'm going to enjoy my coffee because thanks to not speaking Arabic, I'm now drinking a coffee with yogurt in it. Yay.
Yogurt.
Yep.
I thought you was joking earlier. You serious?
Nope. Yeah, no, I'm going to try and get through it because I want the caffeine.
Is yogurt like?
And you're not
sweet?
still at the location for them to remake it for you, huh? Or
No, I'm in my apartment at the moment, so yeah.
condolences on the yogurt cost. Seriously.
Do you know it's not the fact it's the camel milk. I'd rather do this than the camel milk, so I'm a bit quick on my head.
And also, Sword, Rich has a problem with me, so
Wait, what happened?
I think that statement is true if you just cut it off at the word problem.
very true.
Sorry, can we replace that with Miga and Meager for now on? Just replace the word nigger with Miga. I mean, that's fine. Here, Meager. Better shut your ass, Meager. I thought you said Miga. No, Miga and Meager. I gotta do the hard R too.
Hello.
Mohan, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, mother chod, bad chod.
I chod ka bad.
Oli, bad chod, mother chod.
Mother chod.
Jotia.
Oli, big guy, baby, out. Yeah, Uli just means like big eyed baby out. It means like nosy bitch. Gypsy or Iranian people. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, I see what he did. He's saving that one. He got up on stage. It's like, I'm dipping. I'll just come back and start screaming the N-word later. Mohan. I do that a lot. Yeah, you go into the room and you just raise your hand. Especially if somebody on stage knows you. You raise your hand and they're like, oh, like something this person up. Then the second you get on stage, you just dip the fuck out. That way they don't realize who you are. Then you come back like an hour later and you're like, oh, thank God that person's not there that knows me. And then you just fucking crash out on stage.
Well, it's the day off for the people that live with them.
I know, it's crazy. So there was a fucking guy, he had like a glitch or something. I think it was good. Yeah, I know, you're nuts. But, you know, right? Is it right? So the guy, hey, do you have right? So the guy had a glitch. The guy had a glitch sword, and the glitch caused it where they couldn't fucking click on his profile. So it had something to do with a glitch with Clubhouse. But if I like click on your account and it pops up, it'll show the heart emoji, the laughing, and it'll say swordfish and all that. His is just fucking blank. So there was no kicking him. So he'd get on stage and be like, niggers, faggots, kites. And he would just start screaming and shit. And they're like, kick him now. And it'd be more like the, you know, intellectual gangbanging room and stuff where they don't tolerate that type of shit. And they'd be like, kick his ass, you know, racist motherfucker. And then they'd all be like, yo, I can't fucking kick him. And then eventually it had to get to the point where they're like, what do we do? Do we boom the room? And he's like, no. He's like, it's all right, I'll leave if you just like ask me nicely. And they're like, would you please leave? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. And then he left. I was like, that's fucking awesome. How did he say this? What type of setting? It was a glitch, he said. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a glitch. So you could actually do it on TikTok. On TikTok, I do it all the time. And what you do is you have to lose signal. So you can usually go like airplane mode for like 5 seconds. And if you're on stage, get up on stage on TikTok, and then go into airplane mode for like 3 to 5 seconds. And when you come back on, it's lost signal and it malfunctions. And next thing you know, it shows that you got kicked back down to the goo, like when you lose signal. But if you time it right, it'll show that you're not on stage, but then you're like, wait a minute, I'm still open mic. And they're like, hey, can you guys hear me? Because I was working in the patrol, and I would walk from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. And when I walk from Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi, we fucking lose signal for a few seconds. And they'd be like, yeah, we still hear you, but you're not on stage. And I'm like, wait a minute, if I'm not on stage and you can't click on my profile and kick me, so I can just do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. So whenever I was working, they can't mute you either. Oh, they can't mute me. The only thing they do is move the fucking room. That's it. Yeah. So I could just sit on there and there'd be like, what is it, 8 people on stage, and they'd be like, who the fuck is this ghost? And I'd be like, yeah, don't mind me. It's so good. Oh yeah, the Great Awful Oz. What did you get out of that? That's pretty entertainment. Okay. What's going on, man? How you doing? No.
Tree, I do have to reiterate that those Medusa biggies that you're wearing, they are in fact made for women.
Also, what up, amiga?
I dropped a link to make my point yesterday that they are the rounded one, the rounded lenses. The girls'
glasses. He's probably wearing his sister's or girlfriend's glasses. He probably wear.
You make these mistakes. You make these mistakes if you rent clothes.
That's true.
What are you talking about? Dude, ain't that the same you said yesterday though? When I just told you these is the Biggie Smalls glasses, and that just tells me you can't afford $400 glasses.
They're women's.
They're not women's though.
Literally, they literally call them the Biggie
Yeah, no, they call
Smalls.
Medusa.
Hey,
No,
you
I
know
don't think
what's
it's
crazy?
called as Medusa Biggie.
He's seen Medusa Biggie's and he's like, this is Biggie Smalls.
No, you dumbass white boys, they got two different pairs.
Not even white.
That's smaller.
How dare you?
And then they got one for men. Like, ain't no
Because
way about it.
wait, because I sound like this, you assume I'm white?
No, that's one reason that you
Why don't you choose the one for men?
This is the one for men. What are you
Yeah, it's
talking
not.
about? My bad, bro. Where you from, Tony?
Dubai.
Ah, I can tell. Musty ass bitch.
He's English. You can't hear it?
Like you've ever been to Dubai.
You just moved to Dubai.
Yeah.
He hates Muslims, but he moved to a Muslim country. Make that make sense?
Just like the Biggie comment. It don't make sense. Let it make sense.
Okay, I'll drop a link in the chat again.
You gotta stop being gay, bro.
Well, you gotta suck on my dick, bro.
You're the only one that mentioned me, bro. I don't even know you. You literally sucking dick. You was sucking dick yesterday. You sucking dick today. You really a whore for real. God damn, bro. You gotta get my dick out your mouth. I like that. Relax.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You became one.
The Versace Medusa Biggie collection is designed as a unisex eyewear, suitable for both men and women, but they have nothing to fucking do with Biggie Smalls.
Right.
Okay. Big thanks.
I never like hating eyes.
They do look like women though. I want to get back to this. You assuming I'm white.
But no, I would wear women glasses and beat the shit out you in real life. That's
No, you would. Tough guy on the internet.
I guarantee, hey, bro, I'm in Toledo, Ohio, bro. I guarantee I'll beat the shit
Toledo's
out
a fucking rat hole.
Yeah, exactly.
Christ, take your ass to St. Augustine. Take your ass to Cedar Point, go ride the Magnum and shut up.
And I've made it out the rat hole.
Missouri just gave
Toledo fucking rat hole.
9 o'clock in the morning.
There are no bad neighborhoods in Toledo.
We gotta
fuck you up in real life.
we gotta put a time.
Stop acting like you live in Cleveland.
I'm saying no
Peoria.
people gotta stop playing with people that really fuck in real life, man. They gotta stop playing.
Yeah, Toledo's not Southside Chicago. Shut the fuck up. It's not even that bad.
Yeah, Leo, we
Most
fuck
of these
with them,
suburbs.
like,
Toledo's fucking.
We got a 10 o'clock quota before we can start arguing like this.
Alright, I gotta go take a Prophet Muhammad, guys.
Lord, I don't even want to argue. I just want to fight. Really? Let me punch you in the face.
We got a quota, y'all. Come on, we
I woke up and I decided I want blooded.
You gotta take a shower. You gotta do all that stuff before you argue.
You do that every morning, Rich. You do it with your corn.
Take a big Prophet Muhammad and like a fucking well-oiled fucking trick.
Hey, why isn't that all of the weather ladies are big projects? What's with that?
The blakest American ever.
That's a good question. Yeah, that's, am I the only one to notice that, or am I just a freak for I had boogie line girls?
I know my cousin. We seen thick ones up. First, they just on Instagram fake them. I have been seeing that. It's a lot of fake weather girls on Instagram with BBLs. They act like they, telling the weather or whatever. Yeah, but soon I'll beat your ass. Like,
come on, 3.
Do you know what 3? I
beat the shit out of you.
Gay, I do this and better.
Come on, we gotta do a peace treaty until 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
You go strong, okay?
Man, that shit conversates.
Good morning, baby.
Swore I'm crazy in real life. They gotta leave me alone. I really come find one of these folks.
You ain't
Find these felons aren't allowed passports.
We got a 10 o'clock order, y'all.
Yeah.
We gotta get that first meeting out the way.
Yeah, bother me after 10 o'clock, y'all. Leave me alone. I'll come in peace.
Like turn into a
Bro, you sound like your mom.
Yeah, that's cool.
You cheering. Let's stop being me before I get my coffee. It's a load of piss.
He doesn't sound like his mum. I haven't heard him say once.
Oh, shit, never mind.
Anytime I'm nah, shit, go ahead.
Go ahead, no.
Man, hey, man, I'm not about to argue with these grown ass kids, man.
Yeah, we going Trump style. We gonna come in and tear up the agreement.
Sword, they let a black man beat them at their own game. They suck. They white trash. Or whatever trash they is.
But genuinely, your panties match your glasses.
My girls do. Yeah. So,
Did you know that you wear them?
nah, I don't wear them. It's not like you wear panties.
Tracy, where's yours at?
At the crib.
7 states away when you left to go get milk.
Nah, that joke don't work, man.
It does.
We got dads out here. Your dad left you at a refugee camp. Relax.
My dad died in a horrific car accident.
Fuck your dad. Fuck that dad.
At least I know my dad.
Too. I'm just calling.
All right. You guys got it out of your system. Let's talk about how 38 minutes ago there's a news report where Tehran is saying, Rich, you have to learn when to stop, bro. I know that the taking of the Tourette's is bad, but stop. Really, you think it's fucking like educational to talk about people's dads? How Tehran says they vow to fight back. They don't care what Trump says. They will fight to the death. And it's exactly what the problem is I was talking about last night. These people want to die. How do you beat a regime that wants to die?
You gotta
kill them.
You have to
burn them with fire.
Yep.
You gotta
Yesterday,
I mentioned again that during the war they had with Iraq, they said that they will win the war from the beginning. After 8 years, they just come to the conclusion they cannot fight anymore. So this is the way they are really acting always when they have fights.
That is a misconception, to be honest. Like Saddam Hussein wanted some land.
Hold on, let them. Yeah, you can go after, but just let them get it out. Go ahead, finish up. What was that?
Like, I was just telling that these people, from the beginning of the war they had with Iran, they said, we want to win the war.
We are going to win the war. After the two years passed from the war, all the Arab countries came to them and said, we will compensate all the things that happened to you and just finish the war. They didn't accept. They continued to have the war for 6 more years and they can't get anything out of it. So probably they do the same thing now because the people who are ruling now is the same people who are ruling at that moment.
The question is though, is a win a win? Like, is it a win to die or to live and prosper? That's the true question.
Both ways, because these Islamic Shia, they think if they die, they would go to the heaven. If they leave, probably they won the war and they are alive.
Perfect. Then I'll see you respect.
They won.
Mike, you go ahead.
Yeah, they won against Iraq, right? Like, they didn't have to give up any land.
Bro, they are talking about taking Caravan.
No, it was like, yeah, they were talking about a lot of shit, but like, Saddam Hussein, like he declared the war on Iran, right? Like, he wanted to take the Arab land from Iran, which I think they should give up right now because like if this war doesn't result in the Arab region being independent, it's like they're gonna have control of the Strait of Hormuz again, you know. Like if the West is like serious about it in the Arab countries, but I don't think they're serious about it, to be honest. I think they're just gonna tackle and do the same as Trump and just say like, okay, you can have the Strait of Hormuz. We'll give you $2 million per ship, and that's it.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
I hope you're right.
Here's what happened. Trump humiliated even European countries and NATO in the last year. He didn't treat them well. Now that he needs their help, they don't want to help him.
again, I get that it's a very childish behavior between US and European countries. I mean, they could go and support Trump right now, and they say, you know what, I support you here, then I need your support in Ukraine against Putin. But they don't do that because they got humiliated a lot. Even yesterday, Trump was making fun of Macron and his wife that she's beating him or whatever. The way you talk and you humiliate a leader, he's not going to come and help you to open the Strait of Hormuz or whatever. That's the first thing. And then the other one I heard about Iraq war, whatever. Iraq war is totally different with the Iran war. They deploy hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the country for aid. That was a huge mess. That was a huge mistake. Do I like this administration? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't want to say that. But I think they are doing much better right now if they kill Ayat, which they already killed him, and 20, 30 top leader country. Some of the bad people, as I said, they are still alive. And until those people are alive, this regime is not going to fall.
Hussein, do you think it's going to take like another month before the NATO countries are coming out to the Strait of Hormuz to help Trump when all their countries are running out of oil and gas?
Maybe sooner. I mean, I heard that.
And when Trump starts to pull out of NATO, like he pulls his big
I don't
dick
think
out
they're
of
going to do
there.
that. I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, I think to pulling out of the NATO, and correct me if I'm wrong, he needs like a Congress approval for that. So it's not like he's called. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but it's not like he's called that he can wake up one day and say, I'm out of NATO. It's not easy.
Yeah, we could just starve them out.
But he needs to.
Imagine if they don't get any oil or gas for the next month.
I think they have a NATO, and I heard that UK, they have a meeting with the other European countries this week to see what they're gonna do with the NATO. But they need to talk like a big guys in the room, like not like a childish. Trump tweeting, I don't need you guys NATO, I can take care of it.
Do you see Trump backing down a lot?
Yes, I said at the beginning. They underestimated these people. They thought they're gonna go and kill the Ayatollah the day first, and in 4 days, the same mistake that Putin did in Ukraine, that he thought they're gonna get Kiev in 2 days. They thought they're gonna take care of it in 4 days. And now they're in 30-something days. They did a lot of damage to this government. Don't get me wrong. They did a lot of damage. Yes.
Hussein, do you think the Arab countries would accept any deal where Iran still has the coast?
No, Iran burned the bridge. There is no way this relationship between Iran and this Arab country.
So do you think the south of Iran should be independent? Just a question to
Not at all. Iran is Iran. No, this war is not about the land.
But I think it should be independent, actually. Like, I
Independent
think
from
the
who?
southern part,
Independent from who?
from Iran, the Arab countries.
No way. Why?
Baluchistan and...
No way. They do not want to be independent. Even I'm from Baluchistan, born in Zaheda. Those people, they don't want to be independent. They do not. Look, 35 days in the war, nobody in Iran talking about independence. No one.
Do you think the Arab countries would accept a big Iran still? Like, I think...
Yes.
I think Iran should, why should Iran be treated better than Germany, for example, after World War II? After World War II, Germany was divided. Why should Iran be divided now?
Why? I mean, I don't understand your comparison.
Because,
Iran is not attacked.
Well, I mean, the first comparison is the RGC are a bunch of fucking Nazis and should be eliminated.
Yes, but killing them, then you don't need to go back 60 years ago to divide the country.
Hussein,
And that's what I'm
from the
saying.
beginning, Husi was mentioning that Iran going to be divided after this war.
Yeah.
Just for you.
Good luck on that. It's not gonna happen. I'm telling you, it's not gonna happen. Iran is not Syria. Iran is not Afghanistan. Iran is not Iraq.
Hey, sorry, no, I'm not talking about that. I think what the West should ask Iran to do, that's what I think the West should ask Iran to do. I think
if they ask that things that about the independence, I promise you, Iran are gonna go over the Ayatollah. They're gonna say, you know what, you want to talk about my land? Fuck you guys. Right now, I'm telling you, the land is very critical for Iran. Very critical. They hate this regime. They even okay to bomb their houses and lose their children or whatever. Make sure this regime is gone. But if you want to talk about the land and things like that, this is very like a red flag.
I have a few questions for everyone. Who who needs oil more, US or Europe?
Europe. Yeah. So, like someone from Germany, I will tell you right now, Germany is not getting into this war. We don't have the army for that. That's all. So,
It's
they let
okay.
them do that.
It's okay, and we don't want them to be in the war, but at least fire this fucking ambassador, Iranian ambassador from Germany. They can do that. I mean, don't go to the war and get rid of. Why they don't do that? Why they don't fire these IRGC people in Germany? Why UK doesn't?
IRGC is a terrorist organization in Germany, as well as Hezbollah.
Go back, Germany, and I think this war is happening right now. What's the end game?
But who's you?
The end game?
What is the end game?
The end game, the end game is no matter what happens, Trump gonna declare victory. Even if he's losing in this war, he's gonna say, I did a great job, I did something that never happened before, I destroy everything, I don't care about the Strait of Hormuz, and I'm done.
Saying how can you respond to the Democrat saying that
Yes. Yes. Then Democrats start humiliating Trump and say, hey, we know that this is BS. You didn't win this one because you just killed the Ayatollah and replaced it with his son. And yes, you killed some of the people, bad guy, but not all of them. So he gonna be under a lot of pressure if you want to make it like a huge victory.
You're wrong. You're 100% wrong.
Why?
Because you missed a lot of other points. It's not just about killing Ayatollah. Maybe you Iranians want that to happen. You guys want IRGC gone, but that's not the objectives of the American.
What the objective of America?
Getting rid of their missile program,
And they're
getting rid of the uranium enrichment,
And it's still there. It's still there.
It's still there. How do you know? How do you know it's still there?
Why are you interrupting? Harry's talking. He's a mod. Stop interrupting.
How the fuck do you know it's still there, huh?
If it's not
Who
there,
the fuck told you that?
if it's not there, Trump would say, I took it. It's here.
He already said it. Where have you been the last fucking 4 weeks?
What do you mean?
They took out over 10,000 targets. What are they just made up for 10 targets that they took out?
Maybe you didn't listen to me, dude. I told you they destroyed a lot of targets. I told you that they have some victories. But if the objective was the uranium, it's still there.
How do you know? Are you there?
If it's not there, Trump come to the media and say, guys, I took the 400 kilogram uranium. He would show it to the world.
Why would he say that?
Because he should say, I'm the
Why would he
winner of this
compromise the mission by saying that?
Mr. Harry, because he needs to something, he needs to get out this war with a victory. And the uranium gonna be the
Bro, he's gonna get out to this war with the victory no matter what. We're talking about the United States.
That's okay. He's always declared victory. Yes.
No, it's not always declared victory. It's because the United States always gets victory no matter fucking what.
Oh, you want to think like that? Okay.
Yeah, I want to think like that because that's why we're the most powerful country in the world. So yeah, no matter what, where we go, what we do, we're gonna win no matter what. Even if the world doesn't think.
Yep. Okay. I respect that.
And the rest of the world should be fucking thanking the United States for what they're doing. All these NATO motherfuckers, all these pussy ass countries that don't do shit, they should be thanking the United States because most of Europe is under fucking fire from these 4,000 kilometer fucking missiles that can fucking reach almost every single European city. And if they have the missiles to do that, all they have to do is attach the fucking warhead, the nuclear warhead, on the top of the missile, and it can fucking land in any city in Europe. But people don't understand this.
No, we understand that.
Harry, I think we're able to protect
I wish Harry was. I wish.
Wait. Who just said they're able to protect themselves? And I want to know what country you're from. Whoever said that.
Germany.
You're able to protect yourselves? Sure. Sure. That's why you guys cry to the United States all the fucking time.
Harry, I'm also the U.S. citizen.
Hey, we're providing you with everything.
Harry, I'm also U.S. citizen.
Germany not providing shit, bro. You guys are sitting back watching, complaining about gas.
Dude, we're providing you with satellites from Rammstein.
Satellite. We have plenty of our own fucking satellites. We don't need Germany fucking satellites. It's actually fucking hilarious that you said that. That's fucking hilarious.
The one thing you don't know is about
Guys.
Australia is good, and Germany has a good. We have the best. So
No, guys. Harry is right. U.S. has the best of the best.
No, I'm telling you. No. But all I'm saying, Harry, that I hope they destroy the Iranian regime. Don't get me wrong. I want you to be successful. I want US to be successful. But Harry, they are not. They were under.
Imagine Australia and Germany getting together. Now that would be a fucking. That would be.
Hey, bro, Germany, bro, you guys are a bunch of pussies. Just relax, sit in Germany, keep eating your strudels, and let America do the job, okay? Harry, and again, that's my point. I want America to do the job. 34 days, they still have a lot to do. That's what I'm saying. Did they have any success? Of course they did.
Yeah, bro,
They target 10,000 places. But bad guys are scared.
Wow.
Bad.
Now that's a.
That's not the objective, is to take out all the bad guys running around, hiding in tunnels. That's not the objective. Did you listen to what he said last night, Trump? Did you listen to what he said? I mean, I listened to a little bit of what he said. No, it really was something new that he said. Exactly. Because he has nothing to say. Because he didn't have any good news for Americans to say. Yeah, but that wasn't the point of what he did last night. The point of what he did was to come out and address the. Hold on, bro. Go drink some more fucking beer or whatever you guys drink and fucking. You sound like you're fucking drunk as fuck. Anyways. That wasn't the point of what Trump was doing last night. The point was him being a transparent president and telling the United States it's what's going on. Because most of the presidents, actually majority of the presidents we've had, never come on the fucking on the TV spontaneously like that and tell us what's going. Give it an update to the American citizen. He's the most transparent president. He's telling what's going on. I'd rather hear from him in his voice than seeing it on a fucking Twitter post or wherever he's So Harry, let me just give you one example. He's coming to the TV and saying, "I killed the first leader of leaders. The second round of I'm killing the third cat. The third, it's not right." They killed over 400. I know, but the 5 or 6 top guys who are still running the company are alive underground in the tunnel. So he needs to be more transparent and tell the truth. Yes, he killed a lot of bad guys. He killed a lot. I give him credit, but still important people are alive, and he cannot come and say, "I destroyed them." But what does that mean, though? Like, first of all, why would he compromise anything at all by saying any of that shit? Like that stuff can compromise missions. It can make it harder to find those people. First of all, second of all, no one. There's no guarantee that those people hiding underground are running the fucking country or IRGC. How do you know? I don't think they are. I really don't think they are, because anytime that they come up above the fucking ground, they're dead. That's it. And anybody that wants to claim that they're going to be running IRT, they're going to die right away. No, it's not going to be from America. That's my problem. They're not going to die right away.
Running America. He's running America.
You sound like a fucking retard. Do you have anything to contribute other than you being retarded? Israel's running America? You really believe that? Are you that fucking stupid?
Oh, no.
Look at the iPad. Come on.
We know.
Who's talking in iPad? All the senators and congressmen, Democrats, Republicans, they get money. I'll try to understand what you're saying. I thought you said iPad. That's what I thought you said. Sorry. APAC. What about APAC? There's 17,000 lobby groups in America. Every congressman and senator, no matter Democrat or Republican, they get money from Israeli lobby. They get money from 17,000 of their lobby also, so it's not just APAC. Republican, independent. APAC has very minimal. APAC has very minimal pool for type of shit like this that's happening with the United States government in a fucking war. Okay. Sorry.
We know it's before the war, and we know what's happened before the war, and we're sick of it. We're done.
Bro, just keep drinking your fucking beer. Okay, bro?
Where do you leave? Fuck America, motherfucker. Fuck America, motherfucker.
Oh, this guy.
Okay, we're gonna drop some people so we can have a good convo. I thought you had cirrhosis of the liver already by now, Tom. I can't believe you're still alive.
Just want to say one thing. I think America needs NATO more than other countries need NATO, so they can have their bases all over the world. And I think it will be a loss almost always for America to pull out of NATO. And yeah, like imagine if
No, no, but why? You don't say why.
imagine if EU right now stopped using Visa and MasterCard. You know how the entirety of your pension funds are gonna go rogue.
No. I give him an easier example. He said why. Where is the B2s right now, mister? Where is the B2? They're not the B2 bombers. Where are they right now? Do you know?
Where are they?
In a Germany or?
They're in Diego Garcia base off of an island. They're on an island, Diego Garcia.
Dude, I don't watch intelligence stuff. I don't know where every bomber.
B2 right now, is it a US base in Germany or UK? That's why. That's why America needs NATO.
Actually, they're from Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
They don't fly from Missouri.
Yes, they do.
Base in UK. No, they don't.
Their main base is in Missouri, like normal. Just
Yes, but they don't fly from Missouri to.
Yes, they do.
They go to. Oh my God.
They did back in June 2025.
Yes.
They flew from Missouri and they got refueled midair. And they completed the mission 36 hours and they flew back to Missouri.
June was
They don't keep B2 bombers in NATO base.
Mr. June was one-shot bombing. They flew from Missouri. Right now that they go to Iran every other day, they don't.
They're not flying from Europe, bro. They're flying from Diego Garcia. You can go look it up. It's
UK and US. Yes, UK and US. Who owns that?
UK. It's just UK.
Thank you so much.
Do you understand the relationship America has with UK? It has nothing to do with NATO.
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, what? It has nothing to do. You're acting like we want to keep our B2s in fucking Germany, France, and all these fucking countries. No, we don't.
Where is the biggest US base?
You had the comic awesome.
Germany.
Yeah, the big space in Europe.
But now you're pushing the talk B2. Now you're talking about the biggest base. So what else do you want?
Yes. No, all we trying to say, US and NATO, they need each other. Maybe NATO needs.
The US needs nobody, bro.
NATO needs.
That's kind of thinking that I am the best of the best.
But we are the best of the best.
I know we are the best of the best, but you need help. Look, Israel is helping US right now. Israel is helping US right
But
now.
hold on,
I wouldn't say that.
Hold on. Are you just saying that to appease Harry because you disagreed with him and then said you said yes, US is the best of the best. Why? Yes, they're the best of the best. Why do they need help?
Even if you're the best of the best, you need.
Do you think that the United States needs help from Israel or Israel needs help from the United States?
Because it's gonna bring down your cost. Yes, it's a matter of if you want to spend $2 billion a day to destroy the country, the regime, or $1 billion a day and ask Israel to help you to bring down the cost. Yes, you are the best of the best. You can do whatever you can, but it's a matter of.
Bro, the United States doesn't give a shit about the cost, bro. You know how much money they have put away for fucking wars? They don't care about the cost.
Trump doesn't care who's gonna pay 35.
No, I really don't think he cares. He's not gonna be president forever.
I'm telling you, he's gonna send a check to the Arab countries. They're gonna pay for that. All the Arab.
No, he's gonna send a check to fucking Iran. That's what he's gonna send a check to.
If he can regime, of course. There's a lot of oil over there. He can take the oil and then pay for this war. But if not, and if he leave it loose end and leave right now, Arab countries gonna pay for that.
I don't give a shit if the Arab countries have to pay for it or not. Fuck all
You
of them.
don't give a shit?
I don't care. Do you think I care about these fucking Arab countries?
A lot of people in Alabama that they voted Trump.
Why are you in the Middle East?
They're gonna care.
Why are we in the Middle East? Because we're America. We can be anywhere we want. That's why.
A lot of people in New Mexico right now that they pay $5 gas in for the gas.
Great. I mean, we're paying 4.5 here in Florida. I mean, what am I complaining? No, because I know at the end of the day it's gonna go down.
Not you because you don't live paycheck by paycheck, but a lot of people gonna care.
Then fucking buy a Tesla or ride the fucking bus, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
You want to talk like that? It's okay.
Yeah, I do want to talk like that because at the end of the day, I can care less. Like, if you can't afford gas, then don't fucking drive a car. It's that simple.
Exactly.
Don't fucking complain about it. If you're gonna complain about it, move somewhere else.
I don't complain. I said people that they don't have that money. I'm okay. You okay? Don't worry about that. I live in Chicago.
Americans who can't afford gas, you can move to Germany. It's much better here.
Yeah, move to Germany and all the Nazis. Yeah.
Penny, what's up?
Dude, your kids are here now.
Hold on.
It's even Miller.
Hold on. Penny's gonna help us save the world. Penny, how are you?
I'm good. Assalam.
Islam what?
Assalamu alaikum.
straight now?
Alaikum salam, salam alaikum.
I want the salami, she said, came up. Who the fuck says that? Okay.
You live in Chicago, so I mean, it sounds like you, bro. It sounds like you are like wanting more from the United States, and then you're like complaining about it at the same time.
No,
like you're just like every other fucking American that comes on this app.
No. All I'm saying, when they went to this war, Mr. Harry, and I'm repeating myself, they underestimated. They thought they're gonna finish it in 4 days.
No one said that though. Who said that?
No, I'm telling you.
But who said that though? I never heard anybody say that. So I make that assumption.
I am saying that, and maybe I'm wrong, okay? This war gonna take 4 months. Is America ready for 4 months war?
Bro, four months is nothing. 4 months is nothing.
I am with you. For you and I, it's nothing. But for a lot of people, it's a lot of things. Yes. Yeah. Hello.
Who started it?
You don't see.
Who started it?
It was Donald Trump. He ran.
No, it wasn't Donald Trump.
I'm gonna pass you a doll. Where did they touch you? Point to the doll.
Why do you think he keeps telling me to like and the military to fight for him? No one in the countries that he wants are willing to fight on his behalf, and he's upset about that. Why do you think that? Why do you think so?
How much weed did you smoke?
Yeah, she's high.
No, I'm just annoying.
I need to go smoke some weed too. Hold on.
Yeah, me too. I need to go.
What's your pronouns? Do you identify as blasted?
Can I tell you something? Yesterday,
Oh, that's something crazy. I'm excited for this one. That's so crazy, though.
when I was ordering an Uber to the shops, the driver was like Jamaican. Like, they had like such a thick accent. They were speaking Patois.
Did you also ask them to give you some weed?
No, I don't smoke weed. That's their thing.
Hey man, I want some bumblegun. I want the split man.
That's exactly how they said it. Exactly. Like it's so much thicker.
Yeah, do you like it thick, Doc?
3. She's looking for.
You like it thicker, huh?
I'm engaged, poor. That's all you.
I'm in Florida.
Very Florida.
I'm in Florida. I tell him I'm engaged. He say I'm in Florida. It's great.
Harry, very
He said I'm in Florida too.
Why is it anybody's business?
No, I said I'm engaged. Bro.
You're engaged.
Engaged.
Yeah.
Oh, well, congratulations, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations.
No, I didn't say that randomly. The poor, when y'all was talking, poor said that she was looking for me, and I'm like, nah, I'm engaged. That's
okay.
You're engaged. 3 is engaged.
Can I ask a stupid question?
You've already asked one stupid question. You can ask another one.
Can I ask another?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What do you guys see when you marry someone?
Is she
What
autistic?
are your
Okay.
What do you see when you marry somebody? Okay.
when you decide you want to marry someone? What are things like?
What are the values you look for? Is a wife? Is that what you're asking for in a partner?
Yeah.
You look for somebody who's genuine, has a heart that will love you to the end, that will wipe your ass when you're sick, who will feed you. Somebody that you can also make happy and provide for and to the end. You're looking for a partner that walks beside you, not in front or behind you. That's what you're looking for.
No.
Okay. Later. Honestly, you're fucking killing my brain cells.
Maybe you're answering to honest.
Yeah, we were having a great conversation before, but
Yeah, man.
Autism awareness.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so I'm looking for a wife. Like, you never can grab your hand and squeeze it like a fist. That type of shit.
Oh my god.
in his response.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know about that. Harry, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to take you seriously.
Go fuck yourself, Hussy.
No, it's fine. Typical Trump supporters like that. They're passionate and they just go like fuck you like that. It's okay, and I like that.
I want to know what points he wasn't able to take me seriously on because I would like to talk about that.
Yeah. So like it was like any argument we bring up, you're like, yeah, we're America, we can do whatever we want.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're not wrong, but like that's
listen,
not the point of the
Lucy.
discussion.
Go look up the size of the American military. First, you can go look up the Navy, see how many ships we have in the Navy, how many aircraft carriers. Then go look at the size of the Air Force. How many fucking aircrafts we have in the fucking Air Force. Then you can go look at how much artillery. Then you can go look at how many tanks. Then you can go look at how many fucking ground troops that we have, special forces. And then for you to tell me that we're not America, we can't fucking do what we want to do, you're completely wrong.
Just a second, Harry. Again, I'm sorry, but we need to be pragmatic. It was the same mistake. Please don't cut me. The same mistake they did for Afghanistan. That, oh my God, I have biggest things and I can spend billions of dollars and I can go and take the country. The thing that they missed is like these Mujahid people, these Afghani people, they can go inside the mountain months and months and months, even maybe fucking the goat, but fighting back US soldiers. That's the piece that America, I'm telling you.
Listen, I've heard this argument by so many people already. How long ago was that war?
I get that, but
hold on, answer the question. How long ago was that war?
My point is, every war that US goes, they need to get lessons learned for the next war. If you don't learn those lessons, we make the same mistake.
We learned the lesson because that war was over 20 years ago. First of all. Second of all, technology's advanced. You know how much technology is advanced in 20 years? A lot, especially military technology. So it's a totally different war, right? We saw how we can fight wars, not even fight. We saw in Venezuela how strong the military of the United States is. That if they really wanted to, they could go. The first day of this fucking whatever you want to call it, war operation, they took out Khomeini very easily. They knew where he was at in June. They could have took him out in June. They even said it. That like, we know where he's at, but we don't want to start anything now. And I think that was leading up to where we're at now today, right? And then they said, you know what, we're gonna go full force. All their air defenses are down. We can go in there. We can have air superiority, and that's what Israel did in June. They helped them take down all the air systems when they went and attacked in June. And the United States used their B-2 bombers to go and take out wherever they're creating their uranium, all the rest of the heavy water facilities, all that shit that they took out in June. And then in 9 months, there was satellite imagery showing that they were excavating. Holy shit! Hold on. There was satellite imagery showing that they were excavating all. Oh my God. Okay. Well, you can have some thoughts in the audience. So there were satellite imagery showing that they were excavating all the fucking everything that was blocking the entrances to these tunnels that were going down underground, right? And then they were starting to repair everything and fix everything. Right? They were doing it very quickly, and so this was alarming. So they were like, all right, we need to take action now, and we need to go full force. And the first fucking day, they knew exactly where this motherfucker was at, and they knew where 400 other of these motherfuckers were at underneath IRGC, like high-ranking officials in IRGC, and they took him out because that's what Israel, Mossad, that's what they fucking do. They have intelligence. The United States doesn't have this intelligence. They got that from Israel. Yep. Israel had people on the ground there, undercover, for years, building this shit up until now.
My point is they need to get rid of the other high-ranking soldiers as soon as possible. Otherwise, this war gonna go to the 3-4 months, and American people are not ready for that. That's my point. I hope
why wouldn't they be ready for that?
Because why not 66% of Americans are against this war? We don't need that number.
Because 66% of them are against Trump. That's why.
I get that. So he needs to finish it fast. He cannot do it like 6 months. He needs to finish it fast.
It's a good look if the president is hated by 66% of his people.
You know, whatever polls that you guys are reading this information from, I don't believe any of them. Listen, you know why I don't believe that? Because I didn't take that poll. And no one showed me that poll. So how, if that's representing of all the voters, which it doesn't, it doesn't make sense because I didn't get the vote for it, and I'm sure many other people didn't get the vote for it. It's kind of just like a consensus. That's all it is.
What is your number? Do you think what's the percentage supporting this war? 80%? What's your number?
I couldn't tell you. I have no idea.
I mean, you see,
I don't talk to every American. I couldn't tell you.
In less than a month, he needs to go to the Congress to continue this war, to get the Congress approval. Do you think he's gonna get it?
No, he doesn't. I don't know.
In less than two months, you mean the danger is only for 2 months?
Who told you that he has to go to Congress in a couple of months?
I think he needs to go to the Congress to get approval.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He doesn't? Why not?
Because no other president had to do that. The last time war was in fucking World War II. So Vietnam,
Iraq war, Bush got approval from Congress.
No, he didn't. Go look it up.
Go look it up.
I already did. I've looked it up many times already.
Go look it up.
The last time that they declared war from Congress was in World War II, bro.
No way.
But who cares about Congress, guys? Like, who cares?
That's the point that I'm trying to make, Hussein. Trump doesn't give a shit about Congress because he's doing what he's doing now without any fucking congressional approval at all.
And you think it's gonna help the country? That you're gonna do whatever you wanna do? So what's the difference?
Help the country? What do you mean by help the
The honest
country?
completely about the same. He was doing whatever he wanna do. That's it. He didn't give a shit.
I don't think Trump is doing whatever he wants to do. I think Trump is doing. Trump is doing. No, that's not really what I meant. But you took it really literal.
You just said that he do whatever shit he wanna do. Anyway, okay. Again, I'm with you, Harry.
Is he not? But is he not?
He doesn't want to run again unless his people are gonna say you need to run for the third time. He doesn't need to run again, so he doesn't care. Yes, he doesn't care.
It's not about not caring. It's about doing what's right.
Someone's flushing the toilet.
Listen, it's not about caring. He doesn't care no matter what. That's not the point. The point is he's doing what needs to be done. What every president before him didn't fucking do shit. They actually gave money to these motherfuckers, actually fucking build their fucking nuclear program, and keep a blind eye to it and say, oh, okay, you're taking billions of dollars for the JPCOA and keep fucking building your nuclear. We believe you. We think that it's gonna be for civilians. Like Obama, Biden, all these fucking retards gave him money. So they literally fed the fire with fucking fuel, while Trump is now trying to put out the fucking fire.
No, I agree with that.
And listen, an average American can't understand that because they're fucking too. What they see. That's what matters to them more than because Americans don't give a shit about that.
Harry, that's why Trump became president. Economy, the gas price, inflation, things like that.
The gas will go down, bro. Listen, the gas was this much during.
He didn't become president of the U.S. because he wanted to attack Iran or other countries. He said, "I fix the economy."
Hossein.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Gas is the same fucking price it was the whole time that Biden was in office.
Exactly.
In 2022, when Biden got in office, it was, well, not even when Biden got in office, like midterm, when Biden was in office, gas was $3.90. Then after that, 2023, it went to $3.70. That was the average. And then
I agree with you.
Then the year after, it was $3.50 plus. And then his last year, it was the same fucking prices that we dealing with now.
Yes, that's the problem. I agree with you. He didn't become president. He didn't become president because he doesn't.
You talk too fucking.
Let him finish. Let 3 finish.
No, it's cool. Let me get it. He got it. I said what I had.
Go ahead, 3. Go ahead.
Finish.
It's cool.
You had some good points. Bro. Go ahead.
Basically, I'm just saying gas is the same price it was literally when Biden was in office. There's no difference. But the only difference is that the reason why the gas is how it is now it's an actual reason. That's the thing. It's an actual good reason.
Exactly.
Okay. So he didn't become president, Mr. Tree. Oh, you still not finished? Okay, go ahead.
No, one more thing. And when Biden was in office, the whole fucking time, nobody was big the gas. They were fucking quiet as a mouse.
Dude, he's right, bro.
So you're completely right, Tree. He didn't become president to say, okay, I'm going to keep the same price of gas like Biden. He told America that he's going to make it lower, and it was lower.
And he did.
I was in Houston last week, or 2 months ago. It was 2.5 or $2 per gallon. Last week it was 3.5. So don't tell me the price. But
no one said it didn't change.
No. He didn't say he's going to keep the same price as Biden did. No, he said I'm going to make it lower, and he did it.
and now it's up. And now it's up.
Yeah, because of what's going on in the freedom of news.
Wouldn't be.
That type of shit happens all the fucking
Mister, Biden price wouldn't be a good criteria for Trump that, oh my God, the gas is still the same price. Who cares? Who cares? Biden is gone. This gas was expensive or cheap or whatever, who cares? That you're gonna come here, oh my God, it's still the same price. Who cares? He said, I'm gonna make it lower, and he did it. He did a good job. But now with this war, it's go high. That's it. That's all happened.
And look, this coming from a guy where I'm not a full Trump supporter, but I fuck with what he doing. I just don't fuck with Israel, bro. I don't fuck with us being involved, but I see why we involved, and I understand what's going on. So I get what you're saying, but bro, it is what it is. Right now, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and all I'm saying.
But like Harry said, this shit is gonna go, man.
And I'm repeating myself.
Stay like this for 3-4 years, then we got something to say.
Exactly. He needs to finish it fast. He needs to finish it in the next couple of months, kill bad people, do whatever he want to do and out. That's all I'm saying. He shouldn't stop it today. He should continue to the end. Now that he has started, he should finish it. No loose end. No loose end.
So do you think he should have never started?
No, he should have started. No.
Good question, sir.
Because the Iranian people, we didn't have any other option. We went to the street, we did the protest, they killed 40,000 in 2 days. We tried all any option that you can imagine. And this regime was
What's your pushback then? Like if you're saying Trump's reason is valid for going in
yes.
and exercising.
I don't have a pushback. All I'm trying to say is be pragmatic. We thought I said we, not Trump. We thought we're gonna finish it in 2 weeks. That didn't happen. Now I am worried that these things go to the.
Is that what he said, or is that what's like?
I don't want to go there, okay? But all I'm worried is that this will go to the 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and then then people force him to get out. And then he doesn't finish the job and get out. That's what I'm worried. I'm not against this war, don't get me wrong. But I'm worried that he should finish it fast. He should not, I'm worried. I hope he finishes it fast.
I agree with that. I do think he should finish this fast.
I mean, yeah, that's
We need to get it over.
that's the
Guys, it's just one thing. Like you said, like 3.5 per gallon you pay.
In Texas, yes. In Chicago, it's like 5. I know.
We pay like $2 per liter. It's like
No. Each gallon is like 40.75. So it's not true.
Yeah, but we pay $2 per liter.
Oh, okay, Germany. Then you're gonna need to go and open the Strait of Hormuz.
No, we're not. What the fuck? Absolutely not. You guys closed it. You take care of it.
No, you
Like
should.
what the hell?
The hell is they should say, Trump, it's okay. We help you on the Strait of Hormuz, and you need to help us with Ukraine. Stop supporting Putin.
Would he
That's
put
going to be negotiation.
American troops in Ukraine?
They cannot go there.
Exactly.
Shit, when they get real for Europe, when they gotta go in there and open that motherfucker up.
Well, we helped Ukraine enough. We don't need to help Ukraine anymore. We gave him
Would
money.
you put
No, US.
Shit, Brad on the stage.
Ali,
I just heard that we're supposed to go help Ukraine.
Yeah.
I don't know. He loves
We gave Ukraine hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons and fucking money. Like, I think they got enough fucking money.
Yeah, I mean, shit. You guys can't even fucking get rid of a third-rate. Russia's not a powerful fucking military, but you guys are more fucking hell-bent on corruption and throwing 65-year-olds and pregnant women on the front lines than actually mankind manning up. You have the same problem as the Canarans. You fucking dip out. All your women left. You know how I know that? They're all down in Texas asking to give me blowjobs every time I fucking go into a bar. So all of your fucking wives and girlfriends are out here trying to pick up fucking real men. Dude, your women left you. And then, on top of it, the fucking men left. You guys are fleeing out of the country. You have a whole abandonment rate. And Zelensky's a fucking corrupt fucking idiot who's just hanging on to power. He's no different than fucking Putin, except Putin's better at his job. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Zelensky isn't a freedom fighter. You guys are idiots. You're following the wrong fucking government. And stop wasting our time and money because, quite frankly, you're going to lose in the end. Russia's going to keep it fucking situation that's going to keep period. You know.
Are you for the Iran war too, Mr. Viking? Are you?
Oh yeah, go bomb those little fuckers.
So Ukraine know about Iran, okay? You good with that? Ukraine about Iran, okay?
That time you touch one of our boats, I'm gonna blow your fucking house up and your kids.
No. So you're anti-warring Ukraine.
We have listen. This war in Iran is more important than a fucking war with Russia and for the United States.
Yeah.
So yes, I would much rather back this war, and I would keep taking my tax money if you need to take out IRGC.
This war is about China. Harry, why do you think that shit is more important?
What'd you say?
I said, why do you think that it's more important than the Russian?
Well, first, there's plenty of reasons. First, the IRGC is the #1 funding of state terrorism in the fucking world. So they fund all the terrorist organizations in the world that have killed United States military members and United States citizens throughout the years since the fucking 80s, maybe even before the 80s. That's one reason. That's actually the #1 funding is Qatar and Saudi Arabia. That's the number one. No, it's not. 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 Qatar doesn't give weapons. Qatar doesn't give weapons to these terrorist organizations.
I don't mean, this fucking Hamas, they have an office in Qatar.
I mean, that's great that they have an office in Qatar. Shit. That doesn't mean shit.
That means like a laundry.
No, it doesn't mean shit. Listen, I know it strikes the nerve for you if it's your country, but I'm sorry to tell you that your country was the #1 funder of state terrorism in the world.
Yes,
I don't want to say that #1, that #2 or #3. Fuck IRGC.
See that?
Fuck IRGC.
You guys are on fuck IRGC now. You love America, love Israel. But for 50 fucking years, you were cheering on while we were fucking bombing our fucking men, our fucking ships, setting our fucking our men while they were sleeping on peacekeeping missions. So no, I fucking kill Iranians.
Do whatever it is. You have much as you can. No worries.
Economically, what is beneficial?
The more beneficial one is Iran and pummeling all the Iranians and removing any kind of future power for at least the next 100 years from their hands.
No, but I'm saying as in like, you know, how do we benefit from it other than that?
We get the Straits of Hormuz, and we, in essence, literally, if we wanted to, we could mollywop them and basically just kind of fucking take some of their oil regions. But we really don't need them. We just need the straits open. We need the passageway and the terror attacks to stop on the seas.
Okay. Yep. Harry, you think the same thing?
That was going to be my next point, and that's a very important part, not just for the United States, but for the world. And the United States and the world, that's, you know, they do business together. So, you know, that's important, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, it's also important that we control the flow of oil to our fucking adversary, China.
Yeah,
right?
see.
They're having a hard time right now.
Yeah, and also it costs us $300 billion a year to protect that strait.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. And then say that after he done.
So it costs us around $300 to $500 billion a year to patrol, protect, man the straits, deal with the piracy, the terror groups, and Iranian Navy, all which are controlled by the Iranian government. And so we're having billions of dollars, risk ourselves, get them killed, just to protect it. Not to mention, it's causing inflationary rates on both your goods, your oil, because, you know, it's got to get shipped elsewhere. But they're also impacting and hitting private companies. So, like, if you look at the map of where Iran has, like, targeted before and how they hit and how they damage, they cause fluctuations because they just want to be known. These are petulant children that can't govern themselves.
Good. That's the good plan on the paper. Just go and do it now.
So,
Okay.
Brad, how long do you think this shit gonna really take?
If it was me, we would have been done in a week because there would have been nothing else standing.
Yeah. We don't have this guy over there. See the white thing over there.
But, I mean, what you could do
You and Joe.
before June.
Bro, can you shut the fuck up, Jose, bro? You let somebody else.
June or July, I'll say, is mostly when we really will wrap this up. But I don't know if we're going to hand it to the Iranian people. I don't think they want to do that.
No, we want to do that. No, we want to do that.
We don't care what you want. What you want, let us the 50 years to stay here. So,
Yeah.
we're giving you that anymore. But I
Hey,
think
I'm
Trump.
not supporting the government, by the way. So, okay, continue.
Yeah, okay, great. But guess what? Guess who's dealing with Trump and dealing with the rest of the world? Your government. You guys aren't doing shit. You're sitting there hiding
No,
in another country.
I'm here
Yes.
talking. Okay.
So again, three, I think what will happen is by June, we'll have some kind of comms. Each side will try to claim victory, but it'll just be optics. But in reality, Iran's operations and abilities will not be able to be carried out to their extent. So we got maybe about another 50 years of peace before we reach this point again in 50 years.
I'm weirdly agreeing a bit with Viking. Like, appreciate the honesty at least. You know, I don't agree with the war, but I think like, yeah, if you're going to do the war, you need like to make sure that the country is not capable of doing that anymore. You know, like when the U.S. went to war with Germany, you know, they made sure that Germany is divided. It's not one country again. There was a reason for that. And what they should do also with Iran. Iran has the leverage now with the Strait of Hormuz. If they stay united and another regime comes along, because like, guess what? After war, people are not satisfied with the economy, and they might like just want the regime back. Why risk them? Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I think the whole war was stupid.
What makes different if there are two governments holding Iran or one government?
No, you can make sure that the government that is on the Strait of Hormuz is your government. You can give them money. You can provide them with a lot of leverage, you know, and the other government.
The country be like in one.
Bro, fuck that. We're not gonna give him anything. We're not gonna bow down to fucking IRGC. We're not gonna let them control that shit like they own the world. Fuck that shit. Definitely not gonna do that. America will never let that happen. Maybe under Joe Biden and Obama that would happen because they're fucking weak pieces of shit. But under Trump, that's not happening. And that's important to know that, right? So it's that simple. We're not gonna let them have a chokehold on that fucking region. We're not gonna let them do that. And that's the point. Somebody said, I don't know why that's why we're in this war. Okay? You guys have to understand that. Like, this is the important reason why. And this is way more important than fucking Ukraine because they're too fucking broke and they have begged the United States for fucking money and weapons. I could care less about that shit. But you know what? I could care more about this because it's not only about that. It's about these motherfuckers supplying terrorism fucking for terrorist organizations around the world and that have killed American citizens before. And then if they could do it, they would do it again and again and again. And by the way, there was a terrorist attack in the United States maybe a month ago. The guy tried to fucking ram a car through a fucking synagogue and then shoot kids up in a fucking synagogue. He was backed by Hezbollah, which is an Iranian-backed terrorist organization. So they all link together, and it's dangerous. And they're here on our fucking doorsteps here in America, and this is important. When you take out the head,
So Harry,
funnel to these fucking organizations. It's that simple, guys.
Harry, do you think how long gonna take to open the Strait of Hormuz? Again, I agree whatever you said.
I don't know. I'm not a military expert. I have no idea. Whenever they feel like they have superiority over that area, then they'll do it. I have no. As long as it takes to get the job done, I'm okay with it. I'll pay my gas. I'll pay gas $10 a gallon if I have to. I don't give a shit.
Hussein, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Let's say if there was a scenario where we went your route, and if the United States were to go in and completely eliminate every single 100% of the IRGC, unfortunately, anyone who believes in that ideology, so that means some pure-blooded Iranian might get caught in the crossfire. So let's say the whole concept of Islamic Republic is removed, and now Iranians have the geographical territory of Iran handed back to them.
Yep.
From that point forward, how do you propose that the Iranians will establish their government? What type of government will it be, and how long do you think it'll take to get stable?
So there are two theories about that. First of all, it looks like U.S. is negotiating with some moderate inside the country. After this regime is gone, that moderate gonna be the transition guy. That it might take 6 months, it might take a year, it might take 2 months or 2 years or whatever to go to the election, and then whoever wanna run for the presidency or whatever, they can be nominated. But everything should be under U.S. Super surveillance. Like we cannot have any hardware over there anymore. So that's the number one that I think that's what Trump wants. He
They want to find a moderate guy inside the country who is not dead yet because they're killing everybody, but find someone who's moderate to go to the transition. The second option is the guy Pahlavi who's living in U.S. that he has his own supporter. I don't know what's the percentage. Some people say 70%, some people say 30%, whatever. He gonna be another alternative, or maybe alternative number one. But it looks like Trump so far doesn't show any signal to this guy, the Pahlavi guy, that he can go there. He said he's already ready to do that transition phase. Again, transition, like still countries running, people are getting paid, salary, whatever. 6 months, a year, 2 years, election, and this guy said I'm gonna be out. So, but I don't think that's what Trump wants. Trump wants to what I'm hearing. He want to deal with some moderate inside the country, the same as he did in Venezuela.
Saying there is no moderate in
I agree with you. But I don't want to say that because again, people in this call might jump on me. Oh, I agree. All of the people in this country.
Let them jump on you. Who gives a
This is what Trump is looking for. He wants to do Venezuela.
I think you're wrong.
I'm asking you. So my question is more geared toward what you think, like based upon you being an Iranian.
Yeah.
Like, out of the two options, do you like those, and if so, which one? Or if you prefer like a third option that's not on the table, like what do you prefer?
I don't think there's a third option. We should have a transition no matter what, even with the Iraq side.
Why do you guys go with this transitional? Like Tel Aviv is just going to be transitional. You know that more leaders who have said, "I'm going to be transitional," but wanting to retain power. Fucking Biden is the last one to do it. He was quote, "I'm going to be a transitional government president," and he ran for re-election. Like this idea that Tel Aviv just wants to be a transitional, like Putin, a transitional government. His whole government was fucking transitional after Yeltsin. He stayed. Like, what makes you think that this guy?
So what is your solution? Like put another guy over
No,
there?
I think you guys need to raise your own and not go for a guy from Maryland who grew up eating fucking McDonald's and Starbucks.
I agree. He grew up in Iran, actually. You can't just.
How did he grow up? He's been living in America for 40 years. Like, he grew up in Iran. He
lives in America. Are you telling me?
I think that guy is shit. I think anybody who is supporting this guy is also living in the West. I really don't believe the majority of people who actually live there really support somebody who's not even there. That would be hard for me. Like, for example, it would be hard for me to support somebody who wants to come and be a leader in our country where I live, and they live in fucking China. How would I fucking support that? Like,
first of all,
it's like, you want to.
First of all, his dad was a kid.
Here in the fucking country.
I get that. But the problem with the country Iran is that there's no polling over there to figure out what percentage of Iranian people like this guy. I'm hearing
that's fine. And you know what?
I'm hearing they're chanting his name in protest inside Iran.
That's great. That's not all of Iran.
But we do not know how many people they like it. That's the problem.
Listen, I think this whole problem with the government transitioning somebody into a leader seat there in Iran, that's not America's problem. That's going to be your fucking problem. Trump doesn't want to deal with any of that shit. I already know that that's not the objectives of operation. I don't like to call it a war because I don't think it's a war. So I think that we want to come in here and take out the targets, the missile program. We want to take out their uranium enrichment, their heavy water facilities. There's a bunch of different targets, launchers, and all their launchers that they have, all their drones, their drone program where they manufacture all their drones, their Shahed 139 drones. We want to make sure we take all that shit out. And then we want to make sure we take out all the leaders. Whoever is stepping in the way, they're going to be taken out, because we can.
So you think Trump?
After we get everything done, we're leaving. And then the number one thing is getting the Strait of Hormuz under control.
Okay, I get that.
For America or whoever, a third party that's not going to charge money or kill people. Well, hold on. Okay, go right, Campbell in the audience. Thank you. Okay, and that's pretty much it. We don't give a fuck. What's going to happen after that? We don't care what happens. If IRPC's there, that's fine. We'll keep taking out targets after. We don't need to wait for you guys to form a government.
Hussein, I had a question for you.
I want to answer Harry. My point is.
Let other people talk.
Oh.
We gonna come to you in a second, Alex.
So
I have a question for Hussein.
what do you think? What do you think about what Brad said? Like as a third option, you guys raise up, and pick a leader, from amongst yourselves. What do you think about?
As of now, I don't see that option. I mean, that option doesn't exist.
There's nobody that has the big enough balls to step up and say, hey, I'm gonna be the fucking next leader. That's the problem with these people. They want somebody in fucking Maryland. Maybe one of you guys will grow some fucking balls and step up and say, hey, I'm gonna be the next fucking.
No, Hosting, give me some time. Harry, you don't have to talk like this about the people that they have.
Dude, this is how Americans talk. If you don't know how we talk, then I guess you don't have balls either.
Look, as American, I'm American like you do, okay? But I was born in Iran, and you don't have to talk about Iranian people this way because.
Well, what did I say that was bad? What did I say that was bad?
They have been up.
What did I say that was bad, pussy?
Look, let me listen, and you don't.
What did I say that was bad?
You don't have to insult people when they have opinion against.
Bro, fuck you. I can say whatever I want, bitch. If you live in America, you know about freedom of speech, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me what I can say.
Have you ever heard about how we talk to each other? You think somehow you're going to escape that shit? I've been called out the N-word, fucking cracker, I don't wash my legs. Shit, I'm inbred. Like, fuck. That's a good day.
You're American, and you
need to be respectful. I don't.
You have right to actually make about your country. But then you're talking about another country, and your country being that country, you don't have to insult those.
No, our country is not. Our country's not helping your country. Get that through your head already.
Harry. Look, Harry.
America is not helping Iran. We're not helping Iran. You guys understand this already.
You're so fucking knowledgeable, and I believe that because
I'm very knowledgeable. Thank you.
I have talked to you before, and you have talked to me before as well. But the point is, right now, that America is doing this first to actually make the regime fall. And
no, they're not. That's not why they're doing it.
No, definitely, America is doing this.
Wait. Why do you think? Wait. Hold on. Why do you think America's doing this to make the regime fall? We're not talking with. Wait. Here's how I can prove this. I can prove this. Guess who we're talking peace talks with? Guess who we're talking back and forth with? It's not anybody else except for this whole 82 cleric IRGC committee. That's it.
No, look,
you make that.
So who else on the ground there? Are we talking to what? Your almost cousin that runs a fucking Iranian 7-Eleven there? Like, no, we're not.
Listen. The other thing is, Iran it has posting the fuck up for a minute. Iran has so much.
Oh, that wasn't nice. Why are you talking mean to him?
No,
what? Fucking hypocrite, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, he's okay. So look, Iran has so much benefit for America, and then in
not really.
America helped Khomeini to come to power. They told that is going to help America to reach its goal on Middle East. But that didn't happen because after 10 years, IRGC got formed after Iran and Iraq got formed. And the whole idea that America had about Iran changed. And what America is doing right now is trying to actually get that power back and have that power again. And that's the point. No.
That's not our overall goal. We don't give a shit. So here's a couple of things. One, we don't use your oil. Your oil doesn't come to the vast majority of the global supply. China, a little bit in Russia and North Korea. Those were your three fucking biggest contributors. And Russia has its own oil supply. China is your biggest client, well, along with North Korea. Outside of those two, they're not even rendering you aid right now, or the IRGC, or doing anything in Iran except bitching about, well, the U.S. is involved again, and that's what we're saying. So they're not even willing to help you. But you don't contribute mass goods. You don't contribute anything to the global economy. You don't even contribute to the global trade economy. So now when we have that awareness that you realize that really you have all this to offer, but nobody's seen it for 50 years. You haven't done it. And guess what? The war has been surviving without you.
Dude, it's not about oil. The thing is, Iran has been sitting on a mineral that is really, really vital to America's business, especially in the last 10 years, which is lithium. Okay? And right now, America needs lithium
as much as it needs anything else, because right now America is building up on EVs and so many other businesses that needs lithium, and definitely Iran is one of the biggest countries that has this, resources. And trust me, it's not only that. Iran is, the part of Middle East that is center of Middle East, and that could actually have American bases. So it could actually lower that $300 billion that America spends money yearly just on Middle East to keep the peace. Okay, and that's the thing. You have to look at it in a bigger picture. It's not just the oil. I'm not saying oil is not a factor, but it's not the whole thing. Oil might be the 5%, but at the end of the day,
Bro, where are you getting this information? Iran has the largest lithium reserves in the world. Where the fuck are you getting this information from, bro?
No, I have a very largest in the board. I said, look, Harry.
Exactly, because we don't need Iran for lithium. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
Forget about what Alex said.
The majority of the lithium sits in fucking South America, bro. So I don't know why we would be going fucking Iran.
I have a very simple question for you. So you think Trump gonna get what he wanted, his goals, and he gonna leave and he doesn't care about who's gonna run the country? Yes?
Yes.
So he doesn't care. He doesn't care if another hardliner take the country and he needs to go back in 15 years again. And
He might not be
when I say he, I mean U.S., not
80 years old. Do you think he might not be alive in 15?
Not he, U.S. Doesn't care.
It's not going to be Trump's problem, bro. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Don't you understand that?
No. I'm talking about U.S. problem. Forget about Trump problem. So he doesn't
But you
care
said
if any
Trump.
hardliner. No. He doesn't care if any hardliner take the control of the country, and U.S. needs to go back another.
I mean, bro, that's gonna be also Israel's thing too, because Israel might not let that happen. I don't see Israel letting that happen, and I don't see if somebody who gets reelected, gets elected, that's underneath Trump, if it's Vance or if it's Marco Rubio, that shit for sure is not gonna happen again. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't think the check is already coming. Return the regime, because that's not a reasonable thing unless you put boots on the ground. And I don't gonna be putting boots on the ground. That's for sure. We don't want to lose American soldiers for you guys who can't fight your own fucking war. We went in there because they were a threat to the world and a threat to the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. You can laugh all you want, all the laughs, and all these people are fucking retarded. They think, I'm telling you, 3 weeks from now we'll be on this out. I'll tell you, there will not be one boot on the ground in fucking Iran.
Yeah, I hope so. So just closing this topic, Trump doesn't care who's gonna run the country after this war. No.
Trump is what?
He doesn't care who's gonna run the country after this war.
How long do you think the war's gonna last, buddy?
Sorry?
How long do you think the war's gonna last? Oh, you're talking about Iran. You think Trump doesn't care?
Iran.
How long do you think that somebody will last in the position of being the leader of the country? You think they're gonna last very long?
My point is, he cares who's gonna run the country. Even 3 weeks ago, he said the next leader should be approved by me.
No, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He only cares if they conform to what he says. He doesn't care.
Okay.
Dude,
end of the story.
He even said it yesterday. He even reaffirmed. He said, "Listen, I never said we're going in to do a regime change." He said that.
Yesterday he said that today.
Yeah, but these Iranians can't get it through their fucking thick skulls that we're not going to change your regime. That's on you guys. You guys
we don't want that, dude. We don't want that. My point.
No, you actually do. Stop. Why?
No, I don't.
Stop.
I don't.
Do you support the regime? Do you support the regime? Do you support the regime?
Forget about what Iranian wants. Forget about what.
Do you support the regime? Yes.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Okay, so then why do you support United States and Israel in Iran right now?
Yes,
Hold on, we're getting somewhere. So you don't support the regime, but you support U.S. and Israel being there. What the fuck are you supporting them there for?
All I'm asking.
No. What are you supporting them there to do? What are you supporting? No, I didn't miss anything.
No.
What are you supporting them there?
Supporting who?
United States of America and Israel.
Whatever job is.
No, what job?
Whatever Trump job.
It's like they don't give a shit that they're creating nuclear weapons. They're enriching uranium and lying to the world about it. None of these guys care about that. They only care about Khomeini and IRGC. It's like the craziest shit to me, bro.
Okay, take exactly. Take the uranium, kill whoever bad guys over there, Mr. Watkins, and leave. But my point is, after he finished his job, and my My question to you, and you guys said no, and I'm okay. He doesn't care who's gonna run the country, correct? That's all I'm asking. He doesn't care.
No, because we don't have control over that. Don't you understand? Once we're gone, once we're out of that region, anything can happen. So, I mean, that's not on the United States' responsibility to control what's going on in your country. That's on the people.
Good luck, IRGC leaving American bases alone in Midwest.
Oh, we're so scared. Ooh. That's what you're gonna say. Good luck to America. You should be saying good luck to your fucking family who's living there. That's what you should be saying.
No, my family.
Because they're gonna be under an oppressive regime forever.
Iran for a long time, but then your thinking is absurd. Even you.
And that's exactly the problem. You guys all ran away like a bunch of pussies. You guys ran away like a bunch of pussies, and you couldn't fight. You couldn't fight for your fucking country. And now it's Trump, Daddy Trump. Trump is gonna get the job done. Come on, Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump, help us.
I asked you a question and he said no. And that's the story. Let's close this call. I mean, this conversation. You said Trump doesn't care.
Well, no, the rules about this conversation, we're not going to close it.
Get what you want, because I don't understand what you want. You're just like you're going right and left.
Are you Iranian too?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
Originally Syrian and German citizen.
Are you looking to have Iran balkanized? Would you rather be separated?
I'm not Iranian.
It's funny. He's Syrian. His family had a civil war for 10 fucking years until they took back their country and got to where they want.
Yeah, dude.
I don't like that.
So it's all.
I think like if the West wants to make sure that I don't know, I think it's the only reason I would like offer go into military, like if I was in the West, like on the Western side. So I'm happy that Germany didn't Biden that, but if I was the US, you started your job, you gotta finish it, and I think
I know, but I'm confused what you guys keep thinking what the job is. Like I've asked a couple times and you guys are
okay. I think the best way
job
for the US,
what do you think the job to you was?
For the US and Israel to I think their goal is like to balkanize Iran.
That's what the job is to you. Alex, what's the job to you?
To be honest with you, I think America is just going to finish it in a way that regime changes, because if it doesn't, it's just going to bring.
No, but what's the job? You think the job is? Wait, hold on. On the chalkboard, Israel and United States, they wrote regime change and they circled it, and that was it.
Regime change and something that it's not going to bring chaos to the Middle East.
Okay, I don't understand how you guys don't see what the job is. The job is to fucking stop the world from being threatened by terrorist organizations within Iran. So whether it be a regime change or a regime shuffle, that's not the fucking issue. The issue is to stop missiles being indiscriminately shot at.
Listen. The thing is.
So if they can accomplish that by keeping in the same regime, they will. That would be a goal, and that would be one.
So that would be. You're right. Sorry. Let me explain it. But the thing is, I was born in Iran, and I lived through that ideology for like 7-8 years, and the problem is, even if you kill all the people, that ideology grows, because it's like have you seen Palestinian peoples or people that they have radical ideologies toward Israel? That ideology is going to again rise, not in the first year, not in the second year, in 5 years. And that's the whole problem.
Yeah, there's no doubt that it will still continue.
Yeah,
but the goal is to put them back 100 years. That's the goal.
No, it's not. This is not going to draw back IRGC 100 years. The thing is.
Of course it's going to. What are you talking about?
Look. Just let me talk. So the thing is, we as Iranian people, we never saw that Iranian government, they have missile subsidies underground. And as what we didn't know, right now we have just came to realization that basically Iranian government, they were getting ready for that Armageddon fight. And the thing is, they had that ideology since they actually rose. But the problem is...
Hold on. You're saying that the Iranian people didn't know that the IRGC was hiding missiles underground?
Yes.
You didn't know.
Yes. You didn't know. You didn't know. Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yes. Yes. Not
Hey, that was the funniest thing I heard all day.
Dude,
Bullshit,
not
are you
that.
good?
Not
Bullshit.
that.
Hold on, no. Bullshit, are you good?
Okay, and then somebody also just said not this and not. Come on, guys.
Yes. Yes.
You guys think we're stupid?
No, baby, listen. The thing is, we knew there are some missiles underground, but we didn't know.
Oh, now you know that they're
Like there was some. No, shut the fuck up, Alex. Stop fucking lying and appealing with fucking emotion and thinking the world's gonna fucking feel sorry for you because you're shedding a fucking tear and you're not being fucking honest. You're being dishonest.
No. Listen, we knew that the missiles exist, but not.
You just said that they didn't fucking exist.
Listen.
It wasn't the number that we thought.
BB, you just gotta listen to me. I'm not trying to be deceptive. I'm saying we didn't know the scale, and we didn't know that it's like.
Then why did you say that when you first started your bullshit fucking rants?
We didn't know
were
that
thinking
it's like.
they're hiding it. Yeah, we knew that they're hiding something.
But
That's
we didn't know
all we
it's like
knew.
in this big.
It was on national TV.
They made it. It was the world knew. What do you guys think?
Like, what the fuck? Like,
The thing that you don't know is that we recently have found out.
Are you hearing about?
They have underground and subway for the missiles to actually transport it.
Hold on, Alex. One mic on Tayaz. Watch this. Tayaz, go ahead.
Alex, as an Iranian dude, either you're an ignorant or a liar. Because in the 12-day war, they broadcasted ads by showing the missile cities under the ground.
They did it before the 12-day war, bro. They did it years
before that, right?
Guys, don't intervene. Let me talk to the guys. They actually showed a tunnel that it had lots of missiles, or they actually showed a city with underground, with subways. Which one?
We saw both. We saw the drone facilities as well.
No. Look, there's.
So either you are ignorant, or because you started.
There's a big difference, Viking. There is
No.
a big difference.
The way you started your sentence was that we didn't know they had missiles underground, which is a lie, right?
That's a person telling the truth.
Underground is different from having a city underground with subways to transport.
Sorry, guys. We only thought they had one missile underground. We didn't know they had thousands.
Yeah.
Get the fuck
Let
Your nuclear program was underground. What do you mean you didn't? They didn't have these large construction complexes. Like, what the hell are you talking? Like, you really are a special kind of stupid.
Just go and search this on Twitter and search the underground cities that I'm talking about. It's not what Tayaz is
Okay,
saying.
we had to blow up 3 nuclear sites that were underground that literally housed people. Trains, cars, buses, missiles, like all of that shit. They had restaurants or, I guess, food stations.
Tayaz is talking about the city with the tunnel that transport with buses and
Yes, we're aware that happens with you guys.
Yeah, but I'm talking about something that just came to like 2 weeks ago. Just go and search on Twitter or any news channel you want. It's like a city that it has trains and they have machines to actually open holes from the mountains so they can reposition their launchers after they actually get missiles from Israel or America. Just go and see this. It's not that I'm just making this up. Go and search about it.
We already knew you guys had facilities like that. That's the whole point. That's what
Brad, watch this, Brad. Watch this. So what did I watch? Hold on, everybody. So I just put into Grok. I said, hey, my retarded friend on Clubhouse says that the Iranians didn't know that missiles were being held underground. Was this true? They said Iran has been building and using underground missile facilities for approximately 42 years as of 2026.
They've done it after the Iran.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt your friend, your retarded friend, and the misinformation. In 1984, this marks the starting point of Iran's missile program officially began that year during the Iraq-Iran war and the first missile base. All of Iran knew of the missiles that were being stored underground. Thank you.
Yeah, they started building these underground. Hold on. They started building these underground cities after the Iran-Iraq war. Don't you understand that? Because they saw everything that was above ground. Everything that was above ground was being destroyed by Iraq during this war, and they realized, hey, let's build everything underground, and that's what they did. And you guys can sit here and deny and do all your stupid fucking takia, whatever you guys are doing. I don't know. You guys are really good at takia. So I don't know why you guys are not Muslims. I don't know why you're doing takia, but at the end of the day, we all know
That
what
American accent is pretty strong with you, and apparently you don't live in Iran, because obviously even fucking MSNBC, CNN, all of the fucking liberal sites, Al Jazeera, fucking, and whatever Sky Daddy you believed in, all knew Iran was doing this. Like, the number of videos that were out there, we did this, like this is not new, and
Okay, just strike my words. The baby that say that they were doing this, I said they had the different two things that we just know about. The big bunker of.
You should probably listen to the girl. We know your women fight tougher than you guys do.
You know, we knew that definitely they have monster missiles bunker, and they're sitting like over thousands of missiles. But the new thing that came.
Brother, Alex, take a breath, bro. Honestly, it's okay to say yes, I made a mistake. You fucking started to say, Alex, please. Yes, he did. He said, we did not know there was missiles under. Or the Iranians told him he was wrong.
Bibi, let him talk. Let her talk.
You don't even let us talk, Harry and Bibi.
Yeah, because
What are you talking about? We've been letting you talk the whole time. What the fuck are you talking about, Rose?
Okay,
Stop playing victim. Is that what you guys are good at doing? You guys are good at playing victim.
You're literally on a stage line saying that no, until 2 weeks ago we didn't know they had underground missile facilities or types of facilities, drone or whatnot. That came out of his mouth, and then you said, "Oh, you're not letting us."
He just backed it up, man. He said, no, we didn't know. She just backed it up and said, no, we didn't know.
You did know.
Let me finish my sentence.
Rose, are you saying that we didn't know, that you didn't know there was missile facilities underground? Yes or no?
We knew. But the problem is you don't
You
even
just
let
said.
us finish the sentence because he was just talking about the tunnel underground, like it was
they don't
city,
listen.
and we didn't.
Bibi,
Let me talk.
Let her talk, Jose.
I know their language.
You know what? Hold on. Let's pass the mic to Edward. Let's pass the mic to Edward. Hold on. Let's pass the mic to
Oh my
Edward.
God.
Edward. Mike's on Edward.
Thank you.
Right. So he was just saying.
Rose, how the fuck did you miss that? There you go. Bang. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, everything everybody's talking about is still not going to help the 91 million Iranian people live a life, right? So this is my question. It's very important for all of us, especially the world in the Muslim country. What do all of you believe, Muslim world, about the American people and American system? And where do we come together? Because to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, that most of the Muslim country do not like the West. So please explain to me, how do we help a regime? First, the regime that's going to be taken out, has been taken out in Iran, and then the rest of the Muslim countries. How do we do this? So please explain that to me, because you got a lot of people, right, on 91 million Iranians that's looking for some type of freedom. Could you explain that to me?
But Edward, we're not having that problem with the rest of the Muslim world. In fact, economic relations, peace relations have actually expanded, including in terms with connections with Israel. Like, there is economic developments and trade agreements going on in multiple nations out there, which is why, guess what? Iran said, oh, we're going to create the Muslim world to get it to go against the U.S. and everybody else on here, and we'll win. We'll create this whole thing. Their optics and their attempt failed. Like, this is why Saudi Arabia is now jumping in. UAE wants to jump in. Qatar wants to jump in. Jordan told Iran to go piss off and literally said no more. And Egypt is not backing them up. In fact, they built up and reinforced their border. Lebanon, nobody's coming to the aid in southern Lebanon. How about the Hezbollah groups over there? So, like, at the end of the day, the problem is the 91 million in Iran that don't want to to jump into the economic fold or the prosperity fold, or to actually just stop with the crap going on for the last 50 years. They haven't just targeted the U.S. They haven't just targeted Israel. They have targeted multiple other nations, nations that they have no with, conflicts with, peace that really can't afford to have even one tanker freaking fall to the wayside by a Iranian Navy. So this whole idea that, well, we can come together, no. The best thing to do is to make Iran capitulate. These people will not elect anybody. They're arguing for a guy who's lived for 30 years in Maryland, and that he's going to be some savior, which really doubt that one. And then they're not willing in the entire 50 years to really go fight, and they cite some protests they did once, in which, yes, it's unfortunate, tens of thousands were killed, but you didn't do anything. You didn't accomplish anything. And then you're telling us, God bless the U.S., God bless Israel, when in fact, even Pahlavi is still throwing shade to Israelis. He's still throwing shade to America. We can hear it, which is why the U.S. is not backing him. We don't want him in power. We're not going to put him in power because he's not the guy he is. We can hear his words. We know how he acts. 30 years here. He's not 30 years over there.
The question, guys.
Yes, please.
One second. So, like it. One second. So, like it, based on what you said, because my understanding is Sunni and Shia. What group is partnering, like with the Abraham Accords? What group is doing that? And what number of Muslim countries, including Iran, that's not part of that coalition?
Edward, let me just.
Let's like it. Please. Ozan, please. Okay, I want to hear from Brad. Okay.
So the Sunni and Shia are going to have internal fights. They always do. Like we always expect, like, oh, they're going to come together, and you'll have idiots that come up on the stage and say, hey, we're peaceful, we're going for this, and then they turn on each other and they start going. And even within those communities or those tribes, you have freaking massive divisions. So going it based on, shut up, Huzan. I literally will pack you up all day. It'll be a lunch for me. What will happen is if we cater to those tribal groups, then we're just talking about regionality and tribes. We can't look at the constructs of the Middle East. This is one thing why the Abraham Accords really worked, was because we didn't address Sunni and Shia, we didn't address Kurdish, we didn't go through all these individual ones to try to placate them as our past foreign policy was. What we did is addressed it based on nations and dealt with the governments that were in power at the time, which was the genius of the Abraham Accords, because for so many administrations, we were dealing with tribal issues. And we pulled that back and said, here we go. We were too worried about what the Kurds would do, what the Shia would do, what all these groups would do. We would worry about all these different aspects, just saying we need to deal with the nation at large. Now that we have, and I'm not saying the Abraham Accords were perfect, but it was a good step forward, and it has proven to put us on a pathway in the Middle East to provide stability. Now, they may kick our ass in the future economically as a collective. They may come together and become one nation and be the ruling forces around the world. I have no idea. But right now, the majority of the nations are not on board with what the Iranians want. The majority of nations over there, the ruling bodies that be, are stating, here, this is the issue. We do want this to stop. We have asked this for stopping. You have attacked us as well. We will commit forces if you do not capitulate to the demands of the U.S. We want the economic prosperity. We want the economy. That's what they're fighting for. That's the rest of them. Israel, too. They're not attacking Israel. Like, all those former nations aren't attacking Israel. They're all getting along, including Egypt. So if, Edward, your point on that about coming together and worrying about those groups, that's like saying, what can white and black Americans do to propel our country forward? It's irrelevant. We as a nation have to propel ourselves forward, not worry about divisions within, underneath that nation.
So if you talk to the Iraqi guy, Iraqi regular guy, they love Iranian region compared to Iranian people, because they said it's the only government in that region that they fight back against Israel and U.S. So yes, Viking is right about the trade of the government between the countries.
the people of that country, they are against their own government because they said the government doesn't have a backbone. Like Iranian hierarchy disrupted, don't get me wrong, to fight back. So to answer your question, that hatred exists. Not even between Sunni. I mean, I don't think it's Sunni Shia. It's a big huge deal, but sometimes there is a problem. But that hatred between Muslim people and the Western country exists. And the only way you can heal it, they don't trust their own government. Like, they don't care about the guy who's running that Egypt has a trade, whatever, US. They don't like the government. And they love whoever fighting with US and Israel. The only way you can fix that is people like Muslim Imam, whoever in any country, in US, whatever, they start talking to the regular people and said, fuck this hatred. You need to communicate with the world. They don't listen to the government. They don't care about this trade.
We're not campaigning, Hussein, in your country.
I agree, campaigning. So
we're not going to do that.
No, I'm talking about Muslim people. Muslim in spiritual leader in any country, any mosque, they need to start.
You got that. You're welcome. IRGC.
No. I'm talking about the mosque here in US. That hey, stop this hatred. Otherwise, the regular Arab people, they.
You're not impacting Iran. From Iran, you Iranian Canadians don't have a say in Iran. You're not impactful. It's up there with like Americans thinking somehow they can sway politics in Israel and determine what Israel does. They can't. You may have citizenship. You may be able to go back. You may be even able to cast a vote there. But you really don't have a lot of sway in it. Your voice isn't really freaking louder than that. And I'm going to be honest, those Iranians over there, they're not going to look at you as some fucking savior. They're going to look at you as you left, you went there, you ate McDonald's and drank Tim Hortons, and now you're coming back telling us how we got to live? No. They don't. And they're not going to campaign. I'm not going to take that for you. So you need to understand that you don't have voice. And all the shit that we've been dealing with for 50 years is now compounding on you, which is why we keep knocking Ayatollahs up like they're ducks at a fair at a baseball pitch.
Again, I don't know what you think.
What do you think Iranian people think when you argue for bombing them?
Oh, if you were worried, you know what? Here, that's a great shut up, Hussein. You're like ridiculously dumb. So here's what I think, what Iranians think. I don't care. Because you cheered when 241 Marines were sleeping in their racks in Beirut, and you cheered and clapped and did that shit when you drove a fucking bomb into there. An unarmed group that was there for fucking, guess what? Peacekeeping issues. They were helping the region. You didn't give a damn about those 241. You cheered in the streets. You had massive parades, ticker tape parades. You held that. You know what? You attacked the USS Cole. You guys went and cheered. The embassy, you guys cheered. Shut up, dude. If you don't know, go down to the Goop.
Thanks for your comments, sir.
So again, you think we as Americans care when you like burnt our U.S. sailors last year? You think we care when we do that? How about when you took 6 of them on our knees and then you said, hey, we're going to support this? You think somehow or another we're as Americans, we're worried about what you think in your nation because you can't govern yourselves, you can't take your own government, you think that you can't put up anything? You guys have been bitching and complaining and cheering on. Meanwhile, you were throwing fucking bombs over in Israel going, woohoo! You were fucking creating terror groups in the Pacific, Europe, and Africa, and you did it without even any kind of a plan. And again, you're just like ridiculous to think that we as the U.S., as American citizens, really love seeing where our fucking people are and listening to idiots like Hassan who live in Canada who are too much of a fucking coward to wear a uniform and go fight in their own nation for all this bullshit that he has. So good. I mean, at the very least, you guys could put a suicide vest on and go do something, but you can't even do that.
Let me just tell you something. There's a difference between the government and the people. I don't know what is you means. Like, who is that? Who's that you?
Okay. Is there any Iranian that actually lives in Iran? No, these are all fucking cowards that fled.
Can this Viking shut up, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I won't shut up. They'll move you to the fucking audience before they do that to me. They ain't gonna fucking tolerate that shit. No, you're right, because I did wear my uniform. Country asked that needed me, I stood up. You know what you did? You ran for Tim Hortons to Canada. You ran there. You went there, and then you cry, oh, the Iranian people love you. If they loved us, why were they killing over thousands of us? How about 613 in fucking Iraq, which you guys did? How about Soleimani's fucking little toys that you guys fucking packed up and packaged? You didn't do shit about that. How about the 1,000+ in fucking Afghanistan? You didn't fucking do that shit. You didn't care about that. You were cheering on that. How about in Syria? You guys were playing there. So again, shut the fuck up, Hussein. Go back to being a fucking wannabe IRGC. Go back to wanting to kidnap kids. Back and trying to oppress women. Because frankly, I don't need you. I don't shit. And I really don't care if you have an existence after Iran falls.
Thank you so much. Who can
America, bitches! Here, part to what Viking is saying. He doesn't know anything about the Middle East. He has no knowledge. He just has a big mouth. Okay. Oh, and you have knowledge? Shut up and then just listen. You know this. No, wait. Do you have knowledge then? I'm just trying to understand. It's not more knowledge than everybody else. I have good knowledge about Iran. And what are your credentials? Can you mute this fucking asshole Viking? He is an asshole. What are your credentials? No, we're not going to mute him because he can say whatever he wants. No, he's wasting time. That's who you? Who are you to tell him what he can say and not say? Okay, let me tell you, this is not the issue of, the first mistake you are making, and this guy included, is talking about Shia and Sunni. It's not about Shia and Sunni. After Iranian revolution, actually, yeah. Oh my God, all right, let's listen. Go ahead, the ideology against, you go and fight against the West, and then against the West interest in the region, and say death to America, death to Israel. This all over started with this regime in Iran. He doesn't get it. Don't make energy on this guy. He doesn't get it. Just shut up. When this regime is gone, then all this mess is gonna be cleaned up. All this came with the regime of mullahs, and then the mullahs are gone. This is gonna be cleaned up. This is a simple story. I said this. I said this in a very simple word. So this Viking, with the lack of knowledge, Iran and Middle East can understand. All this mess came with the regime of mullahs. When the mullahs are gone, the mess will clean up. It goes back to...
That's a retarded statement if I've ever heard it.
You shut up.
Or what? You're gonna do what? Go order a fucking Shipley's donut? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
I know you.
You know me? Hey, you know what? You know me? I'll step outside. You can come play. What are you gonna do? Order Taco Bell? Quarter pounder with cheese? Fucking coffee from Dunkin' Donuts? You're gonna be like the white girl and shake the ice in the cup? Think it's like fucking great?
I want a caramel macchiato, please, grande.
There you go. That's an Iranian for you. Can I get a caramel macchiato? Like, again, you guys like act like something you can't. You're not even a fucking citizen of another nation. You're sitting there and I hear you're screaming for Iran and the mullahs are gone. That's going to end the problem. No, it's not. Because guess what? U.S. are going to have internal fights. You're still going to go kill over Israelis. You're going to go fuck over other nations. You're going to end up doing stupid shit like Hamas. And then all of a sudden you think, oh, it's going to be fixed. But it's not being fixed. You dipshits. You're like a fucking idiot that's gonna go, Palestinians is gonna come save us. Like, Jesus Christ.
Fucking great job. Okay, thank you.
No, dude, shut the fuck up too. You're dumb too. I don't give a flying fuck about you.
Thank you. So, Edward, back to you.
No, man, you don't get it, do you? You guys don't get it. Why? I want to know. Here's my...
Why this guy is always talking? Somebody has to mute him.
Don't mute me, Monica.
No, we're gonna mute you, Ron. We don't want to.
Can I have one of those mod badges since Anne or Monica likes to mute me?
What's the question?
Harry, can I have one of those mod badges?
Mikey, you say you have a question?
Harry.
I'll
do it, Harry.
Don't do what?
Don't do it, Harry.
Yeah, good morning.
What the hell?
Good morning, Monica. Good morning, Sword. Ocean Abbey. So, the reason why I wanted to have the conversation because I think that we're trying to get to the point where there is actual a nation of people, right? That's what we
What does moving bread? Who's
No, you shouldn't do that. Bring the guy back. Bring the guy back.
Who's doing that?
Hold on.
So I can pack this guy.
No, who did that? Who did that?
That was Monica that moved me. And Monica and Ann did it. Monica, you don't get to determine that shit. So here we go. We're gonna do this shit all day. I don't give a fuck. It's not your house, dude. You didn't build it. You didn't do shit. It's not your house.
Yes, it is. Yes, the house is.
It's not your fucking house. Guess what?
Whose house is it, though?
And then to the audience.
Wait,
deserves to be on stage.
I didn't know. No, he deserved that. Let him talk. Let him talk. It's okay.
Yes, it is Monica's house, guys.
Guys, hold on. It's Monica and Serendipity's house. And
Yes.
she has rules, and we have to abide by it, even if we don't like them. But it's her house. You don't tell people what to do in their fucking house. But please, can you bring Harry back up? Monica, thank you.
Okay. So, I'm just trying to, from a Western point of view, find out how we together try to make the world a peaceful place. That's all. That's my
And I
question.
told you, talking about Iran, but there's a lot of people in Arab countries. Islam is not a religion of peace. I'm telling you, I'm Muslim, but it's not a religion of peace. Islam is a very crazy ideology, whatever. That again, I don't want to go now. I was born as a Muslim. I used to practice as a Muslim, but I'm telling you, it's not talking about peace. It's talking about a lot of shit. Maybe peace is one of them, but it's a lot of craziness in this religion, like any other religion. Don't get me wrong. The only way you can bring people together.
Shut the fuck up, Goofy.
Thank you. I'm Muslim.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Okay, it's not something we're
No,
not
what are
gonna
you
do.
talking about?
Honestly, guys.
What are you talking?
Hold on. I'm trying to make a fucking veggie omelet and listen to this.
No, I'm not gonna allow him to disrespect my religion.
No.
I don't.
Listen.
You're not gonna disrespect my religion. You're telling me.
I'm Muslim too.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut up. If this is freedom of speech, man.
Yeah.
And no, shut the fuck up. And please, mute up, everybody. Mute up. And if you don't like laugh out loud, if you didn't like what he had to say, patiently wait until it's your turn, then get off mic, and then rebuttal it. Don't fucking lower yourself to his level. If you think he's being disrespectful, why do you think that it's okay for you to be disrespectful? Let's have a fucking good room. Wait your turn and say, hey man, I don't like what you said. I think it's really disrespectful to my religion. Don't come off mute, man. It's a one mic policy. Everybody has a minute to a minute and a half to speak, uninterrupted, of free speech. Let's continue that.
Can I have a minute?
No, I'm talking. No, thank you, Bibi. Thank you. So, back to you. Yes, this religion has its own issues. Me, as a man, can criticize that. I used to practice. I don't do it anymore. I'm Chicago. The only way you can bring people together should be done by the Muslims, whatever, in spiritual, whatever leader. Again, forget about Iran right now. Forget about IRT. I'm not talking about, you're asking about how bring people together. And it should be done by mullahs that who are, has influence on the regular people. Yes, governments are close. Saudi Arabia might be okay with US and Israel and whatever and UAE, but the people inside their countries, Egypt, Lebanon, Palestine, go on any other Arab country, they are not okay with this kind of policies. The only way you can come together is by imam of the mosque or a spiritual leader to bring people together and say, get rid of this hatred and don't do that. That's my opinion. If you ask that question, that's my opinion. It cannot be done by Christians, it cannot be done by Jewish
Pass
people.
the mic to somebody, please. Don't off the mic.
Thank
What's up, BB? How are you?
Oh, what's up, Nav?
Good morning. How are you? I figured this is a good time to change the narrative in here. So, what's going on? Anything exciting?
Yes, Keith. We're actually having a discussion. So, BB.
Sorry.
No problem.
Can I say something?
Mike, please.
Can I finish my thought?
Edward was talking. Go ahead.
So if I understand correctly, it's going to come from the local imams, the different mosques. But based on what you said, is this true
in the Muslim world or Islamic world that it's not a religion of peace. Is that a true statement? And I want all Muslims to answer this. Is your religion, based on your understanding, is it a religion of peace? That's what I want to hear from the Muslims.
In Islam, Edward, we have one Quran. Maybe in your religion, Christian, we have like different Bibles. But in Islam, we have one Quran.
I only asked about Islam. I didn't ask about any other religion.
No, I'm telling you. But we have different interpretation from this book. Like from one verse, you can get the interpretation that you can go and kill people. From another verse, yeah, you need to get the guy on the right in this religion. They always verses that telling you go and kill and go and do and go and burn and whatever, and then brainwash and you know the level of uneducated people in this religion is high, and they brainwash people with those verses and they do crazy things. It's like I'm telling you, Edward, if you touch my bag, I'm gonna kill you. And then the Muslims coming and say, hey, it's okay to kill Edward, but he didn't tell you it is bad. He said nobody can go and kill Edward. That different interpretation that you can take from Quran, yes, you can take very crazy things from this book, you can take peaceful things from this book. But most of the time they take crazy things from it. They don't go to and then they want to push back and say, oh, this is a religion of peace, everything is, we don't do this. But if you notice, they do all the crazy shit and they justify it with the Quran.
As a Muslim, can I answer the question?
1 second, Tess. I just want to say this because if Iran, I'm just using Iran, is a cleric that ran by this their ideology, but yet they have sophisticated weapons, underground weapons. Does that sound to any of you that this regime is a regime of peace? And are they using those weapons? Okay, let me just finish my thought. Okay, guys, I don't have a fight at all. So I'm just trying to understand because the clerics who's been running the Iranian people 47 years have also funded terrorism around the Middle East and around the world. I'm just trying to find out how do you, as Muslims, justify the behavior of the clerics in your country and also have weapons that will just hurt people all around the world.
So Iran is a different case, Edward. Iran is like 80, like 100%, 95% Shia, which is like Protestant in your Christian and not Catholic or Orthodox. So we are not Iranian. Again, I don't want to say Iranians are not very religious compared to the Sunni. Like when Sunni, you ask him to pray, he's gonna pray. He never asks you a question because God said pray. But Shia people are like, why should I pray? And what's the reason for that? I mean, why should I do fasting? Well, Iran is not a religious country. 20% are religious, 80% not, maybe more, excuse me. But yes, the IRGC, the regime is hardcore religious. Or maybe not only religious, they're crazy. They think about Judgment Day and then we need to bring the Judgment Day as soon as possible, so we need to do crazy things and whatever, things like that. And it's not justified by Iranian people. That's what I was trying to tell to other people. When you use the word you to the Iran, what is this you means? You mean IRGC or Iranian people? Because that's the country that they hostage 91 million people. And again, I don't want you guys to say you're here to victimize yourself or whatever. No, it's not like victimizing. There's a minority running the country that most of the people, they disagree with the God, but we don't know what to do. We try all the option and all we got just killing and killing and killing. So Iran is different from UAE, Saudi Arabia, that the people are against the US and Western countries, but the governments are okay with those countries. Iran people are okay with the government is against. It's the opposite side.
So you would say like Iran is like Somaliland.
Iran like Somaliland? How come? I don't know about Somaliland. Can you say?
Somaliland is like the people are pro-Israel, but the government is against Israel.
Yes. Or like opposite side of the battle.
Let me do correction. I'm Somali, so the Somaliland government, it's not easy to say that they are pro-Israel. No, it's not that way. Somaliland is a different case. So they are a breakaway state. They wanna get their independence. So that to get their independence, they were trying to get independence for the last, let's say, 35 years, and they couldn't get one country. So finally, the only country desperate to have any country so that they could breathe, you know?
Sorry.
It's easy with this.
I just wanted an example, to be honest. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Sorry.
Lucy, I just want to be clear about what we heard from the other guys, which I agree like 90% with the Viking and Harry. I don't know where are they. But it's not like there are a bunch of pussies in Iran or there are a bunch of whiners and bitches, whatever, bitching. It's not like that. When you say you need to be super clear who you're talking. Are you talking about IRGC or the people? Because it's not the same.
But
it is not
Hussein,
the same.
Hussein, I don't know. Like, I'm not from Iran, to be honest.
Yes.
But I think, like, I find it hard to think of any Iranian in Iran that's being bombed right now to agree with you.
I'm telling you, I have connection. I started this room by saying that I have connection in Iran, that they lost houses with this bombing. They lost family with this bombing. I'm telling you, I'm not making myself like, I'm not making stuff. And they said, I am okay. I lose my house if this fucking regime goes.
But do you want your people to be like that?
But that's
like,
not,
really.
Yeah, this is the.
That's what you're.
I didn't start this war. I didn't start this war. This war happened, and now that it's happened, it should finish. It should finish. We cannot.
Listen, with all due respect, you are not you're not making things up, but you're trying to show this is the majority of Iranians.
No, I'm not trying to show. I said an example. And I checked your Instagram. I'm not sure if you for the government or not.
I'm not in favor of the
Your
government.
face on your Instagram is a little different. So I'm telling you right now. Go ahead. Because I know Iranian
I
support.
don't know what that means. Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait. And please, with all due respect, let others speak as well, because not everyone agrees with your narrative, right?
Let me speak, please.
That is my point.
From Iran. Actually,
can you make your point?
Just hold on.
I will speak after Farhat. It's okay. I will speak after Farhat.
After me, because I fully agree with what Hussein said. I'm from Iran. I understand the society. I understand the country, and even the Middle East. And to you, what's your name? Fayaz. Yes. You know, I have seen your post on Instagram. You are fully in support of the regime of mullahs, despite the fact that the majority of Iranian, I would say 98% maybe, even I don't know, everybody in Iran, they are happy that the mullahs are going. They don't care what's going to happen. Really, this is ridiculous, right? But it's reality. And government is doing two things only: launching the missiles and propaganda. For propaganda, they have people they going all over, especially on internet, on social media, posting some words on or messages in favor of the mullahs of Iran. This is all propaganda. Don't listen to them. It's strange. Yes, Iran people under bombardment, but they are happy because they had enough with the mullahs. So you have to go and think about it. What mullahs have done that people are happy that the country is being bombed.
Dude, this is crazy. But can you listen to yourself?
Whatever it is, you don't understand. Okay, you are not from Iran. You don't understand. But this is reality. Okay,
but you sound
imagine whatever you like. You think about whatever you like. But this is the reality on the ground in Iran.
Can I make my point?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Just one. For the other gentleman. What's your definition of propaganda?
Yeah, it might answer your question, so we'll see if it's okay. I wanted to speak after Farhat. Farhat, did you make your point?
I just want to say something to you. I never said there are some.
You are not even 1% of Iranian population. So don't lie in here, Hussein is here. Whatever you say, which is not, I'm going to speak up.
Be careful what we're talking about. Of course, there are examples inside the country right now that they bomb their houses and they are not happy with this war. Of course, there's always examples and exceptions. All I'm talking about is a majority. And I think the disagreement between you and I, that you're going to say, no, those people are 20%. I'm saying those people are 80%. And maybe Farhad say 95%. So please be careful about your example, because
But again, I'm sure you're gonna bring some movies, propaganda from Iranian TV that the lady is crying because she lost her apartment or whatever. I get that. I
have my family in Iran. I called them with a lot of these copies. Their windows are broken. What they are worried about?
No
They said, oh, are they negotiating?
Yeah.
We want them to finish the job. Of course, Trump is not our president. But this is the willingness of Iranian people to remove this regime. Because they kill all people in the street, 45,000 people at least. This is the official number. The real number is much, much more. President Trump said that last night. 43,000 people. So of course, when they lose their family member, they want to get rid of this regime at any cost. But people don't understand this asshole, Vicky. I have spoken with him. He is really ridiculous. He is against Iranian people. He is promoting regime propaganda, which says Iranian people are supporting the regime. That is what Vicky saying. He said when they bombed Beirut and killed American soldiers, where were you? We were against the regime.
Yeah.
The regime is doing those things. I was arrested in Tehran on 9/11. I was a young
You
student.
made your point. Can we just like get
No,
the other
just hold on. Why? Because I went to the street with thousands of my friends, students from different universities. We showed our sympathy to American people because 9/11 happened and the regime arrested us. They said you are CIA agent.
We get it, brother. We get it. Let other people have their mic, bro. We get it. Honestly, we do understand.
May I go on?
Sorry, guys. Uzi, just 30 seconds.
I spoke the whole time.
Uzi,
You
30
have
seconds.
to-
I want to tell you something.
You have to leave them. You have to learn to leave them. Just from the mic, stop talking. But it's okay. Go on.
We need a negotiable.
Okay, go ahead. Question.
Can I go ahead,
So,
guys? Because I've been here
I
for a
will-
while.
I believe this is a hallucination. I don't say before war there wasn't a majority of Iranians who liked the regime to be bombed. There were a lot of them, especially in
What's the percentage of the amount of people that support the IGC right now?
Right now, I would say more than 50%.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Yeah, I would say that because
That's the fucking
I'm
lie.
explaining. Let me tell you. Let me give you some numbers as well. There were only 6 million people in.
I am Iranian, and let me explain you something.
Yeah, you can.
Amir, you can have the mic after Tabas. Tabas, wrap it up. You have 30 seconds.
Right, I didn't start yet.
Yeah, you did. You were talking. So go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
I just wanted to talk and you
Okay, you're
asked me
wasting 10 seconds. Now you have 20. Go ahead. You have 20 seconds.
There were 6 million people signed up for this war because they believe this is the defense against a country, against two countries that they also have propagandas. It's not that IRGC has propaganda
from the regime.
Don't interrupt him. You're stealing away from his time. He's got 5 seconds left to land his plane. Don't land it into the side of a building. Go ahead.
in 10 seconds, I just want to say, guys, Iranians, I'm talking to you now, have some dignity. I like something about this Viking and Harry and others there said they have a point there. You guys are begging Americans to come and rescue you. Where is your dignity? Where is your dignity? Where is your dignity, you know?
This war was started between Trump and Iranian supreme leader. That's it.
You can't even...
Yeah,
You can't even
Okay,
lose your
mic
point because-
control. Tayaz. Amir, go ahead, buddy. Amir.
Give me another time.
Don't interrupt you. Come back up. Just stop it. It's one mic on Amir. One mic on Amir.
First of all, I want to
Alright, moderator, do you remove anyone?
Yes, I am Iranian.
Brad was removed. Brad was removed and now he thinks I did it.
Brad
When the
sucks.
moderator removes someone and I get blamed for it, I get cranky. Please don't remove anybody. The them down and do them. I get in trouble for your behavior.
Who cares
Not
what
okay.
Brad Stauffenberger thinks?
All right.
Okay, one mic at him here.
Okay. First of all, I am a computer engineer, and in our case, every time we say we should find a problem and have a solution. Let me explain. If you want to know about Iran, you should know about the history of Iran. Iran is the only country when the Islam take control of the country. They are not changed their language. And for this reason, we never became Muslim. My name is the Islamic name. My name is Amir, that means commander in the Arabic. In the Farsi, it became immortal. And if you understand what we are thinking, you understand what will happen now in our country. We then became Muslim. In 1600 years ago, the time was became Muslim. One of our kings called Ismail killed anybody other than Muslim. And for that, many of Iranians go to the India and became the Persian of the India. And now they are controlling the country, the Indian country. Tata family or anything else you can mention. And what happened about our religion? Iranian never became Muslim. They are became Shia. Here's something, how can I say? It's like Islam, but it's not Islam. For example, in Islam, if you are changing the religion, you are a mortal, you should die. But in Shia, we are prayed 3 times. But in Islam, they are saying you should pray 5 times. Why? Because in our the religious people that, the Zoroastri, we are prayed 3 times. When sun is come, then sun is up, then sun is gone. And for that reason, we are change our religion, the name of Islam, because we are not Islamic. And another thing you should understand about the Iran is Iran is not one nation. Iran is many nations. For example, I am a Kurdish. Everybody say I want to be free of the Iran. But my family, for example, is they are fighting 600 years. We are fighting in the Russia. We are fighting in the India. And all of them is a historical. If you want to understand Iranian, you should first understand the culture of them. We are not Muslim. We are something unique. Because our position of the Iran is something unique. We are between 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa. For that reason, we are becoming some unique country. And this country, because it's not controlled but one troop, one nation, became something special like United States. You can say in England only live Anglo-Saxon. In Germany, you only live Germanian. But Iran is not like that. Iran is something Baloch is live, Muslim is live, Zoroastri is live, and the 3 of the Hawarian, I don't know what's the name of that in the English, the person worked with Jesus. 3 of them was in Iran. 3, the only country, and we have 3 of them and respect of them. And another thing, you should understand what happened in Cold War. In Cold War, unfortunately, United States. Yes, this is my last word. In Cold War,
United States make a big mistake. They think religious can defeat the communists. For that reason, they are made one country that they think is religious, but it's not. That's called Islamic Republic of Iran. Defeat the Soviet. For that reason, that thing they are created, the evil thing, make the world something I cannot explain it. Because, for example, in Islam, you have a three step. Step one is a peaceful. Everybody says, I am a Muslim. My Sharia left. They said I should respect other religions. But then they are became powerful. They control the country. They said, okay, if you are not in Sharia law, you should die. And after that, they are telling everybody, don't believe Sharia law. They said, okay, we should control all of the world. That's the problem of Islam. That's the problem of the IGC. That's the problem of the Islamic Republic. If you are not control that, you will be died.
Wait a minute, it sounds like a domestic problem, to be honest. Like, these problems can be solved.
Lucy, they didn't let me speak. Like, if I had the same amount of time, I would have explained. Iran has 9% atheists. You can't even, Edward was, I think, who posed a question, right? You mentioned Muslim countries. Iran has more like atheist population than United States. I believe United States is 5 to 6%. There are 40% of Iranians who consider themselves non-believer. These are from polls that, done by independent sources. So I want to say Iranian people are a lot more aware of the problems of Islam. They're aware of the fact that they should be modern, they should be modernized. I believe in that. I believe Iran's government is minorities government in Iran. But the factor of war is something that you are not considering it. The matter of the fact is, for 250 years, Iran hasn't attacked anyone. It has only defended itself, its borders. What happens if United States get attacked by terrorists? They started
because they are killing ourselves.
They started.
For example, in the Kurdish area, they are killed more than 1,400%.
Yeah, don't come into my mic, okay? So they rallied around the flag. They united. They got united. I'm talking about American people. I like America. I like their people. I hate IRGC again for the thousandth time. But what I'm saying is that the factor of war that happened 30 days ago started during the negotiations that Iran was having with the United States and Oman, like ally of America, an ally of the United States. They were mentioned. Iran was willing to give in a lot of its nuclear capabilities. This is something not propaganda of IRGC. This is something that American current government's authorities are mentioning. The counterterrorism authority who resigned was saying this, right? Tucker Carlson, if you don't like it of him or you like him, that's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is that we are in a war. Iran defended the war, and we're down a path that nobody wants. Even United States. Somebody was asking about the objectives of America. Bibi, that was your question, right? What are the objectives of the war in your mind? I want to answer that by saying even Trump doesn't know what is the objective because he's changing his word every day. And the previous foreign minister Blinken was saying that we were threatened by Netanyahu a couple of times. We didn't enter this war, and Trump didn't understand. He's a little bit like low IQ and pathetic president, I believe. But if you guys like him, say that. In my mind, he's less smart than average people. Because of that, he started the war by getting the bait, basically, by Israel. This is Israel's war. Israel has interest that is different from United States in the region. The United States wants stability, but they're not getting that. That's why you get the oil price going up, inflation going up, markets are going down, and it's a nightmare for United States. That's why he needs to come in front of the TV and pretend otherwise, because he's a pathological liar, as Bernie Sanders mentioned a couple of times. He, in his first term, President Donald J. Trump, he made 11,000 claims that were wrong. If he lied 11,000 times in 4 years, if you divide it by 4 times 365 days, it means 10 lies a day. During 4 years, he made 10 lies a day. So nothing he says is reliable.
Okay, I kind of had enough of this. I just woke up to the Trump bashing. It's at a point. It's at a point. No. Everyone mute. So I just heard a number of things that this is crazy. I wake up to some of the insane speakers. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna my dear. Okay, first of all, I wake up to hear that Iran has never attacked in 250 years. Did I hear that? Did anyone else hear that? So let's teach this word. Let's teach this very, very uneducated man proxy, and let's teach him what the word proxy means, and then try to figure out in 250 years all of the attacks that have been orchestrated by that nation via the proxy. Let's talk about the last 47 years, and let's talk about a non-attack. Do you think is taking American citizens and holding them hostage? You think that's an attack? Or maybe the attacks that were on other soils that were done via the proxies of Iran, the hijackings, the car bombs. I mean, how many car bombs did Hezbollah do as a proxy of Iran? How many acts did the Houthis do, or did Hezbollah do as a proxy of Iran? Or the attempts to assassinate American officials from our cabinet, our president. I mean, there's a laundry list. So I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Then I'm not finished, sweetheart. Love Charles, you're gonna mute. You're gonna mute. And then he has the audacity to now attack our president and say, and this is probably why they have this assassination attempts. And who knows who was involved in the assassination attempts? They may even show up in rooms that they have these attempts to kill our president, and then he comes in a room and says that our president has lied. What did he say 1,000 times? And every day he lies, and he goes on and on to disparage our president. You know, I don't know who you are. I pray you're not on U.S. soil, and if you are and you speak this way, then you're concerning. You're very concerned, very delusional, and you're sitting here with propaganda against our country. And I'm gonna thank God I woke up and I'm saying something on this. Monica, I she on the phone because I don't know why she's allowing it. I mean, I know it's not acceptable. These are lies, and it's absolute lies about Iran sitting, just twiddling their fingers and not doing anything and not attacking. What's a proxy? What happens when you take your money and you fund some other dude and you tell that other dude to go attack, and you train that other dude how to attack, and you give them all the weapons, all the know-how to go hurt someone? You don't think that's an attack? Well, let me tell you something. If you came in a court of law, you'd be doing just as much time. So no, that's a lie. don't try to paint the country as some innocent nation that has not been the access of evil to the world and the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. You go find a country that's going to tell you that's not true, because everyone thinks that, well, maybe North Korea, your friends, but no, you're not going to come on stage and make a comment like that. And I'm literally just hearing this. I don't know what else he said. I don't know how long he's been talking, but you're not disparaging the United States, and you're not disparaging our leaders here. And you know what? You're not going to be assassinating them anymore. You're losing that ability now. Too bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. So
Before you answer, does anyone else want to share those thoughts?
No, I want to answer because you addressed me, right? You addressed me, right?
Where you going? Hold on. What you should do first and foremost is explain why you decided to, in an American space, talk about the president the way you did. Now listen, you have any right, but like she's saying, you don't just do that just because you think you can. You gotta understand, you're talking to a bunch of Americans, man. Okay? You guys can criticize, because I know you don't do this in your country. I know you don't do that anywhere over there. See, we do have freedom of speech, but you do not know how the president operates and why. He actually has a cabinet. And for you to say things the way you said it, it's disingenuous. You got to stop. That you actually know how to operate. And to my knowledge, we've only had 47 presidents in the United States. And to run for that office means you have to have a little bit of cahoots. So let's make sure we're on the same page, bro.
Yeah, I would try to be.
Hold on. Can I finish?
Yeah, for sure.
All I'm saying to you is this. I never ran for president of the United States. That's not an easy task. And to do it twice, that's pretty powerful. So let's make sure we don't just say things that don't even. You can say anything you want.
I would try to correct my tone if I offended you.
This is not Iranian TV. This is Clubhouse. Okay, be careful.
Yeah, I would try to.
It's not Iranian propaganda TV.
Your disdain for our president is concerning to us. Your disdain for our president has turned into attempts to hurt our president. And everyone in this room our antenna's going to go up when we hear this. First of all, I don't know who feeds you your propaganda about our president, but your comments about him, it's concerning for all of us.
I heard your comments, if I haven't, because you addressed me, right? So what I want to say is that there is an article, right? What I said, I believe it's a fact. If I offended you, I try to be respectful. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. There is an article in Washington Post. I talked about the counter-terrorism authorities, Tucker Carlson. These are all American. You know them. The article is on April 19th.
So you're quoting, let me understand what you're quoting. You're quoting Tucker Carlson, and you're going to say that
I mentioned that.
That's going to be the authority?
No, I said.
Are you quoting something?
Maybe I was a little bit fast. I mentioned multiple sources.
Multiple. So far, you've got propaganda there. You're saying the Washington Post, also an extremely left-leaning, negative towards the government and towards the president.
I don't think Washington Post is extremely. Yeah, it's April 29. April 29, 2019. There is an article that talks about 11.
You're saying.
Yes, there is an article mentioning 11,000 lives during the first term of President Trump. You can look it up. I talked about Joe Kent, the counterterrorism authority.
The one that's under investigation? The one that's now being investigated by the FBI?
I think it has some value, right? It has some value as part of.
I
just want to mention one more point
about you're quoting Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, who both now are under federal investigation. Keep going.
President Trump was under federal investigation sometime.
Okay.
So I just.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. This is really very important. Do you know that we actually have lawmakers, legislators in America? Most
most of us do not get our information from talking heads or mainstream media. We actually have people in the halls of Congress, our Senate, that actually pass laws. Everything else is just words. Make sense to you?
Of course, that's why I mentioned an authority, right? I also mentioned fact checking is important. I know this source. I would be happy if you guys introduce another important, the two fact checking sources that I believe does that amazingly based on journalists that I've talked to is PolitiFact, Washington Post. These are important.
I think the room is hijacked, right? This is not.
One last thing. I want to talk about. I want to talk about the hostages, because it's important, right? It has been mentioned. I agree with Abby actually in that sense that taking hostages by the government was a horrible thing by Iranian government, right? So here I want to mention, I'm really sorry for that as an Iranian. I apologize whatever is need to be said. I'm doing that and I'm ashamed. This is to show my sincerity, but at the same time I want to mention, if you want to talk about Iran-US conflict during the years, the history doesn't start after 1979 revolution. History, if you want to talk about it, you can also take a look at the coup d'etat that happened during Dr. Mossadegh's time, 1953.
Yeah, but we're
By
not
the
talking
US
about that. We're not talking about that. You're moving the goalpost. We're not talking. I would get a comment. Everyone wait. No. Made a comment that Iran has not attacked anyone that Iran has not attacked anyone. Did everyone else hear this comment in 250 years? We were not talking about that. I asked you to address what a proxy is. I asked you to define a proxy. You can't do that. You know exactly what a proxy is.
Correct.
You know exactly what attacks have come from proxies of Iran, who they've orchestrated, what they've controlled, what countries they've controlled it, who they've assassinated, how many American citizens have been murdered, how many American servicemen have been murdered, how many car bombs did they allow their proxies or train their proxies to do. You're avoiding all of that. You're making it sound like it's a fucking Pollyanna country. Well, it is not. It is not a Pollyanna country, and maybe you should know that. Okay, you didn't address it.
Do you believe in regime change or you're a reformist?
I'm not a reformist.
Do you believe in regime change? So you're okay with this war to finish it and get rid of this IRGC?
I don't agree on this terminology of regime change because I don't know what the hell that means.
So you're the reformist, like you think that this
your
regime should stay?
invaders doesn't mean to beg your invaders to come and rescue you. It's not a rescue mission.
I agree with you. Don't go there. Don't go there. Do you think this regime should stay with some moderate people and then continue and make it a little sugar coat or whatever?
No, I believe and I do. I believe and I do. But that's a different question. I need 47 minutes for that.
We don't have time.
Exactly.
You're not in the United States, are you? Please say no.
I wanna address Abby's comment.
Are you in the United States?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, actually. Because our app is monitored, it's monitored by law enforcement. We do, this is important to hear when you hear someone like
What
this.
has law enforcement done if the president was...
Abby, let's have a sincere
Do you not follow now what we're looking at on social media in our country? You don't follow that?
You heard my word. I try to be
They care
very much. Okay. Yep.
Abby, I'm not in the United States.
Okay, good.
Let's build on what we had, right? Let's build on what we agreed on. I tried to be sincere and I would not.
Okay, proxies. What about the proxies?
Okay.
How do you feel about
For
those
sure.
guys?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Iran has. No, come on, man.
Oh man, you're talking 10 minutes now. I have a question for you.
Abby, do you want to talk?
Yeah. Who else came on stage? Actually, I just started mine. I don't know where everybody else is on the mic, but who else just came on stage that wants to talk about this? Maybe someone from Iran that would like to refute what he was saying.
Sure, I would go, if you guys don't want to have a dialogue, I would go down, it's fine, I would say, yeah, I'm doing that, if you give me some
No, we
time.
don't give you. It's enough. Tusi, you meant something. You mentioned a good.
Wait,
I have a question.
wait, I'm talking,
Kayas,
enough, I'm
enough.
talking.
So,
Okay, you're
you
done,
mentioned that.
you're done now, Tejas?
Tusi, you mentioned that it looks like a domestic issue. What do you mean by that? As a
I just want to thank everyone for
Thank you so much, Kayas. Thank you. Bye bye. Kiss kiss.
Take care.
Bye. What do you mean by that?
I don't remember.
Okay, guys, let me have the mic.
Like it was so long ago that I said that.
Yeah, do you think that if whatever happened in Iran is a domestic issue and other countries shouldn't care? Especially a guy from Syria that Iran did a lot of mess in your country?
So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that, yeah. Who
Okay.
supported Assad?
Let me go ahead because I've been here for a while, guys. So
Okay, let's can I give the mic to others because they're.
Okay, wait, you guys figure out, one person take the mic, you figure it out between the
Yeah.
three of you.
I'll
Do one at a time.
I'll give it up to whomever wants it. I just talk about the religious freedom stuff, that it is a domestic issue.
Oh, okay.
That it is not, it's like, the thing with the proxy is something else.
Yeah.
That, for a Western audience, you know? Like, I'm in Germany, I don't care, like, I care about people in Iran having religious freedom, but I'm not willing, like, to let my country intervene in that, you know? And there's a difference between that and something like, I don't know, attacking other countries, you know, these things.
So you're keeping them as two separate, is that what I'm hearing you?
Sorry.
So do you think that internal domestic issue shouldn't be addressed by the rest of the world, just what they try to export, not what they, is that?
It should be addressed, but there is like a difference between like funding proxies, attacking other countries, and like being shitty to their citizens. You know, it should be addressed on another level.
Right, but what if that domestic issue is something that is evil and harmful and hurting citizens? Do you think it should not just internally, like, find another country where there's an issue right now, like the Uyghurs, or you know, like at what point does the rest of the world just let that happen in a country and not address it? I'm curious. Do you think countries should be autonomous that way?
I think it's the problem of their own citizens to rise up and go against their governments. I think that other countries can act like add like sanctions on like arms exports and stuff like that should not help the regimes to do these things to their citizens. But I think and they should condemn it, of course. But I don't think that it should go beyond that. I don't think
I want to jump in real quick. I have a question for everyone who is asking, because I hear this question a lot. It's on the people to get their freedom and get to decide what to do with their country.
Yes.
Let's do that in a very small example. Lucy, I have a gun in my hand. I point it to your head, and I say, stop my dick. What are you going to do?
Well, suck your dick.
Okay, so that's essentially what you're saying. You're telling Iranian people to suck your dick just because they have. And the other hand, you're saying that they are in charge of being in their own freedom. What you say doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Dawn,
IRGC has guns.
Dawn, isn't it like the Nazis putting guns at people's heads in Germany and then marching them into death camps, and the rest of the world should just have sat back and not done anything? I mean, and the people that got put in the ghettos in Warsaw who didn't have guns, luckily some got smuggled into them, but should we have not like armed them? Should we have not helped them because the Nazis had the guns? Dawn, is that kind of what you're saying?
The Nazis went to Poland.
No, I'm saying when they were in Germany. In Germany, I know they went into Poland.
In Germany,
Should we have done it not help them?
were established much later.
Like
the whole Holocaust.
Yeah. I understand, but should we have done nothing for the German citizens that were being killed?
of course, we should have accepted the Americans should have accepted refugees. So they shouldn't have turned.
I've been waiting for a while, so let me go ahead. I want to make
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Wait,
Dawn,
wait.
Dawn, okay, and so Dawn go, then conference, is it conference? I can't even say. Okay.
What do you mean exactly by saying people should make themselves free? Like how? Can you give me an example? How can people against armed people, armed crazy people that they're gonna shoot you in the head? Doesn't matter what you say. If you're in the street, they're gonna shoot you in the head because they assume that you are, I don't know, U.S. a spy or Israel a spy. How can you rise up against such a government? Thank you.
I think it's just that I think the whole regime change wars were just led to like much more death and losses and a lot of chaos. That it's like in most cases, like the risk of much worse is much bigger. I think there are a lot of examples, if you look like at history, where people managed to rise up and defeat the government. I could call like East Germany, Hungary, all the Eastern Bloc countries. You could look also in South Africa. If you're not a fan of that, you can look at many other countries. Like this happened a lot with regimes that were much crazier sometimes than you would think.
What's the issue with this scenario that, okay, another country come here, as John said, weak government, weak this regime, take the gun out from their hand and then people finish it.
The problem is you have like the scenario
people
of North
finish
Korea.
it. People
You know,
finish it, okay?
you have the scenario of North Korea, you know. They went and weakened the regime did not fall. What happened? The regime became stronger.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what they need to finish it. Like the other government needs to go to the end. If Trump comes today and say, I'm gonna attack anymore, yes, we're gonna have North Korea. But if they continue for another 4 weeks, they weaken this regime, and then people go to the street and finish it, yes, we have something. It's not gonna be North Korea. But if he stop it today, whatever he started 30-something days ago, we agree or not, he already started, he needs to finish it. If you stop it today, we're gonna have North Korea.
Okay, I'm going ahead, guys. I've been waiting.
I don't think so.
Conf, let me ask you this. Is what you're about to say on the same topic, or are you finna change the topic?
No, the same topic here. Let's talk about Iran. I want to talk about Iran.
Become the same topic of what we talking about.
Yeah. So I was, I'm a big observer of Middle East and what's going on there. Really, guys, who was the first leader of the Iranian revolution?
See, Conf, hold on. You gotta hold that, because we
No, I just want to give a quick.
But you're changing the trajectory.
No, I'm not changing it. Just I want to explain something. I just want to explain something. So that leader is called Ali Khamenei. That leader was sheltered.
You are making wrong. He was Khomeini, not Khamenei. Khomeini got killed 2 months ago.
Khomeini. So that guy was sheltered by France. He was sending his recorded cassettes from France, I think a village around Paris. And then the people rise up and then they overthrow the Shah kingdom. So basically, that guy, I want to make the picture clear, guys. You need to know the history so that you can understand what's going on. So that's the one thing. The second thing.
Going on. King didn't start a massacre against people that are against him. That's the difference. He left.
Yeah.
But
So
they're not going anywhere. They're having a gun in their hand, and they're gonna shoot everyone, including you, including me,
let me just. Can I finish up? I'm not finished. So here we need to ask our questions, ourselves one question, like why France government hosted this clinic, which is called Khomeini. why they hosted it. The second thing I want to talk about is that this war.
Who in France hosted?
Americans.
Who in France?
Yeah,
So question one that you had, you just said, I'm going to help you ask your question. Who in the French government, who is the Prime Minister of France then? Who's the President of France?
I don't want to go into details, but
So you're saying the French government, be specific. It wasn't Macron, he was.
No, it was Mitterrand. It was Mitterrand, maybe, or
Mitterrand.
Yeah, maybe. And he has a point. I want to know what is his point. So what's that?
Okay, but
France did it. So what? France did it. Yes.
Okay, let me talk. So what I'm saying is that so now and this I know one thing. This war is not an American war. This is what I know. In the Middle East, there's a challenge between two powers who want to dominate the other. Okay, so Israel is trying to dominate that.
Israel is trying not to be bombed. Israel is trying not to have its citizens massacred. Israel is to exist without having its borders attacked. Israel doesn't want Iran's land. Israel wants to live on its own land and not have its citizens butchered, raped, and taken as hostage. And they don't want their villages having missile attacks every frickin' day. Okay, from 3 proxies, and now from Iran itself. That's what they want. They want to establish more missile defense, and they want that, which they have with the United States. And so, please tell me why you think Israel wants Iran. Israel wants Iran to stop, to just stop.
No, what he's talking about, mute up. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about there's a certain sect of religious Jews that believe Iran is still part of Israel. And that's what he's talking about. And you're going to start doing it in the next couple of weeks. You're going to say, shut the fuck up, Comp. You didn't even listen to Scorpion Master. You're going to stay on subject.
And that's the powers of some French.
But the problem is, in the next couple of weeks, they're going to start saying that Israel wants Iran. You guys are going to hear it more and more and more. And that's problematic.
So, hold that thought. No. I don't give a damn. We didn't go somewhere. We still gonna be here when you get back, because we not talking about that right now. What we talking about, we really finna iron this thing out about what are the options that's available when it comes to the liberation of Iran. That's what we're talking about. Now, the brother Husi, how do I say his name? Husi, okay. So Husi disagrees with a foreign power intervening in the mix. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, for domestic issues, yeah.
Okay.
Let me.
Oh my God, bro, you're giving us a bad name.
So the answer is
Confi, I'm sorry, just let me tell everyone one thing. Confi, you're always bringing these like historic stuff. No one cares. Talk like normal person.
All right.
Like, so what the hell?
So, Hussey, let me ask you this: when an internal conflict, like let's say, for example, if you take all of the American voice age and you drop them as natives of China, how long do you allow the bickering to take place in Iran before it starts to become counterparty risk to the livelihood of China?
I didn't get that. Okay. Could you just like repeat it?
I'll rephrase it.
Yeah.
I'll rephrase it. So the bickering going on in Iran is causing China to suffer when it comes to their ability to collect fuel or oil. So this can be devastating to China. So if we Americans today, let's snap our fingers and now we're Chinese citizens. How long should we wait for you guys to figure that out before we come in and intervene? Because the bickering over there is affecting us as Chinese citizens. How long should we let that happen before we say, fuck this, we're gonna come in and do what we gotta do?
So you're betting that the Chinese would intervene at some point and take out the regime themselves?
Well, people with interest of surviving,
and
they see that No, it could be anybody. You know, if right now it's the United States because our claim is that you know the Iran, not the people, just Iran as a nation is willing to develop weapons and exercise them on Israel and America and Europe. So that is our reason for going because we see it as a threat to us. But China or anyone else who relies on Iran for oil, they can have their own interests that's to them. So if China gets, I don't know what the percentage is, but if China gets the majority, like let's say 70 to 80% of their oil from Iran, and the issues that are going on over there starts to affect China as a civilization, they're going to invade too. So the question is for each nation's interest and their reliance or need to diffuse all of the issues going on in Iran, how long should all of these nations wait before they say, man, fuck international law, fuck all of this shit. We finna go in and we finna get this shit straightened out so that way if we can move on and continue doing business. Like how long should all of these wait?
Definitely not 47 years. I don't think I get your point, but I don't think your description is correct. To be honest, I think China is living right now. I think China is happy right now. They're getting their oil tankers through. Every oil tanker that is getting through is paid by Chinese yuan. They're amassing gold. There's nothing that says that China is selling gold like the Gulf countries and Turkey. There's nothing on hand that shows that what you're saying is happening.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
So that's one nation.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's devastated. It's fucked. You know, it's the biggest loser also in this conflict until now.
Well, that's after the fact. That's after the bombs. But like if we rewind back before, there were issues that persisted either way. So the bombing, if you will, just kind of like you mentioned, it put a pretty big gap in Iran's capabilities. But there are issues that if we go back to the reason why, like let's say China's not impacted, great, but the U.S. saw the potential, which is the reason why they struck first.
I think, to be honest, I think the U.S. struck because they weren't happy with the negotiations. No, that's not true.
But that's your perspective.
Yeah, that's my perspective about it.
Right.
Like, you guys can disagree with me. You know, I'm not gonna threaten anyone with anything. You know, I'm not gonna be.
So, for example, like if we go back to the China example, if the IRGC kill off all of the Iranians, then who exactly are they gonna buy? Who's gonna be there to do the jobs to actually get
that's the thing. I think the IRGC is stronger. I think right now because of the bombing. I think many people are going to the IRGC right now. No, like
really, this is the first time that someone said that in a room. No, it's interesting that you say that.
I think so.
And on what do you base that on?
If
I'm not been in all the Persians.
If you
hold on a second.
Can I answer that question? Because
Hussein, 1 second. This is the first time I've heard that comment because we hear usually the polar opposite. What do you base that?
What I base that on?
Yeah.
Like some friends.
So it's anecdotal.
Like, what's the foundation of why you say that? Oh, okay.
And it's also like there are some polls that say that right now the Iranian regime has more support.
Where are the polls being done? In Iran? Do you have those polls?
It's like an anonymous polls. Like I'm not that.
So they're not really polls. They're not like real legitimate polls.
No.
And these are anecdotal, like some dude that you're friendly with says it.
Can I answer that? Not that only. Like the guy also that just talked. No. I think when people get bombed, they have like a rally around the flag. Hey, Uzi, this is a very weird feeling. So let me go one by one. I feel also weird right now because like listen because do you really think that the people that are getting bombed they love the bombs? No,
like leaving the country, what happened in Syria. It never happened. Iranian state, maybe hundreds or thousands left the country, but they stayed to see what's going to happen with this war. It's not a love thing, okay? This is a, I don't know, there's no other option, okay?
Do you know when in Syria?
But if they stop bombing and they go to the negotiation, and I said from the beginning of this room, you're going to see millions of people going to leave the country because they don't want to be in the North Korea anymore. As I said, we didn't ask for this war. This war was between Trump and Khamenei, the so-called supreme leader. It was between them. Kennedy decided to go to this war. The guy died in the minutes of the war. And now that he has started, he needs to finish it. No one left the country so far. It's not like Syria that you saw 3 million people refugees.
But you know when the refugees went out of Syria? Like 2 years after the war.
Yeah,
people don't go out like on the first shot. They go out after like 1 to 2 years once they're desperate, once their bank accounts are empty. They're not gonna go out like after 4 weeks.
Because in Syria there was only every Friday protest in that specific city. I forgot, like they were killing in that city. There was nothing in Damascus. Now they are bombing the capital right now in Tehran from the day first. Yeah, finally the war in Syria went to Damascus.
Okay, then let's take another example. You know.
Yeah.
Another example where war happened. You know, Ukraine. You know, do you really think that people went on refugees in the first week? It took time.
You talk to the people in Krakow and Poland. Are you kidding me? How many refugees and how many people? We sent so much humanitarian for Ukraine, getting everybody out of there right away. Oh my God! Like all over the world, the World Relief that went up there there were trainloads and trainloads of Ukrainians, getting them out right away. So that example doesn't work for you.
All I'm trying to tell you, it's a very, I get that, it's a very super weird feeling.
Just calm down. Let me just explain something to this guy, right? Listen, man. Listen, just calm down, right? Ukraine, people in Ukraine didn't ask Russia to bomb them, right? Syria didn't ask someone to bomb them, Syrian people. But we Iranian, we ask Israel and United States to come and rescue us, right? That's different. There's a narrative between people willing for another country to come and rescue them compare other countries that people don't want to interfere, right? You put that in your mind, next time make a statement, make sure what you say.
And the reason for all that, if I may add, is the Islamic regime in Iran.
You are just 1%, you are just 1% of Iran.
Can I just finish what I said?
You do not represent Iran.
Okay, dude. I'm not from Iran. I don't know.
Can I finish my thought?
Well, yeah, go ahead. This is Saman.
No, I was gonna say, years ago, how many years ago was it? 2 or 3 years ago. I'm from Iran, by the way, for the record. People love our football team, or what they call soccer in the U.S. And there was a game. For whatever reason, people think that elements of that team is regime. Whether that's true or not, but that was the belief of the general public. And when the team lost, and this is a very, very odd thing for Iranians, people celebrated the loss of the national football team. And that was the turning point, for me at least, watching from outside, to say the regime had done something essentially wrong for people to just go against their own national team of football, which is a big thing, Now, fast forward to the war. We never, like the gentleman said, I think Hussein is the name, Iranians have no agency, in my opinion, in this war. In other words, there are elements of Iranians inside and outside Iran who want this to happen. But Donald Trump's not going to move a 1.5 trillion machine of the army of the U.S. just because Iranians want them to, let's face it, to do something. Yes, it is in the interest interest of the United States and Israel to get rid of the mullahs in Iran. Mullahs who for 47 years, from day one, they started this nonsensical war against Israel, saying that, oh, Israel has to, in fact, they did it before the Islamic Revolution. If you look at history, there were mullahs or people who were working on the Islamic Revolution. Before the revolution happened, they were in sync with with Palestinians, which, by the way, I'm not here to say what is just in the fight between Israel and Palestine. That's not for me to say. In fact, that is the main point that Iranians were making. It's not our war. It's not for us. We're not in the front line of that war. We should not send billions of dollars over 47 years to these groups. You call them terrorists or not, you call them resistant groups or whatever. We cannot be ahead of the Saudi Arabia or Jordan or whatever. We cannot be ahead of them. It's 2,000 kilometers away from Iran. And for people to say, oh, Israel would go after Iran anyways, that's another lie. Even with the most extreme text saying that, Israel, the whole area belongs to Israel, they will be neighbors with Iran. That's the most extreme type of interpretation of the text, which will never happen because there is something called United Nations. It will not happen. They had Gaza, they had to give it back to Palestinians.
United Nations.
But anyway, so I finished by this.
So I don't know why the discussion is going toward this stuff, because sorry, did I?
I know why. So there is a dichotomy. People who support the Iranian regime.
I'm sympathetic with your like with you guys. Like I'm against the regime. I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna say that the regime is good.
Yeah, but
I'm questioning the method. I'm not questioning the validity of the regime.
I tell you what the method. So yes, nobody wants. I don't want my country to be attacked by anybody, let alone Israel, right, or the U.S. But the reality is that they killed tens of thousands of people protesting in the streets. Last night, hung as an 18-year-old kid who was arrested during those, 2 months ago during those protests. 18-year-old, and a few days on the eve of the Persian New Year, they hung 3 teenagers. This is the government we deal with. You think people who don't know Iranian regime, they think they're dealing with a normal government. I'm sorry, they're not. Far from it. So you have to look at them with the lens of a terrorist organization. And if you had any doubts if they're terrorists or not, look at what they've done since they've been attacked by the US and Israel. They attack everybody in the area. Who does that? By the way, they attack most civilian places, hotels in Bahrain and Dubai. And the justification was that, oh, we saw some American soldiers going to the hotels. I could be in one of those hotels. My family could be in one of those hotels.
The Burj Al Araj is a 7-star hotel. American soldiers don't stay there. Just wanted to make that point.
American soldiers goes to Burj Al Khalifa.
Yeah, I don't think
They're not at the Burj Al Arab, which is a 7-star Jumeirah hotel. They don't stay there, and that got attacked.
Let's say they were in a hotel, and next door, it's just a joke, and for people to even bring up the argument that yes, it's legit to attack the hotel. It's not. It's never been. Never will be. But who does?
You are saying that Iran regime is terrorist children.
That's another story. I mean, that's another story.
I would love to keep the
Please, number one, that's a lie. That the children. First of all, you don't even know at that school, and it was a U.S. weapon that they said, but we still don't know. You're moving the goalposts. So go back to what you were just saying before.
White people.
Okay, because it's an interesting point that you're making. It was an interesting point, but I can't continue. Same person who was speaking, continue speaking.
Yeah, I just want to say, Abby, before you go on, I just want to thank Abby, Ocean, Mimi, and Sword for their, this room is so much better because we can hear each other, and I just want you guys to know I appreciate the way you guys are moderating the room.
Well, because you're royalty when you come in, and it's always great to have you in here.
So, Husi, I just want to say something, 10 seconds, Husi. Just we need to be careful.
You bring clarity. Abby, you bring clarity to a conversation that I know that a lot of people are emotional, but history tells us how things are. America has always got involved when things are what I consider not good humanity, and I appreciate our country for doing that. We lose. One second, my friend. Even though most people today do not realize that I just posted on Facebook the 9 soldiers that laid down their life during this conflict last week, with their names and their ages up. And women should be very grateful that we have people volunteer to go protect our rangers. So I land there.
Who said I think you were speaking?
I think Husi left. I just want to mention to him that we need to be careful about the word we use. Like, it's not loving the war or whatever. Iranian does not love the war. I think the best word I can use is a very weird feeling. That's it. It's weird. Maybe people in other countries they can't understand that, but it's like that. It's weird, and we need to wait to see that they're gonna finish it. I mean, they cannot make it loose and they cannot cut it to their. They need to finish it. They started. They need to finish it. That's all.
Also, remember that you now have the IRGC boasting and saying that they will have 11 warheads with nuclear capabilities. They walk out of negotiations with the American team, and that's what their statement is. So now we have to look at it, and we have to worry 11 warheads with 11 nuclear warheads that would be look at the countries they've already attacked. So there's 11 countries, 12 countries, how many? 13 countries with 11 warheads. So where 14? Yeah. So where are those nuclear warheads going? They're gonna aim them where that hotel is in Dubai. Take out all the most of the Emirates. So the Dubai hit Abu Dhabi too, because I think they attacked that Emirates as well, and then into the country of Bahrain, and then actually as far as Turkey. So now we have to take it pretty seriously that that's what they want to do. So that these mullahs, that it's just an internal issue in Iran. No, it is not an internal issue in Iran. It hasn't been. It's never just been an internal issue. It's been an axis of evil throughout the world, because their proxies have gone to South America and blown up embassies in South America. They've blown up throughout Europe, and they have tried. They absolutely, and thank goodness they're failed attempts on American soil. We know that they've been successful against American assets. We know that they took a ship full of sailors and made them bend on their knees. We know that their proxies shot at American bases and American ships, but actually on our soil. And to have members of our cabinet walk around with security details, threaten a president's life, that's on our soil. So yeah, it clearly begins.
Abby, the guy who attacked Salman Rushdie after many years of hiding in the U.S. That was based on the fatwa by the former supreme, quote-unquote supreme leader, Khomeini, right? That's on American soil.
Yeah, what's the girl in Brooklyn? Who's the girl in Brooklyn that's outspoken? I forget her name.
Masih Alinejad. Masih Alinejad is the name. Yeah, they tried to kill her, kidnap her, and what?
They tried to kill the Saudi ambassador to the United States in a restaurant in Georgetown. It got failed. The FBI found it. They tried to kill the Israeli ambassador in his home in the United States in Washington. That got caught between Israeli security and U.S. intelligence. But they tried John Bolton. They tried Mike Pompeo. These are members of our cabinet. And now our president.
Charlie Kirk was their job as well. I'm telling you that. After you will see later on when all the dust settled, Charlie Kirk was the victim of this regime as well. As you better know, they are not doing it themselves. They hire people to do the job for them.
Israel planted Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, please. I'll tell you that
Jeffrey Epstein
I'm
is
involved.
Jewish too.
Yeah, that's great. You know what? So was Moses Jewish. Deal with that. I can tell you a story of a U.S. That the owner of the business in a speech that he gave, like a fireside chat, other business owners at a conference said we should bomb Iran. And he was just talking about, I forget how many years ago this was. Within 24 hours, they sent a virus to his company and to all of his affiliate companies. Like immediately, the computer systems went down and they hacked into it. Hours after he made that comment. That was on U.S. soil. So it's not always a gun attack, it's also a cyber attack, which we've had a lot of them coming out of there.
Sometimes the like how that stuff don't even make the news.
It was not, it made the news. There was a documentary about it. You know, I could put it in the chat. You can read all about what they did. They took responsibility for it as well.
No, I agree. I was just saying some stuff don't even make the news. There's
Yeah.
so many attacks going on that it don't even make news. Like the bomb. You know, one of these guys tried to blow up the not White House, but the Capitol building. You know, that shit didn't even really make the news like that.
We stop it, right? Because we stop it.
Yeah, because America's
They
building.
gonna make they can choose on what's gonna make
Meetings. If it ain't big enough, they don't want to talk about it, which is still sad. I want to say what Abby just said was so on point. It's just not enough laughing emojis. You hit that, you so with Moses. He crushed that conversation quick.
I mean, Shane kind of aggressive because.
Hey, Lorenzo, would you rather turn in your citizenship and give it to somebody who want to be here? Would you be cool with that?
Hell yeah, I'm going to Canada.
Alright. Well, we finna take over Canada too. So, where would you like to go through that?
Yeah, bro.
Wait, hold on, Lorenzo. We gotta get that worked out first. I'm gonna let you run. Right, and when Canada becomes the 51st or 52nd or 53rd state.
You're not taking Canada. What are you talking about?
Right, but where would you go after Canada? What's like a better place for you to go? Because we'll probably take your citizenship there too. Where would you like to go?
Why you want to take my citizenship?
No, stay in Canada, stay in Canada.
Because y'all bullies.
Yeah,
but
Yes.
Lorenzo, I want to bully.
Where would
We
you
are,
go?
yes, we are.
Yeah, but Lorenzo's not gonna make it in Canada either because I'll tell you why. This is why you should
You'll make it in
look into history of certain. Why you should research place where you're going. Even NBA players don't like going there because the tax is higher than the place. So you yourself. Now I'm not even talking about the money you have.
We're talking about taxes as Americans?
We talking about the tax. We talking about the tax in Toronto will get you turned back around. You got billionaires leaving California right now. So Toronto is shit right now. You know.
Go pay the Canadian tax, and then get their subpar health care.
With less
No,
protection.
we're trying to educate you. No, yeah, we're trying to have it. What I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to tell you. I'm not gonna push back. I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm just trying to tell you how Toronto is when you say Toronto. And you can go from there. I ain't gonna come on mic, but I'm just letting you know. You're gonna turn your ass back around. Trust and believe.
The door gonna be locked.
All I'm saying is, based on where our economy is going, a lot of motherfuckers not gonna want to be here by the end of this year.
Really? How's your portfolio, Lorenzo? How's it performing?
Hey, listen.
How's your portfolio? Hold on, guys.
It's $5.
See,
Yeah, but pockets, hold on. Portfolio
I don't
this
talk
year.
about personal.
No, how's your equities? Just generally, how are your equities performing? Yeah, that's not personal, just how are your equities? How are they performing?
Mine are great.
What percentage have they moved this year?
How you spell equity?
Yeah, what do you, so just in your equities, I didn't ask about the other.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Okay, so how's your portfolio performing under this last year?
It's doing pretty well.
Okay, so why do you think that by the end of the year that everyone will have their equities way? How's the market today? Anyone check?
Honestly, it's really good. My best friend.
So
Me too.
we're not gonna have a conversation. We just
No, we're having a conversation. I asked you. You said that we're not gonna have any money left.
And I'm trying to answer it from no, I'm not. I'm saying that the currency will be China's currency very, 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 very soon.
This year, you said.
What's going on?
So this
I
year.
said by the end of this year, we will damn near be in a recession. Yes, it is getting bad.
Because China's currency.
We're in a recession,
will become-
bro.
You said China's currency will become the global currency. Can you explain how does that gonna happen?
Did you know about the Great Depression? Or we haven't even been close to that in a long time. We have to realize the growth that we have done. When it comes to a recession, I don't think we'll ever hit as big as the Great Depression. I think people need to understand that even when the market is low, if you invest correctly, your investments will still be up. It doesn't matter what.
Read charts. If you know how to read candlesticks and you understand how the market works, you can predict where the market is going to go.
But gee, I just went to a Goldman Sachs seminar. They didn't tell me this, Lorenzo. Do you think that people at Goldman maybe need to talk to you? What do you guys?
That's why I say people need to take the initiative and literally start learning how to read charts. Read fucking charts.
Oh,
So
You're not.
astrology, the astrology charts.
You're not telling us. No, let me tell you, but you're not telling us anything.
Or
That
do you
you're
want
telling us to read charts. You're not telling us what.
Pockets, hold on. Sword, do you want to speak?
I did. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, brother Edward.
I mean, market
So
charts.
Lorenzo, so I have a question. Let me ask you the question, Lorenzo. I'm going away from economics. What do you hold to be self-evident? What truths do you hold to be self-evident?
Oh boy, someone didn't take civics, did they?
Yeah, what truths do you hold to be self-evident?
Understanding, because you're.
Line.
Know where that phrase comes from?
Yeah, Jesus. Lorenzo, did you ever hear that line before?
One mic up.
Did you ever hear that line before?
One mic. Yes, but he's telling me to take the economics out of it.
Yeah, so that line that he just said, did you ever hear
Because
it?
it's not economics. It's not economics.
Nah, Edward, they created that in 1913 with the Federal Reserve.
Exactly.
Right.
We've been around a lot longer than that, right, Sword?
I just want to hear, Lorenzo, what's in the charts that you're telling us to read the chart?
Pocket. This is very important because you talk about going to other countries versus self-evident truth. So I'm just trying to find out where he's heading.
He's trying to get out of America.
I know, but he's going to other ideologies that does not give him self-evident truth. So I'm just trying to find out from Lorenzo what self-evident truth does he hold.
Yeah, critically think
Just
of rationale.
research. Just
No.
being.
Okay.
I mean,
So Lorenzo, let me shortchange it for you. Let me shortchange it.
Go ahead.
So what the ideal of America is that as an independent person, you have a right to life, you have a right to liberty, and you have a right to pursue happiness. That's what you have a right to do as an individual person. You're talking about going to Canada, which is not. They don't give you that right. Talk about China. Listen, Chinese people are under communism. They ran by the state, not by individuals themselves. We, the people of the United States, have our own rights. We're not ran, even though we believe that the government's supposed to be doing something. our government right now is out of control, but it's still in the hands of we the people. Does that make sense, Lorenzo?
Yes, sir. But at the same time, the other day, literally, they're literally trying to overturn individuals who were born here to the point where their families didn't even stay here now.
Because it's
This is
Hold on, Lorenzo, hold on. No, you made a statement. Let me respond to your statement. Can I respond to your statement?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
You said immigrant family. Now this is my understanding. Okay? If you come to the United States, whether you overstay your visa or whether you cross the border and you are not a legal citizen.
But how about the child?
Can I finish? You said the child, because you're missing the object lesson. We said their parents are illegal. Does that make the child an American citizen? Does it?
Yes, because they were born in America.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
Yes,
This
does.
is why. Okay, Lorenzo, listen to me. Lorenzo, you got to get. Hold on, Lorenzo. The land of the free still have boundaries.
This is the
You understand?
Declaration of Independence. This is
No, it's not.
Constitution.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you the question since you just said it.
Go ahead.
Could you please read the naturalization of the United States and how do we become
No,
citizens?
I want to hear your statement on what you were about to say. Go ahead.
Okay, this is my statement. If I, Edward, I've been to 54 countries, right?
Yes, sir.
If my wife and I went to another country and had a baby in that country, our baby does not become a citizen of that country. Do you understand?
How America works, though.
that is
No, it does.
that's what you saying. That's what you saying.
Child.
This shit
Oh
crazy.
my God. I'm
Every
done.
child that
Lorenzo,
Can I take it?
Oh my God.
Lorenzo,
Every
I know.
child that has been born here
Lorenzo,
that have
Lorenzo,
immigrant parents, they are American citizens.
okay,
So
listen.
it's not the Constitution.
Yeah, no, 1 second, Rapid. Lorenzo, listen to what you said. Listen to what you said. Is anyone in America, based on what you said, is anyone illegal?
We are not. No, bro, no.
No one's illegal. No one's illegal.
No,
No.
because they have
No.
moved the goalposts. Only
No,
thing
I'm
I
not.
said was that, hey, you're saying this is the land of the free. And I'm
No,
telling
I'm
you,
not saying that. I'm not saying
if
that.
a child is born here with immigrant parents, they are a American citizen. But now you're saying that they are illegal. That child is not illegal.
Ask your question, Lorenzo, again. Could you please just explain to us what makes a person an illegal alien in the United States?
Person who comes over here illegally.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question.
But that child is not here illegally.
Okay, you cannot change the goalpost. You can't say that I broke. Listen, you can't say that I broke the law, and everything I do after I break the law, everything I do is legal now. Are you understanding your frame of reference? You're telling me I crossed the border into Turkey, a legal alien in Turkey. Now that I have children in Turkey, you're telling me that my children become Turkish.
But it's crazy because nobody had an issue with this until Trump brought it up, man.
No. Hey, hold on.
But no,
I don't
everybody has an issue with this now.
Okay, Lorenzo.
Yes, you
Hold on, Lorenzo. I'm gonna ask you a question, Lorenzo. Okay. I'm just trying to stay focused, Lorenzo. Do you know that the United States of America actually have a path to citizenship? Do you know that?
No. Go ahead, tell me about it. I'm listening.
Every year, every Friday here in the state of California, there are thousands of people that raise their hand and swear to our Constitution that they're going to uphold it and they're going to repeal all foreign other things. They're not going to go with their country. They're going to deny their country. Every year, 1,372,000 people become American every year in the United States through legal means. Do you understand that this is what's happening in America every swearing-in oath on what to actually do to become an American citizen. It's not someone's right because they decide to cross over a border.
It's the 14th Amendment.
Oh, come on, man. Okay, Lorenzo, I'm gonna ask you a question, Lorenzo, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Regardless of their legal status, are automatic citizens.
Okay, Lorenzo. I don't know why.
Persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States.
Lorenzo, hold on. Does the word illegal alien appear there?
I gave it to y'all if you want.
Okay, I went to the
What you don't, Edward, is that I'm with you wholly. Because he's reading that, and that's what he keep. No, but that's what he's reading. He's
But
just
the
reading
word
that.
illegal ain't in there.
And right, that's what I'm with y'all. Don't get me wrong. But you have to listen, Lorenzo. Understand what he said, because even here in Virginia Beach, like he said in California, there's so many that raise their hands and say what they're going to do, and read what they have to read, and repeat what they have to repeat to become. They do this it's almost every year, like he said. So what you're doing, you're reading something, and we're trying to tell you that person is not legal.
And I understand that, but I'm talking about the child.
The child is not legal.
Brother, not legal, Lorenzo. The
Brother,
child
so-
is not legal.
Lorenzo, if what you're saying is true, then you yourself believe in separating parents from their kids. Because if the parents are not legal, but you're saying the kid is,
I'm not
and
talking
and
about
hold on, brother. But okay, that's
Are you
fine.
talking about the
But
child
what you-
born on American soil, or just a kid that comes in with illegal rights and
I'm
crosses
talking
the
about
border?
the child born on.
Okay, so you have to differentiate. So Lorenzo, let me break. So you have to differentiate what you're talking about. So you're not talking about the people that came in across the border and then you think are automatic citizens. You're not talking about the kid that they brought with them. You're talking about the pregnant mother that came over and had her baby on U.S. soil, which is what was just in front of the U.S. Supreme Court yesterday. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be clear when you're talking about the subject. Got that? Okay, you don't get automatic citizenship. Lorenzo, I'm gonna try to help you here. Lorenzo, let me try to help you here. You don't get automatic citizenship by just walking across the border. You have a process to become a legal citizen of the United States. First of all, you have to show you're not a financial burden on our economy. That's part of our law. And if you can prove that, then you go through the process to become a U.S. citizen. You actually have to take a test. I don't know.
It's 100 questions.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone on the stage would pass the test. It's a hard. You gotta go through a process, and then you're ultimately sworn in. That's the legal process of becoming a U.S. citizen. Okay. Now, what you're talking about is the woman comes over and is pregnant, and has a baby, and we'll find out what the Supreme Court says about it. I mean, we all heard the arguments yesterday. We heard the dialogue, but that's a different discussion than what everyone was talking about. You know, that's very nuanced.
See, even with what he's saying, what you agree, Lorenzo, you cannot have a stance on the child because the child cannot govern themselves, nigga. The person, the adult is what establishes the citizenship. And the kid gets the citizenship from the parents. Just like there has just like, how the fuck can a parent get citizenship from a kid?
Because the child is born on U.S. soil.
Exactly, and the kid follows the citizenship of the parent. So Lorenzo, if you had a kid and you lived, where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania.
Okay, if you decide to move to New York City,
You're a Philly person. Please don't do that.
these your cousins, Abby. You see what we gotta deal with?
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
No birds.
So Lorenzo. Yeah, this Abby cousin. We're gonna be respectful to him. So Lorenzo, if you're an adult and you move to New York City, have you reestablished your domicile?
Wait, is this Sword?
Yes, this is Sword.
I was having a conversation with you.
Yeah, kick a lot of ass on this app. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you remember. You got the lumps on your head.
used to it then. So Lorenzo, if you was born in, do you still live in Pennsylvania?
I just moved back from Arizona from college.
Okay, so if you had a kid and you
Wait, let me just get this clear. Are you in Philly, Montgomery, Bucks, Delco? Are you in any of those counties? I gave you Delco? Your Delco?
She trying to excel.
Delaware.
Okay, all right, so he's in the Philly area. Makes him an Eagles fan. I gotta give him a little bit of a pass. Is Pockets in there? Is Pockets still in there? No. I don't know what that was. We were gonna do, well, I'll give you a little bit of a pass if you are. That gives you some sanity.
Your cousin, yeah.
It's my cousin, all right? I'll take it.
So I just want to correct something real quick. Someone said the U.S. citizenship. I think it's like 1/3.
Mother, do you think you could pass it, Mother?
Yeah, I could pass it. I love U.S. history, but I helped my mom study for it when I was in middle school. She would have me sit in the living room and give her we would do quiz questions for her. She would cooking dinner. But I think my friend just went through it this year, and I think she said it was 1/3. It's one. They have changed the town. It's not 180.
What's passage rate? Do you know on it?
Oh, I don't know. I can ask him.
Curious about it. It's a really hard. It's a hard test, guys. People.
It's very hard.
Because we don't teach civics anymore, unfortunately.
Well, the UK is hard. The UK too. I was over in the UK and I took their test. There's a very hard to go back. Even some of the UK citizens was like, "Fuck, I didn't even know nothing about that." So it's the same thing. Oh man, it's hard. Well, Lorenzo, we got a way. You moved the goalposts. We got a way about you living in Toronto. Oh, I'm talking about. You said you're gonna move to. You said you're gonna move to Toronto.
Oh yeah. Let's go back to that.
Yeah. So I just want to know how you surviving in Toronto.
So Lorenzo, if you
Wait, that makes incongruent. You're gonna leave in bird territory to go to Toronto? Are you serious about that?
Philadelphia way.
Yeah, no. That's insane. So now you touched a nerve. You touched a nerve, Lorenzo. You touched a real nerve.
Abby, but you gotta understand, he doesn't know self-evident truth.
Right.
So obviously, you guys, he never answered the question.
And look where he grew up. How do you not know that term and where he grew up? Lorenzo, did you go when you were in grade school, did you go on little field trips? Did you get on a bus and go down to 5th and Chestnut? Did you go anywhere near 5th and Chestnut when you were in grade school? There's no way you grew up in Pennsylvania and you didn't do that.
Well, his generation didn't
skipped school that day.
that y'all may have taken.
Lorenzo,
You gotta remember they don't.
He skipped school that day.
Lorenzo, did you go to Valley Forge to visit with you?
What question were you trying to ask me, Mr. Emerald?
He asked you about going to.
Sword, fuck you, shut up.
Lorenzo.
Ask him about Independence Hall, if he's ever been.
Yeah, well, you guys are funny. So Lorenzo, I think from the United States and other countries, what makes America different is self-evident truth. I want to know from your viewpoint as an American, what do you hold to be true?
That we have our freedom of speech. We have our freedom. We can do anything that we want. But things happen.
You said that, right?
You know,
No, so you said that we have our freedom of speech. Do you know what amendment that
What, just the First Amendment?
Yeah. Do you?
This.
Come on, sorry.
I apologize.
Yeah, please. So this is what, because I have to teach my children, my grandbabies this, so they understand the country they live in, okay? We hold these truths to be self-evident. Life, liberty, and our pursuit of happiness does not come from government. Does that make sense?
Yes, because it's by the
Okay.
people for the people.
Yeah, but where does it come from?
It comes from the people. If it's
No.
not from the government,
No.
it's from the people. It's from our
No.
society.
No, it's not. Please go and read it. I'm not playing there, guys. You got to go back and read it so that you
Send me the link.
understand. No, I'll send you the link. I'll send it to you back in. No problem.
All right.
makes it that you think you can go to Toronto though?
That's a good question.
Well, because I want to
Yeah.
move to Toronto. I like it out there.
Like what make tell me that what is it you like in Toronto that it's different from any other states, city, town, village here in America? I don't care if it's a tent hut, I don't care if it's in the woods. What's better in Toronto that you like? That you feel you can do well, especially with their tax.
I like the job opportunities. I like the people. People are pretty nice.
That's a great X on that one.
What job opportunities are you talking about?
Okay.
I knew somebody.
Wait, you don't think the people are nice in Philly?
Oh, we are
Y'all know what y'all sound like right now? You know what it sound like right now? We sound like they talking about what the deal got better than I got.
Okay. But I just want to hear. I want to hear Lorenzo. I want to hear what Lorenzo think, not you.
Fuck yeah,
Why do you think that?
fuck yeah.
No, Lorenzo, don't mess with it. But what do you think? I mean, because the pay job in Toronto, I mean, the minimum wage here, just in Virginia, they moved it to $15. So to get a good job in Toronto and pay, let's say, a one-bedroom apartment for you, you might as well go to New York. Because that's what it's like in Toronto.
You about to make me research this shit.
We got some people that live in Toronto on the stage.
Yeah, I know a girl now that has 2 jobs. We talk on the regular, and I've done shows in there. I do comedy clubs up there in Toronto. What they say up in Toronto, they say they leave Toronto to go down to Florida. Someone want to go down to Florida because it's just like living in New York. They say.
So
it's a fact.
I'm from Toronto. I live in Toronto, and we're getting the fuck out of here.
He just now researching this.
So we're getting the fuck out of Florida. You talking about taxes?
Let him talk. Let Rafi talk.
So I'm basically from Toronto. I live in Toronto, and everybody is trying to get into Florida, the state, especially from the Russian state. The laws here, this is basically New York. There's no difference between Toronto and New York. Absolutely no difference. You want to buy taxes? No, you don't need to move too far. Go to New York.
What's your tax rate, Rafi? What's the tax rate there?
Depends what you're gonna hit, but on everything, like just on purchases, there's 13% on everything.
The 13% VAT, and then your income tax.
It's harmonized sales tax. Depending which bracket, you're gonna be 30 to 40% income tax.
Is that the country, and then is the province have tax on top of that?
That tax is GST. It's about 8%.
So you should be at 38% on your income and 13%.
And not only that, like our fuel taxes, because apparently we're paying for China because they're what do you call it? For carbon tax, we're paying carbon tax on everything. Even though our emissions are low, other countries are fucking up, and we're the ones as Canada's Captain Save-A-Hole, I guess. I'm gonna call it that way. We're paying for it. So like
And if things aren't working out for you, you got a nice humane way to be a state.
Yeah.
Guys, let me know when I can break in for.
So what are the positives, Rafi? Maple syrup. What else?
No positive. It's a very great city. Very great city. It's I don't see any positives in Canada. Like me myself, as soon as I get the opportunity, I'm getting into Florida. I'm moving to Florida or Texas.
Man, y'all know Lorenzo want to go up there for August.
I heard from Canada, you see the US side at Niagara Falls, and that our side is superior. That's not true.
Yeah, but we have the view from your side.
I've heard it was the opposite. I've heard the Canadian side is better. The American side is not great.
That is American, but we have the better view of it.
Lorenzo, do you know that news gets censored there?
Not Lorenzo.
You know this? Lorenzo? Lorenzo, about the censoring of news, when you go to Canada? You also you don't have a football team. I mean, just thought I'd add that in there. Not that
Lorenzo,
that might
I
matter
put it in
here.
the chat. I put it in the chat, Lorenzo. I put it in the chat, Lorenzo. And then you can't go, and right now, I put it in the chat so you can read that, but even Ralphie, before you even think about going to Miami, here's what's happening now in Miami. A lot of New York people gone down south. What people have to understand, when you go to another city and state, it's business like now, for them to raise things. Everybody's coming down there. That's why you had billionaires going to Texas. Now certain parts of Texas are raising tax, which is only a business sense. I would do it too. What? You want to come in my apartment because it's easier? Okay, I'm going to raise the rent because everybody want to come here. So Lorenzo, I'm telling you, Toronto's not the place for you. It's not. I just told you NBA players, they don't even like to get traded. NBA players, they don't even like going there.
No, I think he should go.
Hey, y'all. Alright, I'm sorry, y'all. I only have a few minutes to speak with y'all this morning, and I wanted to introduce Clubhouse to Political Playhouse. It's a new house on the block. It's been open for about a month, but we haven't really done anything. Last night was Serendipity's open house that she created. The mod panel, please check out the rules, and then if you have any questions, Serendipity and I are available in BIMA. So just let us know, but civility rules here, and we allow diversity of voices. If you find yourself muted, there's typically a good reason. If you find yourself moved down, consider that strike two. It's rare that we remove people, and I do ask the moderators, if you do happen to find someone particularly vile and foul that you feel the need to remove, please let Serendipity and I know so that we can handle the subsequent fallout. You guys enjoy the room. I do have over 200 votes in this poll, which triggers a new poll in my mind. What would you like the new poll to be?
Something about moving to Canada.
No, please don't. Respectfully, I don't think anybody in this room cares about Canada. Real Americans.
Abby, you do have a back channel too, please, ma'am. If you
Okay.
We don't care if it's 13%, 20%. Yeah. We're Americans, so please.
Why do you guys care if he's moving to Canada? If he hates us,
We don't care. We don't care. You've been talking about Canada for the past 2
Rafi,
minutes.
I think he should. Some people need like exactly. I think so.
Rafi, if you don't mind me asking, where are you from?
I'm originally from Russia, but I live in Canada, in Toronto.
No, like where are you really from though?
Toronto.
You just said Russia.
Oh, okay.
I moved from Russia to what's it called, Toronto.
Okay, yeah, alright.
I want to ask him again.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Me, I'm American.
Where are you really from?
I'm from Georgia, Atlanta.
Oh boy.
No, I'm not an immigrant, if that's what you're asking. I'm a proper American.
Would you like to turn in your citizenship and give it to somebody else who wants to be there?
Hey, that's funny. Donisha's gatekeeping all of Florida. The chat.
Can I have a question? Can we get back to regarding the topic? I was trying to clarify what exactly we're talking about. The title of the room.
This room opened last night around 8 p.m. Eastern to listen to Trump's speech. Abby, what did you think of Trump's speech last night?
It's amazing. He bombed Iran.
Trump is a criminal.
And why is he a criminal?
Monica, I was in a Seder. Monica, you get it? I was in a Seder. So I could tell you about the 10 plagues. I know a lot about that last night, but I didn't hear the speech because of that.
Okay, regroup. Why is Donald Trump a criminal?
Was it a beautiful ceremony?
Yes, really beautiful. Retelling the story of the Exodus.
Retelling
you're telling
that America don't even have access to it. It got up the oil prices, all the Middle East.
Oh, one more question for Abby before I have to go on mute for a little while. Abby, there was a press conference Donald Trump held the night before last, and Norm said he was a scattered mess. Did you get to hear that one? Because Norm being critical of it makes me curious.
Yeah, no, I saw some of it. That's an interesting comment because Norm usually does not have reaction to him. So, I have to see the whole thing to be able to comment like that. But that's interesting because I would trust his view on it. He's pretty even when it comes to Trump.
I think.
Abby, if you don't mind me asking, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a Republican. I'm a very strong Republican, and I'm active in the Republican Party. So, but to answer you, I'm trying to answer. I don't know who's talking over me.
I'm asking her a question.
I'm much more involved in the congressional side of politics, in the Senate and the House, and supporting candidates there as a Republican. Not as much in the presidential race.
How do you answer on the question?
Follow-up question. Hold on. Are you a Caucasian?
Yes, with dark hair and brown eyes.
Is your next question, baby, what's your sign?
Yeah, my sign, I'm an Aquarius. I'm an Eagles fan. I'm a Phillies fan, diehard Phillies fan. I like the Sixers, and I'm a Golden Knights fan. No, I'm not Catholic, but I grew up in Philadelphia with a lot of Catholics in my city. I grew up in a multicultural city where everyone was very tolerant of everyone else in my city. It's brotherly love there, babe. We all are good fans. Yeah, we're all Eagles fans. Even Lorenzo and I.
I'm gonna trust Abby to know when these questions get uncomfortable. I'm gonna trust
Lorenzo and I. Thank you.
Calm down. Get some water.
Go Birds.
Thoughts?
Thoughts on black people. I just said what city I grew up in. Lorenzo and I, who aren't agreeing on stuff, is going to tell you about the city I grew up in. It's a multicultural city where whites and blacks in Philadelphia have been together, working together in our government, in our city, in our schools, for probably one of the best experiments in the country in terms of a city that is a mixed city, very mixed city. And Lorenzo, would you acknowledge what Philly's like?
Would you let your daughter?
All right, let's talk to regroup. Hold on. Let's talk. I want to hear regroup on why you think that. I want to talk to regroup. Oh my God. Regroup. Why do you think Donald Trump's a criminal?
You guys are American. I'm not American. But the other side of the world, you have to know that you are American. You caused the war.
Hold on, buddy. I asked you a specific question. You said that Donald Trump's a criminal. Why is he a criminal?
If the war criminal, if he created a war, then it has nothing to do with the world.
We Americans, wait.
He's the only one. I'm from Australia. Listen to me.
You're from where?
I'm from Australia.
Happy, don't bother.
You ain't fucking from Australia. Where you really from?
Hey, how's your shrimp on the Barbie? Did
I
you?
come from Brisbane. This is the oil, the gas tank.
This is not. Where's Anchik when we need him?
No.
So what's the main street in Brisbane? What's the big shopping street there?
Big shopping center, what are you talking about? We have the city harbor. Now the oil price is going up. Now our prime minister, he gave like 26.
Does it sound like this guy has something in his mouth while he's talking?
He's asking nonsense question.
I asked this guy.
Yeah. One thing Abby can say about, and Philadelphia can say about it is, Philadelphia, I've been there so many years, so many times, performing there, and I can say Philly don't give a fuck about your race. Just get the fuck out the way while we watching the game.
Thank you.
That's Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Get out the way.
I'd have been to Philly. I'm from DC, so I know Philly fans. Now, where they are pissed off and there's no brotherly love, that goddamn Eagles lose a game. Then they ain't no brotherly love for nobody. So,
But we don't have, it's a very mixed city, it always has been. I mean, not all cities are, it's just a tolerant mixed city, it's hard to explain it. But, you don't, because you've got so many ethnicities that live there and that settled there. And,
y'all booed Santa Claus. Y'all booed fucking
Yeah.
Santa Claus.
but we're kind of a working class city, I would say. Lorenzo, are you agreeing with me on this?
Yes, ma'am.
So, so it was my experience in Philly. Philly was nice, the downtown area where the courthouse was really pretty. Hold on. The one thing that caught me off guard was like, Philly is slightly, you heard me talking first. Why do I have to wait for you to be done? I was waiting my turn, all right? I'm almost done, all right? So, essentially, I got 3 more sentences done. Essentially, the one con to Philly was that it's kind of forgettable. Like, it doesn't have a lot of like, I know it's gonna piss people off, but like, it doesn't have very like distinct things from other northeast cities that are really big differentiators. It felt like I had seen it already, and then nothing really stuck out. So that's all I have to say.
Mother is having a renaissance of restaurants. Like, it just won all the Michelin restaurants there, like, restaurant awards. So it is actually, I'll tell you something to try to give you a weird sense of how a city can change. They had a city ordinance for years and years that you couldn't have outdoor seating by restaurants. So, like if you're in New York or you see the cafes. And then when they changed the ordinance, the restaurants changed. All of a sudden, the style of them changed, and you had outdoor cafes. So certain things like that can sometimes, like just a crazy ordinance like that, can change a whole feeling, vibe in a city. But it is going through a really good change with respect to that. The negative is the district attorney, like a Soros district attorney. And basically, the cops are good, they arrest people, but they don't prosecute them. So you have a crime issue there in the downtown, and that's a problem. But it emanates right back.
Every metro city to go.
Not every, like.
Guys, I don't want to be rude. You guys been talking, 100 people left the room. Can we get back on topic?
Okay, go back to topic. Okay, never mind.
Let them leave.
Mother, you and I can talk about it. I'll send, Mother, I'm gonna send you some restaurants to go to. Go ahead, Bibi, go back to the topic.
Sorry, I didn't want to be rude like that.
No, it's all right.
I guess the topic, but also I wanted to bring up more importantly that the people in the audience see a lot of red tickets. If you guys can cash in your tickets for this new house has been going for almost 20, about 20 hours right now. Maybe even, I think a little less, but it's been going from last night all the way until today, which is it's going really hard and strong. At one point it reached almost 300 people in the room about an hour ago, which is really impressive. If you guys can all cash your tickets at the top of the house, on the page right now, it'll say Political Playhouse. There'll be an arrow to the right. Click on that. You with the head in your ticket, it'll say Join House. Join House. So every time when there's a beautiful room that goes up, you'll be able to see it in the hallway right away, and you can jump right on in and be part of the action and participation. There's a couple of rules, and they're pretty simple. It's just basically room creators curate content. Mods may interrupt you. You may not. Keep comments short and sweet. Moderate yourself, or we will. Basically, you got like a minute and a half, 2 minutes of uninterrupted speech. You have your own opinion. Not everybody's going to agree with it. Let's keep it flowing like a hot potato, and you just keep passing it on. When one person's unmuting and you don't like to hear what he has to say, not 5 of you and interrupt them, because then all of a sudden 1.5 minutes turns into 15 minutes of bullshit. Let's keep this going. This is a great space, great speakers, a lot of intelligent, smart people in this room from all walks of life. You can hear some good pushback. You can hear some narratives, and this is content. This is good content. So whoever wants to come up, I'd like to also hear from new voices. We are talking about USA, Trump, Israel, and Iran, the conflict, as well as the speech that Donald Trump read last night around 9 p.m. Pardon?
This is Edward. Can I ask a question of you?
Go ahead.
So your title says U.S., Israel, Iran. In my observation, why don't we put the leaders of other countries up
Yeah, I never made the title.
I think
Good idea though.
it's about the speech of Trump at the beginning.
But I don't think the problem is you're not going to. The problem is by the time we put up Iran's leader, we'll have to take it down because he gets killed.
No, but I think like the Trump thing, Trump's speech.
Who's that? He gave you the rules, right? Could you mute up for a second, please? Okay. So, Bibi, I just want to. The reason why is because, from my observation, this conflict is between the United States, right? Israel. Trump happens to be the president, right? But when we focus more on Trump, we miss out. This is just my opinion. We miss out on the greater good of what America wants around the world versus us all the Trump, the reign syndrome. Why? Because people do not see who the man is trying to do for America. That's why I asked the question.
And I agree. For people that, instead of looking at the greater good of what America's doing, they're focused on that Trump's involved, that Trump comes up with all the decisions. They forget that he's got a war cabinet, he's got people that advise him. He's got a huge cabinet of advisors. It's not just Trump waking up and saying, you know, I'm gonna do this today. And the problem is they're getting all, yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying.
So I actually disagree with both of y'all. So I think that this is a room of Trump apologists, and therefore this room has the right word leading to it, but it doesn't make any sense. Whatever, if it was Biden that was doing this, we would be calling him out by name, especially when 60 plus percent of the country is not.
Okay, mother, what do you think Trump's doing? What do you think Trump's doing that you're saying that we'd be attacking Biden? No, actually, if you read the rules, then you would understand that I'm allowed to interrupt you.
Oh, okay, so you get to be an asshole.
I'm not being an asshole.
Mother, hold on. You know why, Mother? You know why?
No, but you don't get to interrupt me.
Yeah, I do.
Why do you get to interrupt me? I was speaking first.
Because you know why? No,
you cut me off. No, I'm not going to stop talking because you decided to interrupt me. I'm going to get my statement out.
I know, Mother.
Don't worry, Mother's. Go ahead, Edward.
We value one life here.
Edward was speaking and he was rudely interrupted, and then somebody took over and forgot that Edward was speaking, which is
exactly.
Fucking
It's crazy. Oh my God. So first of all, none of us apologizing for Donald Trump. We are Americans. We support our president, even though I didn't vote for Biden or any Democrat in my lifetime. I still pray for them because I'm an American. I want America to be first, not only just first. I know there's other countries, but what I'm saying is this: because I'm an American, I want American laws, the way we live, the freedoms that we have, the liberty that we have, to be prevalent in American lives. And when we travel abroad, which I've been to 54 countries, I want to make sure I can come home. That's all. So I land there. Thanks, Bibi, for allowing me to use the mic. Hey, guys, I'm going to say this to everyone. The mic is a privilege. It's not a right.
All right, so now that Edward is done, I want to rewind the tape real quick because y'all are effective gaslighters. The man went on mute, and I started speaking after he was on mute. This is how Clubhouse works. Why am I getting muted? Well, don't play the. I think you could say whatever you wanted here. Don't play the victim of being interrupted when you want to fucking mute.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right, I do like the moderators to tell us when they're moderating, though. Go ahead.
Okay, so essentially, right, what I was going to say is, like, if this was Joe Biden, we would be drilling Joe about attacking this war, and 60+% of the country is not in favor of it and does not want it to happen, right? And also, why am I getting muted for saying my statement? Can I just finish the fucking statement?
He'd be done by now if y'all put fucking with serious.
Stop muting him, guys. This fucking guy, he could be finished. You're right.
Yeah, okay, I'm done. They keep muting me anyways. Just go on to the next person.
No,
you guys gotta check your monitor.
I will deny everybody. I will. You think I'm scared?
I'm scared.
Try one more time, Mother.
I don't think anybody's
Literally, you got 2 sentences left, right? So
I think
I'm just trying to keep it consistent.
Victim mentality.
Oh wait, are you still going? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I would like for people to keep it consistent of how you would treat this if it was a Democrat. All right. Still getting muted. I'm done.
No,
I honestly think he's muting himself.
honest, I heard you, Mother. They couldn't stop you from getting your message out. And I'm gonna screenshot the mod panel, I guess, and pay attention next time. I don't think you guys understand how difficult it is for Deputy and I when you pull bullshit as a moderator in our faces because we get blamed for it. It's so you were men with balls and what the courage of your convictions shouldn't happen. Thank you, Mother, for your contribution.
Yeah, it was so insightful, man. Thanks, brother.
I don't know how we would react to a Democrat was in charge. Probably similarly to the way the Democrats are acting now that the Republicans are in charge. Unhappily.
I have a question for him, though.
Do you guys, one second.
No, not right now, because I'm just gonna listen for a little bit, because I.
Well, no, but I have a question. I have a question. I just wanted to know why are you blaming Trump? Why are you blaming him? Why aren't you celebrating him?
Hello. Hello.
If we were, and I don't know, because I haven't been on Clubhouse, did anyone come in Clubhouse and talk about the borders that were open under Joe Biden at the same passion that we're talking about the war right now?
Yeah, real quick, so I actually took a screenshot when I got muted this time right now, and I put it on my PTR, so I'm just gonna take a little bit of break, because I think the game right now is to mute me every time I speak, so I'm just gonna stop, eat my lunch, and relax for a second. It's in my PTR for those saying that I'm muting myself.
So I want to have a conversation with Mother. Let me do this so that I don't get accused. I'm going to move myself down, but I do want to have a conversation. Oh, is Mother still there?
Wait, I'm actually eating a lunch right now, so I'm just gonna move myself to the other
okay.
place and come back.
No, that's fine. You can stay on stage. We'll when you're done eating, let us know. But Mother brought up a point that I think we should actually be honest about in saying is that he's actually right that if Joe Biden did this, we would be going nuts. And again, I'm not putting down. I'm not hitting on the merits of the war or anything like that. I'm just saying if Joe Biden did this, we would all probably be going nuts. Part of the reason, though, which Mother fails to mention, is the fact that we don't even know if Joe Biden would even know what was happening. So if Joe Biden was doing this, it wouldn't actually be Joe Biden doing it. It would be someone else doing it, and we would have no say. We would never hear from that person. So that would be one major thing, and also the concern that he's not incompetent. He's not competent. But I mean, we should be honest that there is some truth to what he's saying, and I think we should just kind of say, hey, look, that is the truth. But as we won, right? And so we're we're talking about it. But the merits of this is one thing that Mother, I don't know if you've ever commented or anyone has ever commented on, but I mean, if you look at it, has any president avenged the people that were the American citizens that were killed? Just like the presidents don't seem to care about the people being killed by illegal immigrants. Well, what can you do? It happens, move on, sorry, and they don't go anywhere. They don't go and, even call the parents. Joe Biden didn't bother to care to call the parents. You even asked Kamala Harris, what about the family? They would say, well, not even, I feel, I'm sorry, do you take responsibility? No, I don't take responsibility. Like, it's like, holy shit, they look at the greater good, the greater this and that. Well, this guy killed people. I mean, they assassinated people. They went after they killed a former president. Hey, by the way, if they came after and were trying to kill, Barack Obama, even though Trump doesn't like him, he would say, hey, you don't go after one of our old people. You don't go after one of our people, even if they're not in office. What did Joe Biden do? He just kind of, kind of thing. I'm sorry you missed, kind of thing. And so, it's one of those areas where, we have to say, hey, someone has to stand up for the people. And yeah, we did lose some lives, and that's sad. But, I'd like to hear that argument. Hey, why do the lives of those 47,000 or more than that, I think BB gave the number earlier, why do those people's lives not matter? And what do we do about those people? Do we just say, well, that's okay, they did it. Should we kill 47 people to make up for it? Or how do we do it if we don't go to war with them? What is the other solution? That's the main question I have.
What you said, I do appreciate the fact that you said Joe Biden would not know, but that's all hypothetical. Because none of this happened. care about Americans more than they cared about their own power. So there's a major difference.
Edward, I just want to say one thing before I jump on a call. Is can we say two out of the last administrations didn't care? Can we say that? Because a lot of people died by the hands of Iran, and the Obama administration didn't seem to care.
Correct. That's factual information. And the reason why is because, unfortunately, it suggests observation. The right party, the left, they hate America. They do not like our country. They do not like our three founding documents. That is factual, guys. So when you do not support the American foundational truth, we have a big difference. And that's why I do not support what Mother said about the fact that if this was Joe Biden doing the war, that's hypothetical. He didn't do it. So I don't need to even stand on that.
I just want to say something regarding the Democrats you mentioned. Probably there are some people out there who voted for them to come up. So I'm not against. I'm against some Democrats, but I'm telling you that there are some people who are supporting them. Edward, do you want to respond to that? Just want to say that I don't know, maybe you guys are not speaking. Just want to say that all the bad things happened to my country actually happened during the Democrats, and they are not only against U.S. citizens. They're also making mess around the world, like my country, Iran.
Did a child school get bombed under Trump's administration?
Yeah, I did hear.
Yeah, just smart. Don't bring that up because that is something else that is not. It's really hard for me to explain for you because like my English is not that.
Can I explain?
Yes.
The school, it was very close to the military basement. They killed.
It wasn't that close. It was about 100 meters away. And if a bomb had landed outside the school, odds are the majority of those students would be fine. So no, the fact that it was on or near a military base doesn't matter because the missile had to hit directly on the school to kill those.
I agree with you. Did you know during the uprising of the Iranians, the regime, they raped
John, do you believe that U.S. intentionally or deliberately targeted that school?
First of all, it doesn't matter, right? Whether it was accidental or whether it was intentional, it's either manslaughter or murder, and both are crimes. So what you're saying is like, even if it is accidental, that means America didn't do a good job with their intel because that school was known about for years. That doesn't change anything if it was accidental or not.
Do you know how many targets already U.S. attacked? Over 10,000. Actually, it's a 13,000 targets, right?
And one of those
Is it
was
fair?
filled with children. No, it's not fair. There's no excuse for it.
Stop trying.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying. Michael, let me just.
Okay, very quick one. Very quick one. Did you know in last 30 days the regime, the RGC, they killed 30,000 Iranians, including students, including underage people. Did you know that?
Asking me that? Obviously, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that, but that's obviously like you're like trying to like negate the school bombing with that. It doesn't change anything. You guys can stop like trying to propagandize it and make excuses.
No, I'm talking to like last 45 years, the fucking regime, they killed.
Yeah, 45 years is a long time, Michael. Why not look at the last 10 years, the last 15 or 20 years? They haven't killed any Americans in 26, 25 years, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe like a handful of Americans.
Can I say something? Michael, would you please let me talk for a second? I'm against the regime, you know, by all heart. And my family were like, you know, they were been through a lot because of the regime. But right now, this war, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm speaking like a mom, which I'm living in America, and my son is back there, and I'm worried to death like every day because, you know, even in that school, my son could be there. And it's really weird to me, you know, that America, like advertising their military power and stuff like that, they didn't notice that that's a school, you know. I'm not voice of the regime. I hate the regime honestly, and that's why I'm living in America. But it's not fair. It's not.
Of course, Sahar. This war doesn't make any sense to anyone.
Wait, Rafi.
No,
Can
sorry,
Michael go
Sahar.
and then you go?
I'm from Iraq. I grew up in Iraq. Most of my life, like 10 years of my life, I grew up in between Bandar Abbas and Iraq. And the guy who was talking into the let me leave my bag. The guy who was talking to the Iranian regime, Saddam Hussein, the guy who national TV, yeah, his name was Omid. Whatever. He said that his son and his wife all got killed by the American. I'm sorry about that. There is no excuse about what's happening. Everyone is so sorry. Everyone is so sorry. But when you look at what happened in last 46, 7 years in Iran, when you look at the brutality of the Iranian fascist Islamic regime, you would say, okay, this is something that's happened. We are sorry, but compared to what happened in the regime, it's nothing.
I'm gonna have a really unpopular opinion. So obviously, like no one likes IRG, right? But the problem that I have is that I don't see how the United States is going to be able to put in something after that could potentially be any better. I mean, I'm kind of black-pilled on this whole thing. I mean, I've seen, you know, we've all seen Syria, where, you know, we have removed Assad, 10 years of civil war for a guy who used to be in Al Qaeda getting in. understand, like, there is really no functional state, they're just political gangs now. And I really, I just don't know how the U.S. is going to be able to put in a better regime. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm worried about. And I'm saying this because I know, hold on, let me finish. Let me say something. Can I say something, please? We all say things can't get any worse than this, but history always tells you, you think it can get worse, and there's nothing worse that can get, but trust me, it can always get worse. It can always get worse.
But the way that you're talking about it looks like that you're superior. You're from US, you're a superior person that you have, I don't know, some advantage against any of the Middle East. Why do you feel like that?
So, what do you mean? I couldn't hear you. Could you please repeat yourself?
Yeah, Daniel, the way that you explain yourself, it looks like that you're superior, that you have some advantage against Middle East.
No, I'm not. I understand this from a United States perspective, which is the bill that the average citizen has been sold is that we are going to go into Iran and we're going to put in some democratic regime or something that will be more akin to United States interests. It's usually the talking point that I see most people say. And what I'm saying is when I look at the United States doing this, I do not see very favorable outcomes that come from this idea. I'm not saying I'm superior or anything. I'm saying that's the spiel that most Americans.
May I speak here, Michael? This is Saeed. May I speak?
Please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Dano, I wanted to just answer very quickly to your last comment, and then I'm going to also talk about that unfortunate event of the school as well, which is definitely not something that anyone in the right mind and kind soul can accept. But there are some contexts that is not easy to just grab one event and look at it actually. That is not how you can logically see the picture. So, about the point that the U.S. is going to install a new democratic government in Iran, that has never been the place. Even the Iranian diaspora never asked for the installment of a new regime in Iran. What people were asking at the time when everyone was backing the support of, or where everyone was backing the support of Iranian people was to basically dismantle the regime, the tools and the resources that they have to basically kill people. So the killing structure of the regime was the target. So then the idea is that Iranian people, once this brutal system with this brutal regime is gone, they will take control of their own future, and they will have the streets, they will take control of their own government. So the idea is not like Libya or Syria that we are expecting someone to put someone for us in Iran. The idea is just let us topple this regime, because honestly, people for about 20 years back when the president, people tried a million ways to kind of topple the regime. We chanted, for example, democracy. We chanted even death to someone. I do remember when President Khatami back then wanted to say that don't tell anyone to die, just we want to live. So shout bless them people, bless that people. So we tried all those civil pathways in order to fight democratically and in order to fight in a very civil way. But look what happened. They killed university students back in I think it was back in 2000, maybe 4 or 5, something like that. But then they appointed a completely puppet regime and a puppet president to increase the brutal, for example, killing of innocent people in the street and the executions, the hanging, everything was just increased. People, when they were crushed by the bad policies of the regime, which led to the sanctions, again, no one of the Iranian people wanted the sanctions. It's just the Islamic regime who mismanaged the situation and created an environment where people cannot afford a good living. The currency, the Iranian currency, real is softened, value against the American dollar, and everyone was felt much poorer day by day. So they didn't even, they took the streets to kind of complain about this hike in the price, but the regime's response, instead of having a dialogue, instead of having a negotiation, was to brutally kill about 30 or 40 or whatever thousand people in the streets of Tehran just 2 months ago. Now, back then, the idea was a foreign cover, was a foreign kind of help will help the people to get rid of this regime, which is definitely not moving toward the interest of the Iranian people. Now, someone talked about Syria and the experiences in Iraq and Syria. There are a couple of points that we have to be careful. The population and the divisions that you see in, for example, Syria and Iraq, we do not have that in Iran. One might argue that different, for example, fractions or different people in different regions of Iran have different dialects, have different, for example, customs and everything, but we do not have the sectarian division that, for example, you see in Syria. After Syrian regime was toppled, every fraction claimed territory, claimed their own, for example, government and everything. We don't see that in Iran, and I do not expect to see that. We might have a very small population of, for example, different people.
Kurds, right? Like Kurds would be an example.
Kurds, for example, you're absolutely right. But even Kurds of Iran are not the same, are not the Kurds of Turkey, are not the Kurds of Iraq. Kurds of Iran they themselves, they say that we are Iranians in the first place, and then we're Kurds. I completely agree. Even in that section, there are groups and people who want a separate Kurdistan for themselves. However, that is majority. That is not the population. So that is why, honestly, Giordano, for example, after 2 months of bombarding the country, you have not seen a mass exodus of Iranian people toward other countries. In fact, I know people coming back to Iran right now to be with their families. Why? Because there is something fundamentally different for this population in this region that the West has never understood, because we never had a good connection, a good relationship with Iran. We never had a good trade deal. We never had a good tourism going back and forth, so we know what is exactly going on there. So the population, the culture, the customs, the integration of people in Iran is very different. So it's a very complex situation. But I just want to tell you that it is not Iraq, it is not Syria, it is not Libya, it is absolutely something different. We don't even have those countries that I just mentioned. They share a lot of history together. They share their language, they share their culture, they share their religion, they share a lot of customs. They do not share it with Iranians. Iranians do not share their language. Iranians do not share their customs. Iranians do not share their religion. Iranian population is very, very much different. Again, I don't want to say that they are better or worse. It is just different, and it is important to kind of appreciate this difference. It is something that we never appreciated, and all the textbooks, all the analysis, all the ideas have been based on a wrong assumption or an idea that is never fully understood. That's one general bulk of information that one might look at idea. Now, I want to go back to...
Wait, just 1 second. I just want to do a really quick room reset, y'all. Welcome to Political Playhouse. If you have not joined the house, if you look at the top right next to where it says Political Playhouse and join the house, we'd love to see you come and enjoy more political conversations with us. So I I just want to really quickly go over the rules for the room. The room creators curate the content. Mods may interrupt. You may not. Keep your comments short and sweet and moderate yourself or we will be happy to do it for you. Okay, sorry. I just had to get my little word vomit out there.
Monica, are you blocking Harry? Monica, can you unblock Harry, please?
Yeah, comment about the last speaker's speech. It's okay.
As long as
So,
you keep it
just-
short.
Yeah, so Saeed, I believe internal politics of Iran with that details is not interesting for a lot of our American non-Iranian friends. I believe I don't see the internal politics as you said. For example, sanctions. We talk about that because it's a little bit international for our audience. Sanctions was suggested by a lot of Iranians, especially Iranian opposition leaders, as a tool to control or make Islamic Republic's regime's heads suffer. But we are seeing that we saw that was a wrong narrative. It actually hurt Iranian people. It brought Iranian people under poverty line. The same way as this war started. You mentioned the narrative, but you are not talking about where we are right now. Where we are right now is that it was let me speak. Where we are right now is that just today we heard the news that an Iranian young boy, the courageous people who went out in the streets 2 months ago, in January, he was executed with seriously, like a lot of Iranians are under the same threats. I'm really worried. I think all Iranians are worried for their lives because we are good people, right? I think even our American friends are worried about everyone, every human life. However, this regime, right, on doing this because it's an emergency. It's like all totalitarian regimes do that. And at the same time, Americans, Israel, they bombed bridges in Iran that Donald Trump called them. I have multiple beautiful bridges in mind. I want to send them to Stone Age. This was his speech yesterday. The Iranian nation. I want to send them to Stone Age. And also another institute, Pasteur Institute, which was a big legacy of Iranian monarchy. And many years ago, about 100 years of history. So why aren't they killing the judge, the horrific Iranian regime's authority anymore? Does anyone know that? Because they're not interested in this narrative that you just mentioned. They don't want to help Iran. They have their own interests, and we have to be real about it. They are not there to do any help to others. They might use that sometimes in interviews, but they're not there to help Iranian people. They're responsible and accountable to their own nation. That is the thing that you guys are not understanding, and you keep suggesting them to begging our invaders, like a country that has attacked us and has killed 260 children so far.
You've already said that.
What
exactly are you asking for? What are you exactly asking for?
What are we asking for? We are not asking anything from America. They have to get the hell out of our country. That's the way it is, and it's good for them because
you fuck yourself. You go fuck the.
They have to get the hell out of Iran, and Iranian people can topple the regime. They have the courage, they have the ability, and I don't. You are a sellout, right? You're a sellout.